You kid has nothing to do all day, isn't it too worthless? Xuanhuan glanced at him and said angrily. Father, I don't want to, but I can't find my own value at all. If I don't hang out, what else can I do? Xiaozi said depressedly. In fact, he also has a competitive heart, but he hasn't found his own way yet. Well, I entrust you with a task, which can be regarded as a training for you. That's right, Xuanhuan wants to hand over the luck system to Xiaozi. Because the system has just been established, it still needs a lot of procedures and a lot of effort. For example, there are also treasures of various levels, materials, and even strong people. But because he wants to practice, he doesn't intend to do it himself, and wants to leave it to Xiaozi. Maybe he can help Xiaozi become the supreme creator of Taishan. Father, what task? Xiaozi asked, curiously. Ever since Xuanhuan created them, he really hasn't ordered them to do anything, and he immediately became interested in this. Didn't you say that you haven't found your value yet? This thing is for you, and it will be perfected. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan raised his hand and pointed out, and a purple gold light suddenly crashed into Xiaozi's mind. Boom! A huge amount of information flooded into Xiaozi's mind in an instant, making him fall into a trance. Xuanhuan sat in the void with a smile, wearing a colorful robe, waiting for Xiaozi to successfully accept the lucky system. Looking at Xiaozi with a distorted expression, the smile on Xuanhuan's face was full of deep meaning. It wasn't until now that he understood why Xiaozi was so powerful. It turned out that Xiaozi was the first host of the lucky system. Shortly after Xiaozi opened his eyes were full of shock. He said excitedly, Father, your methods are really against the sky. The God-level lucky upgrade system is extremely powerful. If it continues to be strengthened in this way, he, as the host, will definitely become stronger. After collecting all the strong people needed in it. Father, why don't you keep such a heaven-defying thing? They didn't have themselves in their hearts at the beginning of the original gods, and they also respected Xuanhuan very much. Didn't I see that you were confused? After you strengthen the system, at that time you will get a great fortune, and there is no problem in becoming the supreme fortune of Taishan. Then you return it to me, and we both get it. Benefit. Wouldn't it be better? Xuanhuan said with a smile. Xiaozi was moved. In his mind, Xuanhuan must be in such trouble to improve himself. From then on, he always put Xuanhuan first in his heart. It's always been that way, forever. After explaining the system, Xuanhuan pushed out the baby next to him and said to Xiaozi, this baby has a lot of history. After I leave, you have to take good care of him. Xiaozi frowned, not because of the baby, but because of what Xuanhuan said. Leave? Father, where are you going? Xiaozi asked suspiciously. Now the eldest sister, Hongmeng, and Su Tianwu have left them. If Xuanhuan also leaves them, they will not be able to find their own way. It's like losing your backbone. Although they are now primordial gods, above all living beings, once they leave Xuanhuan, they will definitely feel very uncomfortable. If I want to improve, I have to find the way to be a strong man. When you all grow up and become gods, you have to take responsibility. Don't be affectionate. Besides, I will come back. Your name is Xiaozi, so you must always be at ease, and don't let the rules spoil your mood. Xuanhuan exhorted. Although Xiaozi didn't understand it, his eyes were full of thoughtfulness. Afterwards, Xiaozi left the original space and started his path of creation. Seeing Xiaozi leave, Su Haoyan felt inexplicably relieved. As soon as he thought about it, a space-time line appeared in front of his eyes. In the next second, he appeared in front of the time-space line. Space-time. Microcosm appears, it seems that it is time to go back. But before going back, he still needs to make some arrangements. At the very least, he will find out the thing that has been spying on him. However, he was not worried, because, in later generations, Hongmeng did not disappear, which meant that that thing did not cause harm to Hongmeng. But he does exist. He looked back to the depths of Yuanchu, although the feeling of being spied on had disappeared for a long time. But he was still worried. He didn't think it was his own illusion. The strength has reached their level, even if there is a throbbing in the heart, there is a reason for it. Is there really something in the nothingness outside the primordial space? After thinking for a while, he flew deep into the original space. In this way, tens of millions of years passed. The land of Hongmeng, without the participation of the spirits of Hongmeng, ushered in rapid development amidst constant disputes. A number of strong men emerged one after another, and forces, large and small, sprung up one after another like mushrooms after a spring rain. The gods of Hongmeng became people's spiritual symbols, and the Emperor of Heaven became a legend. On this day, Su Haoyan finally came to the end of Yuanchu space. Here, time essentially stands still. The void was dark. Matter like grains of sand floated everywhere. Everywhere. Su Haoyan watched for a long time, but couldn't find what he saw. Where will it be hidden? Su Haoyan stood in the dark void, talking to himself. For the next 100 years, he searched hard in the dark, but found nothing. Make him a little upset. He was a little unwilling to leave like this, and he was not at ease. The so-called unknown danger is the most dangerous. Regardless of whether something happened to Hongmeng in the later generations, he would not allow unknown dangers to come. Just in case, he quickly condensed a clone. The aura of this avatar was exactly the same as his, with an expressionless face, standing there extremely majestic. He pointed his finger on the clone, and in a blink of an eye, the eyes of this clone burst out with bright light. Become agile. From now on, you are the Emperor of Heaven. After I leave, you will sit here to prevent other unknown creatures from invading Hongmeng. You can ignore the rest. Hearing this, the heavenly emperor clone nodded. In order to prevent accidents, the old and cunning Su Haoyan injected a source of divine power created by him into this avatar. From the beginning of the whole Hongmeng, only he had it, and he did not pass it on to the Hongmeng gods. This source of divine power will automatically become stronger with the improvement of the clone's cultivation base, and it will always be higher than the clone's cultivation base. Because the clone doesn't know its existence, it won't control it either. This is also the fundamental reason for Su Haoyan to control this clone in the future. At the same time, if something unexpected happens to Su Haoyan when he travels through time, he will be reincarnated in this clone and reborn. He is the Emperor of Heaven, he has already cultivated a cunning side. Why didn't he leave a way out for himself? Su Haoyan left him in Yuanchu space, defending against unknown enemies outside. And Su Haoyan returned to Hongmeng. Without stopping, continued to lay out where Huatsubing was. Su Haoyan went there and explained some things to him. Huatsubing, I am about to leave. I want you to work hard to develop your power in Hongmeng. I hope that your Chaotian palace can surpass the creatures of Hongmeng. Can you complete this task? Huotsubing is now a respected status. But in front of Su Haoyan, he was still extremely respectful. He has never forgotten who gave him his cultivation and status. Facing Su Haoyan's words, he was taken aback for a moment, but immediately became excited. Your Majesty, don't worry, I will definitely develop Chaotian Palace. Afterwards, Su Haoyan came to Taibai Jinxing's Tiandiming. This guy was brought here from the future. Although the memory is now sealed by him, he can always break through it after billions of years. So he must know that he traveled through the past. In this regard, he is particularly relieved, because only in this way can he be afraid of himself and never betray. In this world, the unknown danger is certainly the most terrifying, but the known strength, and the strength that one cannot surpass, is also very dangerous. So Su Haoyan dared to conclude that he would not betray. Su Haoyan told Taibai Jinxing to work hard to develop the Tiandiming, which became a sharp knife for Su Haoyan to enter Hongmeng. The giant spirit god sat on a pitch-black continent with an extremely terrifying aura. Beside him, a baby with red skin was sleeping peacefully. At this time, Su Haoyan suddenly appeared and woke up the giant spirit god. See your Majesty. The giant spirit god was startled, and hurriedly greeted him. The giant spirit god is even more respectful to Su Haoyan, because without Su Haoyan, he would not be where he is today. Giant spirit, I'm about to leave, and I'm here to tell you a few words. Today, Su Haoyan said with a smile. Your Majesty, where are you going? The giant spirit said in a daze. I want to enter reincarnation, and then hit a higher level. Su Haoyan thought of the reason. He is still preparing for the hereafter. The giant spirit came to a sudden. He had also encountered such a thing in the heavenly court in his previous life. This baby has a very special origin and has no fate. In the future, his achievements will definitely be extraordinary. You have to teach him well. Su Haoyan exhorted solemnly. Well, don't worry, Your Majesty, I also saw this, so I decided to accept him as an apprentice. The giant spirit god promised. Well, if that's the case, you should take care of yourself. After exhorting, Su Haoyan turned and left. The giant spirit god seems to be stupid, but his mind is not stupid. Looking at the baby beside him, he said to himself, the powerful gods in the primordial period want to reincarnate. It seems that some people are going to be unlucky. Primordial space. Su Haoyan sat cross-legged. Behind him is a colorful Shai suspended, shining brightly. In front of him stood Yuanshu Lucian, each with solemn expressions. I'm about to enter reincarnation, you wait to practice hard, I look forward to seeing you again. Upon hearing this, Liangyi Tianjun, Taiji Emperor and others were all silent. Immediately, Su Haoyan said, this 7-colored Shai is a gift from Hongmeng, and it is placed in this original space. You must protect him. I will come back and put it on again in the future. Follow my father's will. Xiaoyozi, Emperor Taiji, and other 6 gods bowed and answered. Immediately, Su Haoyan activated the time and space avenue, and the quasi-sight disappeared. Looking at the quiet and empty primordial space, Lucian looked gloomy. For a long time. Only then did Emperor Taiji say, Father is really gone. The whole of Hongmeng has lost the breath of father. Su Haoyan's departure, like taking out their souls, made them lose their backbone in an instant. Emperor Taiji glanced at everyone and said, Father left, but we can't be decadent. We must work hard to strengthen ourselves, to welcome father's return. Immediately, except for Xiaoyozi, everyone left the original space. Xiaoyozi looked at the sleeping baby under the Chizai Xiai, with a bright smile on his face. In the next long period of time, Hongmeng developed rapidly, and many influential figures emerged. For a moment, Hongmeng was surging. Until one day, the chaos created in the corner of Hongmeng suddenly expanded. And it took less than 10,000 years to expand the chaos to the point where it could resist the existence of Hongmeng. And the cultivation base of the four elephants' chaos also jumped above the gods all of a sudden. However, the ambition of Xixiang chaos is extremely large. He founded the 3,000 ways and gave birth to creatures. At the same time, friction began to arise from Hongmeng. Tens of millions of years later, the war between Hongmeng and chaos broke out. This is also the first real war since primordial beings practiced. Since then, the long years have passed, and the primordial creatures have been passed down from generation to generation. And the legend about the Emperor of Heaven has really disappeared in the cruel years. On this day, in a Dao plane of later generations, Xiaoyozi pushed a smiling and silent baby into the turbulent flow of time and space. He looked at the baby and murmured to himself, "Little guy, now that Hongmeng is in chaos, I really want to do my own thing. I have been with you for countless years, and it is time for you to leave." This has passed tens of thousands of years. In an extremely beautiful starry sky, Xiaoyozi travels freely and freely on the planets. He would close his eyes and feel it every time he came to a plane. He was collecting treasures for the lucky system. "Hey, this plane, how does it?" "Humph, for elephant chaos, you've overdone it." After a long time, Xiaoyozi's eyes flickered sharply. Said coldly, "Humph, prehistoric, Pangu created the world, the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, Nuwa mended the sky. Hongjun Daozu? It's just a clone. Since you're messing around like this, don't blame me for secretly doing it." Xiaoyozi stared, with a cold glint in his eyes. "Come on, all the creatures and treasures in the entire interface here, all enter the lucky system. Xixiang chaos, I hope you don't blame me. Who told you to do tricks behind your father's back? In this way, your avatar will also become a strong person. In the lucky system, the ancient sacred land of 6 emperors city, in the palace of heavenly emperors. Kaiyuan, Great Emperor, Mo Yantian, Wang Lin, Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, Ying Jing. And dozens of people stood in front of Xuanhuan's bedroom, all with anxious expressions on their faces. "What's going on? Isn't your majesty practicing in closed doors?" "That's right. Before the retreat, I told the Empress Dowager not to disturb him, but his whole aura is gone. What should I do?" Bai Suzhen stood together with the concubines such as Qing Lingzu. Their eyes were full of urgency. It was said that he was going to retreat, but where did his breath go? "I should be by His Majesty's side." For a moment, Bai Suzhen blamed herself. Although Emperor Kaiyuan was in a hurry, there was nothing he could do. Lu Bu was about to say something, but at this moment, he suddenly opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, it's His Majesty's breath." As soon as he reminded, everyone felt it. Fuck, why did His Majesty's breath change? Li Yuanba suddenly burst into foul language. When Bai Suzhen and the girls heard this, they were overjoyed at first, but immediately changed their expressions and asked, "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" "Your Majesty, he has become unfathomable. Even I can't see through him. Hearing this, everyone froze on the spot. Could it be that His Majesty is really retreating in a certain place and just returned? In Tianwu Palace, Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the vast Tianwu Palace, he sighed with complicated eyes, I'm finally back. At this time, Bai Suzhen, the Qingling female patriarch, suddenly appeared in his bedroom, looking at Xuanhuan, who was sitting on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair with no injuries. His face suddenly became excited. Your Majesty, you are finally back. Where did you go? Facing the sincere concern of the two women, Xuanhuan took a deep breath and instantly unsealed countless dusty memories of millions of years. Because the time was too long, he was afraid of forgetting everything in the future, so he set up a forbidden area in his mind to seal everything in the future. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, held the little hands of the two girls, and said, I'm fine. By the way, how long has it been? Seeing their expressions, he understood that he had not returned to the point in time when he left. Your Majesty also said that you have disappeared for more than a month. Qinglingzi said angrily. Although she blamed him, she found that Xuanhuan seemed to have changed. She seemed to have a sense of distance from Xuanhuan. Not only her, even Bai Suzhen also felt this way. Xuanhuan has changed, his whole person has become illusory, and he seems a bit superior. When Xuanhuan heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and finally there were no vicissitudes. Well, I made you worry, but don't worry, I'm fine. Xuanhuan stroked the cheeks of the second daughter, feeling as if he had passed away. Seeing this, the two daughters were relieved that it was indeed His Majesty who had returned. Are you still in the system? Xuanhuan asked in his heart while chatting with the second daughter. He didn't think the luck system disappeared, because he left without waiting for chaos to open up. So nothing will disappear. What's the matter with the host? At this time, the system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan laugh immediately. System, how is it? I'm not bad, am I? Hey, what is your cultivation level, host? Are you really stronger now? If the system had a body, Xuanhuan would definitely see a black question mark face. Xuanhuan was slightly taken aback, but immediately tried to call out the attribute list of Taibai Jinxing, Huitsubing, and Giant Spirit God. However, the system held back for a long time before saying blankly, when did the host summon these three powerhouses? Xuanhuan was taken aback by the system's answer, but he immediately laughed. He finally understood one thing. And he found that the two missions he had before the time travel hadn't disappeared. It's just that there are no two summons and one resurrection function. This further validated his idea. Seeing Xuanhuan, Bai Suzhen and Qinglingzi laughed for a while, and were stunned for a while, and once again raised their let-down hearts. Bai Suzhen asked cautiously, Your Majesty, are you all right? Haha, of course I'm fine. Would you like to try the two beauties yourself? Xuanhuan said jokingly. The second daughter was taken aback for a moment, but immediately began to fight in reproach. At the same time, Xuanhuan asked the system in his heart, What is your current limit of the system? Hey, host, don't you know? Is it the late stage of the 9 profound void realm? No, how could it be like this? Now it's the 9 profound void realms. Great consummation. My God, it's still getting stronger. Xiaoqing. Host, the current limit of the system has surpassed the 9 profound void realm and reached the supreme profound realm. And it is still strengthening. May I ask the host, what is your current realm? The system was shocked for a while, before asking. It has surpassed the 9 profound void realm. Xuanhuan said ostentatiously. In a good mood, Xuanhuan walked out of Tianwu Palace with Bai Suzhen and Qingling Zhu. When Kaiyuan Emperor outside saw this, his face was overjoyed and he knelt down to congratulate him loudly. At the same time, the stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. My dear friends, go to the Hall of Supreme Harmony first and call a group of ministers. I will have a court meeting in a while. Xuanhuan ordered. Kaiyuan and others left excitedly. While chatting with the 2 daughters, Xuanhuan released his divine consciousness like a tide, and spread it to the entire ancient sacred land. In an instant, the image of the entire old sacred land appeared in his mind. And to his surprise, he could still feel the existence of primordial origin. The current Hongmeng is more than a little bit stronger than before. He saw the dense Tao plane, the Chaos Temple, and Tai Chi Supreme, but he only took one look at Tai Chi Supreme and didn't care. With his current strength, he can no longer look down on the supremacy of Tai Chi. On the other side, Tai Chi Supreme, who was meditating in his own palace, suddenly felt a burst of horror, and cold sweat dripped down his face. Instantly. Just now he felt that someone was spying on him viciously. Let him feel like a man's back. Could it be some great power from the old sacred land? Tai Chi Supreme's face was cloudy, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. After a long time, Xuanhuan withdrew his consciousness, his face full of confidence. Afterwards, he bid farewell to the 2 daughters, and Xuanhuan flew towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony located below the Tianwu Palace. On that day, Xuanhuan held a court meeting. All the officials of the Haotian court above the 5th rank stood neatly on the main hall, which stretched for tens of thousands of meters. Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme 9-dragon chair, accepting the salute from the officials. Well, let's all get up. Next, Xuanhuan patiently listened to the reports of the ministers. There is also the case of using troops against the entire old sacred land. After an hour and a half like this, he finally said, the next direction is that Haotian court will continue to use troops to the entire old sage land and occupy other big plains. Unifying the old sage land is your temporary task. His current goal is to make the system grow infinitely. He didn't know until now that the lucky system was created by the avenue of good fortune, and he has the primordial energy in his body, which can also nourish the system. The combination of the 2 will make him stronger. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's inappropriate to continue waging war against the ancient sacred lands right now. That fellow Tai Chi Supreme is staring at us. What we're thinking about now is how to avoid conflict with Tai Chi Supreme. This is a civil servant of the 3rd grade. He speaks righteously, but he doesn't want Xuanhuan to send troops again. And the meaning behind the words is to ask Xuanhuan to curry favor with Tai Chi Supreme, and even hand over the ancient sacred land. The rest of the ministers also spoke to dissuade them, and even those militants were extremely surprised at this time. In the past, facing such a threat, Xuanhuan would definitely not be so impulsive. We will definitely find a way to eliminate this threat first. Your Majesty, Tai Chi supremacy is the land of the ancient sages, and even the powerhouses of the entire primordial mist. No one can beat them. Your Majesty, you should think twice. Not only is Tai Chi supreme, but also the 4 elephant gods and Emperor Liangyi are eager to move towards the land of the ancient sages. Our Haotian court is very powerful. In the end, our arms will definitely not be able to twist our thighs. All of this is based on strength, unless our Haotian court can have a strong man who is better than Tai Chi Supreme. It is rumored that Tai Chi supremacy is related to the primordial spirit. We must think carefully. At this moment in the main hall, all civil servants, including some generals, participated in the discussion. Even Yang Jian, Li Yuanba, Kai Yuan, etc. were silent. For them, they have no idea in their hearts now, their strength is not as strong as others, and they can't beat them again, so what else can they do? Su Haoyan still smiled and said nothing at this time. He seemed to be listening very seriously, but in fact he was extremely angry in his heart. Although she knew that the officials were thinking of the entire Haotian court, she and he were still a little disappointed. He found that it had been many years, and no one questioned him. I'm afraid there are countless thousands of years. I really miss it. Although everyone was questioning him, Su Haoyan did not blame them, let alone convict them. Because they are not idiots like Tai by jinxing. Who made them ignorant of their current strength? Su Haoyan shook his head, then deliberately said with a stern face, isn't everyone talking about it? As soon as this remark came out, everyone stopped discussing, and the entire hall was silent, and a needle could be heard. At the same time, a terrifying coercion suddenly hit the entire hall. Thump. Thump, thump. No matter whether they were civil servants or military generals, even Nuwa, Li Yuanba, Lu Bu, Yingjing, etc., who were in the 9 profound realm, couldn't resist the sudden coercion, and fell to the ground one after another. Everyone stared at Su Haoyan with wide eyes, looking in disbelief. Your Majesty, he is too strong. Why is this happening? Could it be that His Majesty has raised his cultivation to an unbelievable level during this month's retreat? It's only been a month, okay. Su Haoyan surpassed everyone on the scene. How is it possible? After a while, Su Haoyan withdrew his coercion, and everyone stood up with difficulty. I want to unify the land of the ancient sages, because I have this ability. Do you still want to stop me? Su Haoyan yelled loudly, shaking 10,000 immortal officials. The military commander became dizzy and almost fell to the ground again. From now on, anyone who dares to have doubts will be demoted to a commoner and will never be hired again. Su Haoyan said word by word. When he was weak in the past, he could just barely survive, but now that he is extremely strong, why does he still show weakness? Xuanhuan Xiaotian. The minister is here. Xuanhuan Xiaotian was startled, and knelt down on the ground with a plop, while looking uneasy and even terrified. Because he had never seen Su Haoyan so angry from the time of chaos to now. Summon the entire ancient sage land. I want to challenge the supremacy of Tai Chi. Invite him to come and fight with me. If he welcomes, I will give him the vast heavenly court. As soon as Su Haoyan said this, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the whole hall exploded. Xuanhuan Xiaotian was trembling and sweating profusely. He had already confirmed in his heart that the Emperor of Heaven was crazy. Your Majesty can't. Although Zhuge Liang is very supportive of Su Haoyan's expansion plan. But using the whole country as a gambling capital made him unacceptable. Your Majesty, are you going to be a sinner through the ages? Baigan followed Su Haoyan for the longest time, but at this moment he also knelt on the ground with a plop, at a loss for what to do. At this moment, everyone looked at Su Haoyan in horror, as if looking at a stranger. Su Haoyan didn't indulge for no reason, he had to prove himself now. Otherwise Haotian's court would be subverted in the future. He wants the entire Haotian court to understand that he is the master. Xuanhuan Xiaotian, you also want to disobey me? Su Haoyan shouted again. Shangguan Xiaotian shuddered in fright, and immediately nodded without hesitation. Your order. Afterwards, the Chaohui dispersed amidst everyone's trepidation, and at the same time, there was news that the Emperor of Heaven was going to challenge the entire Tai Chi supremacy in the city of 6 emperors. As soon as this news came out, all the avenue planes exploded. My God, is the Emperor's head caught between the cracks in the door? The Emperor of Heaven is crazy, he must have been driven crazy by Tai Chi Supreme. This time Haoyan court is over. Tisk, it's ridiculous that the Heavenly Emperor was driven crazy. Looks like we can fight back. Basically, all the living beings think that the Emperor of Heaven will definitely lose. It is simply hitting an egg against a rock. Who is Tai Chi Supreme? That is the powerhouse of the ancient sacred land, and even Hongmeng. The Emperor of Heaven wants to fight him? Are you kidding me? And the people belonging to the Haoyan court suddenly became angry, with one wave after another. There are even many forces, races, and families split from Haoyan court. Suddenly, Haoyan court showed signs of collapse. The entire 6 emperors city was even more terrified. One of the great emperors of the human race gathered his clansmen together, intending to move out of the 6 emperors city and leave the Haoyan court. In response, Su Haoyan immediately nodded in agreement. Then he issued another order. Any forces, families, races, or individuals who voluntarily leave Haoyan court will not be accepted by Haoyan court in the future. They are not allowed to return to Haoyan court. As soon as this order came out, those creatures who were about to leave Haoyan court all had expressions of sneer. He even threatened that no matter how prosperous Haoyan court was in the future, he would never return. Mo Yantian, Emperor Kaiyuan, Wang Lin, Lai Yang, Qingling Zhu, Yu Hongxin, and other core members of the former Tiandi Palace gathered together. Each of them had an extremely worried look on their faces. Only the Chaos Twins remained calm. I said, too, why are you not worried? Lai Yang asked, strangely. When Tianxiang sat up straight and said, everyone, whether it was in the chaotic period or now, when did His Majesty do something he was not sure of? When was he so reckless? When was he so unwise? Dare I ask, is your Majesty a fool? Excuse me, why does your Majesty face up to the difficulties when there is a way out? A series of questions immediately made everyone on the scene fall into deep thought. You mean to say that His Majesty is sure to defeat Tai Chi Supreme? Kaiyuan asked in disbelief. I'm thinking now, how does His Majesty want to slap everyone in the face? Hee, it must be very painful, right? As soon as this remark came out, everyone's eyes widened. If there is anyone in this world who knows Su Haoyan best, there is really no one except the former part of the Tiandi Palace in the chaotic period. Since Tianxiang has said this, we must stand firmly with His Majesty, and immediately draw a clear line for those forces that want to leave the Haoyan court. I feel that Master must make drastic reforms after defeating Tai Chi Supreme. Gone. Everyone nodded. His face was full of anticipation. Compared with the hustle and bustle outside, in Tiandi Palace, Su Haoyan played with his children with a gentle face. Beside, Bai Suzhen, Zixia, Lei Yao, Feng Huang, Shenzhener, Shui Miao Miao, Sun Zi and others were chatting. The strange thing is that there is no worry on their faces, they are still talking and laughing, very warm. By the way, there are a lot of people questioning His Majesty, and I don't know if it will affect His Majesty. Lei Yao said in a low voice. Bai Suzhen looked at Xuanhuan, who was playing with the children, and said, Your Majesty has changed, he has become more confident. And the people in Haotian court have also changed, but they have become distrustful of his Majesty. They are timid and fearful. The heart is too heavy, and laziness begins to spread throughout Haotian Tian. Bai Suzhen's words caused all the concubines to fall into deep thought. There are no identical people in this world, nor are there identical ideals. Some people like to muddle along, and some people like to fight in all directions. Some people want to stand taller, and some people think that it is enough. Sister Zhenjin, can your Majesty really defeat Tai Chi Supreme? Sun Zi asked weakly. Of course. You have to remember, that's our husband, and we have to support him and trust him. Bai Suzhen replied without hesitation. Xuanhuan, who was playing with the child, listened to these words, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he felt relieved that no matter how he changed at any time, Bai Suzhen would believe him for no reason. At the same time, Tai Chi Supremacy also received an invitation from Haotian court, His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. When he got the news, he was completely stunned. It took a long time before he frowned. Heavenly Emperor, is he insane? The creatures at the bottom of the steps trembled, not daring to look up at Tai Chi Supreme. He tremblingly asked, Your Majesty, you must kill the Emperor of Heaven, he is too rampant. Tai Chi Supreme frowned and thought for a long time, then his eyes shone brightly and said, I will tell the entire ancient Holy Land that after 7 days, I will go to the ancient Holy Land to accept the challenge of the Emperor of Heaven. At that time, Haotian court will be my seat, it's gone. The creature was immediately excited. The news spread quickly. On that day, the entire Old Sage land knew the decision of Tai Chi Supremacy, which immediately shocked all the Dao planes in the Old Sage land. Tai Chi Supreme fights His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. All creatures think that the Emperor of Heaven is doomed. Everyone knows that the Emperor of Heaven is very weak now, so weak that even a thumping strong man can defeat him. And who is Tai Chi Supreme? That is the land of the ancient sages, including one of the top powerhouses in Hongmeng. It is rumored that when the chaos first opened, he was still the main character of the avenue, and his strength was unrivaled. Therefore, Tai Chi Supremacy will definitely defeat the Emperor of Heaven. 7 days passed quickly. On this day, the Six Emperors' city was extremely lively, and countless creatures were suspended above the entire Six Emperors' city. Looking around, it is densely packed, countless. Above the city gate of the Six Emperors' city, the strong men of the entire Haotian court stood on it with cold sweat on their faces. Empress Bai Suzhen, Zixia, and other concubines stood at the front. Su Ling Tian, Su Tianfeng, and other Su Haotian's children were also here. Su Ling Tian is now a handsome boy, standing in front of all the children, chatting easily with Su Miaoer and Su Tianfeng behind him. They didn't have any worries, because they firmly believed that Su Haotian would definitely win. Ever since Tai Bai Jingxing was bombarded and killed, Lu Bowen has been a veritable immortal official in charge of the entire vast heavenly court. At this time, he stood in front of the immortal officials and civil servants, and said with a heavy face, Everyone, we have to plan for the worst. Once His Majesty loses, we will immediately dispatch to take back His Majesty, and at the same time declare war on Tai Chi Supreme. This is the decision he made after discussing with the gods in the past few days. Li Yuanba and others nodded in agreement. Heavenly Emperor, how dare you challenge me? It's ridiculous, come out, I'm Here. At this time, the voice of Taiji Supreme suddenly sounded above the six Emperor's city, followed by a burst of wanton laughter. Taiji Supreme in black robes appeared above the six Emperor's city, with both hands. Just when all the creatures were terrified, a figure walked in the depths of the six Emperor's city, walking in the void. It was Xuanhuan. At this moment, he was covered with both hands, and with a calm face, he walked in the void. Looking at the supremacy of Tai Chi is like looking at ordinary people. He is wearing the Hongmeng Taishan robe, and he has used the primordial energy to temper it for countless tens of thousands of years. The rank has already surpassed the Chaos Supreme Treasure, and has reached the level of the Grand Mist Supreme Treasure. At the same time, the Supreme Nine Dragon Chair, Primordial Purple Profound Sword, etc. have all reached this level. To put it bluntly, even if he stood there and let Tai Chi hammer it, he would not be able to hurt a single hair of his hair. In fact, the outcome of this battle was already doomed. Soon, Xuanhuan was far away from Tai Chi Supreme. Haha, Heavenly Emperor, even if you want to lose, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Why don't we compete? You kneel at the feet of this seat now. Obediently hand Hao Tianting to this seat. Otherwise, it will only increase the damage. Taiji is the most important thing to observe, he said wildly. That's right, Heavenly Emperor, I think Mr. Taiji is right, you might as well admit defeat. Yes, save your head. The masters of some planes standing below booed at this time. On the one hand, he flattered Tai Chi Supreme, and on the other hand, he attacked Xuanhuan. Remember your words. In the future, even if you surrender, you will still be low-level citizens, and you will not need to be promoted. Xuanhuan glanced indifferently at the forces below who had condemned Haoyan Court, as if looking at a dead person. Then he looked at Tai Chi Supreme indifferently and said, Tai Chi Supreme, compared with your true self, you are really stupid. Come on, I want you to know that you can't afford to mess with the Emperor of Heaven. When Xuanhuan said this, he used sound transmission, so only Tai Chi Supreme knows. Tai Chi Supreme suddenly trembled all over his body. He would never have thought that Xuanhuan even knew that he was a clone. Heavenly Emperor, who is he? How do you know he is a clone? Tai Chi Supreme panicked. But immediately a ferocious look appeared on his face. Heavenly Emperor, you know too much. I wanted to let you go, but if you want to die, no one can stop you. Haha, very good, I'll give you face, you can do it first. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, the six Emperor city exploded in an instant. What's the matter, Your Majesty, is he crazy? Why did Tai Chi Supreme make the first move? Oh my god, our Haoyan court is really coming to an end. The creatures were discussing a lot, and at that moment, more than 30 people in charge of the universe announced that they would leave the control of Hao Tian. The scene rioted instantly. Seeing Yang Jian, Li Yuanba, and the others gritted their teeth in hatred, wishing to pull the skins of these people. Hey, Your Majesty is still as bad as ever, this pretense is really perfect. When Tianxiang, Zhang Liang said with emotion. Lu Bowen next to him was taken aback for a moment, but immediately became short of breath. Xuanhuan smiled lightly, unmoved at all, he looked at Tai Chi Supreme jokingly, as if looking at a poor bug. The hideous color of Tai Chi Supreme flashed, and he raised his palm, and a hideous giant sword with a length of hundreds of millions of feet was condensed in an instant. After a flash of light, it directly blasted towards Xuanhuan. Majestic, if you want to kill with one blow. Rumble. Su Haoyan was still covered by his hands, the Hongming Taishan robe on his body suddenly stirred, and the purple light was released, directly shattering the billions of feet of giant sword. It turned into a strong demonic energy and dissipated between heaven and earth. Wow! Seeing such an incredible scene, all the creatures were in an uproar and were stunned. Especially those forces who left Haoyan Tian on the spot, the creatures of the universe, their faces were even more pale. Su Haoyan actually blocked this move? Isn't that logical? How did he do it? No, there should be something wrong with the robe on the Emperor of Heaven. Yes, it must be a defensive treasure. It turned out that it was protected by treasures? Then it will be over after a few more bombardments. Only then did the faces of the judged creatures calm down. According to them, Su Haoyan was dead. Tai Chi Supreme was also taken aback. He didn't expect the robe on Su Haoyan to be so powerful. But so what? It's not a dead end. However, the creatures in Haoyan court are extremely excited. At this time, Tai Chi Supreme slapped another palm. He used 70% of his strength in this palm, and in an instant a huge palm like a star pressed down from the starry sky, making everyone's expressions change. However, the Hongming Taishan robe on Su Haoyan's body erupted with brilliant golden light again, shattering the monstrous giant palm. The entire starry sky fell into silence. Tai Chi Supreme's expression finally changed. Become ugly. What kind of treasure is that? The old face of Tai Chi supremacy can no longer be kept. It was all red and hot, and suddenly became furious. I don't believe that you can't break through your ragged clothes. Rumble. He was holding a big knife as black as ink in his hand, and slashed fiercely on the Hongmeng Taishan robe with the force of destroying heaven and earth. A purple gold light flashed for a moment, and the black sword never moved forward. Humph, I asked you to attack 3 times, but you still haven't broken through my defenses. You really don't deserve the name Tai Chi Supreme. Only I can use the name of Supreme. Su Haoyan's burst of shouting exploded in Taiji Supreme's ears, causing Taiji Supreme to fall into a short trance with a bang in his head. Immediately afterwards, Su Haoyan slapped lightly, and it was directly printed on Taiji Supreme's body. There was a bang. Taiji Supreme's physical body couldn't bear the power of this palm, and his physical body was directly blown apart. There was only a black fairy baby trembling left in place. The army brought by Tai Chi supremacy fell into silence instantly, and all the creatures opened their mouths and eyes wide, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. Boom! Li Yuanba's water tank-like sledgehammer fell into the city of 6 emperors, stirring up a cloud of dust. He stared blankly at the tall and straight Su Haoyan in the starry sky, dumbfounded. Even Bai Suzhen, who had always trusted Su Haoyan, Qingling Zhu, and other concubines were instantly dumbfounded. The children Su Lingtian and Su Tianfeng opened their mouths wide open, rubbing their eyes desperately, checking repeatedly, for fear that they might be wrong. He clapped his hands lightly. That's right, just a clap. Su Haoyan beat Tai Chi Supreme, winning in seconds. Mo Yantian, Emperor Kaiyuan, was sweating even more. When Tianxiang and Zhang Liang also opened their mouths wide, it looked like he had seen a ghost. Even though they knew that Su Haoyan could win the battle, they did not expect Su Haoyan to win so easily. Those forces who had just rebelled and were extremely arrogant, the masters of the universe and the masters of the world, directly collapsed on the ground. Tai Chi is supreme, you are defeated. Xuanhuan looked down at the fairy baby in his hand and sneered. Tai Chi Supreme, who was left with only the fairy baby, even forgot to teleport to escape. At this time, his fairy baby's face was completely dull, trembling, and he couldn't believe everything in front of him. Humph, Tai Chi, compared with your true deity, you are not only a star and a half behind. You are simply useless waste. Xuanhuan said mercilessly. Who are you? Why do you know so clearly? I am the Emperor of Heaven, didn't Emperor Taiji mention it to you? Xuanhuan said indifferently. Then he glanced at the hundreds of millions of troops brought by Tai Chi Supreme in the distance, his eyes flashed fiercely, and his sleeves shook. The army of hundreds of millions disappeared suddenly, as if it had never appeared before. The universe was silent, and everyone looked at Xuanhuan in horror. Xuanhuan won without any suspense, which made the faces of civil servants and generals in Haotian court burn with pain, and they felt that they had been slapped by Xuanhuan, which was extremely painful. Those civil servants who questioned Xuanhuan and wanted to escape secretly knelt in the void. After committing the crime of bullying the king, coupled with the slap in the face, the future of these people is bleak. Compared with them, those forces, the universe, who have already condemned Hao Tian sweated, shivered, and looked ashamed. I thought Xuanhuan would definitely lose, but I didn't expect him to easily defeat Tai Chi Supreme without relying on anyone. These people know that from now on, they will not enter the authority of Haotian court, will not be hired again, and will be ordinary people for the rest of their lives. More importantly, can they still save their lives? Taiji supremacy, for the sake of your deity, I will let you go, but I will accept your soldiers. I will give you a month to move out of the ancient holy land, otherwise next time I will be in the ancient holy land seeing you, you can only die. Xuanhuan said coldly after throwing out the fairy baby who was supreme in Tai Chi. Last time Tai Chi Supreme persecuted him for 100 years, now he gives Tai Chi Supreme 1 month. This kind of humiliation, the torture of his life, and the fact that Xuanhuan knew him well, made him completely afraid of Xuanhuan, and he didn't even have the slightest thought of getting back on the stage. Finally, he left in despair. Ding. Complete the side mission, defeat Tai Chi Supreme. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken the diehards, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to pass on Taoism, 5 chances for a dungeon of the strong, 5 chances for the peak of the strong. Xuanhuan was filled with emotion when the system prompt sounded that he hadn't heard for a long time, and a bright smile appeared on his face again. This battle is definitely an instant kill. The difference is that it is not the instant kill of the Heavenly Emperor as people imagined, but Tai Chi supremacy is instant killed by the Heavenly Emperor. After Taiji supremacy disappeared, Haotian court finally erupted into applause. Wow, the royal father welcomes you, the royal father kills Tai Chi supremely. It's really cool. Your Majesty really welcomed it, and it was an instant kill. My God, am I dreaming? Who said His Majesty is a lunatic? He was arrested and beheaded. Now I finally know why His Majesty is so persistent. It turns out that victory is so easy. For Your Majesty, victory is not a problem at all. Your Majesty is mighty. All the powerhouses in Haotian court immediately knelt down to celebrate Haotian's victory. There were only more than 10,000 creatures who had escaped from Haotian court. Standing there, at a loss. Is Yang Jian here? At this time, Xuanhuan spoke. The minister is here. Yang Jian replied excitedly. Kill all those who defected from Haoyan court, leaving no one alive. Your order. When the defectors heard this, they were shocked and wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but Xuanhuan had already led his children back to the 6th Emperor's city. They have no way to explain even if they want to. This time, Xuanhuan could clearly see the faces of some people. For those forces who defected on the spot or in court, he will not give them a chance. And next, he will drastically rectify the entire country, and then conquer the entire old sacred land. However, it is worth mentioning that after Xuanhuan won the victory, those forces that were still vacillating, the universe, and the plains surrendered to Haoyan's court on the spot. Let the immortal officials and generals of Haoyan court be excited. On the 6th Emperor's city, Xuanhuan sat high on the supreme 9 dragons chair. He looked down at the more than 10,000 officials below and said indifferently, now please tell me, who else is against my decision? His voice was extremely flat, as if asking another trivial matter. But the more this happened, the more frightened the immortal officials who had opposed him were. Their faces were ugly, and they were covered in sweat. Thump! All the immortal officials and generals fell to their knees and shouted loudly, Your Majesty, forgive me for your sins. Tens of thousands of immortals, officials, and generals knelt down together. The scene was grand and shocking. Let the common people in the entire 6th Emperor's city release their lives and shout. Wow! Father is too powerful. Su Ling Tian, Su Tianfeng and other children gathered together, all looked at Xuanhuan with admiration. Xuanhuan rubbed their little heads and said with a smile, We all work hard to cultivate, and the future depends on you, you know? At this time, Lu Bowen said, Your Majesty, a human emperor in the 6th Emperor's city and his tribe have already rebelled against the 6 emperors' city, but now they know that they have repented and want to return to the Haoyan court. Dare to ask your Majesty if you agree with their request? As soon as this remark came out, everyone looked weird. What does this guy think of Haoyan court? Come as you say, leave as you say. Vegetable market? Tell him that it's okay to reapply. But if you don't have a title, all clan members will be demoted to common people and will never be hired. If you don't apply, once a full-scale war breaks out in the future, life and death will depend on fate. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he returned to the 6th Emperor's city. Surrounded by the children, the empress and concubines, and all the ministers. In this way, the news that Tai Chi supremacy was crushed by the palm of the heavenly emperor spread quickly, which shocked all the big planes and universes of the old sage land. Nonsense, the emperor of heaven defeated Tai Chi supreme with one move? Are you sure there are no other strong people making moves? Oh my God, the emperor of heaven turned the tide and defeated Tai Chi supreme by relying on his own strength. He really deserves to be the emperor of heaven. All the creatures who got the news didn't believe it at the first time, and after repeated confirmation, they all exclaimed. In the city of 6 emperors, Xuanhuan sits high on the top seat, and below sits Qingling Nuzu, Mo. Yantian, Emperor Kaiyuan and other Xuanhuan's apprentices. The old generals of the former Tiandi palace, except those who rebelled, all died here. At this moment, everyone looked at Xuanhuan with admiration. In their eyes, Xuanhuan became more and more mysterious now. Master, what realm have you reached now? Among them, Kaiyuan Great Emperor and Mo Yantian are the ones with the highest cultivation level. At this time, Kaiyuan Great Emperor asked cautiously. Earlier, the battle between Su Haoyan and Tai Chi Supreme had stimulated everyone. Keep it a secret, Su Haoyan said with a smile. But immediately he said, now I want to make you stronger. It is worth mentioning that Kaiyuan, Liang, etc. have already been tried. Next, I will continue to promote you. He intends to give these disciples the opportunity to be recruited by Hongmeng. How about this? Let Xia Tian, Bailey Xuanze, and Wang Xuantian stay behind. And let the rest go back. Hearing this, everyone bowed respectfully and left. The system is right, Wang Xuantian, Xia Tian, use Hongmeng to recruit. Immediately, Su Haoyan shot a purple-gold light between his brows and pulled the two of them in. In the courtyard, only Su Haoyan and Bailey Xuanze, who looked anxious, were left. Xuanze, are you willing to change your bloodline? Su Haoyan asked with a smile. He and Bailey Xuanze are master-student relationship, and they are also the disciples he accepted when he traveled for the first time. Of course he won't forget. Master, I am willing, I am really willing. Bailey Xuanze wanted to become stronger a long time ago, but he never had the chance. At this time, he decided not to give up this opportunity to become stronger. Okay, take the blood here to refine, you will become a chaotic creature, and then I will make you stronger. Su Haoyan took out a thumb-sized bottle and said earnestly. Immediately, he handed it over to Bailey Xuanze, who was so excited that he knelt down to thank him. After that, he cheerfully went down to refining. Ding! Wang Xuantian Hongmeng was recruited successfully. Ding! Xia Tian Hongmeng was recruited successfully. After Bailey Xuanze left, the system notification sounded. Immediately, he called up the attribute list of the two. Wang Xuantian's cultivation reached the late stage of the ancestral realm of the primordial origin of the primordial origin in an instant. Although Xia Tian is weak, he is still very pleased with his cultivation in the early stage of the primordial ancestral realm of the primordial origin. After releasing the two, he Yunlong sent them away. When the courtyard became silent, Su Haoyan said, the system uses a chance to revive the strong too. Revive Xiaoyozi. Ding! Start resurrecting the strong Xiaoyozi. At this time, the system prompt sounded, and Su Haoyan began to look forward to it. Xiaoyozi is willing to sacrifice himself for him, and he will never forget this feeling. As for the question of why Xiaoyozi's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Jiuxuan Taishu realm after countless years, he only now understands that this is Xiaoyozi's clone. These guys all have avatars. And some have deteriorated. True time is the standard to measure whether a person is sincere. Ding! The strong Xiaoyozi was resurrected successfully, may I ask the host to release it? Freed. Su Haoyan immediately ordered, call out the attribute list of Xiaoyozi. Xiaoyozi, from an unknown world. Identity, primordial god. Lucky level, great consummation of the primordial ancestral realm of Hongmeng. Cultivation method, ancient Eucharist. Heavenly Emperor divine art. Loyalty, 100. Well, now it's even more proof that he is the clone of Xiaoyozi. At this moment, a scruffy figure appeared in front of Su Haoyan. With a big silver gourd on his back and a smile on his face, who else could it be if it wasn't Xiaoyozi? He looked at Su Haoyan and said, that's right, you have a conscience and know how to release my old man. Xiaoyozi's words were astonishing. Su Haoyan was not surprised by this. As the first host of the lucky system, it is not surprising that he knows that There is a resurrection function in it. Humph, you guy, what's your name? Did you screw it up? Xuanhuan picked up the teacup and said, pretending to be angry. Little. Hey, you. Xiaozi wanted to scream a few times at first, but when he saw Xuanhuan's murderous face, he immediately understood everything. While Xiaozi was shocked, his whole body trembled. He knelt down directly and said excitedly, Father, are you back? Well, I'm back. You brat has always called me kid. What do you think you should do? He, the child is willing to be punished. Xiaozi didn't have the slightest fear, but instead laughed with incomparable excitement. Get up quickly. Tell me, where is your deity? And their situation? As soon as Xuanhuan said this, Xiaozi became even more excited. Unexpectedly, Father, you know so much. You even know that I am a clone. Xiaozi rubbed his hands and said excitedly. Humph, not long ago, I destroyed a clone of that kid Tai Chi. What do you think I don't know? Hearing this, Xiaozi was taken aback for a moment, but immediately widened his eyes and said, I really don't want to beat my father's strength. That's right, I'm indeed a clone, and there's nothing I can do about it. I also sealed my body in a secret place to avoid danger, so that those mysterious forces can't find it. Otherwise, our Yuanyuan 6 gods will be completely destroyed. While talking, he looked at Xuanhuan and found that his aura became extremely deep. He really deserves to be the Emperor of Heaven, the father of the Yuanchu 7 gods, whose strength is unfathomable. Mysterious forces? Could it be that after I left, new creatures appeared in Hongmeng? Xuanhuan frowned. It seemed that something must have happened after he left. Could it be that thing? He instantly remembered the thing staring at him outside the primordial space. Xiaozi began to explain what happened to Hongmeng after Xuanhuan left. It turned out that hundreds of millions of years after Xuanhuan left, the development of Hongmeng reached its peak, and countless strong men were born. One after another, competing for the entire Hongmeng. However, Yuanchu Lucian followed his father's instructions and worked hard to practice without showing up. So the primordial spirit became a legend. Except for a very small number of strong people who know that there is a primordial god on top of the primordial beings, and that there is a real god on top of the primordial god, all the latecomers regard it as just a legend. After hundreds of millions of years, primordial and chaotic creatures began to disappear inexplicably, and still disappear in large numbers. Later, there was even a phenomenon of creatures in a big world disappearing for no reason. It finally caught the attention of the primordial gods. Emperor Taiji, and Baji Supreme went out and investigated the entire Hongmeng. This includes the original space where the father is. But there was no trace of any other living beings. The 4-elephant chaos also searched in his chaos, but to no avail. Later, our 6 gods sent a large number of clones to search more carefully. Finally, the clone of Baji Supreme found clues in the nothingness outside the original space. However, when we received the news and rushed to go, the avatar of Baji Supreme had already fallen and was sucked dry into a mummy. At the same time, the aura of the Baji Supreme himself also dropped, almost dropping a small realm. When we were at a loss, you appeared. We couldn't be happier. I thought I had a backbone again. I found out later that this is a clone of you. The purpose is to prevent those unknown dangers from penetrating into primordial mists and chaos. In the end, according to his suggestion, we all keep a clone outside, and the Deity must be sealed, otherwise, those mysterious creatures will destroy our 6 gods. At that time, Hongmeng and chaos will collapse and destroy. Since then, the avatar of the Emperor of Heaven has been guarding the primordial space, and we have dispatched avatars with intelligence to guard Hongmeng and chaos. Unexpectedly, this method is really good. Such mysterious creatures have never appeared before, and the creatures of primordial and chaotic have never disappeared. However, after a long time, the living beings regarded the primordial gods as a kind of legend. The avatar of the primordial spirit began to swell because of its spiritual intelligence, and it was out of control. The avatar possesses spiritual intelligence and intends to stand on its own. It is understandable. I don't care about this. What I care about is, have you avatars found out the secret of that mysterious creature? Xuanhuan asked. Well, we found it. Hundreds of millions of years ago, we finally found the traces of that mysterious creature on the edge of primordial Meng. But it's a pity that they escaped because of their high spiritual intelligence. 300 years later, the primordial space was suddenly attacked by unknown creatures, and was repelled by your clone. But your clone was also seriously injured. You recuperate in the primordial space. Since then, those creatures have never appeared again. Pass. Ding. Trigger the main mission, find the mysterious creatures. Mission. Details, because the host has learned that there are mysterious creatures invading Hongmeng. If the host finds such mysterious creatures, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken Hongmeng, and a chance to overcome the tribulation of Hongmeng. Opportunity, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken a diehard loyalist, a chance to summon a strong man, 20 chances to peak a strong man, 10 chances to copy a strong man. Xuanhuan, who was listening, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. It made him frown immediately. It seems very important that the mysterious creature can trigger the main quest, otherwise the main quest would not be triggered. In the following time, Xuanhuan learned about other things. In the colored star trail, the fairy baby, who is supreme in Tai Chi, gallops along the star path with an angry expression on his face. At the same time, there was fear on his face. And beside him was a young man. This young man is a chaotic creature, and he is well known in the ancient Holy Land. No one dares to provoke. A few days ago, Emperor Luan accidentally encountered Tai Chi Supreme in the star path. Because the relationship between the two is not bad, so Emperor Luan and Tai Chi Supreme go together. Damn it, the Heavenly Emperor is so powerful, so why is his cultivation level so low the first time I saw him? Could it be that he is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Tai Chi Supreme was very upset, and although he was unwilling, he still decided to leave the land of the ancient sages. Fellow Tai Chi, where are we going? Emperor Luan asked. He didn't ask about what happened to Tai Chi Supreme. Just a little weird. Who is so capable of smashing the body of Tai Chi Supreme? It's ridiculous that Emperor Luan has been practicing, and he doesn't know the information about the Heavenly Emperor's battle with Tai Chi Supreme. Otherwise he would not be so calm. Let's go to Hongmeng. Emperor Luan's body trembled. With his cultivation, would he gain a foothold in going to Hongmeng? Let's go find the primordial god, the real primordial god. Tai Chi Supreme gritted his teeth. He couldn't swallow this revenge, so he wanted to ask his true self to come forward and avenge him. As everyone knows, his true self still wants to bow down to the Emperor of Heaven, so how can he avenge him? The immortal baby with supreme Tai Chi had a ferocious expression on his face. But at this moment, he suddenly stopped. Emperor Luan staggered and almost fell. He followed Tai Chi Supreme's gaze. I saw, on the star path in front of me, an extremely huge blood-colored castle was floating towards this side. There are all kinds of corpses floating behind the Scarlet Castle, stretching for millions of miles. Looking at the number, I am afraid that there are tens of millions. What is that? Emperor Luan felt scalp numbness, shortness of breath, and cramps in his calves. At this moment, Tai Chi Supreme's complexion has changed drastically. How is this possible? How did he come out? The fairy baby, who was supremely Tai Chi, was trembling, with a terrified expression. At this time a gloomy voice came out from that castle. Hong Meng turned into a catastrophe. Feed me, Ming Buddha has no life. Ming Fo. Tai Chi Supreme's eyes widened immediately. He turned around and rolled Emperor Luan through the space next to him to avoid obstacles and disappeared into the star path. Tai Chi Supremacy ran away in embarrassment. Even Nailan Qing didn't let Tai Chi Supreme turn around and run away, which shows how terrifying the master in Scarlet Castle really is. The Scarlet Castle continued to move forward, followed by hundreds of millions of mummies, walking like evil spirits at night. 6 Emperor City, in a small courtyard. Xuanhuan asked strangely, you mean that Xixiang Chaos established a big world called Honghuang somewhere in order to intercept Hongming's luck? Yes, Xixiang Chaos not only established a big world there, but also left his clone there, named it Hongjun Daozu, and accumulated Hongming Ziki for him to cultivate. Every billions of years, he will personally go back and absorb the accumulated primordial purple energy. It's just that, ever since this deity took all the strong men, magic weapons, etc. in the prehistoric world into the system in a fit of anger, he never got a trace of primordial purple energy. Because this matter was carried out in secret, Xixiang Chaos has always thought that those mysterious creatures from the outside world destroyed his plan, so he hates those creatures the most. Having said that, Xiaozi smiled wickedly. There was some pride in his expression. What you said is a bit general. The 4-element chaos should have greater ambitions, Xuanhuan said with a half-smile. Well, that's right, he really meant that, otherwise he wouldn't be able to open up a hidden world in a remote place in the primordial world. Xiaozi shook his head, quite helplessly. Then are the other primordial gods still sealing themselves? Where are they? Giant spirit god, Teibai Jinxing, Huitsubing, where are they now? Although the primordial gods have unsealed themselves, they are all trapped in the original space. On the one hand, in order not to expose their aura, so as not to attract the attention of mysterious creatures, on the other hand, they are also protecting the original space. As for the other 3, I really don't know. But they are still alive and did not perish in the primordial tribulation. As soon as Xiaozi's voice fell, Xuanhuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that what he was worried about had still happened. What is that mysterious creature? Xuanhuan always feels that things are not that simple. It seems that there is something driving all this behind. Could it be it? He suddenly remembered the gaze that had been staring at him at the beginning of Hongmeng. Father, since you have awakened the memory of your previous life, I will go back and tell the deity the news. It is time for them to be born. Then let them welcome the return of the Emperor of Heaven. Xiaozi said. Okay, you go back, remember to let them keep an eye on those mysterious Things for me. After Xiaozi nodded, he turned and left. After he disappeared, Xuanhuan sorted out Xiaozi's words just now, and came to the conclusion that the current Hongmeng has expanded tens of thousands of times compared to the beginning of Hongmeng. And the strongest is Xiaozi's deity, not the always ambitious Xixiong. Chaos. In addition, there are many original primordial beings in Hongmeng, such as Emperor Xuanhuan, Heavenly Demon Emperor, etc., are all original primordial beings. What he is most concerned about now is the backhand he arranged at the beginning of Hongmeng, and they don't know what happened. He tried to call up the attribute lists of the three, but they were all unknown. Afterwards, Xuanhuan called out the attribute list of Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei of the Arctic, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the four royals. Lucky level, Taishan creation supreme realm Dzogchen. Cultivation method, Ziwei Dafa. Supernatural powers, sprinkling beans into soldiers. Complete war puppet. Magic weapon, thousands of beans. Emperor Ziwei sword. Loyalty, 94/100. Looking at the attribute list of Emperor Ziwei Great Arctic, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Taishan Good Fortune Supreme Realm Dzogchen. It directly refreshed Haoyan Court's highest cultivation record. However, this is not unique. After he came back, he completed a task and got a chance to awaken the primordial consciousness, a superlimit awakening, a loyal awakening, a primordial transcendence, and 20 other rewards. Next, he plans to promote his subordinates, at least to create a super strong man to sit in Haoyan Tian. Then he will enter Hongmeng. Xiao Tian, go and find Yuan Hong. Your order. After a while, when Yuan Hong arrived, Xuanhuan did not hesitate. System, awaken Yuan Hongmeng. Following Xuanhuan's instructions in his heart, Guan Yu was sucked into the system world. 10 seconds later. Ding. Yuan Hongmeng awakened successfully. May the host release it? Don't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Yuan Hong, from status, one of the 7 sages of Meishan. Bloodline, demon ape bloodline. Supernatural powers, 72 transformations of earth evil spirits. Kung Fu, 89 mysterious Kung Fu. Magical weapon, iron bar, ancestor Vajra body, shattered void transformation. Lucky level, Taishan creation supreme realm Dzogchen. The said avenue, fighting avenue. Affiliated creation, demon ape Dafa. Loyalty, 100/100. Taishan good fortune supreme realm Dzogchen. As expected of Yuan Hong, his strength is his strength. In this way, I will have nothing to worry about. Immediately, Xuanhuan released it. As soon as Yuan Hong came out, he knelt down to Xuanhuan with an extremely calm face. But the heart is really excited. Seeing this, as soon as Xuanhuan flipped his hand over, a long stick with runes all over it appeared. A layer of purple flames lingered on the surface. Yuan Hong, this treasure is called the Zhenhai Western Cudgel, and it is the supreme treasure of the primordial origin, and it is now in your hands. After speaking, he handed the purple stick in his hand to Yuan Hong. When Yuan Hong saw it, his eyes straightened instantly. This stick was too suitable for him. With a happy mood, Yuan Hong left the small courtyard. The system extracts the inheritance of Taoism. There was another chance to extract the inheritance of Taoism, and Xuanhuan decided to use it up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the copy avenue. Copy avenue? What the hell? The so-called Tao of copying means that when you fight against an opponent, You only need to absorb a drop of the opponent's blood to copy all the opponent's spells and supernatural powers, but the cultivation base and realm cannot be copied. The systematic explanation made Xuanhuan's eyes light up suddenly. In just 1 month, the news that Tai Chi supremacy was blasted by the heavenly emperor spread throughout the ancient sacred land. The Emperor of Heaven kills Tai Chi Supreme in seconds, and the Emperor of Heaven is merciful, and finally lets go of Tai Chi Supreme's fairy baby. At the same time, Haotian court began to use troops on a large scale, attacking the surrounding plains that had been vacillating. At the same time, more and more planar masters voluntarily came to Haotian court to surrender, and dense crowds came to Six Emperors City every day, causing an uproar. After Hao Tianting took over the ancient sacred land, the strength displayed was incomparable to that of the previous 6 emperors of the human race. Not surprisingly, Haotian court will be the first force to unify the old sacred land. On this day, a monstrous coercion suddenly descended on Six Emperors City. At the same time, a majestic voice suddenly sounded over the Six Emperors City. Emperor, get out and die? As soon as the sound came out, the entire Six Emperors City exploded in an instant. At the same time, figures with a strong aura escaped from various places in the city, and arrived at the sky above the Six Emperors City in an instant, far away from the visitor. I saw a young man in a golden brocade robe standing upside down in the sky above the Six Emperors City. This person's breath is erratic, like gas, which is unpredictable. What are you? How dare you come to Haotian court to shout? Monkey King jumped out and shouted at the comer. Humph, ask the heavenly emperor to come out. If he dares to kill me, I will make sure he dies badly. Xixiang Shenjun said indifferently. Although there are rumors in the entire ancient sacred land that the heavenly emperor killed Tai Chi Supreme in one move, but he didn't believe it. Today he will kill the father of the primordial spirit here. Take away his inheritance, everything about him, even his true self, chaos, will have nothing to do with him. Humph, if there is a way to heaven, you don't want to go, but if there is no way to hell, you insist on breaking in. Now that you're here, let me stay here. At this time, Xuanhuan appeared in the sky above the Six Emperors City, sitting on the Supreme 9-dragon chair, followed closely by Yuan Hong. Wow, your majesty has come out. This kid is dead. Even Tai Chi supremacy was instantly killed by his majesty. Can this kid end? Well, fuck him, let him know how powerful our Haotian court is. For a while, the entire Six Emperors City was full of discussions. They all looked at Xixiang Shenjun with pity. Heavenly Emperor, although your status is different, so what, will I be afraid? Hurry up and die. Xixiang Shenjun said contemptuously. A Taishan creation supreme is going to kill him in the early stage? What a daydream. Now he no longer believes in the rumors that Tai Chi supremacy was instantly killed by the Emperor of Heaven. I think Xuanhuan is doing it. Boy, dare to yell at my majesty, it seems that you don't want to live. Yuan Hong slowly walked out from behind Xuanhuan, carrying the Zhenhai Western stick. Seeing this, Xixiang Shenjun frowned slightly, but immediately he didn't care. A hairy monkey, I don't know where to learn the supernatural power of concealing cultivation, so I want to make up for it. He couldn't see through Yuan Hong's cultivation, and thought that Yuan Hong had covered up his cultivation, so he didn't care at all. Hey, you won't know until you fight. Yuan Hong didn't talk nonsense anymore, a guy in the middle stage of Taishan Creation Supreme Realm dared to bully his majesty, he really wanted to die. Yuan Hong straightened up and swept it away with a stick without any fanfare. At the same time, the cultivation base of Taishan Creation Supreme Realm Dzogchen broke out with a bang. The Xixiang Shinjun on the opposite side immediately widened his eyes. You. He wanted to say something, but Yuan Hong's Shanghai Western stick directly hit him without giving him a chance. Boom. The four-elephant lord was blasted by Yuan Hong without even screaming. The sky above the Six Emperors city was completely silent. Everyone looked at the mighty Yuan Hong in shock. I don't speak for a long time. This guy. Sun Wukong, Wuziki, and the six-eared three monkeys scratched their ears and cheeks anxiously. The strength of Yuan Hong made the three monkeys extremely depressed. With a flash of inspiration, the fairy baby of the four-elephant god suddenly appeared. He glanced at Yuan Hong in horror, and was about to flee in the void. Yuan Hong, kill him. Su Haoyan's voice sounded, making Xixiang Shinjun even more frightened. Half of his fairy baby had already melted into the void, but at this moment, Yuan Hong swept over with a stick. Boom, immortal infant couldn't bear the power of the stick, and exploded directly. Ding. Complete the main task. Attention of the four-elephant gods. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limits, and a chance to awaken the loyalist's chance. 1 chance for the system's favor, 10 chances for a dungeon of the strong, and 10 chances for the peak of the strong. The system prompt sounded, heralding the fall of the four elephants god. Sovereign. The starry sky was silent. Whether it is the human race in the Six Emperors city, or the spies of the major forces, they all looked at all this in shock. The four elephants god sovereign fell unexpectedly. The Emperor of Heaven picked down another super strong man. First, the Emperor of Heaven killed Tai Chi Supreme with a single palm, and then his generals came out and killed the four elephants god sovereign with one stick. The Heavenly Emperor is basically invincible in the ancient sacred land? All of a sudden, the voices of discussion erupted everywhere in the ancient holy place, pushing the name of the Emperor of Heaven to a very high place. After this battle, Haotian Court's unification of the old sacred land is already a certainty. On this day, Su Haoyan left Yuan Hong in the Haotian Court to guard, and led Monkey King Yang Jian and a group of strong men to appear in the colorful star path with great momentum. The targets of their trip are the Golden Crow Clan, Nether Ghost Cult, Qing Ming Clan, and Chaos Temple. Your Majesty, you have finally set off again. Wuziki stood beside the Supreme Nine Dragon chair and said excitedly. He knew that this time he had a chance to improve his cultivation. Not only him, but also other powerhouses have the same idea. This battle against Hongmeng is of great significance to them, and even the entire Haotian. Tian. Everyone should perform well when the time comes, and I will promote you. Su Haoyan said. The strong men who are following him now have all had their bloodlines transformed by him. At that time, they only need to awaken beyond the limit, cross the tribulation of the primordial, and awaken in the primordial. All the strong men nodded desperately like chickens pecking at rice. However, at this moment, Mo Yentian suddenly looked up with a feeling. Hey, what breath? Kai Yuan also felt something, and looked up. At this time everyone felt that they looked at each other. I saw a blood-colored castle flying in front, and behind the castle were hundreds of Millions of mummified corpses, vast and mighty, extremely terrifying and infiltrating. Scarlet Castle, could it be some evil giant? Xuanhuan frowned and asked, whoosh. No one answered his words, because no one knew. Xuanhuan's eyes were all set on the huge scarlet castle in front of him. Especially the breath wafting from the castle made his eyes widen and his brows not only wrinkled. Fuck, it can't be such a coincidence, can it? You just ran into him when you came back? Xuanhuan's expression suddenly became weird. The incarnation of Hongmeng is in great catastrophe, but I am the only Ming Buddha who has no fate. The eerie voice came from the Scarlet Castle, which was shocking and had the power to confuse the mind. Everyone be careful, there are powerful beings in this castle. Mo Yantian, Emperor Kaiyuan reminded. At this time, Ying Jing and Mo Yantian, the highest cultivation bases here, and Emperor Kaiyuan all looked extremely ugly. They couldn't even spy on the atmosphere in the castle. Can't see what's inside. Mingfo? This aura has the original aura. Could it be him? Xuanhuan's expression became more and more strange. I didn't expect that little guy back then to become like this. That's right. Back then he had a devilish energy, and it was a demonic energy. It's understandable that he became like this now. I just don't know what happened to the giant spirit god. After Xuanhuan affirmed the creatures in the castle, he immediately thought of the giant spirit god. Then, Xuanhuan's expression became calm. Master, let's leave. This thing has a weird origin, and it's not something we can deal with. Mo Yantian spoke persuasively. Although he has been imprisoned for countless millions of years, the news in Hongmeng is still known. It was because he knew what was inside that he was horrified and persuaded Xuanhuan to leave. It's okay, he won't hurt me. Xuanhuan's expression was calm, without any trace of fear. Instead, there is a trace of reminiscence. Master, I think we should go. If the apprentice's guess is correct, the creature in this castle is called Ming Buddha, and it is an existence that is older than the current primordial creature. It can almost be concluded that he should be the first batch of primordial creatures. Every time it appears, it will be accompanied by killing and death. It is extremely powerful. Mo Yantian's expression became more serious. Mingfo? Everyone was taken aback when they heard this name. Hearing this name, he looked like a Buddha, but why was he so evil? It's okay, he won't hurt me if he hurts anyone. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned. Does His Majesty know this evil Buddha? How is this possible? At this time, the scarlet castle in front of him stopped suddenly, and the scarlet gate of the castle trembled suddenly, and opened with a bang. A thick enough to make people sick, even dizzy blood sprayed out from inside. Then a cold voice sounded. Xuanhuan laughed. Original qi? How is it possible? Why do you have the original qi, and your breath? His voice was full of doubts. He paused for a moment, and then continued, no. Your primordial qi is purer than those primordial gods. Could it be that you are also a primordial god? Impossible? Origin qi? Primordial spirit? When everyone heard these two words, their faces were full of doubts. Mo Yantian's expression changed drastically. He muttered to himself. Master is a primordial god? Impossible? Who is the primordial god? That is an existence above the entire primordial spirit, and even the chaos was created by the primordial gods, which shows how defiant the primordial gods are. Therefore, it is impossible for Xuanhuan to be a primordial god. Of course I am not a primordial god, Xuanhuan said softly. But immediately he went on to say, I am the father of the primordial god. Mingfo. Mo Tian. The corners of the mouths of the others twitched, speechless. After Mingfo was silent for a few seconds, the entire Scarlet Castle suddenly trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, a figure as tall as 3 feet walked out step by step from inside. Although there is a word Buddha in his name, he is wearing a blood-red armor and a blood-colored helmet, covering his entire head. Only 2 blood-red eyes were exposed. As soon as he appeared, his eyes were fixed on Xuanhuan. Those eyes were full of doubts, puzzlement, shock, and even a hint of excitement. Are you the Emperor of Heaven? After a while, Mingfo asked. The voice was as gloomy and cold as before, but it was still cold. Why do you remember? But it's not right, you should have been a child back then? Xuanhuan didn't answer Mingfo's question, but asked back. But it was just this rhetorical question that instantly made Mingfo's tall body tremble. Obviously, he understood what Xuanhuan said. Mo Tian and other powerful men in Haoyan court showed doubts on their faces. I don't know what Xuanhuan is talking about. Of course I didn't know when I was young. I'm a person with no destiny. I don't know where I came from, and where I'm going is even more unclear. But as my cultivation became more and more advanced, something appeared in my mind. A figure. Although I don't know which figure has anything to do with me. But I know that I was able to live until now, by hiding in the arms of the Emperor of Heaven. And you are very similar to the figure in my mind. Although I can't be completely sure, I have a strong hunch that you and I have an unusual relationship. I need to find out. It's okay, think about it slowly, you will always remember it. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Mingfo fell into deep thought immediately. After a long time, he asked again, can you tell me, are you really the Emperor of Heaven? Well, yes, I am the Emperor of Heaven. Mingfo frowned, feeling even more puzzled. The Heavenly Emperor should be the highest god at the beginning of Hongmeng. Why is he so weak? But he resembles the figure in my head, how can this be explained? After thinking for a long time, even if he was as strong as Ming Buddha, he couldn't figure it out, so he simply ignored Xuanhuan, turned around and walked into the Scarlet Castle. In the next second, the huge castle fluttered again, at an even faster speed. Mingfo is so powerful that even Yingjing, who has the highest level of cultivation, can't see through it. Boy, where are you going? Xuanhuan suddenly asked with interest. Although he recognized Mingfo's identity, it was obvious that Mingfo hadn't realized it yet. But if the other party goes to the land of the ancient sages and threatens Hao Tianting, he can't miss the old love, and he will make a move when it's time to make a move. At the beginning, he gave Mingfo to the giant spirit god to raise him. Mingfo did not know the reason for this. I'm going to the other side of the ancient sacred land, where there is a primordial creature called Heavenly Demon Emperor, who needs my care. Mingfo transported away in the blink of an eye, his voice was vague and cold. Coupled with the hundreds of millions of mummies floating behind the castle, it gave people an absolute eerie feeling. Heavenly Demon Emperor? What does this kid have to do with the Heavenly Demon Emperor? Could it be a friend? Everyone else secretly wondered, who was the Heavenly Demon Emperor? Everyone is confused. Let's go to the nether ghost cult that is closest to the old sacred land for our first battle. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. Neither the Ming Buddha nor the heavenly demon Emperor is in his eyes. He has only one purpose in this operation, and that is to destroy the temple of chaos, the Tianwu clan, the Qingming clan, and the nether ghost cult. Mingfo, who had gone far away, was sitting in the castle, his face under the helmet, was extremely puzzled. It's too similar, it's really too similar. Whether it's the statue enshrined in the master's cave, or the figure that has always existed in my mind, they all look too similar to him. Could it be that the heavenly emperor has returned? His voice echoed in the empty castle, but unfortunately no one could answer him. In the nether universe, Diqing Tian, the leader of the nether ghost cult, sat on the throne of the leader, and there were countless black shadows with strong breath standing below him. At this time, he was listening to the reports of the believers below. Listen to reports from subordinates. The leader, the Tianwu, has now captured half of the universe of the Golden Crow clan, and the old nest of the Golden Crow clan is at stake. The ancestors of the Golden Crow clan, in a few words, hope that the leader will send troops to help, and there will be great thanks in the future. Master, my subordinates feel that it is not appropriate for us to send troops at this time. The reason is that the Tiandi Academy has also participated in the action to encircle and suppress the Jinwu tribe, but the Confucianism has not moved, and has been watching us, so we should protect our own. It's good to stand. Just as the believer finished speaking, a black shadow on the hall continued to speak. Well, you're right. Our divine cult will not interfere in their fights. The Guardian Alliance would not dare to cross Nan Hongmeng to attack our west Hongmeng, even if the leader of the sect decides that day. Diqing Tian said contemptuously. By the way, Hierarch, it is said that the Emperor Hongmeng is about to leave the customs. Now the whole of Beihongming has exploded. At this time, another black shadow came out from below and said, North Hongmeng? Emperor Quan? Diqing Tian's originally lazy figure immediately sat up straight. His expression also became serious. He asked in a deep voice, what you said is true. The subordinates dare not speak nonsense, this news is absolutely true. As soon as these words came out, the countless black shadows in the hall suddenly became commotion. It was rumored that Emperor Quan was the earliest primordial being, and also the first group of undefeated emperors. To them, the primordial gods were myths, while Emperor Quan was a legend. Diqing Tian fell into deep thought. Although he was regarded as a strong man in Hongmeng, he was nothing compared to the first batch of Hongmeng creatures. So when he heard the news of Emperor Quan's birth, he became worried. Could it be that another grand tribulation is coming soon? Your Majesty, that is Hongmeng, and the Nether Ghost sect is in one of the universes. At this moment, Basya spoke. He once ventured into the primordial realm, and although he escaped death, he has a relatively clear division of the strengths of the 4 primordial realms. Hearing these words, all the powerhouses immediately became excited. They were gearing up, excited with a little nervousness. Hearing this, Xuanhuan raised his head and looked into the distance across the starry sky. At this time, they were already far away from the land of the ancient sages, and they were already in the primordial world. The entire primordial purple chi is permeated with dense primordial purple chi. But this primordial purple chi is simply incomparable with the primordial Purple chi in the beginning of primordial. The entire primordial starry sky is extremely vast. Looking around, the stars are dotted, densely packed, countless. And every star has the breath of life on it. Obviously there are creatures on it. The powerhouses standing on the clouds also looked at the vast starry sky curiously. For them, this was the first time they had come to Hongmeng. So, it's a novelty. Soon, everyone found the lair of the Nether Ghost cult. As one of the most powerful forces in Zhihongmeng, the Nether Ghost sect controls dozens of universes, and the universe where their lair lives is extremely vast. As soon as you enter it, you can see the evil spirit floating in the air. There are zombie puppets everywhere, corpses with dull faces and dull eyes. The entire universe looked extremely eerie. There are pitch-black castles and attics everywhere, in which are inhabited by mighty powerful men. Wu Zhiqi wiped his sweat and said, "What the hell, there are so many strong people." He only has the cultivation base of the great master of chaos, and he feels extremely weak here, and there are creatures stronger than himself everywhere. Sun Wukong, Shuirengue, Xuanhuan, and other powerhouses watched their surroundings nervously, fearing that headless ghosts would sneak up on them. Among them, Xuanhuan has the highest cultivation base, and the rest are only Yingjing, Nuwa, and Lubu with the highest cultivation base. They all have the cultivation base of the 9 profound void realm. You wait and stop. At this time, tens of thousands of ghost figures flew in front of the crowd, condensed in the middle, and turned into a 100-foot-high ghost figure. This figure is wearing a pitch-black battle armor, with blue flames shining in his eyes, like 2 torches, and a pitch-black spear in his hands, shining with a cold light. The late stage of the 9 profound void realm. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. This is equivalent to the border of the ghost sect. It is normal to send experts to guard nature. When Xuanhuan said this, everyone was shocked. Even a gatekeeper general is so powerful, so how many strong people are there? Xuanhuan frowned, released his breath immediately, and prepared to fight. Shan Xiongxin, come here. Xuanhuan spoke at this moment. Everyone became excited immediately. Although they are not themselves, they are still excited. Shan Xiongxin stepped forward excitedly and knelt down. The minister is here. The system let Shan Xiongxin Hongmeng overcome the calamity. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Immediately, a golden light appeared between Xuanhuan's eyebrows and sucked Shan Xiongxin in. At the same time, Yingjing took the lead and blasted at the gatekeeper on the opposite side with a single palm. Yingjing slapped lightning like lightning, and the speed was extremely fast. The guards on the opposite side were waiting for Xuanhuan and others to make a sound, but they didn't expect that it was indeed Yingjing's monstrous slap to fight, but just raised his hand to block. The whole person was instantly wiped out by the giant palm that fell from the sky, and his soul was scattered. Yingjing's cultivation level is comparable to that of a gatekeeper, but he is an ancestor dragon, so there is no problem in leapfrogging challenges, let alone fighting at the same level. This kind of result made everyone very excited. They are all gearing up. Ding! Shan Xiongxin successfully crossed the tribulation of Hongmeng. May the host release it? Shan Tong, from the romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Identity, the first mysterious bee in the world. Magic weapon, cold bone white spear. Dao inheritance, Xianfeng Dao. Lucky level, 9 profound void realm Dzogchen. Cultivation method, heaven and earth Jew. Loyalty, 100/100. 9 Profound Void Realm Great Consummation. It's okay, but still not enough. Let's kill all the way, no one needs to hide their breath. At this time, Xuanhuan opened his mouth and gave orders. As soon as his words fell, everyone immediately released their suppressed breath. Humph, who are you bastards, dare to harass my nether ghost cult? As soon as the aura of the crowd appeared, there was a voice of fury from the distant Xuanhuan peak, and at the same time, a terrifying aura crushed all the way. Suddenly, a pitch-black light shot out from the giant peak, and it came to everyone in the blink of an eye. At the same time, powerful auras came from all directions, rushing from all directions. The aura of Xuanhuan and others gathered together, so powerful, it alarmed the entire nether ghost cult in the blink of an eye. I am the Emperor of Heaven, and I have come today to destroy your ghost sect. Xuanhuan's voice rolled out, instantly resounding throughout the universe. Boom! The entire nether ghost sect exploded in an instant. Not long ago, the Golden Crow clan was almost taken over by the Tianwu League. They were planning to watch a show, but they didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor to kill them so soon. Heavenly Emperor? Haha, it's really easy to find nowhere to go. We haven't troubled you yet, but you came first. Emperor of Heaven? I heard that he covered the sky with one hand in the ancient sacred land. Why did you come to Xuanhuan? All kinds of roars and voices of doubt resounded through the starry sky. Countless ghosts roared towards them, surrounding everyone in the blink of an eye. Everyone, prepare to fight. Emperor Xuanhuan said solemnly. Release Shan Xiongxin. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. Then he said, where is Kong Xian? The minister is here. Kong Xian took a step forward and said excitedly. Finally, it was his turn. He wants to show off his majestic appearance and fight for Haotian Tian. System, let Kong Xian Hongmeng overcome the catastrophe. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Then Kong Xian was sucked in by the system. Afterwards, Xuanhuan instantly activated his dragon energy. Ever since he became the supreme powerhouse of Taishan good fortune, his Emperor Flame Dragon Qi has released as many as 18 paths. The Emperor Flame Dragon Qi burst out suddenly, and under the blessing of Lai Yan Dao and the 5 elements Dao, it blasted away in all directions. The sinister black energy that surged in was instantly submerged in it. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. The powerhouses of Haotian court were stunned immediately. They haven't made a move yet. Shan Xiongxin, who just appeared, hasn't shown himself in style, and the enemy has been wiped out by Xuanhuan alone? Okay, move on. Xuanhuan's calm voice pulled everyone back from their sluggishness. At the same time, black air continued to attack from all directions, but under the Emperor Flame Dragon Qi extending thousands of miles, all of them were annihilated in ashes. The scene was spectacular. Ding! Kong Xian Hongmeng successfully crossed the tribulation. Did the host choose to release it? At this time, the system prompt sounded. Xuanhuan ordered with a blank face. Release, bring up the property list. Kong Xian, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, red peacock with small eyes and crown, the first peacock in the world. Fruit position, peacock daming king. Luck level, Taishan good fortune to the late stage of the supreme realm. Kung Fu, Great Ming Wang Jing. Ability, 5-color divine light. Loyalty, 100/100. The late stage of Taishan creation supreme realm. Xuanhuan's eyes widened, feeling incredible. But after thinking about it for a second, I was relieved. Xian's bloodline has been changed into a chaotic creature by him, and he is no longer the peacock in the prehistoric period. But his blood is still peacock, and he is the first peacock in the world. During the chaos period, it's normal to have such a cultivation base. When Xuanhuan was feeling emotional, a white figure flew out from between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. It was Xian. He quickly passed through the Emperor Flame Dragon Qi, waving his hands again, and a series of colorful divine lights flew out, brushing away the demons and ghosts along the way. Those demons and ghosts disappeared in pieces, and the scene was extremely spectacular. You demons and ghosts all die. Xuanfei was at the front of the team, brushing away the demons and ghosts, and at the same time everyone moved faster. Haha, brother did a great job. With a long roar, Li Yuanba raised his hammer and rushed out. As a militant, even if his cultivation level is not as good as Xian's, he can't help but feel excited and want to join the battle. Not only him, but Sun Wukong, the six-eared macaque, Wuziki, and other militants flew out one after another. Even if they were bombarded back, they didn't care. For them, it's all about fighting. Lu Bu and Yingjing stared at Xian, who was dominating the battlefield. And he was shocked. So amazing. The rest of the powerhouses also looked at Xian in amazement. Emperor Kaiyuan, Mo Yentian Baxia, and Lai Yang clenched their fists tightly. They all looked at Xuanhuan one after another. Just how strong is Xuanhuan? In the blink of an eye, a supreme powerhouse of Taishan good fortune was created. At this time, Xuanhuan grew tall again in the hearts of several people. Mo Yentian and Baxia controlled the cloud group to move forward. In front, Xian, Li Yuanba, Sun Wukong, Wuziki, and six-eared macaque opened the way. The huge starry sky of the Nether Ghost cult was filled with the smell of blood, and a strong man named the Nether Ghost cult was mercilessly killed. The scene was extremely tragic. Stop. Di Qingtian finally couldn't sit still anymore, and flew from a star. In the blink of an eye, they blocked everyone's way. Heavenly Emperor, you are deceiving people too much. Di Qingtian roared again and again. In the fight just now, the Nether Ghost cult suffered heavy losses. Make him very angry. Bullying too much? When you Nether Ghost sect went to the land of the ancient sages and bullied us Heoshianshan, didn't you bully people too much? Di Jun shouted coldly. Bastard, stop talking nonsense. Since you have done it, you must have the consciousness to die. Brush. Xian waved his palms repeatedly, and in an instant, more than 1 billion ghosts disappeared. The entire Nether Ghost cult was shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. Boy, you. Seeing this, Di Qingtian was so angry that he almost couldn't hold back his anger. He was about to curse a few words, but Xian slapped him with a palm. Boom. Emperor Qing Tianxia consciously raised his palm to meet him. But I felt a piercing pain hit my heart. When he looked closely, his arms were completely gone. In an instant, blood flowed profusely. The pain caused him to scream terribly. It's about to explode backwards. However, Xian had already taken out his magic weapon at this time, a shining silver sword. It was the silver light sword that Xuanhuan bestowed on him, a treasure of chaos. As the sword light flickered, it directly hit Di Qingtian's body. In an instant, half of his body was blasted to pieces. Di Qingtian's fairy baby flew out from the other half of his body, and was about to escape. Kong Xian held out his sword, and he wanted to kill Emperor Qing Tian with a single blow. But at this moment, a loud bang suddenly sounded. "Stop, keep people under the sword." When Kong Xian heard this, he didn't stop, but stretched out his hand to grab Emperor Qing Tian's fairy baby, but with the appearance of this voice, a hole was suddenly torn open above him, and a monstrous giant, the claws, stretched out, and they were about to grab Di Qing Tian's fairy baby. "Humph, who agreed with you to rescue him?" Xuanhuan's majestic voice sounded, and he grabbed it from afar, and Di Qing Tian's fairy baby was photographed by him immediately. All the powerhouses immediately looked at Xuanhuan in disbelief, including Kong Xian. "So fast." Kong Xian muttered to himself in shock. He didn't even see clearly how Xuanhuan took Di Qing Tian's fairy baby into his hands. At this time, the giant claw suddenly disappeared, and a tall figure stepped out of the void. This person was wearing a purple gold brocade robe, with a full beard and a grim face, thick eyebrows and big eyes. As soon as he appeared, he stared at Xuanhuan and shouted, "Who are you? My God, which onion are you?" Xuanhuan sat lazily on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair and asked in a cold voice. Di Qing Tian's fairy baby was wrapped in a layer of golden dragon energy, trembling, not daring to move an inch. "I am Jin Jiang under Emperor Long. Although the Nether Ghost sect has done a lot of evil, it is a giant in western Hongmeng and possesses the good fortune of Hongmeng, so you can't kill him," the brocade-robed man said politely. At the same time, in his mind, a piece of news that recently resounded through half of Hongmeng appeared. It is said that both Taiji Supreme and Xixiang Shenjun were killed by an overlord of the ancient Holy Land called Tiandi. Could it be that this person failed? However, this son actually dared to address him as the Emperor of Heaven. He really didn't want to live. The term Emperor of Heaven is absolutely taboo in the background. It doesn't matter if someone proclaims himself Emperor, as long as you have the strength. But it cannot be called the Emperor of Heaven, because that is taboo. "What is Emperor Long?" Kong Xian asked, while holding the sword. With his Taishan Creation Supreme Realm cultivation base, he can feel that this Jin Jiang is not weaker than him. So how strong should Longdi be? Emperor Long is the ruler of Zihongmeng. Jin Jiang opened his mouth and said. The expression is extremely respectful. "Humph, what dares to stop me?" Xuanhuan said coldly, bang, and directly crushed Di Qing Tian's fairy baby. Di Qing Tian disappeared instantly. Ding. Complete the subquest Emperor Qing Tian's killing intent. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to cross the tribulation of Hongmeng, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken diehard loyalists, a chance to system the opportunity of ends, 3 opportunities for the strong to peak. The system prompt sounded, and the sound was extremely beautiful. Boy, you are too overconfident. Jin Jiang didn't expect that after he reported Emperor Long's name, the other party still didn't show face, and slapped him and Emperor Long fiercely in the face. Hee, what's the matter, are you not convinced? Xuanhuan looked at Jin Jiang contemptuously, and said lightly. In order to prevent Jin Jiang from making a move, Kong Xian immediately became alert. The air machine locked onto Jin Jiang firmly. Heavenly Emperor, you are making a big deal out of it. Emperor Long knows this, and you and your power will be retaliated crazily. Jin Jiang threatened. Are you threatening me? Believe it or not, I'm leaving you here now? Xuanhuan already had killing intent in his heart, no one in this world dared to threaten him. Even the Hongmeng gods were created by him. What long? Emperor, what a ball. I hope you don't regret it. Jin Jiang could also see that he had nothing to do with Su Haoyan, but if he left like this, where would he put his face? Standing in the void, walking is neither, nor is not walking. Very embarrassing. Boy, don't talk about the Nether Ghost sect, even the Jinwu clan, Qingming clan, and even the Chaos Temple. If you don't agree, you can come up and do it. Su Haoyan said arrogantly. Jin Jiang was anxious, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Arrogance, you will pay for your own stupidity. Get out. Or I'll kill you. Su Haoyan coldly interrupted Jin Jiang's words. Jin Jiang took a hard look at Su Haoyan, turned around and left. If you are ashamed, you will be ashamed. Jin Jiang also had no choice, he only had the late-stage cultivation of Taishan Good Fortune Supreme Realm. There were two Taishan Good Fortune Supreme Realm, one of them was still in the same realm as himself, and he was not sure to defeat the opponent. Humph, you're so useless and so arrogant, are you pretending? Li Yuanba said contemptuously. Jin Jiang, who had just turned to leave, staggered and almost fell in the air. He wished he could turn around and fight Kong Xian for 300 rounds. Unfortunately, he was not sure that he would survive. Endure it. But one day I will kill the Emperor of Heaven. I'm just a deceitful person, tell Emperor Long to let him avenge me. Thinking of Jin Jiang slowly flying away. Ding. Trigger a side mission. Jin Jiang's anger. Mission details, Jin Jiang is angry in his heart, and wants to move out of Emperor Long to find the host's trouble. If the host kills Emperor Long, the system will reward the host with a chance to cross the tribulation of Hongmeng, and a call from the strong. A chance to awaken beyond the limit, and 5 chances to copy the strong. Just when Jin Jiang had just flown out of the 100 miles, the system notification sound suddenly rang in Su Haoyan's mind. Hearing the system prompt, Su Haoyan's eyes lit up, and he wanted to spare your life. But since you triggered the mission, I'm sorry, you'd better die. After thinking about it, Su Haoyan disappeared in a flash, causing the strong man beside him to look at each other, not knowing why Su Haoyan disappeared. On the other side, Jin Jiang was cursing angrily. Suddenly, Su Haoyan appeared beside him out of thin air, raised his right hand, and the 8th form of the Futian palm burst out, directly imprinting on Jin Jiang's body. What? Jin Jiang was caught off guard, he didn't even know why Su Haoyan let him go. And wanted to kill him, but before he could scream, he shattered. There is no way to fight back at all. Ding. Complete the side mission. Jin Jiang's wrath. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial mist, a chance to be summoned by a strong man, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and 5 chances to copy a strong man. The system prompt sounded, which represented that he had completed the task. This is also the fastest task he has completed. Su Haoyan patted the dust that didn't exist at all, and Shiran returned to the Supreme 9 Dragon Chair. Kong Xian and other powerhouses looked at Su Haoyan with strange eyes, and everyone was confused. Why did Su Haoyan just disappear and come back? Your Majesty, let him go and kill him. Have you changed your mind? When Kong Xian said this, everyone was shocked. They could tell that Jin Jiang's aura was as strong as Kong Xian's. They were on par in strength, but in such a short period of time, Su Haoyan killed Jin Jiang. Just imagine how strong Su Haoyan must be. For a moment, everyone looked at Su Haoyan with even more awe. It's nothing, I suddenly found it interesting to kill him. Su Haoyan's answer almost made Li Yuanba shout 666. Your Majesty is still the original Majesty, still as domineering as ever. Let's go, kill the Jinwu clan, then go to the Qingming clan, and finally we are doing the Chaos Temple. Su Haoyan said casually. At this time, the strong man who went to search for the treasure also returned to the team. Judging by his excited expression, he must have gained a lot from this trip. Your Majesty, we have gained a lot. Xuanhuan couldn't help trembling in his heart. The background of the Nether Ghost sect is not comparable to that of ordinary forces. He respectfully handed over a super double storage magic weapon to Su Haoyan, and he still couldn't restrain his excitement in his heart. Well, not bad, the harvest is not bad. Su Haoyan's spiritual consciousness went deep into the storage magic weapon. And he smiled slightly, especially when he saw the high-level spirit stone. Inside like a giant mountain, he was even more happy in his heart. With these spirit stones, the development of Haoyan Court will be even faster. Just like that, everyone left West Hongmeng and flew towards the Golden Crow clan in South Hongmeng. Because the battle of the Nether Ghost cult was very fierce, many forces in Zhihongmeng felt it immediately. Sensing the disappearance of Su Haoyan and his gang, some brave creatures sneaked into the universe of the Nether Ghost sect to investigate. It smells so strong. It's too quiet, what's going on? Could it be that all the creatures of the Nether Ghost sect have been slaughtered? The voice said earlier that he is the Emperor of Heaven. Could it be the Emperor of Heaven, who is related to the Jinwu clan? Who is the Emperor of Heaven? I have never heard of it. All I know is that the Nether Ghost sect is going to be in trouble. TSK, the Nether Ghost cult has offended many forces in Zhihongmeng. Once it collapses, Zhihongmeng will be in chaos again. The creatures of Zhihongmeng were talking about it, and at the same time, the news that the Nether Ghost sect was destroyed by the Emperor of Heaven also spread at the fastest speed. At this time, Su Haoyan and his party had already embarked on the journey to the Golden Crow clan. The system summons superpowers for me, Su Haoyan ordered in his heart. He hasn't been called for a long time. I feel like I miss it. At the same time, he sank his mind into the treasures he obtained from the Nether Ghost sect, and examined them carefully. The Nether Ghost sect has operated in Zhihongmeng for countless thousands of years, and the treasures it has collected are countless. Magic weapons, elixir, alchemy, refining materials, etc. are all the best choices. Bringing it back will definitely bring Haoyan Court to a higher level. Ding. Start summoning superpowers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Shishir from the Wild Food Legend. Did the host choose to call again? Shitsu? Boring. The system calls again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Queen Mother. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Does the host choose to summon again? Recall. The Queen Mother didn't feel it, and it was even more boring. Su Haoyan summons the strong now purely to pass the time and doesn't pay attention to any qualifications or talents at all. In the depths of Hongmeng, there is an incomparably huge mountain that is slowly moving. At the top of the mountain, sitting cross-legged, is an old man with a white beard who is immortal. He has a strong breath and a kind face. If Su Haoyan came here again, he would definitely be able to recognize him. He is Taibai Jinxing, who was revived by Su Haoyan at the beginning of Hongmeng. Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you could come to the past. What is the meaning behind your resurrection of the old minister? Taibai Jinxing was a little lonely, he regretted it now. Why did he betray Su Haoyan to help the puppet of the Jade Emperor? Taibai Jinxing muttered to himself. A pair of eyes burst out, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Come on. At this time, Taibai Jinxing spoke to the void. What is the Lord's order? At this time, in front of Taibai Jinxing, the void twisted for a while, and a tall figure covered in green appeared. Confession, let Feng Tian God King and Void Spirit God King go to the ancient Holy Land to protect His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Remember to protect him secretly, and don't expose Xingzong unless it is absolutely necessary. But if it is exposed, give him this jade slip. While speaking, Taibai Jinxing produced a jade slip wrapped in golden brilliance out of thin air. Your order. The cyan figure didn't ask any further questions, took the jade slip respectfully, turned and left. Chaotian Palace has grown a little over the years, and even hooked up with the avatar of the primordial god. If His Majesty finds out about this. Huipsubing, hee. Forget it, I don't have the right to touch you. Let His Majesty rule you when the time comes. There is also Mingfo, right? I don't know what your relationship is with Your Majesty. Let that stupid big man protect you. Hey, my lord, how big a game of chess did you play at the beginning of Hongmeng? The muttering sound echoed in the empty continent. It seemed empty and lonely. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the quasi-said Taoist from myths and legends, whether to restore the memory of the previous life. The system notification sounded again, making Su Haoyan slightly taken aback. It's a coincidence that the leader of Western Buddhism has been recruited. Earlier, a guide came, and now Xuanti is also here. Xuanti is Jian's younger brother, the deputy leader of Buddhism. In the prehistoric mythology, his cultivation level is lower than Jian's, but that's just a legend. Su Haoyan's real cultivation level should be comparable. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up his attribute list. Su Haoyan ordered in his heart. Even if Xuanti is dissatisfied, arrogant, and has low loyalty, he is not afraid. Saints in Haoyan Tian are very weak now. Xuanti Taoist, from ancient myths and legends. Status, Deputy Head of Western Buddhism. Buddhist Saint. Lucky level, Late Saint Realm. Cultivation method, my Buddha in the West. Beheading the 3 corpses to become a holy law. Supernatural powers, Golden Lotus in troubled times. Destroy the sky in 9 calamities. 3 heads and 8 arms. 1 in 10,000. Magic weapon, bless the divine pestle. 7 treasure tree. 6 pure bamboos. Loyalty, 45/100. Late Saint Realm. Not to mention the low loyalty, Saiji looks like a proud person. After coming, be sure to frustrate his spirit. While Su Haoyan was thinking about it, the Xuanti Taoist next to him appeared. Out of thin air. He was wearing an orange cassock, and his face was a little thin, but he was still kind. No matter how he looked like an ordinary old monk. Monkey King, the 4 monkeys, Yang Jian, Kong Xian and others all turned their heads to look. In the next second, they were all moved. Xuanti? What are you doing here? The leader of Western Buddhism? Brother? Master? Everyone exclaimed immediately. Especially Jian and Bodhi Patriarch. His eyes lit up even more. But now the cultivation base of the two is different from the past. It made Xuanti extremely embarrassed. He quickly scanned around, and found that most of the people here were acquaintances, and his senior brother was also here. But what made him extremely terrified was that these acquaintances who were as powerful as him in the previous life, or who were like ants, had such a strong aura. It made him feel instantly that he was going to be out of his wits. Although Sun Wukong has converted to my Buddha, his hatred for Western Buddhism is still as deep as ever. This is especially true for the six-eared macaque and the three monkeys. Not to mention the powerhouses like Kong Xian and Li Yuanba. Xuanti was cautious. He hesitated for a moment, and instead of kneeling down in front of Xuanhuan, he stood up and bowed slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Li Yuanba shout, "Xuanti, why don't you kneel when you see His Majesty?" After Xuanti heard it, he hurriedly said, I am paralyzed by you. When I see His Majesty, even the King of Heaven, I have to kneel down for me. Otherwise I will smash you with a hammer. Li Yuanba stared, and the hammer was about to hit. General Li, don't worry. Junior brother is new here and doesn't know the situation yet. Allow me to educate you. The situation where Li Yuanba was being stopped and sweat profusely made Xuanti turn pale with shock, and he felt that his mentality had collapsed. When did my senior brother become so humble? Junior brother, don't hurry to bow down to His Majesty, are you going to die? Receiving this anger, I thought, Xuanti, you are not an idiot, you dare to mess with these guys? Even senior brother and I behave with our tails between our legs, can't you see? Xuanti, Your Majesty is loved by us, and no one is allowed to neglect you. Even if you are the deputy leader. Patriarch Bodhi said coldly at this time. Look at that posture, as long as Xuanti doesn't follow through, he will definitely be beaten. Xuanti was shocked. He may still treat other people's words as fart, but he can't ignore the words of Bodhi and Jane. What kind of ability does this young man in front of me have to make the leader and deputy leader of Western Buddhism willing to bow down? Xuanti is also a psychic person, and he didn't hesitate when he heard the words. He just knelt on the cloud and solemnly greeted Dou. Your Majesty must come to pay homage to His Majesty in advance. Please take him in. Behind him, Patriarch Bodhi and Jiang also saluted. Well, get up. Learn more from Jiang and Bodhi in the future. Xuanhuan said lightly. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden thunderous roar directly in front of them. Everyone hurriedly looked up. I saw two figures galloping towards them, and there were thousands of purple and gold rays of light chasing after them. Humph, the god generals of the Tianwu League, where are you going to escape? Stop and die. Haha, this time you can make a great contribution. Take them back and ask for credit from the palace master. Everyone, come on, don't let those two guys run away. Hee hee. What a coincidence, the generals of the Tianwu League and the monsters of the Chaos Temple. Your Majesty, do you want to cut off? Li Yuanba learned the cut hu from Xuanhuan, and he thought it was awesome. So he used it. Go and rescue the two of them, and kill the people from the Chaos Temple. Behind them, the Tianwu Alliance fought against the Chaos Temple to protect him. He must be saved. It was said that Li Yuanba and Kong Xian disappeared on the clouds. Immediately, and in the blink of an eye, they passed by the generals of the Tianwu League, and directly rushed into the chasing group of Chaos Temple. There was a bang. There were screams one after another, accompanied by Li Yuanba's wild Laughter, within 3 breaths, more than 10,000 chasing soldiers of the Chaos Temple were wiped out, their souls scattered. An incomparably violent storm blew in, making Xuanti monk's robe tremble. Under this coercion, he, a strong man in the Saint realm, actually felt fear. At this time, the 2 generals of the Tianwu League also came in front of Xuanhuan's group. "Hey, is that the Emperor of Heaven?" "Yes, that is His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. This time Lord Tianwu is saved. Meet His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. Please His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, to rescue Lord Tianwu." Xuanhuan frowned. "Lord Tianwu? Could it be the subordinate of Emperor Ziwei? Your Majesty, a few days ago, the entire army of the Chaos Temple was dispatched and suddenly attacked the main altar of the Tianwu League. The situation was extremely critical. The 2 of us were entrusted by Lord Tianwu to go to the ancient saints to find His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor for rescue, but we were still rescued by the Chaos Temple. I found the trace. I came here after a while. I also asked His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven to send troops to rescue the Tianwu League. No matter what, Xuanhuan couldn't leave the Tianwu behind, regardless of whether it was Emperor Ziwei's power, or indirectly his power. Naturally, he couldn't stand by and watch. Just like that, the group changed direction slightly. "I ask you, what is the name of your Lord Tianwu?" Xuanhuan asked. The 2 were slightly taken aback. "Doesn't His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven know Lord Tianwu?" Although they were puzzled in their hearts, the 2 of them did not dare to question Xuanhuan, and replied honestly, "Master Tianwu's status is second only to the leader of the alliance." The answers of the 2 did not surprise Xuanhuan, but he was also sure that this Lord Tianwu should be very familiar with him. Could it be a certain subordinate or a certain disciple in the chaotic period? "Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor," Lord Tianwu planned and commanded the war between the Tianwu League and the Golden Crow clan this time. The leader, Ziwei, seems to have encountered a powerful enemy, and he cannot escape at this time. At this time, a god will speak again. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Immediately. "Do you know who the guy who is holding back your leader is?" Xuanhuan still hopes to get some useful information from them. "His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor made atonement, we don't know about it." Although Xuanhuan was a little disappointed when he got this answer, he never asked again. Because he already felt the breath of fighting ahead. The Xuanti Taoist standing next to him was very excited at this time. He kept looking at the primordial starry sky, so much primordial purple energy. This is an extremely rare thing in the prehistoric world. For Xuanti, this is an opportunity, a huge opportunity. Xuanti tried hard to calm down his excited mood. At the same time, a passionate self-confidence grew in my heart. He wants to rise above all living beings on this land. Jian and Patriarch Bodhi behind him glanced at each other, and they both understood worry and helplessness in each other's eyes. In the boundless primordial starry sky, purple gold rays of light crisscross and intersect, and there are countless figures with strong aura standing on the golden light. It is the powerhouses of the Chaos Temple. All of them looked at a light blue planet below with half smiles. Now it is being attacked by countless golden lights. At this time, a young man was sitting on a golden chair with his eyes half closed, and there was a beautiful maid beside him gently hammering his thigh. By the looks of it, it's quite comfortable. Hall Master, after this Emperor eradicates the Heavenly Guard, you must help me win the old sage land. Do you understand? The young man said in a low voice. The sound rolled out, resounding through the entire Hongmeng starry sky. Standing next to the young man was a tall man wearing golden armor and said, with a smile on his face, "Of course, Emperor Long, please rest assured. Chaos Temple will definitely take the lead when the time comes." On the Cyan planet, the beautiful scenery at this time has disappeared. Instead, it was barren. All the powerhouses of the Heavenly Guard stood in the desert. He looked up at the sky indifferently. There are more than 39 profound Taishu realm powerhouses, the strongest of which is Tianwu sitting on a boulder. Taishan creation supreme. Realm's early stage cultivation makes him unique among thousands of powerhouses. Stand out from the crowd. At this time, he slowly opened his eyes with a calm expression on his face. There was no sign of worry at all. Master Tianwu, give an order. As the guards of the Tianwu League, we should die on the battlefield. A golden guard wearing a golden armor spoke. Emperor Long is too crazy. He, the ruler of Hongmeng, came to our territory to show off his might. We can't bear it. The Lord is still confronting Baji Sword Master, and he can't come back to support us at all. Haha, death is a big deal. When have we ever been afraid of the Heavenly Guard? Hearing the angry voices of his subordinates around him, Emperor Yutian smiled and said, "Don't worry, someone will come to support us soon." The words of Yutian Emperor Zun made the gods very excited. Jin Wei, who was closest to him, asked, "Lord Tianwu, what do you feel?" "Well, the Emperor of Heaven is here." Emperor Yutian couldn't hide his excitement. He hasn't seen his master for many years. As soon as this remark came out, everyone immediately cheered. Who is the Emperor of Heaven? The Heavenly Emperor is the original intention of the Tianwu League, and it is also the true master of the Tiandi League. Others may not know how powerful the Heavenly Emperor is, but Lin Hua, Tong Ming, and Li Li, who participated in guarding the Heavenly Emperor, are very aware of Xuanhuan's defying nature. So at this time, the three of them were the most excited. Outside the planet, in the starry sky, Emperor Long stood up, stretched his hands and feet, and said, "My target is Emperor Ziwei, and I don't care about the Emperor Yutian inside." The first hall master next to him narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that this time, Emperor Long, you will be disappointed. I heard that Emperor Ziwei was restrained by Baji Sword Master. He won't be able to come back for a while." Rumble. Before Emperor Long could answer, there was a loud explosion in the depths of the starry sky, causing all the disciples and masters of the Chaos Temple to turn their heads to look. I saw that at this time, in the depths of the starry sky, a group of people appeared, and the first people were the two generals who escaped earlier. "Humph, Temple of Chaos, you guys are quite bold. My Majesty hasn't looked for you yet, but you guys are the first ones." Li Yuanba broke his throat and kept drinking. Instantly spread throughout the entire Hongmeng starry sky. Emperor Long was slightly taken aback. He originally thought that those two gods would be able to attract Emperor Ziwei or Tiandi Academy, at least the powerful Confucianists. But I didn't expect the Emperor of Heaven to come again. His eyes lit up. It really didn't take much effort to find nowhere. He was struggling to find an excuse to invade the old ones. "Humph, Heavenly Emperor, you came just in time, you can stay here today and die with the Tianwu." As soon as Emperor Long exited, Xuanhuan followed him and looked up. "See is a young man wearing a royal robe." He was looking at himself disdainfully. "Idiot. Are you that onion again?" Yang Ji kept a low profile along the way. Now he shouted at Emperor Long with a big knife in his hand. In an instant, Emperor Long was so angry that his face was red and his neck was thick. Su Haoyan nodded slightly. He felt that Yang Ji was right. Just saying that to him, Su Haoyan wants to promote him. Yang Ji, come here, I want to promote you. Yang Ji was originally full of enthusiasm, and couldn't understand Emperor Long's arrogant appearance, so he cursed. He regretted it as soon as he said it. He can't beat the opponent. Wouldn't it be unfair to lose your life because of this? What? Yang Ji was dumbfounded for a moment. Seeing this, everyone was both envious and amused. The system allowed Yang Jihong to escape the catastrophe. Su Haoyan planned to make a good package for Yang Ji. He first let him go through the tribulation in Hongmeng, then awakened in the Beyond Limit, and finally had the opportunity to awaken in Hongmeng. He didn't believe that he couldn't cultivate a strong man who surpassed the supreme realm of Taishan. Good fortune. Immediately, a golden light shot out from between Su Haoyan's eyebrows, directly sucking Yang Ji in. Under Emperor Long, you are the Emperor of Heaven? Why don't we discuss it? And give this Emperor your vast heavenly court, and then how about you get out of Hongmeng? Emperor Long's contempt never disappeared, and he wanted to use oppressive force to trample the Emperor of Heaven under his feet. He wants to be famous throughout Hongmeng. Oh, why don't you give me your Zai Hongmeng, then wash your neck and let me cut it off. Don't worry, I will never cause you any pain. Puff. Ha ha ha. Su Haoyan's voice was so loud that it could be heard in the entire Hongmeng starry sky, and instantly made the strong men of the Tianwu League in the Cyan planet burst into laughter. Even the strong around Su Haoyan laughed unscrupulously. Emperor Heaven, you are presumptuous. Emperor Long was furious instantly, and immediately raised his palm to attack Su Haoyan. Seeing this, Kong Xian snorted secretly, and immediately went up to meet him. The war broke out in an instant. Ding! Yang Jihong successfully crossed the catastrophe. May I ask the host to release him? 10 seconds passed quickly. Yang Jihong successfully crossed the tribulation, and the system prompt sounded. Release, call up his attribute list. Name, Yang Ji, from. Nickname, Blue-Faced Beast. Race, Yaozu. Magic weapon, Black-Backed Ghost Head Knife. Cultivation technique, Black Luan Pluto Kung Fu. Bloodline, Chaos Creatures. Lucky level, Late Ancestral Realm of Primordial Origin. Loyalty, 100/100. As expected of the green-faced beast Yang Ji, he directly reached the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial origin with only one primordial tribulation. At this time, Yang Ji also flew out from between Su Haoyan's eyebrows. After thinking about it, Su Haoyan didn't continue to promote Yang Ji. Although Yang Ji's cultivation level had leapt, his aptitude was not too high, so he couldn't waste it. After Yang Ji came out, he knelt down at Su Haoyan's feet excitedly, full of excitement. Go, kill the minions of Chaos Temple. Li Yuanba, Wukong, you all go. The ancestral realm of primordial origin can completely crush the entire Chaos Temple. Mo Yantian, come here. Su Haoyan called Mo Yantian, who was going to fight over. Mo Yantian was taken aback for a moment, but immediately thought of something, and immediately became excited. System, take Mo Yantian, Hongmeng, through the catastrophe. Following Su Haoyan's instructions in his heart, Mo Yantian was immediately sucked in by the system. Beside, Zhuanti was completely sluggish. What kind of supernatural power is this? A powerhouse beyond the realm of a saint can be created with just a flip of the hand. Who is he? For a moment, Xuanhuan was confused. 10 seconds passed quickly. Ding. Mo Yen Tian Hongmeng successfully crossed the tribulation, did the host choose to release it? Release, and call up his attribute list. Mo Yen Tian, from the era of chaos. Identity, demon ancestor. Founder of the demon race. Lucky level, Taishan creation supreme realm Dzogchen. Cultivation technique, Matian magic technique. Magic weapon, 9-ring demon sword. Supernatural powers, magical supernatural powers. Loyalty, 100/100. That's right, another Taishan creation supreme realm. Powerhouse, and he's still in the Dzogchen realm. This time, I'll see where you gangsters are going to escape. When Xuanhuan was thinking, Mo Yen Tian flew out from between his eyebrows. Master. Mo Yen Tian was so excited that he was incoherent. Go, join forces with Kong Xian to kill Emperor Long. Xuanhuan said with a slight smile. At this time, Kong Xian had been crushed and beaten by Emperor Long, and Emperor Long always had a disdainful smile on his face. He did not expect the Emperor of Heaven to be so weak. At that time, his plan to unify the old Holy Land will be implemented soon. However, at this moment, a monstrous devilish energy blasted out, directly blasting the dazed Emperor Long into the air. What, there is also a Taishan supreme realm powerhouse? Emperor Long's face instantly became ugly. Although he is in the supreme realm of Taishan good fortune, he can instantly kill a strong person in the supreme realm of great profound good fortune, but don't forget that the other party is also in the supreme realm of great profound good fortune, and there is also a strong person in the later stage to assist. In an instant, he was at a disadvantage. The powerful coercion acted on the Cyan planet, which immediately excited the strong men of the Tianwu alliance. My God, is the Heavenly Emperor so strong? Tianwu, let's make a move, join the Heavenly Emperor, and completely destroy the Chaos Temple. Yes, Lord Tianwu, can you give an order? Facing the invitation to fight from his subordinates, Emperor Yutian slowly stood up and said, the Heavenly Guardian Alliance is going to fight. As soon as the words fell, a famous god flew out like a cannonball, shaking the entire planet violently. While the wind was howling, Emperor Yutian looked up at the starry sky and muttered to himself, it's time to return to Master's command. While speaking, Yutian Dizuan disappeared in place. Fight. All the gods will fight out. In the sky-shaking roar, all the celestial guardians burst out from the Cyan planet, instantly smashing the disciples and masters of the Chaos Temple in the starry sky to pieces. The war broke out completely. Go up to me and kill all the monsters in the Chaos Temple. Xuanhuan shouted. But then he said, Xuanhuan Ho Junji, the two stay here. Xuanhuan and Ho Junji came to Xuanhuan's side immediately, their eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Return the inheritance of Ho Junji to the other way. Let Xuanhuan Hongmeng overcome the catastrophe. Xuanhuan issued 2 orders in succession in his heart. Then the 2 were sucked away. This scene can be seen with eyes widened. Again? Is it over yet? Six-eared macaque, Waziki, come here. Xuanhuan continued to order generals. Awaken the six-eared macaque and Wuji Chi-Chao limit. Now the second monkey has only completed the bloodline transformation, and his cultivation has already reached the state of Chaos Supreme Emperor. There is a lot of space. Immediately, the second monkey was also sucked in. Xuanti has become numb to this. He suddenly realized that he was very wrong. Even if the majestic purple energy is everywhere here, it can't catch up with everyone's cultivation. Xuanhuan can turn an ant into an elephant with just one sentence. I'll need him to look up to. For a moment, his gaze towards Xuanhuan became scorching hot. 10 seconds passed quickly. Ding. Shuirengui Hongmeng successfully crossed the tribulation. May I ask the host to release it? Ding. Ho Junji succeeded in inheriting Taoism. Ding. The six-eared macaque has successfully awakened beyond the limit. A series of 4 system prompts sounded. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, and then checked the attribute lists of the 4 of them. Shuirengui, in the early stage of Taishan creation, to the exalted realm. Ho Junji, the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng, is in the middle stage. Six-eared macaque, Taishan good fortune to the middle stage of the supreme realm. Waziki, Taishan good fortune is in the middle stage of supreme realm. That's right, 3 Taishan good fortune supreme realm powerhouses and 1 primordial ancestor realm powerhouse are enough to crush the entire battlefield. Immediately, 4 figures flew out from above Xuanhuan's head. Without stopping, they rushed directly into the battlefield. Master, is that you? At this time, a trembling voice suddenly sounded. Xuanhuan's body trembled slightly. When he turned around, he saw Emperor Yutian standing not far away looking at him excitedly. Xuanhuan was also extremely excited. Although his youngest apprentice had mediocre aptitude, he had the most flexible mind. Unexpectedly, after countless years, this boy actually founded the Tianwu League. And still cooperate with Emperor Ziwei. It really surprised and delighted him. Disciple Yutian pays respects to master. Emperor Yutian is very excited now. After so many years, he finally saw his master again. But why is master's cultivation so low? Perhaps seeing the doubt in Yutian's eyes, He Yunlong stood up, helped Yutian up himself, and said at the same time, I am reincarnated and recultivated. Reincarnation and reconstruction? Emperor Yutian was taken aback for a moment, but immediately turned into shock. Reincarnated and recultivated, master is still as confident as ever. The scene of Yutian Emperor Zun bowing to Xuanhuan in the void was seen by many creatures. The powerhouses in Haotian court are nothing. Where does your Majesty attract attention? The powerhouses of the Tianwu alliance were excited. Countless tens of thousands of years have passed, and today they finally found the heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Emperor Yutian was standing beside Xuanhuan and talking with Xuanhuan, and seemed out of place with Zhou Bian's fierce battle. There are 5 Taishan good fortune supreme powerhouses, and he doesn't believe in being invincible. By the way, where is Ziwei now? Xuanhuan asked with a frown. He still can't see through the attribute list of Emperor Ziwei, but he can see the loyalty. The loyalty of 96 shows that there is absolutely no problem with Ziwei. The Lord is fighting against the Baji Sword Master in the depths of Hongmeng. And he hasn't returned for thousands of years. Emperor Yutian opened his mouth and said. Concern appeared in his speech. Obviously worried about Emperor Ziwei's situation. Ding. Trigger a side mission, rescue Emperor Ziwei. Mission details, the host learned about the whereabouts of Emperor Ziwei from Emperor Yutian, and was trapped in the void purgatory because Emperor Ziwei was plotted by Baji Sword Master. If the host releases Emperor Ziwei, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken loyalists, a chance to summon the strong, and a chance to pass on Taoism chances, 10 chances of a copy of the strong. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan to narrow his eyes. Instantly. So far, Void Purgatory has suppressed his 3 subordinates, making him, who is all good-tempered, very angry. He decided to go to Void Purgatory to rescue the 3 subordinates after the Chaos Temple was resolved. After this matter is over, I will personally go to the depths of Hongmeng to welcome Ziwei back. Xuanhuan's words made Emperor Yutian excited instantly. Damn it, Heavenly Emperor, you ruined my good deeds, and I, Emperor Long, will not let it go. At this time a bitter voice resounded in Hongmeng's starry sky. Everyone looked up. I saw that the physical body of Emperor Long, who was beaten by the gang, was smashed to pieces. Only the fairy baby escaped, tearing apart the void at an extremely fast speed and fleeing in embarrassment. On the other side, the powerhouses of the Chaos Temple were completely defeated and had no fighting spirit. The powerhouses of the Haotian court and the gods and generals of the Heavenly Guardian Alliance collapsed in an instant. Ding. Complete the subquest erasure of the Chaos Temple. If the host erases the Chaos Temple, the system will reward the host with 1 chance to transcend the tribulation, 1 chance to be recruited by the primordial mentor, 2 chances to awaken loyalists, and 2 chances to exceed the limit. A chance to awaken, 2 chances to inherit Taoism, 10 chances to be a strong man at the peak. The main hall master roared fiercely. Tell me, where is Void Purgatory? Xuanhuan ignored his roar, and said lightly at this moment. Humph, if you want to find Void Purgatory, you should dream. Unless you can let me go. Otherwise, if you kill it, you will destroy its soul, and you will never be reborn. Forever. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. No, you can't do that, I said. It's too late. Without you, I can still find Void Purgatory. Immediately, Li Yuanba came up with a hammer and directly blasted the hall. Master away. Yu Tian, Yu Boy has finally returned. At this time, Kai Yuan, Lai Yang, Mo Yen Tian, and other former members of the Tiandi Palace all gathered around and chatted enthusiastically with Yu Tian. Xiaoqing. The silver spirit beside Xuanhuan turned into a faint shadow, appearing beside Xuanhuan out of thin air. Your Majesty, this is all the inventory of the Temple of Chaos, and it has all been brought back. Earlier, when the war just started, Xuanhuan sent in Lingzi to the Chaos Temple to loot their treasury. Very good, Kai Yuan, Lai Yang, Moyanshan, Kong Xian, Li Yuanba. Xuanhuan named more than a dozen strong men in a row, and then said, I entrusted you with a task, go to the Golden Crow clan and destroy them. Can you complete the task? Just now he consulted Emperor Yutian, and learned that the highest cultivated Golden Crow Patriarch of the Golden Crow clan is also Taishan Creation Supreme Realm Dzogchen. He sent 5 Taishan Haohua Supreme Realm powerhouses to go, and the victory was easy. Master, please rest assured, the apprentice will definitely complete the task. Mo Yen Tian shouted loudly. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will definitely smash the Golden Crow. Li Yuanba said with a chuckle. Well, that's good. It's still the old rules. If we kill them and take their money, we will be back as Star Bandit. Xuanhuan's words caused the strong people on the scene to burst into laughter. Xuanhuan merged with his subordinates, which made these people have a kind of intimacy with Xuanhuan. Ding. A side mission is triggered, the wrath from Emperor Long. Mission. Details, because the host destroyed Emperor Long's body and destroyed the Order of Hongmeng, Emperor Long held a grudge against the host. If the host kills Emperor Long and controls Hongmeng, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken Hongmeng, a chance to overcome the tribulation of Hongmeng, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken loyalists, and a chance to revive the strong, a chance to be recruited by the primordial spirit, and a chance to inherit Taoism. In the vast starry sky, on a huge blue planet, an old man with white beard is sitting cross-legged on a giant peak with white beard and white hair. He is wearing a dark blue Taoist robe, giving people a sense of immortality. This person is none other than the strong man who ran out of the system, Dou Yu. Hongjun. A well-deserved boss in the prehistoric world of mythology. It's been a long time since I came to this world, but where is the heavenly Emperor? Why can't I find it? He ruined my plan and made me unable to break through the realm. I must avenge this revenge. Ethereal, angry voices rolled out, spreading across the entire planet in an instant. Fortunately, there is no breath of life on this planet, otherwise it will definitely cause panic. At this time, in front of him, the void twisted for a while, and in the next second, a face that was basically the same as the old man appeared out of thin air. Clone, why did you appear? The new face said with a frown. The voice is muffled, but loud. Humph, Hongjun, you are just an avatar of the god. Although I have endowed you with spiritual wisdom, it does not mean that you can escape the control of the god. After the giant face finished speaking, his expression changed, as if he was trying to use some means. But the next second, his face became ugly. Hongjun looked at the giant face with a half-smile, indifferent. The system summoned superpowers for me. In the starry sky, Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair, having nothing to do, and began to summon superpowers. At the same time, he was also searching the Lucky Mall, to see if there were any treasures that could change the blood of a living being. As his pace quickened, the Lucky Mall was updated almost every moment. All kinds of strange treasures emerged one after another, which made him feel overwhelmed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Wu Zetian. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Does the host choose to summon again? Wu Zetian? The origin of this strong man is extraordinary. It is rumored that Wu Zetian is the reincarnation of Yuan Feng, the biological mother of Kong Xian and Li Yuanba, and her own strength should not be underestimated. To invite or not? Xuanhuan hesitated. Forget it, should we call again? There are many versions of Wu Zetian's legend, and he is not sure which version of Wu Zetian he can summon, so let's talk about it in the future. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Lu Wu. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Does the host choose to call again? Lu Wu? Lu Wu's original name is Tianwu, a god of Kunlun Mountain in ancient Chinese myths and legends. He has a human face, a tiger body, and tiger claws with 9 tails. It is an out-and-out ancient beast. Yes, let's summon him, restore the memory of the previous life, and call up the attribute list. Lu Wu, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, ancient divine beast. Lucky level, early stage of the holy realm. Cultivation method, the law of 10,000 monsters. Supernatural powers, the beast roars. Shocking claws. Loyalty, 84/100. The initial stage of the Holy Realm. It's not bad. The qualifications of the ancient beasts are generally good. There is also a lot of room for development in the future. When Xuanhuan was meditating, the void beside him twisted for a while, and a strange creature with the head of a tiger and 9 tails behind him suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of other powerhouses. All eyes were on Lu Wu, which made Lu Wu, who had just appeared, sweat profusely. Lu Wu came to pay homage, and hope His Majesty will take him in. Lu Wu quickly knelt down and greeted Dou tremblingly. Well, very good, here is a drop of the essence of primordial beings, you take it and fuse it. I am promoting you further. After speaking, Xuanhuan handed a small thumb-sized porcelain bottle to Lu Wu. Seeing this, Lu Wu's eyes lit up suddenly, and his heart beat. He quickly thanked Xuanhuan. Immediately, he was sucked into the world of the left eye by Xuanhuan. The system has used up 4 chances to inherit Taoism. Immediately, Xuanhuan ordered from the bottom of his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing Weather Avenue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Dao of the Shashan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the sword. Formation Avenue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Dao of killing. God. These 4 avenues echoed in my mind, and my eyes suddenly brightened. He didn't expect that as soon as Lu Wu came out, there would be a way that suited him. Weather Avenue was just right for him. 5 minutes later, Lu Wu flew out of Xuanhuan's left eye. Although only a few minutes have passed outside, in Xuanhuan's left eye, 10,000 years have passed. Lu Wu just came out, and his whole person is different, his aura is deeper. And his cultivation base has reached the state of chaos, supreme emperor, and great perfection. The ascension of several great realms made him still in a days. System, pass Weather Avenue to Lu Wu. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Although this avenue is very suitable for the Weather Ancestor Witch among the 12 ancestor witches, one is that he is not here, and the other is that the 12 ancestor witches have not been collected yet. After they are collected, he can still draw one. Immediately, the bewildered Lu Wu was sucked in by the golden light from the center of Xuanhuan's eyebrows. Tong Tian, come here. After sending Lu Wu in, Xuanhuan called Tong Tian over again. As soon as Xuanhuan was looking for Tong Tian, Yuanyuan Tianzuan showed a complex look on his face. But he was not discouraged, as long as he sincerely worked for Xuanhuan. One day he would be selected by Xuanhuan. The others were fine, because they knew that although Tong Tian was selected, he would definitely be surpassed in the near future. This is the most common phenomenon in Haotian court. Pass the sword formation Dao to the master Tong Tian. Following Xuanhuan's instructions from the bottom of his heart, Tong Tian was sucked in. Xuanhuan, come here. This time, Xuanhuan also brought Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had waited for him for countless years without complaint or regret, so he naturally couldn't let his subordinates feel cold. Your Majesty, the minister is here. Xuanhuan's face was calm, but his heart was excited. His Majesty has not forgotten him after all. Let Xuanhuan inherit the Dao of the Shashan. As Xuanhuan was sucked in, Xuanhuan began to study. He also had a way Of killing gods. Is there anything that fits the great Dao of killing God? After thinking about it, I decided to postpone the promotion. Ding. The inheritance of Lu Wu's Weather Avenue is complete. May I ask if the host will be released? Release, call up his attribute list. Lu Wu, from Ancient Myths and Legends. Identity, Ancient Divine Beast. Lucky level, Taishan Good Fortune, to the middle stage of the Supreme Realm. Cultivation method, the Law of 10,000 Monsters. Supernatural powers, the Beast Roars. Shocking Claws. Inheritance, Weather Avenue. Loyalty, 100/100. The midstage of Taishan Creation Supreme Realm. It's really not bad, and he hasn't gone through the tribulation of Grand Mist. Or even the awakening of diehards, awakening of Grand Mist and other opportunities. If he goes through all these, his cultivation will definitely stand at a new height. As Lu Wu was released, the powerful aura shocked everyone. Take it for granted. Don't worry, Your Majesty, Lu Wu will go through fire and water for his Majesty, and he will be devastated. Lu Wu said excitedly. Ah, very good. Xuanhuan said softly. Ding. Xuanhuan's inheritance is completed, may I release it? Ding. Tongtian Sect Master Sword Formation Dao Inheritance, Dao Dharma. Completed, may I ask the host to release? At this time, 2 system prompts sounded in succession, and Xuanhuan immediately called up the attribute list of the 2. Xuanhuan, Taishan Good Fortune, to the late stage of the Exalted Realm. Master Tongtian, Taishan Creation Supreme Realm Dzogchen. In this way, Xuanhuan's subordinates added 3 more Taishan Creation Supreme Realm powerhouses. Let him have greater confidence in this trip. After the 2 were released, the clouds were filled with joy again. Junior brother Tongtian, congratulations on your promotion. The original Tianwu smiled and cupped his hands. In the previous life, the 2 did not get along, either bickering or secretly fighting. Now that they have been reborn, the 2 have become good friends and brothers. Hee, senior brother, it's not like you don't know who among the strong men in our heavenly court can guarantee that they will always be strong, and in a few days someone will surpass the junior brother. Tongtian is neither arrogant nor impetuous, and he sees this matter clearly. Let Xuanhuan smile and nod without saying a word. Immediately, he turned his attention to Xuanyuanzi and Bodhi Patriarch. He still has 2 chances to awaken the primordial spirit, and decided to awaken these 2 strong men at the critical moment. There is no doubt about their qualifications. As for Yu Tian, who was in the team, his heart was already filled with huge waves. Those few people just now were nothing more than ants in his eyes, but his master could make them surpass him in a flash. He has never seen or heard of such supernatural powers. After walking around, in the end, master is the strongest. Yu Tian thought in his heart. In this way, the team continued to move forward, and so passed for several days. Ding. Complete the main task. Golden Crow's counterattack. The host will get a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to revive the strong, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, 1 chance to awaken the loyalists, 5 chances to be blessed by the system. On this day, Xuanhuan, who was practicing with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a system notification sound in his mind. Let him suddenly open his eyes, his face could not help showing a bright light. Kill another enemy. In this case, there are 2 purposes for his trip. to eliminate the Qingming clan and rescue Qin Qiong and Gonggong. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Su Haoyan and others found that there were fewer and fewer stars around them. And what brought them were fragments of countless continents, meteorites. Because the sun star responsible for lighting is far away from here, so that this place has become drowsy. Master, in front of you is the endless void purgatory, which is in charge of the Chaos Temple, but it is rumored that there is a more mysterious person controlling the Chaos Temple. In other words, the Chaos Temple is probably the puppet of this mysterious person. At this time, Yu Tian came to Su Haoyan and said, "Oh, there are still mysterious figures manipulating the void purgatory above the Chaos Temple? It seems that this void purgatory is really not that simple." Ding. Trigger a side mission, find the mysterious person who controls the void purgatory. Task details, because the host knows the general situation of the endless void purgatory. If the host finds this mysterious person, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the primordial spirit. Once a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial world, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken the loyalists, and 20 chances to copy the strong, thus triggering the main task. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly, making Su Haoyan slightly taken aback. The system issued a mission, explaining that this void purgatory is a transit point or the only way for him to go forward. With so many rewards, it's quite difficult to complete. And in the end, the main task will be triggered. Suddenly, He Yunlong became very interested in this void purgatory. The crowd moved on. On the third day, Li Yuanba, Emperor Kaiyuan, Mo Yantian, and others caught up with Su Haoyan's speed. "Your Majesty, here you are. This is all the savings of the Chaos Temple. These guys don't know how much money they have collected from the people. The savings are amazing." Su Haoyan shook his head when Li Yuanba was nagging. However, when he saw the contents of the magic storage device, he was also stunned. What the hell, what's inside is more than the sum of Chaos Temple and Nether Ghost Cult. It seems that even God is helping me to unify the great cause. Su Haoyan put away the magical artifact with a smile. Afterwards, everyone continued to fly forward. Li Yuanba stood beside Su Haoyan, looking at Master Tong Tian, Lu Wu, and Yuan Xuanhuan. His eyes flickered with eagerness. Seeing this, Su Haoyan was speechless. This guy is really hopeless. Everyone continued to move forward, and soon, the long-renowned endless void purgatory finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I saw that in the huge dim starry sky, there was a huge, dark island floating. The huge island was boundless, seemingly endless, like a huge ancient beast crawling in the starry sky. There is no thunder and lightning, no black clouds, only endless black air floating, wrapping the giant island. Roar. Haha, kill, kill, kill. I hate it, I hate it. Primordial God, you must die. As they got closer, the ears of Su Haoyan and others were filled with various roars, and they mixed together like thunder. Those with low cultivation will feel chest heaving and dizziness. Only the strong ones above the Hongmeng Rongdao realm looked a little normal. But also shocked by this situation. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Just when everyone was shocked, many creatures flew from various directions, came to the front, without any hesitation, plunged into the void purgatory. Their aura was strong, and Su Haoyan's spiritual consciousness swept out, and found that most of these creatures were above the Hongmeng Transcendence Tribulation Realm. Seeing this, Xuanhuan murmured in his heart, could it be that void purgatory? Is the paradise of the super strong? Soon, everyone entered the dark fog, and the speed of Yun Duo suddenly stagnated and became extremely slow. At this time, Emperor Yutian said solemnly, "This is the rule of the purgatory. Of the void, which restricts flying in the air. And the more you go inside, the more serious the rules are, and almost no living beings can leave the ground. They can only walk." Following Yutian Emperor Zun's explanation, the clouds on which everyone was riding began to descend at lightning speed. Seeing this, Master Tong Tian made a tactic with both hands, and the manna swept out, enveloping the entire cloud in an instant, slowing down the speed of descent suddenly. It is said that void purgatory is a collection of various rules between heaven and earth. Here, the rules are sometimes fused and sometimes split. This has caused there to be no unchanging rules here. The degree of danger has reached an extremely high coefficient. Emperor Yutian opened his mouth and explained to everyone. The faces of everyone on the cloud changed a few times, even Mo Yentian, who is the supreme being of Taishan good fortune and Dzogchen, and the leader of Tongtian cult. On the contrary, Xuanhuan's face was always calm. In the whole of Hongmeng, void purgatory is so famous, if there is no thrill, it is not normal. Void purgatory, why do I feel a strong aura of space rules in it? Dijiang muttered to himself, his face extremely serious. Even with the Dzogchen cultivation level of his primordial origin ancestor realm, he is a little uncomfortable here. The more he fell, the more dignified Yutian Dizuan's face became. He sighed. It is said that in ancient times, shortly after the establishment of Hongmeng, void purgatory appeared out of thin air. Then, after countless thousands of years of evolution, the current void purgatory came into existence. Even the legendary primordial gods did not know where did the void purgatory come from? Hearing this, Xuanhuan frowned tightly. Could it be that after he left, did some huge changes happen to Hongmeng? Or did the mysterious creature he had been wary of invade Hongmeng and leave behind this void purgatory? Soon, everyone passed through layers of black fog, and a different scene came into view. Endless, green mountains and green waters that can't be seen at a glance surround an incomparably huge continent, and no one can see the whole picture of this continent. The lowest mountain here is also 1,000,000 feet high. The tallest one has stretched out of the clouds, exposing sharp corners outside the clouds. Ding. Complete the main task, enter the void purgatory. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to revive the strong, a chance to awaken the loyalists, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit, 5 chances for the peak of the strong, 5 chances for the copy of the strong. At this time, as everyone landed quickly, a system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. It proves that he has entered the endless void purgatory. Oh! A deafening voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. Zhuan Ti, who had a low cultivation base, spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff, and looked back in horror at the same time. I saw, behind the crowd, a gigantic monster with a height of more than 10 feet suddenly emerged from the mountains. This monster has a metal-like skin, with dark light shining. Its head is as big as a house, with 2 3-foot-long sharp horns growing on its forehead. And it looks fierce. People who are far away can feel its strong evil spirit. The late stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Lu Bu had an ugly look on his face. Although it was easy to kill Liao instantly with his cultivation, but just when he came in, he encountered an ancestral realm of primordial origin, which made his mind not turn around. The faces of the others couldn't see where to go. They all looked nervously at the big guy 100 miles away. However, it wasn't that the big guy didn't see them, he still dismissed them. Waved his limbs, turned around and hid in the mountains. Let's go and move on. Xuanhuan withdrew his gaze and said calmly. He already has a lot of rewards now, so he is not afraid. If he can't do it, he will promote his subordinates and beat him up. However, he is very puzzled now, why until now he has not had a subordinate who has surpassed the supreme realm of Taishan creation, and he has always thought that the aptitude of a strong person is not enough. But whether it is Mo Yen Tian or the leader of Tong Tian, their aptitude is the best of the best, and it stands to reason that they should have broken the record long ago. Why hasn't the system cultivated a strong person who surpasses the supreme realm of Taishan creation until now? Is there any restriction here? Yes. Although the host has defeated several superpowers, the host still has a task of the Lord of Chaos that has not been completed. If it is completed, the system will be upgraded. When the time comes, the host will naturally cultivate a superhero that surpasses the supreme realm of Taishan good fortune. The strong man. Therefore, the master has to work hard. Xuanhuan was surprised by the system's answer. It seems that I have restricted myself. Immediately, he no longer took this matter to heart, and completed the task of the Lord of Chaos, which could only be achieved if he unified the old sacred land. It didn't happen overnight. Can't rush. What's more, he now has 8 Taishan creation supreme realm powerhouses in his hand. So he has nothing to fear. The crowd began to walk forward. At the same time, Xuanhuan said to Emperor Yu Tian, can you feel the breath of Ziwei? As soon as Yu Tian heard it, he stopped his figure, and with a flick of his wrist, a crystal ring appeared in front of him. He kept waving his hands, and shot a series of mysterious spells on the ring. Just after he hit the last spell on the ring suddenly burst into brilliance and became dazzling. That's right, this ring is an innate treasure once used by the leader of Ziwei. It has the imprint of his spiritual consciousness on it. If we follow him, we will definitely be able to find the whereabouts of the leader of Ziwei. As soon as Yu Tian finished speaking, the ring suddenly buzzed and flew towards the front left of everyone. Seeing this, Xuanhuan waved his hand to signal everyone to follow the circle. In addition, he said to Di Jiang and Yu Qigong, which of you two has the tracking methods of Qin Qiong and Gong? As soon as this remark came out, Yu Qigong was fine, but Di Jiang was shocked. He asked in disbelief, Your Majesty, do you mean that Gong is trapped here? There was already a turbulent wave in his heart. Could it be that Gong had worshipped His Majesty very early on? Yes, Gong has served me for a long time. During this trip, I must rescue the 3 subordinates. Xuanhuan said categorically. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving Gong. Di Jiang hastily opened his mouth and said. Xuanhuan waved his hand. These 2 subordinates were also detained in endless void purgatory because of him. Afterwards, both Yu Qigong and Di Jiang took out tracking methods with their aura. To everyone's surprise, the 3 tracking directions turned out to be the same direction. This made Xuanhuan heave a sigh of relief. Not long after everyone walked forward, a figure rushed out of the billowing thick fog, like a meteor, and hit the ground with a bang. There was a huge tremor on the ground. Everyone looked through the billowing dust and smoke. I saw a tall man in a red robe standing firmly on the ground, with a snow-white long sword and a jet-black scimitar hanging from his waist. His face was cold. Haha, void purgatory, I am a yin and yang scholar. After finishing speaking, he ignored Xuanhuan and the others, passed by Xuanhuan, and ran along the mountains. It quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The 9th level of the 9 profound void realm. Wang Lin looked astonished. They were actually ignored. Emperor Xuanhuan nodded and said, well, it is indeed. It's just that its realm is still a little unstable, and it may have just broken through. Seeing this, Xuanhuan suddenly smiled. He found himself more and more interested in void purgatory. The team moves on. Not long after, a high mountain as white as jade blocked everyone's way. Although this high mountain is only 10,000 feet high, the aura it gives to everyone is as oppressive as if facing a prehistoric giant beast. Xuanhuan looked at Gao Feng in front of him in shock. There has been a storm in my heart. At this time, the universe in his dantian was trembling, and at the same time, an extreme longing was growing in his heart. Ding! Trigger the main mission, refining the Tianwu mountain. Mission. Details: the heavenly outer heaven artifact, Tianwu mountain, one of the Taishu God mountains, appears in the void purgatory. If the host subdue it, the system will reward the host twice for the awakening of the primordial spirit. 2 chances to cross the tribulation, 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit. 1 chance to summon a super strong man, 2 chances to awaken a diehard loyalist, 10 chances to copy a strong man, 10 chances to a peak powerhouse opportunity. And trigger the supreme level task. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly, making Xuanhuan immediately confused. Heavenly God Artifact, Taishu Shinshan? Tianwu Mountain? What the hell is Tianwu? He never heard of it? But immediately he didn't care. No matter what it is, since the system allows him to subdue him, there is a reason for him, and it is also of great benefit to himself. If anyone in this world is the least likely to betray him, the system deserves it. You guard around, this mountain is useful to me, and I want to subdue it. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he put away the Supreme 9 Dragon chair and flew towards Tianwu mountain in front of him. When everyone heard this, their expressions suddenly became strange. Although they all felt that this mountain was extraordinary, they didn't intend to refine it. Does His Majesty know the origin of this mountain? Emperor Yutian showed a thoughtful look. Okay, don't think about it. Taishan created the supreme realm around this mountain to protect His Majesty, and other Taoist friends also scattered. Be careful about the movement around. Anyone who steps into this mountain within 1,000 miles will be killed without mercy. Master Tong Tian said. Ignoring everyone's movements, Xuanhuan came to the top of Tianwu mountain and took a look at the mountain. He could clearly feel the power of the sun on this mountain, and the icy aura in it had reached the extreme. Without hesitation, dozens of golden flames and dragon aura suddenly rose from behind Xuanhuan, and with the aura of destroying heaven and earth, they expanded rapidly and rushed towards the entire Tianwu mountain. At the same time, the 5 Elements Avenue also immediately turned into a large net, covering the sky and covering the Tianwu mountain. This is not over yet. He unfolded the supernatural power of Linzi, and an extremely huge town character with a size of 1,000,000 was formed in the void, directly falling on Tianwu mountain. Afterwards, Xuanhuan released the Dian golden flame with a bang, covering the entire Tianwu mountain in an instant. Start refining at a high speed. The strong men scattered around the giant mountain all stared wide-eyed, and looked at Xuanhuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountainside of Tianwu mountain, showing disbelief. Xuanhuan's series of actions can be described as extremely spectacular. All kinds of supernatural powers made the hearts of the powerhouses in the supreme realm of Taishan good fortune, including the leader of Tongtian, Moyentian, etc. Not to mention Xuanti, to guide them who are weak in cultivation. At this time, as the golden fire of Emperor Yan envelopes the entire mountain, Xuanhuan will activate his mana to start refining. However, at this moment, his head suddenly felt a pain, and then, the space time avenue trembled slightly. Before he had time to think, he immediately fell into chaos. Father will play with me? Ha ha ha, seventh brother, you are too young. Brother, you can't bully the seventh brother when he is still young. Fifth sister, I want a hug. Boom. I don't know how long it took, maybe a short while, maybe 10,000 years, maybe even longer. In short, Xuanhuan suddenly returned to consciousness in a burst of severe pain. Before he could fully wake up, the Tianwu mountain in front of him suddenly trembled, and then the entire giant mountain shrunk rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a bean-sized spot of light and disappeared into Xuanhuan's dantian. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? It seems to have just started, right? The refining speed is too fast? Am I dreaming? It gives me the feeling that this mountain itself belongs to His Majesty, and was then easily taken back by His Majesty. Everyone stared at Xuanhuan, who was still sitting cross-legged in a daze, all showing disbelief. Xuanhuan was also stunned. Isn't it too easy? Could it be that this thing itself belongs to me? Also, what happened to the dream just now, that figure and those children? Why did they appear in my mind? At this time, Xuanhuan's mind was full of thoughts, and various thoughts were flying around. However, before he could figure it out, his body suddenly began to vibrate. At the same time, the nearby primordial purple chi swarmed in from all directions, enveloping Xuanhuan in an instant. Boom! Xuanhuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the primordial purple aura, suddenly shook his body, and his breath leaped loudly. The mid-stage of Taishan creation supreme realm. The breakthrough in cultivation did not stop. The flame pattern between Xuanhuan's eyebrows began to squirm violently, and gradually changed from the original flame shape to the appearance of a hill. In the blink of an eye, it broke out of the shackles between the eyebrows, and turned into a huge flame peak as high as hundreds of feet. The world tree in the body has also undergone drastic changes, growing rapidly. In the universe in the body, the wheel of fortune also began to merge with the world tree. At the same time, Xuanhuan's body surface began to mutate, instantly turning into a silver-white crystal body. Sovereign body. Tianwu mountain made his Gai saint body completely become the supreme overlord body, and changed from the original purple-gold color to silver and white color, and Emperor Yan Jinhua also changed to red and white color. Xuanhuan slowly raised his hands, palms up, in a lifting gesture, and terrifying mana roared out. It can also become stronger. Xuanhuan closed his eyes and shouted in a deep voice. As soon as the voice fell, his breath rose again. Rumble. The midterm peak of Taishan creation supreme realm. The silver-white supreme overlord body. After merging with the Tianwu mountain, his supreme overlord body has surpassed the supreme overlord body in the eyes of creatures. Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes, and shot thousands of miles away. From now on, I will call this physique Taishu Divine Physique. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. The tone is firm. As soon as his words fell, a golden light suddenly fell from the sky. It is a great merit. Xuanhuan created a new physique, and it stands to reason that it shouldn't lower the great merit. However, the Tianwu mountain that Xuanhuan fused is obviously not ordinary. And its origin is even more mysterious. It is not surprising that the golden light of merit and virtue descended from the sky. The original Tianzuan, the leader of Tong Tian, Xuanti, was immediately petrified on the spot. In the previous life, they had worked so hard to obtain the merits of the great Tao. Practicing for hundreds of millions of years may not be able to obtain a sliver of Tao merit, but Xuanhuan only took less than a quarter of an hour to obtain a large amount of Tao merit. How could this not make them shocked and envious? Although the other strong men didn't have much expression on their faces, they were extremely envious in their hearts. With the addition of great merits and virtues, Xuanhuan's cultivation took off again. The late stage of Taishan creation supreme realm. Rumble. Hundreds of millions of dark purple thunderbolts appeared out of thin air, and exploded around the radiance of merit, instantly destroying everything within. Tens of thousands of miles around. The extremely powerful beasts were blown away, leaving nothing left. The peak of Taishan creation supreme realm in the late stage. Xuanhuan broke through again, and Xuanhuan's soaring aura finally calmed down. Finally stopped at the peak of the late stage. At this time, the world tree and the wheel of destiny in his body were completely fused, and the emperor flame golden fire on his forehead was completely transformed into a cluster of mountain-shaped red and white patterns. More domineering than before, Xuanhuan's whole body is even more domineering, like a ninth 5-year venerable. Ding. Complete the main mission, refining Tianwu mountain. The system specially rewards the host with 2 chances to awaken the primordial, 2 chances to cross the tribulation, 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit, and 1 chance to designate a superpower, 2 chances to awaken the loyalists, 10 chances to copy the strongman, and 10 chances to be the peak of the strong, and trigger the supreme level task. Ding. Trigger the supreme level mission resurrection of Taishu Shinshan. Mission details, because the host has merged with Tianwu Mountain, one of Taishu Shinshan's mountains, a door has been opened for the resurrection of Tianwu artifact. If the host successfully revives Taishu Shinshan, the system will reward the host with a chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to overcome the tribulation of the primordial spirit, 10 chances to revive the strong, and a chance to be summoned by the limit. Opportunities. 10 chances to awaken beyond limits. 10 chances to awaken loyalists, and 10 chances to pass on Taoism. At this time, the system prompt sounded again in his mind. In an instant, Xuanhuan was stunned. Hongmeng awakens again. Extreme call. Primordial chi quenched body? Could this be a new system function that appeared after the system was upgraded again? Xuanhuan remained silent for a long time. It's another sky. Where is this extraterrestrial world? Could it be that there is really another world outside of primordial Meng? Okay, let's move on. Xuanhuan landed from the void. At the same time, Taishuan's cultivation base in the late stage of the supreme realm burst out, shocking the powerhouses scattered around. In just half an hour, Xuanhuan's cultivation level soared from the early stage of Taishan creation supreme realm to the peak in the later stage, which made everyone feel frustrated in an instant. But when he thought that Xuanhuan could create a super strong man in a few seconds, he was relieved. Congratulations to your majesty on your promotion. Li Yuanba rubbed his hands and said with a laugh. There is no sense of distance from Xuanhuan. Others also said words of congratulations. Xuanhuan waved his hands without arrogance or rashness, as if he had done a trivial thing. Afterwards, everyone went on the road again. Ding! The host has successfully fused the fragments of the Tianwu artifact, and the system rewards the host with a designated summoning opportunity. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth turned up, and the dreamlike scene was temporarily dismissed in his heart. Ready to start calling. In the depths of endless void purgatory. This is a very ordinary hillside. Not a blade of grass grows, and it looks extremely desolate. At the bottom of the hillside, there are many ferocious beasts with powerful auras lying on their backs. As far as the eye can see, they are endless and countless. They are tall, and each one is like a mountain peak. And on the hillside, sitting cross-legged at this time, was a beautiful woman. In colorful palace attire. She closed her eyes tightly, and her pure white jade face was extremely solemn, appearing sacred and inviolable. The moment Tayin Mountain disappeared, the beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes, and two solid colored rays of light burst out, blasting at the giant beast at the foot of the mountain, instantly turning it into ashes. The endless wind and waves swept away the ferocious beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of miles in an instant, and the scene suddenly fell into chaos. But the strange thing is that none of the ferocious beasts made even the slightest sound. The Tayin Mountain disappeared? Why did such a thing happen? The woman suddenly looked at the direction where Tayin Mountain disappeared and muttered to herself. Could it be refined? Could it be? The woman seemed to have thought of a possibility, and she became short of breath in an instant. At the same time, the beautiful face showed longing, anticipation, worry, and other expressions. It took her a long time to mutter to herself again. In this world, only you, your majesty, can easily refine Tayin Mountain. That is to say, you have finally reincarnated in this life. After waiting for countless epochs, the concubines have finally waited for you. After finishing speaking, the woman pursed her lips and closed her eyes with a smile. The riots under the mountain also quickly returned to normal. Boom! A monstrous giant palm, composed of billowing demonic energy, descended from the sky, and instantly patted a huge unicorn into a meat paste. The endless gust of wind blasted in all directions, raising everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles to the ground. The light dissipated, and a huge pit of billions of feet was left on the spot. Okay, let's continue on the road. This is already the seventh beast that everyone has dealt with. Hearing this, everyone continued to move forward with solemn faces. System, I am designated to summon one of the 12 ancestral witches, the ancestral witch of rain, the ancestral witch of Xianming. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart while walking forward. From then on, he summoned all 12 ancestor witches. After he raises the cultivation bases of all 12 people to a higher level, the formation of gods and demons in the 12 capitals will officially appear. On the land of Hongmeng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Xianming ancestor witch. Do you want to restore the memory of the previous life? Restore the memory of the previous life and call up the attribute list. Su Haoyan ordered lightly. Xianming, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, ancestral witch of the reign of the 12 ancestral witches. Lucky level, Holy Realm Dzogchen. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Supernatural powers, tear the sky and the earth. It's raining all over the sky. Loyalty, 85/100. At this time, as Su Haoyan checked Xuanming's attribute list, a flash of inspiration appeared beside him, and a tall and mighty man wearing a blue animal leather jacket appeared. It is the ancestor of the rain, Xianming. Xianming greets His Majesty. As soon as Xianming appeared, although he felt the infinite coercion here, he did not show a look of fear, but paid respects to Su Haoyan sincerely. Su Haoyan was infected by his courage, and said approvingly, "Well, yes. Enough courage. Let's be flat. Haha, your kid is finally here." At this time, Di Jiang, Tianwu, and Ho Tu walked over from the team and they chatted enthusiastically. Seeing them chatting so happily, Su Haoyan couldn't help sighing. Before he knew it, he had already stood at such an admirable height. Now the 12 ancestor witches have been summoned. Find an opportunity to raise all their cultivation bases. 3 more days passed like this, and on this day, Emperor Yutian, who was walking in front of the team, suddenly changed his expression. Get excited instead. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone pay attention, the whereabouts of the leader Ziwei is nearby." When Su Haoyan heard it, he quickly raised his head to look. I saw the ring floating in front suddenly spinning around in place. Neither forward nor backward. It seems that Emperor Ziwei is trapped here. Seeing this, Su Haoyan thought for a while, then dispersed his consciousness and immediately revealed a strange look. Then he showed a clear look. At this time, Di Jiang and Yu Qigong exclaimed in surprise, and saw that the light group of Gonggong aura suddenly came out of Qin Qiong, and it was also spinning around in place. As expected, Ziwei is actually helping Qin Qiong and Gonggong. What a coincidence. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, the sounds of piercing through the air, fighting and screaming suddenly came from a distance, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Again? Even Li Yuanba, a combat madman, became a little irritable. It's only been a long time since they came in, and all kinds of troubles have come one after another. Even with their cultivation base, it feels difficult. If a strong man from the Chaos Realm came in alone, he would definitely be devastated without leaving any residue. Soon, 3 figures rushed out from the roar of beasts all over the sky, 2 men and 1 woman, all of them were at the 9 profound void realm. Their bodies were stained with blood, and their expressions were flustered. It was obvious that they had suffered injuries of varying degrees. The one who rushed to the front was a tall man in black. He was the first to spot Su Haoyan's group standing in front of him, and his face was overjoyed. "Dear friends, help, we are." The big man in black suddenly shouted excitedly, but before he finished speaking, a monstrous black hole-like mouth suddenly protruded from behind, swallowing the 3 of them instantly. When Su Haoyan and the others saw this, their expressions changed suddenly. All I saw was a huge monster appeared between several million-foot-tall peaks. This monster is like the legendary dinosaur in Su Haoyan's previous life. It is as huge as 100 feet with just 1 mouth. It just stuck out ahead just now, and the neck was covered by mountains. After swallowing 3 creatures, it opened its mouth wide, stared at the eyeballs the size of a house, and tilted its head to stare at Su Haoyan and others. "Your Majesty, this guy Everyone was trembling, even Mo Yen Tian, Master Tong Tian, and other powerful people who were in the supreme realm of great consummation couldn't see through the monster's cultivation level. You beast, get the hell out of here. Li Yuanba's temper was the hottest, and he was about to kill him with a flick of the sledgehammer. However, at this moment, the ground trembled suddenly, and a figure rushed out immediately after. As soon as this figure appeared, it stood in front of Li Yuanba. Hey boy, your courage is not bad, but it's a bit muddy. The extremely strong aura rolled up the monstrous wind and sand, like wind dragons, surrounding the figure. He was wearing a purple coat, over 3 feet tall, with a stern face and a high-spirited manner. He forced Li Yuanba back, and then waved at the giant beast. Rumble. There was a loud noise, and the behemoth that was still looking around suddenly flew out. The body of a giant beast with a length of hundreds of thousands of meters rose from the ground and flew out sideways, smashing countless peaks of millions of meters along the way. In an instant, the earth trembled and the mountains shook, flying sand and rocks, as if the end of the world was coming. Seeing this, the leader of Tong Tian quickly sacrificed the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, set up a sword array of Zhu Xian, and surrounded everyone in the middle, thus avoiding the bad luck of being blown away by the strong wind. After more than 10 minutes passed, everyone heard the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. At the same time, the ground under their feet trembled violently, the wind and sand cleared away, and everyone looked up. Everyone was stunned. As far as the eye can see, there is a flat river, and everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles is razed to the ground. All turned into pieces. Swallowing hard and spitting, everyone was beyond shocked. With such power and influence, even if several of them joined forces, they would not be able to achieve it. This person's cultivation is unfathomable, Your Majesty, we must be careful, Di Jiang said in a deep voice. At the same time, he moved his body forward to block Xuanhuan behind him. Your Majesty, Chen Ziwei pays homage to Your Majesty. Just when Master Tong Tian was about to say something, the figure over there suddenly turned around, knelt down on the ground, and paid homage to Xuanhuan. This situation immediately forgot to close the open mouth of Tong Tian cult. Master. What's the situation? Is he one of His Majesty's subordinates? When did His Majesty accept such a fierce general? All kinds of doubts lingered in everyone's minds. Of course, this does not include the people of Tiandi Palace. Haha, Ziwei, it has been countless years, and I finally see you again. Come on, get up quickly. Xuanhuan strode up to the tall figure and helped him up himself. It stands to reason that with his current status, his cultivation base does not need to be so polite to his subordinates, but the other party has waited for him for countless years, and his loyalty has not been lost at all, which shows his loyalty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Ziwei was also very excited at this time. He stood up, tried his best to calm down, and then waved his hands. 2 light groups suddenly appeared in front of him, which were the fairy babies of Qin Qiong and Gong Gong. Then he said, Your Majesty, I rescued the 2 of them. Now leave it to you. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was extremely happy, and the 12 ancestor witches standing behind even thanked Ziwei for the gift. By the way, leader, aren't you trapped by Baji Sword Master? Why are you suddenly free? At this time, Emperor Yutian asked. I originally came to save them, but just after I found this place, I met Tai Chi Sword Master. We fought when we disagreed. He was superior and trapped me. Here. It has been 100,000 years. Later, that guy didn't know why he suddenly went crazy and broke the restriction here, so I was free. Emperor Ziwei replied. Leader, I have already decided to lead the Heavenly Guard to seek refuge with. Master, what do you think? Emperor Yutian asked carefully. Well done. The ultimate goal of our establishment of the Heavenly Guard is for His Majesty. When His Majesty returns, we will naturally join His Majesty's command. Seeing this, Emperor Yutian smiled. So far, Haotian court has another force joining. Like a tiger with wings added. Ding. Complete the side mission, rescue the Emperor Ziwei. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken the loyalists, and a chance to summon the strong, one chance to inherit Taoism, and 10 chances to copy the strong man. Ding. Complete the main mission, rescue Qin Qiong and Gonggong from the void of chaos. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken a diehard loyalist, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a designated summon, super strong, an opportunity for the winner, an opportunity for the system's grace. At this time, 2 consecutive system prompts sounded in Su Haotian's mind. It indicated that Su Haotian had completed 2 more tasks. By the way, Your Majesty, let's get out of here. To be honest, during the 100,000 years of being trapped, I have seen many powerful creatures. Among them, there are more than 10 creatures that surpass me. Here we are not the strongest. At this time, Emperor Ziwei said. Well, the mission of this trip has been completed. Let's go back to the Heavenly Court first. After the old sage land is settled, we will march into Hongmeng. I want to unify Hongmeng. Su Haotian shouted loudly. Everyone's heartbeat was heard. Ziwei, in particular, was very happy. After hiding for so long, she could finally show her ambitions. Ziwei, what state are you in now? On the way out of Void Purgatory, Su Haotian asked casually. When everyone heard this, they also perked up their ears. The subject is now at the cultivation base of Taixishan's 3 transformations. Ziwei said calmly. Let Su Haotian understand. It seems that above the Taishan Creation Supreme Realm is the Taishu God Realm. As long as he unifies the land of the ancient sage, he will be able to cultivate a strong void god. Roar. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded, shaking everyone dizzy and shaking their bodies. Su Haotian had sharp eyesight and quick hands, and took Shanming and Zhuanti into his left eye. Only then can the danger of 2 people exploding to death be avoided. Soon, the obstacle avoidance space next to everyone was torn open, a huge hole. And then a sharp claw stretched out from it, and in the blink of an eye, it came to Su Haotian and grabbed him. It became hasty, everyone didn't react immediately, they could only watch Su Haotian getting closer in the claws. At the very moment, there was a loud shout. Naughty animal! The giant claw stopped suddenly just 1 foot away from Su Haotian, and the violent wind and waves made Su Haotian's Hongmeng Taishan robe rattle. Su Haotian's whole body was instantly drenched with sweat at the same time that there was a huge wave in Su Haotian's heart. At that moment just now, he already felt the threat of death. In an instant, the giant claw disappeared, and the huge hole in the void healed instantly. Everything is restored in an instant. Your Majesty, are you all right? At this time Emperor Ziwei was the first to wake up, and hurriedly asked. What's the cultivation level of that giant claw just now? Xuanhuan took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice without answering. Ziwei's question. Beyond the Taishu god's arrival. Emperor Ziwei said with an ugly face. Okay, let's go back. This place will be conquered by me sooner or later. Xuanhuan quickly calmed down. There are people beyond the sky, but one day he will surpass all of them. Ding. Trigger the main task, control the void purgatory. Task details. Because the host has become interested in the endless void purgatory, if the host accepts it, control the void purgatory. The system specially rewards the host with one chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, one chance to temper the body with primordial qi, 5 chances to awaken the primordial spirit, 5 chances to transcend the tribulation of the primordial realm, 5 chances to awaken beyond the limit, and 5 chances to awaken the loyalist's chances, 10 chances for the peak of the strong, 20 chances for a copy of the strong. The team moves on. Xuanhuan was not affected by what happened just now, he still talked and laughed with everyone. However, everyone was wondering who was that voice just now. Is it friend or foe? Why did he save His Majesty? Xuanhuan was also thinking about it. If he heard correctly, the other party should be a woman. Who is helping me? Could it be the mysterious figure who controls void purgatory? Xuanhuan had doubts in his heart. At the same time, he commanded the system in his heart, resurrect Qin Qiong, the Gonggong powerhouse. Immediately, Qin Qiong and Gonggong's fairy baby, who were put away by Xuanhuan, were taken in by the system in an instant. Your Majesty, how are you going to arrange the fairy babies of the two fellow Taoists? At this time Emperor Ziwei asked. Everyone pricked up their ears and wanted to know. Later, you will be able to see both of them. Xuanhuan's answer stunned the strong for a moment, but they cheered up immediately. It seems that His Majesty is about to display his supernatural powers again. Emperor Ziwei showed doubts, he didn't know what Xuanhuan meant by these words. However, his full loyalty made him not have the slightest doubt about Xuanhuan. Ding. The strong Qin Qiong was resurrected successfully, may the host be released? Release, and call up his attribute list. Qin Qiong, from Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Identity, Erlang reincarnated. Kung Fu, Golden Body Ju. Magic weapon, four-edged golden mace, golden scorpion and spear. Mount, Hule refutes. Lucky level, chaos to the early stage of the Great Emperor realm. Loyalty, 100/100. Ding. The Gonggong powerhouse was resurrected successfully. May I ask if the host chooses to release it? Release, and bring up the property list. Gonggong, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, god of water, the ancestor of the 12 ancestral witches. Luck level, Chaos Supreme Emperor realm late stage. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Supernatural powers, tear the sky and the earth. Water filled the world. Loyalty, 100/100. As the system prompt sounded, beside Xuanhuan, Qin Qiong and Gonggong appeared one after another. Immediately, Emperor Ziwei was startled, and then, when he saw the two clearly, he was shocked immediately, pointed at the two, and opened his mouth wide, unable to speak again. Qin Qiong pays homage to His Majesty. Qin Gonggong pays homage to His Majesty. Seeing that they had come back to life, the two immediately became happy. Chi-Chi knelt down to pay respects to Dou. Okay, get up, from now on, 2 strong men have joined my heavenly court. Congratulations. Xuanhuan shouted happily. Of course, the happiest ones are none other than Yu Qigong, Dijiang, and other ancestral witches. After a long time, Ziwei murmured to herself, it turns out that what your Majesty said is true, these 2 people really appeared. Your Majesty is so powerful. A huge planet in the Hongmeng starry sky. The news that Emperor Quan is about to be born has been widely circulated. At this time, billions of creatures have gathered on this huge planet, among which there are countless magic ships and flying magic weapons. One of them stands out the most. He stood at the forefront of all the creatures, followed by dozens of 9 profound void realm powerhouses, all looking at the planet ahead with fanaticism. This person is none other than the God King Shao Tian of Chao Tian Palace, one of the most powerful forces in Hongmeng. In order to win over Emperor Quan, the first undefeated emperor in Hongmeng, he showed 120% sincerity. He felt that for Chao Tian Palace to unify the primordial realm, no matter how high the price was, it was worth it. TSK, Shao Tianlong, I didn't expect your battle to be so spectacular. It seems that you are bound to win against Emperor Quan. At this time, a voice came from Shao Tianlong's side, and then a middle-aged man dressed as a middle-aged scholar holding a paper fan suddenly appeared beside Shao Tianlong. Humph, Lu Hetian, isn't your heaven and earth alliance well prepared? The 10 Supreme Profound Good Fortune Supreme Realm Powerhouses, and the 9 Profound Great Void Realm Powerhouses, really cost a fortune. Shao Tianlong glanced at the middle-aged scholar and his subordinates behind him, and said with some taste. Hee, everyone is mutual. There is no fuss. Lu Hetian is a celestial venerable of the Heaven and Earth League, his cultivation is in the supreme realm of Taishan Good Fortune and the Dzogchen realm, which is equal to that of Shao Tianlong. Naturally, he is not afraid of Shao Tianlong. And in terms of power, both the Heaven and Earth League and the Chao Tian Palace belong to the superpowers of Hongmeng. In terms of strength, there is no distinction between each other. Because of the relationship of the covenant, the creatures on both sides are very polite when they meet, but secretly it is indeed a rival relationship. Fighting openly and secretly cannot be avoided. Look, you and I may not be able to gather Emperor Quan together. There are many superpowers among these guys. We should be careful. If it doesn't work, let's form an alliance temporarily. It's better than Emperor Quan falling into the hands of outsiders. At this time, Lu Hetian suggested. Shao Tianlong did not answer, but nodded solemnly. Is it so lively here? On the cloud, Xuanhuan was lazily sitting on the Supreme 9 Dragon chair, having nothing to do, and was searching the system mall. See if there is any treasure suitable for Gonggong and Qin Qiong. After waiting for him for countless millions of years, he will naturally not neglect the 2 of them. Li Yuanba muttered to himself. At this time a creature flew past him. Li Yuanba's quick eyesight and quick hands pulled the creature into the clouds. This creature was detained for no reason, so he was naturally very angry. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a bang in his head, followed by blood spurting from his mouth and nose. With his cultivation base of Chaos Supreme Great Emperor, how can he resist the coercion of these many people, and he is lucky not to be smashed to pieces. Tell me, what happened in front of you? Li Yuanba asked indisputably. You don't know? This person showed a strange look in horror. Don't talk nonsense, what happened? Li Yuanba was a little impatient. Emperor Quan is about to be born, and we are all here to witness this moment. When this person mentioned Emperor Quan, he was extremely excited. Emperor Quan? The first undefeated emperor in Hongmeng? The expressions of Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Yutian changed. They all looked shocked. The same is true for Xuanhuan and others. Although they were in the ancient sacred land, they had also heard of Emperor Quan. Ding. Trigger a side mission, defeat Emperor Quan. Mission details, because the host has heard that Emperor Quan is about to be born. If the host shoots the newly born Emperor Quan, he will be discouraged. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial. A chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken the loyalists, a chance to overcome the tribulation of the primordial, and a chance to inherit Taoism. 10 chances for the strong to reach the peak. 10 times for the system. Chance of grace. At this time, the system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan slightly taken aback. This is so. Isn't this asking me to step on Emperor Quan? This task is a bit forced to pretend. I'm sorry, Emperor Quan, I made you ashamed just after you came out. But there is no way, the world is big, and the system is the biggest. A strange look appeared on Xuanhuan's face. Let him go. Let's also stop to watch the excitement. Xuanhuan said softly at this moment. Naturally, everyone had no doubts, and they all thought Xuanhuan was watching the fun. Rumble. At this moment, the huge planet began to tremble violently, and a breath gradually became stronger from weak. Finally, it started to skyrocket, and with a bang, a column of air 1,000 feet thick rose into the sky. The crowd looked up in shock. Great, Emperor Quan is finally born. How many years have passed? Emperor Quan disappeared in Hongmeng for a long time, and he finally returned. The strong will return and rule the primordial world. Who else can be the enemy? Hundreds of millions of creatures were discussing wildly, looking at the violently trembling planet. Xiao Tianlong and Lu Hetian also became excited. At this moment, a 10,000 zhang long opening was suddenly torn open in the distant starry sky, and Emperor Long stepped out of it wearing a purple gold python robe. Behind him are also hundreds of followers, many of whom are too mysterious and supremely powerful. His appearance immediately caused many strong men to show their vigilance. The faces of Xiao Tianlong and Lu Hetian were even more ugly. But most of the creatures did not notice the arrival of Emperor Long. They all fixed their eyes on the planet that was about to split apart. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a huge explosion sounded, and at the same time, a coercion capable of destroying everything rose to the sky from the planet. In an instant, the planet was scattered in all directions. The surrounding creatures cast spells to defend against the chaos. Emperor Long put all his attention on Emperor Quan, and did not notice the existence of Xuanhuan at all. At this time, his eyes were shining brightly. Looking at Emperor Quan, who was about to appear, he muttered to himself, "The idol in my heart is finally coming out." And the subordinates behind him also looked fanatical. All of them stared at the exploding planet in front of them. The storm-like explosion caused countless creatures to vomit blood and fly backwards. At the same time, Emperor Quan's aura became more and more alarming, and immediately made countless creatures tremble. In Su Haoyan's camp, except for Su Haoyan and Emperor Ziwei, they are all trying their best to resist this monstrous coercion. Emperor Ziwei was extremely shocked. He was shocked that Su Haoyan was so calm and unbreakable under such coercion. Although he was only in the supreme realm of Taishan creation, he felt unfathomable, and even had a sense of crisis. Your Majesty is becoming more and more unfathomable, Ziwei murmured in her heart. Could it be that he wants to surpass the Taishan creation supreme realm? It's really exciting and enviable, Emperor Long muttered to himself. The subordinates behind him had no interface, and were all in shock. Emperor Quan's aura was so strong that they couldn't move an inch. Soon everyone's eyes were fixed on a stalwart figure in the billowing dust and smoke. Although this figure was blocked by dust and smoke, it still couldn't block that incomparable domineering aura. Fuck, this kid hasn't changed his violent temper since ancient times. Pretentious. Su Haoyan slouched on the chair and said disdainfully. Your Majesty, do you know Emperor Quan? Emperor Ziwei couldn't help asking. Of course, not only him, but also the primordial gods I know, because I am the father of the primordial gods. As soon as these words came out, the corners of Emperor Ziwei's mouth twitched, and he was extremely speechless. The faces of the other powerhouses were basically calm. They have become commonplace. The Emperor Quan is invincible. At this time a creature suddenly shouted loudly. It's like throwing a stone into calm water, instantly stirring up layers of waves. The Emperor Quan is invincible. The Emperor Quan is invincible. All the creatures began to shout for Emperor Quan. Fanaticism appeared on the faces of all the creatures. The cries will gather together and shake the entire starry sky. Although Emperor Long's face was still calm, he was very upset. He was the ruler of Zihongmeng, and his own people were praising outsiders on his own territory. He was naturally uncomfortable. What time is it? Can anyone tell me, how long have I been asleep? At this time, Emperor Quan's voice came lightly, easily overshadowing the shouts of all living beings. Old friend, it has been 1,000,000,000,000 years since you last woke up. At this time, Emperor Long's voice suddenly sounded. All the creatures looked for their reputation, and when they found out that it was Emperor Long, they exploded in an instant. They didn't realize that Emperor Long had arrived until now. Who is Longdi? The ruler of West Hongmeng. It is rumored that he once received the favor of the gods of Hongmeng, and it is only after 100 years of listening to the Tao that he has achieved his current status and transcendent cultivation. Even he personally came to welcome Emperor Quan to lead the customs, imperceptibly elevating Emperor Quan's status again. Has it been such a long time? So who is the strongest in the current Grand Mist? Emperor Quan's voice was still light. Not a trace of emotion. Now if we say that the strongest is Nailan Qing, the mysterious lord of the Nailan sect who newly appeared in the center of Hongmeng. Emperor Long said. Nailan Qing actually brought Nalanzong to Hongmeng Central? This guy is really surprising. When Su Haoyan heard Nailan Qing's name, he immediately became interested. Ding. Trigger a side mission, defeat Nailan Qing. Mission details, the host knows about Nailan Qing's traces. If the host can defeat Nailan Qing himself, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the primordial spirit. And a chance to awaken the primordial spirit. A chance to quench the body, a chance to summon a super strong man, a chance to awaken a primordial being. 10 chances to reach the peak of a strong man, and 20 chances to copy a strong man. The system prompt sounded at this time, making Su Haoyan's eyes brighten. It seems that he and Nailan Qing still have a battle. And the rewards are so generous, it might be difficult to defeat that guy. But it doesn't matter, there are challenges to have fun, right? Your Excellency Emperor Quan, in the Tiandaiming Tianzu Lu Hetian, our Lord, would like to invite you to the main altar of the Hongmeng Tiandaiming as a guest. At this time, Lu Hetian suddenly spoke. It made Xiao Tianlong's teeth itch with hatred. You just said you want an alliance, why are you doing it yourself now? Real villain. Of course, with your prestige, Emperor Quan, we may not be able to invite you from the Tiandaiming. Then with the addition of Chaotian Palace, do you think this weight is okay? Lu Hetian continued to speak, and Xiao Tianlong, who was about to explode, looked much better. My lord, Xiao Tianlong, I'm sure you will go to Hongmeng Center to visit our two families. Xiao Tianlong said sincerely. You too, this is the West Hongmeng, not the Central Hongmeng. You guys are a bit over the top. Emperor Long's face was ugly, and he said in a cold voice. The envoy of Emperor Xianming, if you come to our Xianming sect as a guest, we will be grateful. The conditions are up to you. Us? There were voices of solicitation from all directions with Emperor Quan at the center, making the scene a little chaotic, and Emperor Long's face became more and more ugly. There is a feeling of lifting a rock and shooting yourself in the foot. That's right, he was the one who released the news of Emperor Quan's birth. The purpose is to use the name of Emperor Quan to make him Emperor Long resound throughout the four primordial realms and the central primordial realm. Who would have thought it would be such an unexpected scene? Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, he was about to speak when a voice sounded ahead of time. Emperor Quan, dare to fight me. Su Haoyan's voice rolled out, overwhelming all the voices on the scene in an instant. In an instant, all the sounds stopped abruptly, and the scene fell silent for an instant. Everyone looked at Su Haoyan in shock, and the strong men on the cloud, including Emperor Ziwei, also looked dumbfounded. Your Majesty, are you joking? After a while, Emperor Ziwei asked cautiously. At the scene, only he could see that Emperor Quan's cultivation base had surpassed the supreme realm of Taishan good fortune, and had reached the realm of supreme void god. Boy, who the hell are you, dare to challenge Emperor Quan? Are you courting death? A creature suddenly shouted. At the same time, a playful look appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist, please take back what you just said, and kneel down to Emperor Quan to apologize. Otherwise, the Heaven and Earth Alliance will condemn you. Humph, where are you the crazy ones? Do you want to commit suicide? Later. Chaotian Palace Xiaotian God King can fulfill you. That's right, it's too arrogant. Without Emperor Quan's action, anyone present can make him disappear in seconds. Everyone thought that Su Haoyan was crazy, and there was a lot of discussion. And at the same time, he showed his eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. However, he didn't even see the frightened look in Emperor Long's eyes at this time. It's him, the Emperor of Heaven? How is it possible? How dare he challenge Emperor Quan? Does he not want to live anymore? It just so happened that you were killed by the hand of Emperor Quan. Emperor Long's thoughts changed, and he felt that Su Haoyan's madness was a good thing for him. How about it, Emperor Quan, do you dare to fight? Su Haoyan remained unmoved and said calmly. Emperor Ziwei wanted to speak, but Mo Yantian stopped him. I have to say, your guts are the biggest one I have ever seen. How dare you challenge me with your mere late-stage cultivation of the supreme profound realm? Very good, just came out, just in time to practice with you. Emperor Quan twisted his neck and said easily. The eyes that looked at Su Haotian were already looking at a dead person. Be prepared to support His Majesty at any time. Emperor Ziwei has now determined that Su Haotian is acting blindly. Although he was a little angry, he was confident that he would rescue Su Haotian before Emperor Quan killed Su Haotian. You don't know His Majesty at first glance. If His Majesty is not sure, he won't make a move. Don't worry too much. I guess His Majesty can resolve the battle within an hour. After Li Yuanba finished speaking, he actually sat on the cloud, intending to watch the excitement. Come on, I want to see how strong the first undefeated emperor from the beginning of Hongmeng is now. Su Haotian left the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair after speaking, and flew upwards. When Emperor Quan heard this, his heart was shocked. It's not because of what he said just now, but because of Su Haotian's voice. Make him feel familiar. However, he didn't think too much, after all, he had been asleep for a long time. Things in the past are already blurred. Soon, the two of them were hundreds of millions of miles away from everyone. Facing each other, far away. Su Haotian twisted his neck, and in an instant the degenerated Emperor Flame Dragon Qi roared out from his body, hovering around his body, hundreds of dragon heads roared and roared at Emperor Quan. Boom! Not to be outdone, Emperor Quan exploded his aura in an instant, and at the same time disappeared in place with a movement of his body, and when he reappeared, he was already a short distance in front of Su Haotian, and he struck Su Haotian's chest with his palm. Seeing this, Su Haotian showed disdain on his face, and his lips curled up. Certainly. The avenue of time burst out, instantly stopping time within 100 meters around him. Even so, Emperor Quan's movements remained the same, but much slower. Immediately, in the shock of Emperor Quan, Su Haotian slammed his palm firmly on Emperor Quan's chest. Bang! Emperor Quan rewinds like a shooting star. It disappeared into the depths of the starry sky in an instant. Far away, the screaming creatures suddenly fell silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, stared wide-eyed, petrified on the spot. What's the situation? That person actually sent Emperor Quan flying with one palm? My God, who is he? Can anyone tell me what's going on here? After a few seconds of silence, Xing immediately exploded. There is a big difference in the realm, and there is more than a gully difference? However, for Su Haotian, this gap does not exist at all, and Su Haotian has already played the leapfrog battle to the fullest. Your Majesty is still as domineering as ever. Emperor Yutian and Emperor Ziwei had expressions of emotion on their faces. Li Yuanba directly yelled 666 at Su Haotian. On the other side, Lu Hetian and Xiao Tianlong opened their mouths, raised their arms slightly, and were stunned on the spot. Emperor Long's face was gloomy, with fear, unwillingness, and madness in his eyes. Boy, you pissed me off. At this moment, there was a flash of inspiration in the depths of the starry sky, and the next second, Emperor Quan emerged. At this time, Emperor Quan had a ferocious face. As soon as he appeared, he roared, "Who the hell are you? How can you fight by leapfrogging?" As soon as Emperor Quan's words fell, he didn't wait for Su Haotian to answer, and started to use his tactics again, rubbing his body. This time, he didn't hold back, and directly raised his figure to the size of 1,000 feet, and his whole body was covered with a layer of dark armor, which looked hideous and terrifying. The breath is much stronger than before. Xuanhuan said contemptuously, Emperor Quan is nothing more than that, is this his ability? Without hesitation, he directly activated the Taishu divine body, and his body was also tall. In the next second, the two immediately fought. The two of them are fighting against each other physically. You punch, I kick close to each other. The Hongmeng Taishan robe on Xuanhuan's body is a treasure that has been quenched by the Qi of origin, and it has surpassed the scope of the Hongmeng supreme treasure. Emperor Quan's attack will have no effect at all on it. However, Xuanhuan's Futian Palm's eighth form, Fury, was able to blow Emperor Quan back again and again. In an instant, the starry sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles suddenly became a battlefield for the two of them, tossing and turning like a flash of lightning. In the entire starry sky, only Emperor Ziwei can clearly see the figures of the two, and the others, even the Taishan creation supreme Dzogchen, cannot capture the figures of the two. Haha, the boy is very good, have fun today. Xuanhuan shouted teasingly while fighting. Emperor Quan was so angry that his face was gloomy, and he had already begun to use the magic power in his body. A torrent of black and white mana surged out, turning into a terrifying giant beast, and biting towards Xuanhuan with a bang. Seeing this, Xuanhuan suddenly turned his palm into a fist, and the Kunwu heaven-breaking fist blasted on the torrent of mana. The incomparable terrifying power directly shattered the torrent of mana without stopping, and came to Emperor Quan like a broken bamboo. Emperor Quan was shocked, and only had time to turn sideways. This punch full of destructive power was solid. It hit half of Emperor Quan's body. Boom! Half of Emperor Quan's body couldn't bear the huge force at all, it collapsed with a bang, and blood spilled into the sky. With one punch, Emperor Quan destroyed half of his body, and his whole body turned backwards, directly smashing into the crowd who hadn't had time to escape. Ding! Complete the side mission, defeat Emperor Quan. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken the loyalists, a chance to overcome the tribulation, and a chance to pass on Taoism. 10 chances for the strong to be at the top. 10 chances for the system's grace. At this time, the system prompt sounded, causing a bright smile to appear on Xuanhuan's face. At this moment, the entire starry sky fell into silence. Deathly silence. Hundreds of millions of creatures stared wide-eyed, looking in disbelief at Xuanhuan, who was walking towards this side with his hands upside down. Let's go, this kid's strength is not bad, he has made great progress. Xuanhuan said softly. It made the corners of the strong men's mouths twitch. At the same time, my heart was shocked. Xuanhuan had leapfrogged the cultivation base of Taishan good fortune supreme realm, and instead of being defeated, he defeated the opponent with absolute strength. What does this mean? It shows that Xuanhuan's strength has reached the strength of the second transformation of Taishu God. Perhaps more powerful. Even with Emperor Ziwei's strength, he is not sure of defeating Xuanhuan. At this time, Xuanhuan became tall again in the eyes of everyone. In the crowd, Lu Hetian and Xiao Tianlong glanced at each other, and they both saw horror and a hint of intrigue in each other's eyes. May I ask this fellow Taoist, who are you? Xiao Tianlong was the first to ask. Lu Hetian also looked at Xuanhuan curiously. Only Emperor Long's body trembled, and he didn't dare to raise his head, for fear that Xuanhuan would see him. I am the Emperor of Heaven. Go back and tell Hua Xubing and Taibai Jinxing that their master has returned. In addition, Emperor Quan is not the object of your wooing. If you want to be strong, you can only rely on yourself. Xuanhuan slowly sat back on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair, and said calmly. As soon as these words came out, the two of them were immediately stunned. Who is this person? He actually knew the leaders of the two forces? For a moment, the minds of the two of them turned, and their imaginations flashed. Emperor? I just want to know, have we met before? At this time, Emperor Quan, who had half of his body shattered, suddenly flew out from the crowd in a state of embarrassment, and asked solemnly. If you want to become emperor, you must have strong strength, but you still don't have that strength, so, boy, you still need to work hard. After Xuanhuan talked endlessly, he took everyone away. It quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. For a long time. What? Emperor, is that you? Are you really back? Emperor Quan suddenly knelt down in emptiness, and cowed out in the direction where Xuanhuan disappeared. Xuanhuan's words just now saved him at the beginning of Hongmeng, and at the same time, he also fully understood Xuanhuan's identity. The creator of Hongmeng, the Emperor of Heaven, the father of the gods of Hongmeng, and the supreme god of the Hongmeng period. Unexpectedly, just after he was born, he met his idol. It is glorious to lose. Emperor Quan, I am optimistic about you, work hard. In addition, I will return to Hongmeng soon, and West Hongmeng is my first stop. At this time, Xuanhuan's voice came from beside his ear. Let Emperor Quan cheer up immediately. At the same time, hundreds of millions of creatures watching the excitement also began to discuss. It turns out to be the biggest force in the land of the ancient sages. Heavenly Emperor? No wonder you are so arrogant, but you never thought that the Emperor of Heaven would be so powerful. What is the undefeated Emperor? What is the first creature in the beginning of the primordial? It is all nonsense in front of the Emperor. Lu Hetian and Xiao Tianlong glanced at each other, then hurriedly said goodbye to Emperor Quan, and left Zai-Hongmeng with a heavy heart. Emperor Long disappeared without a trace. The prosperous world of Emperor Quan's exit from customs ended in such a hasty way. The other side. Xuanhuan was sitting on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair, chatting with the powerhouses. At this time, Yang Jian asked cautiously, Your Majesty, is Taibai Jinxing really still alive? They all knew that Taibai Jinxing was bewitched by the Jade Emperor in the previous life, contradicted him in court, even betrayed Xuanhuan, and was killed by Yang Jian. The fairy baby was taken away by Xuanhuan. Just now I heard that Taibai Jinxing is still alive and has created a superpower in the center of Hongmeng, which makes these strong people unable to understand. Is it a name collision? Well, Taibai Jinxing committed heinous crimes, but he was a hero at the beginning of my business. If I let him reincarnate, I need to give him a chance to create a force in Hongmeng to help me unify Hongmeng. If he is still stubborn in this life, I will personally make him disappear forever. Xuanhuan's explanation was a bit mysterious, which made everyone's hearts tense, and they all prayed in their hearts, hoping that Taibai Jinxing would not repeat the same mistakes. At the same time, the news that Emperor Quan was defeated by the heavenly Emperor of the ancient sacred land just after he was born spread like wildfire, and spread in the starry sky in just 3 days. It's the Emperor of Heaven again. What does he want to do? Is it a professional mess? It seems that the Emperor of Heaven has a lot of ambition. Tisk, it's a pity that Emperor Quan was just born, and he was killed in the bud by the Emperor of Heaven before he even started his ambition. I heard that Emperor Quan later knelt down to the Emperor of Heaven. I don't know if this is true or not. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, if the Heavenly Emperor dares to come to Hongmeng again to run wild, we definitely can't just do nothing. There are thousands of interfaces all over Hongmeng, and all creatures are talking about it, pushing the name of Emperor of Heaven to a whole new level. Daoist Hongjun has been in Hongmeng for a long time, still walking aimlessly in the starry sky. At this time, a group of creatures passed by his side, and the words in their mouths caught his attention. His expression changed, and he quickly stopped these creatures and asked expressionlessly, "Where is the Heavenly Emperor you are talking about?" "Old man, who are you? Why should we tell you?" a creature said disdainfully. "Humph, you're looking for death." Hongjun Daozu was always full of anger, but the deity appeared after a while, pressing everywhere, which annoyed him very much. After finally finding out the whereabouts of Su Haoyan, who ruined his good deeds, he naturally wanted to ask clearly. As soon as he raised his hand, he took the rude creature into his hand like lightning. Without any hesitation, he directly adopted the soul search technique. This move scared the rest of the people and ran away. I can no longer take care of my companion who was tearing his eyes for a long time. Haotian Court. Heavenly Emperor, I want you to know the fate of destroying my good deeds. Boom. He pinched with one hand, instantly turning the creature in his hand into fly ash. Then turned around and disappeared. Cloud moved on. Su Haoyan sat on the supreme Kowloon chair, still picking out treasures in the Lucky Mall. Following his battle with Emperor Quan, his fame soared to 5 trillion. And it's still rising. Don't worry if he spends too much. Hey, what kind of universe is that in front? It's so beautiful. At this time, Huta suddenly spoke. Attract the eyes of everyone including Su Haoyan. The Milky Way galaxy, the bright galaxy stretches across the huge and boundless starry sky. Aesthetic, with tranquility. The cloud that everyone was riding on was stopping at the outskirts of the Milky Way galaxy, and they didn't rush in. Su Haoyan's body shook, his eyes fixed on the blue planet through the bright starry sky. In the next second, his expression changed drastically. Where is that? Su Haoyan became excited instantly. His eyes were full of excitement and joy. The master Tong Tian next to him noticed Su Haoyan's anomaly immediately, and quickly became nervous, asking, "What happened to your majesty?" Others also looked over, their faces full of doubts. I don't even know why Su Haoyan is so excited. Under the scanning of everyone's spiritual consciousness, this civilization does not have any civilization of cultivating immortals at all, and what they have is just scrap copper and rotten iron that are worthless in their eyes. You wait here for me. I'm going to do something on that planet. Remember, no one is allowed to step into the starry sky without my permission. Su Haoyan tried his best to calm down his restless emotions, and said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone nodded mechanically. Su Haoyan took a deep breath, and disappeared into the clouds in a flash. Milky Way, outside Earth's atmosphere. Su Haoyan's figure appeared out of thin air, looking at the still beautiful Earth. Su Haoyan couldn't restrain his excitement. He stood in the starry sky, watching all of this quietly, without noticing that a silver-white steel machine just turned to this angle, aimed at him, and transmitted the image of him standing in the starry sky to the Earth. At this time, in front of Xuanhuan's eyes, spaceships flew out of the earth. From time to time, flying towards the Milky Way in all directions. There is a strong breath of life in it. Obviously, the current technology is very advanced. Xuanhuan didn't enter the earth in a hurry, but walked in the starry sky. His frowning gradually revealed a look of melancholy. Sure enough, a long time has passed, and now my parents should no longer be alive? Xuanhuan sighed inwardly, even though the Earth's time has not changed much. His time in other starry sky is obviously different from here. He made a rough calculation, and now it is estimated that 100 years have passed since the time he crossed. It's unbelievable to say that when he was idle in the heavenly court before, he also wandered in the starry sky, trying to find the starry sky where the Earth is, but he has not been able to do so. Unexpectedly, on the way back to Haoyan Court, he saw the Milky Way by mistake. According to the information he learned from Emperor Ziwei, the entire Hongmeng and the ancient Sage Land are connected. If the entire Grand Mist is compared to a huge spider web, then the four continents extending from the central primordial are the four grand primordial, east, west, north, south, and four grand primordial, and the passages extending from the four grand primordial are the ancient holy places. In various places, and then continue, the extension is the various galaxies. And the Milky Way belongs to a galaxy in the ancient sacred land of Zai-Hongmeng. After that, Xuanhuan didn't hesitate, and entered the earth in a flash. Ding. Complete the side mission, find the earth. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a strong man, a chance to copy a strong man, and a chance to reach the peak of a strong man. After passing through the atmosphere, when the green mountains and green waters came into view, the system prompt sounded. It means that I have really returned to the earth now, not just dreaming. Previously, Xuanhuan had scanned the entire surface of the earth with his divine sense. The current time is 2117, and it was 2017 when he left. It really has been 100 years. At this time, the Earth has entered the era of interstellar civilization. Although it has not yet left the solar system, it has made a lot of progress. Compared to when he left, his consciousness continued to extend, and suddenly his expression changed. And a breath originating from blood came faintly from somewhere on the earth. Is father still alive? No, this breath is more exuberant, youthful, full of youthful vitality. Could it be that my parents gave birth to offspring after my disappearance? Thinking about it carefully, I was only 17 years old at the time, and my parents were only in their 30s, so it was normal to have another child. Soon, he found the induction of blood, and appeared on the street of a city. The moment it reappeared, the Hongmeng Taishan robe turned into the clothes of this era. In an instant, he became an out-and-out earthling. At this time, the high-rise buildings on both sides of the street are no longer red bricks, reinforced concrete structures, but a brand new material. In Xuanhuan's consciousness, this kind of material is much inferior to the material of cultivation civilization, and basically has no great use. But for people on Earth, it is extremely precious. At least this kind of material can be very good shockproof. He wandered the bustling streets, and soon immersed himself in the noisy life. It's been a long time, I don't feel like a petty citizen anymore. Xuanhuan was filled with emotion. Unknowingly, he walked out of the city, and came to a huge manor. The sense of kinship that originated from the blood became more intense. It's really good that the offspring of my father have such momentum. He could feel that the manor was wrapped in a mysterious atmosphere, which increased the lifespan of the people in the manor and made them deeply blessed. The owner of the manor is destined to be rich and powerful. This mysterious atmosphere made him both familiar and strange. When he came here, the Tianwu mountain, which was motionless next to the world tree in his dantian, suddenly trembled. Hey, this is… Xuanhuan immediately showed a look of shock. Could it be that this mysterious aura is related to that artifact from Tianwu? If so, what would exist on Earth? So what kind of secret was hidden behind his sudden time travel? At this moment, he suddenly felt that behind everything about him, including time travel, the Wheel of Fortune, the lucky system, and so on, there seemed to be a pair of big hands manipulating behind him. Taking a deep breath, Xuanhuan suppressed these doubts, but he has already decided that no matter who is pushing these things, he will make him regret doing all this. Immediately, he quietly disappeared. When he appeared, he was already in front of a 2-story building in the manor. This small 2-story building is in the center of the entire manor, surrounded by powerful bodyguards. Even so, they naturally couldn't see Xuanhuan, who was invisible. The gate of the small building was closed tightly, and a purple-gold plaque was hung on it, with the 3 characters Su Family Ancestral Hall written in ancient Chinese characters. A strange feeling rose in Xuanhuan's heart. Just as he was about to go in, his expression changed suddenly. People disappear in an instant. After a while, an old man came from a distance, leading a 10-year-old boy. "Grandpa, why are we coming to the ancestral hall again?" The little boy is pink and jade-carved, and his appearance is cute and heroic, full of a kind of natural beauty. But there was a faint black air lingering between her brows. Destroy this natural beauty. Xiaoyu's body is still weak. Grandpa often brings you to the ancestral hall, so that the ancestors will bless Xiaoyu to recover soon. The old man's face was originally a majestic look, but the moment he bowed his head, it changed into a doting smile. Xuanhuan, who was standing at the door of the small building, immediately showed surprise when he saw the old man. This old man was strikingly similar to him in both breath and appearance. Could it be that he is the father, the mother is the child after him? That is his own brother? And the little boy he was holding in his hand surprised him even more. This boy turned out to be a rare primordial spiritual body in the world of cultivating immortals, a natural primordial creature. The high qualifications are rare in the world. This physique is placed in the primordial realm, and it is also the object of competition among various forces. However, on Earth, a place far away from cultivation civilization, her existence is a disaster. Thankfully I'm back. Otherwise, as Xuanhuan said, he escaped into the ancestral hall and went directly to the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered, he saw an ancient 8 immortals table in front of the 2nd floor. There are incense burners, sandalwood, and a huge bronze tripod in the middle. There are 3 huge long incense sticks inserted in it, which are burning. Xuanhuan turned a blind eye to all this, and just fixed his eyes on the spirit seat on the table. Su Zifeng, Zhang Tongzhen, Xuanhuan. The 3 familiar names were coldly written on the spirit tablet, and Xuanhuan felt a pain in his heart, and suddenly, he felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. As the saying goes, time is the culprit that destroys everything, Dou is ruthless. All this is nothing more than self-deception. Xuanhuan felt uncomfortable. Right now. It wasn't until the sound of the door opening downstairs that Xuanhuan woke up. slowly walked to the spirit table and looked at the name on the spirit card. With a face of reminiscence. At the same time, warm pictures in my mind kept appearing in my mind like a movie. I don't know how long it took, it was a short while, maybe a lifetime, when the sound of the old man leading the little boy up the stairs woke him up. But he still stood where he was, didn't use invisibility, didn't dodge, didn't make any moves. Grandpa, every time I walk into the ancestral hall, my mood improves. Instantly. So, Grandpa plans to let Xiaoyu live in the ancestral hall forever, so that Xiaoyu will never be sad. The two men came upstairs almost together. Originally, there was a bright smile on his face, but when he saw Xuanhuan, whose hands were lying on the tablet in front of the spirit table, his expression suddenly froze. The old man was startled, then his expression changed drastically, and he quickly stopped in front of the boy. Who are you? How dare you sneak into the Su family's ancestral hall, what are you going to do? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man flicked his wrist, took out a silver-white pistol from somewhere, and pulled the trigger towards Xuanhuan. Bang! A fiery red beam shot out from the muzzle of the gun, and hit Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye. The old man's face was happy, but immediately his face changed drastically. The light beam that hit Xuanhuan did not cause any damage to Xuanhuan at all. The old man was stunned immediately. The little boy bit his finger, his big eyes flickered, and he looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. The strange thing is that there is no trace of fear in his eyes. TSK, are you brave enough? The head of the Su family, Xuanhuan, is the current president of the Federation. Mister, who are you? Why did you appear in the Su family's ancestral hall? The old man felt bitter. This man is not afraid of laser guns. How to do? This small building was specially made, and ordinary gunshots could not be heard from outside. The only alarm mechanism is still behind the altar. If there is any change in this person, he will only be slaughtered. Patriarch of the Su family? Federal president? Unexpectedly, the Su family has developed to such an extent under your hands. While talking, Xuanhuan slowly turned around. You are. This is impossible. You. The old man was stunned immediately. Why, do you still recognize me? Xuanhuan was a little surprised. He was only 17 years old when he left, and he looks the same as now. It stands to reason that 100 years have passed, and all traces of him should disappear, right? Please press the button next to the table. The old man didn't answer Xuanhuan's question, he was still in shock. However, he still reminded him. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's expression changed, and suddenly there was a clicking sound behind him. Seeing this, both the old man and the little boy were stunned by the sight in front of them. The old man's face was changing from cloudy to cloudy, and finally there was a faint flash of excitement. Immediately afterwards, a wall behind him suddenly lowered, revealing another scene behind him. I saw that in the newly appeared place on that side, there were 3 lifelike photos hanging. The one on the left is exactly what Xuanhuan looked like when he disappeared. Are you really Brother Xuanhuan? After seeing the photo, the old man looked at Xuanhuan again, and immediately became excited. He didn't doubt Xuanhuan's origin, because he knew that the person Xuanhuan was missing had disappeared. And 100 years have passed since then. How can anyone pretend to be Xuanhuan to deceive him after 100 years? As the first federal president of the earth, he has this judgment. Are you the child my parents want after me? Su Haoyan also asked. Yes, I was born 70 years ago. Brother, where have you been in 100 years? The old man fell to his knees on the ground with a plop, crying bitterly. Although the little boy didn't kneel, his big eyes were full of curiosity. Towards Su Haoyan. Get up. My 100-year experience cannot be explained clearly in a few words. Anyway, it's like a dream. It's you are very good. You can bring the Su family to the pinnacle of life. This is completely beyond my expectation. In the following time, the two brothers chatted in the ancestral hall. An hour later. As Su Haoyan sighed, various doubts arose in his heart. From his younger brother, he knew that after he disappeared, their Su family suddenly seemed to be sheltered by heaven, and everything went smoothly. After being sad for a while, his mother became pregnant again, with twins. And it's still twins. From then on, the Su family seemed to be hanging out. In just a few decades, it went from being unknown to the top family in the world. Su Haodong became the federal president. His younger sister, Xuanhuan, became the world's chief scientist. After hearing the family history of the Su family, Su Haoyan thought of a possibility. His appearance and departure, and his fortune in the Su family, were all controlled by someone. This manipulation made him worry. This kind of thing that was out of his control made him very irritable. Brother, are you still leaving? Finally, the old man Su Haodong asked, carefully. Well, I already have my own power in another world. I must go back. Hearing this, the old man suddenly showed disappointment. After living such an old age, you still can't see it? Su Haoyan said, pretending to be angry. Su Haodong was a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth, as if there was something unspeakable. Xiaoyu, come to Grandpa. Su Haoyan squatted down, waved to the little girl and said. Seeing this, Su Haodong's face suddenly showed excitement. He actually wanted Su Haoyan to save Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was not afraid, trotted to Su Haoyan, then bit his finger and said. Are you really a grandpa? Of course, come on, tell Grandpa what's your name. My name is Su Tianwu. The little boy said in a childish voice. Su Haoyan melted instantly. While talking, Su Haoyan hugged Su Tianwu, lovingly touching Su Tianyu's little head. At the same time, he slowly adjusted his young body, with a trace of primordial energy, secretly. With Su Haoyan's cultivation base, Xiaoyu's physique was adjusted in just an instant. At this time, Su Tianwu swept away his previous sick complexion, his rosy face, big smart eyes, small arms, and calves, grew thicker a lot. It made Su Haodong, who was nervous next to him, excited. At this time an urgent voice sounded from downstairs. Brother, you said on the phone that our eldest brother, who has been missing for 100 years, has appeared? Are you sure you are not talking nonsense? As the sound sounded, people ran upstairs. The person who came up was a 60-year-old woman, wearing a professional suit. Although her hair was gray, her once beautiful face could still be seen on her face. As soon as she came up, she set her eyes on Su Haoyan, who was holding Su Tianwu. Are you really the big brother? Su Haonan's expression suddenly showed shock. Well, my name is Su Haoyan, and I'm the person in this photo. Are you my little sister? Su Haoyan said with a smile. Afterwards, Su Haodong briefly told Su Haonan about Su Haoyan's experience. Let Su Haonan sigh. Okay, seeing the two of you, I let go of my heart. At the same time, I am also very relieved to see that our Su family can have today's prosperity. But what I want to say is that prosperity must decline, and things must reverse. Everything should be done in moderation. Especially you, as the president, your position is certainly detached, but you should understand the reason why you can't stand at the top. At most 10 years, when Xiaoyu becomes an adult, you will have to step down from the position of president. Otherwise, the Su family will suffer catastrophe. Su Haoyan explained solemnly. Brother, could it be that with your status as a god, you can't reverse this disaster? Xuanhuan said anxiously. She didn't want the Su family to retreat behind the scenes. She also wants the Su family to be glorious for 100 years. The gods can't interfere with this kind of fate. Besides, who said that our Su family is going to withdraw from the stage of history? Xiaoyu's future is bigger than your president. Do you want to block Xiaoyu's progress for the sake of your own glory? As soon as Su Haoyan's words came out, Su Haodong's two brothers immediately became short of breath. Brother, what do you mean? Xiaoyu is a natural spiritual body, the most suitable for cultivation, so I will work hard on Xiaoyu. 10 years later, Xiaoyu from the Su family will become a blockbuster and lead the people on Earth to the starry sky. And the Su family will be the future, the core of Earthlings. After Su Haoyan finished speaking, he handed a blue bracelet into Su Tianyu's hand and said, "This bracelet will appear today 10 years later, and it will be opened when you recognize the owner with a drop of blood. Remember what Grandpa said, in the future you will found the trace of Grandpa in the starry sky." The little guy worked hard. After finishing speaking, Su Haoyan put the bracelet on Su Tianyu's wrist. A flash of inspiration disappeared immediately. At the same time, Su Haoyan also entered Xiaoyu's mind with the method of getting started as a cultivator. Let him start practicing from now on. Su Haoyan's series of actions made the eyes of the two people next to him widen with disbelief. Okay, I'm leaving. As your eldest brother, I won't disappoint you too. These are 2 longevity pills, which can guarantee the two of you to live over 200 years. Let you witness the true glory of the Su family with your own eyes. After finishing speaking, Su Haoyan turned around resolutely and disappeared. In the ancestral hall, fell into a silence. In the evening of that day, Su Haodong held a meeting of the core members of the family, and asked Su Tianyu to live in the ancestral hall on the grounds of protecting his body, to facilitate his practice of immortality. 5 days later, the Earth Alliance received a starry sky video. In the video, a young man in white clothes, Xingxue, stood outside the Earth and watched. Because his face is blurred, no one can see what he looks like. This video immediately shocked the entire Earth Alliance, and since then, humans on Earth have taken a new direction. Su Haoyan didn't leave the Earth immediately, but spread the power of divine consciousness to the mountains and rivers of the whole Earth, as if he was looking for something. After a while, he raised his eyebrows and finally found something strange. Deep in the earth, at the core, there is a mountain surrounded by blue light. Because of the integration of Taiying Mountain, Su Haoyan recognized at a glance that this mountain is also a part of Taishu Shinshan. Although he didn't know the name of this extreme mountain, it didn't affect his judgment. He was born on Earth at the beginning, and then traveled away to become a child of a kingdom's family, and then it started like a cheat. Soaring all the way, stepping on the heads of heroes one by one to the starry sky. Through time and time again, he knew his identity. However, all this is not over yet. I seem to have another identity. It's just that the memory is dusty and has not been opened. Standing in the atmosphere and thinking for a while, Su Haoyan decided to Ignore the fragments of the sacred mountain here, but decided to come back later to fuse them. Ding. Trigger a side mission, integrate Tianwu Mountain. Task details. Because Tianwu Mountain has sealed memories related to the host being Dusty, if the host successfully fuses Tianwu Mountain, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to reawaken the Primordial, a chance to awaken the Primordial, a chance to be teleported by the Strong, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the Primordial, a chance to summon the limit, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to awaken the Loyalist. Opportunity. 20 chances for a copy of the Strong. 20 chances for the peak of the Strong. At this time, the system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan slightly taken aback. The Earth is really not simple. The mission rewards are so rich, and judging by the meaning, I still can't integrate Tianwu Mountain. Why? Xuanhuan couldn't help asking in his heart. Because if you want to accept this kind of memory beyond time and space, the current strength of the host can't bear it at all. In the end, you have to explode and die. After the host's cultivation reaches a new height and integrates the wheel of destiny into the Tianwu Mountain, the host only then can we come to fuse this dusty memory of countless epochs. The systematic explanation confirmed Xuanhuan's previous judgment, and he really has another identity. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a sense of exhaustion, and he really complied with that sentence. Reincarnation is endless, only the immemorial Heavenly Emperor will live forever in this world. Forget it, there is no end to the road of the strong, so let's keep going. Earth, I will come back again. Xuanhuan turned his head and glanced at the beautiful earth again, then turned around and disappeared. When it appeared, it was already on the cloud, in front of everyone. What Xuanhuan didn't know was that after he left, the Tianwu Mountain floating in the center of the earth suddenly trembled. Vaguely, a human face emerged from the surface of the green mountain. Judging from its appearance, it is basically the same as Xuanhuan's appearance. A few seconds after the human face appeared, it disappeared. Tianwu Mountain also stopped trembling. In the starry sky, outside the Milky Way, Xuanhuan spoke while sitting on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair. Let's go back, take down the old sage's land as soon as possible. And then march into Hongmeng. Since we hit it, let's take the knife on that. West Hongmeng. Xuanhuan's outlook on the future of Haoyan Court made all the strong people excited. It quickly disappeared into the starry sky. At the same time, the news that the Emperor of Heaven defeated Emperor Quan was widely spread throughout Hongmeng. Spread the name of Xuanhuan's Emperor of Heaven throughout the north and south of Hongmeng. On this day, clouds floated in the bright and beautiful starry sky. Xuanhuan looked at the starry sky ahead, thinking about who he should promote next. But at this moment, stop for me. An angry and domineering voice suddenly sounded in the starry sky, shaking the eardrums of the powerhouses on the clouds. The body shakes. Everyone looked for the reputation, and saw that the starry sky in front of them was torn open by someone, and then a man in blue robe stepped out of it. This is a man with a ferocious appearance. He is more than 10 feet tall, with 3 heads and 8 arms. Each arm is holding a magic weapon with aura. He blocked everyone's progress and looked at Xuanhuan viciously. It was as if he and Xuanhuan had some mortal enmity. Male Gobi. Ugly, what the hell are you? Li Yuanba roared angrily. This guy is obviously a bad visitor, and he doesn't have to treat him with a good face. Hearing this, the ugly man said angrily, I am a friend of Emperor Quan, and my name is Quan Daosher Shen. You actually let Emperor Quan lose face in public. I want you to apologize with death. The voice of Crazy Sword Reaper suddenly sounded, attracting all the creatures cruising nearby. Damn it, it turned out to be that lunatic of Crazy Sword Reaper. Who is he looking for? It seems to be the guy named Tianwu who defeated Emperor Quan. Heavenly Emperor? Could it be that guy who was very famous recently? There was a lot of discussion in the starry sky. They all stopped, ready to watch the excitement. Crazy Sword Reaper is the best friend of Emperor Quan. As early as the moment Emperor Quan was born, he rushed to meet his best friend, but encountered some troubles on the way, so he didn't catch up. When he arrived, he was greeted by a flood of news about the defeat of Emperor Quan. This made him extremely angry. Just chased him all the way from Zai finally let him catch up. Crazy Sword Reaper? Isn't this a Hongmeng creature from Beihongmeng? Although he was not as famous as Emperor Quan, he was still a veritable primordial creature. The strength is in Taishan good fortune supreme Dzogchen realm. Humph, you guys are able to defeat Emperor Quan. I'm afraid it's because you used shady means? The Crazy Sword Reaper sneered and cursed angrily. While waving the 8 arms, he was about to step forward to finish Xuanhuan. Emperor Ziwei frowned. Your Majesty, the Crazy Sword Reaper is nothing in itself, just a clown, but behind him stands God King Nalin. And God King Nalin is also the ruler of Beihongmeng. Behind God King Nalin is a super powerful statue. It's not something that ordinary people can afford. Boom. Before Emperor Ziwei could finish his words, a shocking fist shadow instantly drowned the crazy saber death god at a speed that even Taishu god had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the crazy saber reaper, who was so crazy just now, fell. The powerhouses, including Emperor Ziwei, Mo Yen Tian, and Master Tong Tian, didn't react. Xuanhuan slowly withdrew his fist, and said coldly, I am not an ordinary person. So, if you kill, you will kill. His words resounded through the starry sky and echoed in the ears of the creatures, startling all the spectators to look back. When they saw Xuanhuan, their faces turned pale with shock, and their eyes widened. This is the Emperor of Heaven who defeated Emperor Quan? Stronger than the god of death, he can kill it with a single punch. Master is too powerful. A look of shock appeared on Mo Yentian's face. Emperor Ziwei also looked at Crazy Sword Reaper with an unbelievable expression. He suddenly felt that Xuanhuan couldn't lose even if he faced God King Nalin. Not only him, but other strong people think so. Your Majesty is the strongest, is Li Yuanba's mantra. This guy is proud of flattering, and he is not ashamed at all. Xuanhuan stretched his body before lazily saying, let's go. Although everyone has doubts in their hearts, why is Xuanhuan so flamboyant now? But no one dared to ask aloud. System, summon a superpower for me. After completing the task of finding the earth, he got a chance to summon the strong, and he has nothing to do, so he can use the summon to pass the time. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Chang'e. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Does the host choose to summon again? The system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan slightly startled. This Chang'e seems to have been summoned many times. Doesn't she have some special status? Forget it, if that's the case, then call her. He wants to see who this Moon Palace fairy, who was once molested by Zhu Beiji, is. Restore Chang'e's previous life memory and call up the attribute list. Chang'e, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, son of Hongmeng. Lucky level, late stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. Cultivation method, Minjiweiju. Supernatural powers, none. Special attribute, Hongmeng invincible. In Hongmeng, its strength will be doubled and strengthened with Hongmeng's luck. Loyalty, 15/100. What the hell? Son of Hongmeng? When it first appeared, it was the cultivation base of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. But in the prehistoric period, why was the four-element chaos not discovered? Even Xiaozi didn't notice it? Su Haoyan blinked his eyes in astonishment, and he was sure that he was right. Neither Xixiang Chaos nor Xiaozi could see Chang'e's true identity. Nailan Qing once said that Su Haoyan is the son of Hongmeng, but Su Haoyan is sure that the son of Hongmeng is not necessarily a man. Maybe all the sons of Hongmeng are women. But until now, only Chang'e is a son of Hongmeng. Soon, beside Su Haoyan, a figure suddenly appeared, so shocked that Emperor Ziwei slapped him with a slap. Stop. Su Haoyan hurriedly said. The shock made Emperor Ziwei's ears buzz, and he quickly withdrew his palm. Beside Su Haoyan's supreme Kowloon chair was a tall, beautiful woman in a blue palace dress with a beautiful face and blinking beautiful big eyes. It is Fairy Chang'e. Yang Jian, Neza, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Master Tong Tian and other former prehistoric powerhouses all had expressions of shock on their faces. Fairy Chang'e also came to worship Su Haoyan. After being stunned, Yang Jian first went up to greet Chang'e. Although Chang'e is the son of Hongmeng, she still has a fresh memory of the people in front of her. So there was a faint smile on the indifferent little face. I secretly feel that I have a destiny with His Majesty, so I came here. After Chang'e finished speaking, she stood beside her and became silent. As the son of Hongmeng, Chang'e has a memory that is different from others. However, maybe the seal has not been lifted yet, so she is very curious about Su Haoyan. There was a kind of attachment, joy and other emotions filled her heart. It made her stare at Su Haoyan all the time. Su Haoyan didn't care either, because he saw the shadow of Emperor Hongmeng on Chang'e's face. He is really the heir of that girl, Hongmeng. Su Haoyan shook his head, feeling that this matter was a bit unbelievable. The majestic son of Hongmeng has lived for countless millions of years under the eyes of Xixiang Chaos. It's unbelievable. Could it be that Hongmeng already had a plan when he transformed into all things? Are you kidding me? While thinking, Su Haoyan and others have already set foot on the land of the ancient sages. A day later, the 6 emperors' city boiled again. Because Su Haoyan has already returned to Haoyan court. At the same time, he also brought back the 3 treasure houses of the Golden Crow clan, the Nether Ghost sect, and the Temple of Chaos. Putting it into the treasure house of Haoyan court will definitely improve Haoyan court greatly. The first thing Su Haoyan did when he came back was to understand the extent of Haoyan court's control over the entire ancient sacred land. When I learned that Haoyan court has occupied 85% of the old sacred land, I was completely relieved. After returning, Su Haoyan did not practice, did not leave, and accompanied his wife and children every day, sitting in the imperial study room to review the memorials. Pay attention to the battle situation in the old sacred land. Such a month is fleeting. On this day, Xuanhuan, who was playing with Su Lingtian's 4 children, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Complete the title task, Lord of Chaos. The system specially rewards the host with 2 chances to awaken loyalists, 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 2 chances to inherit Taoism, 1 chance to summon a strong man, and 1 chance to designate the chance to summon a super strong, 5 chances to reach the peak of the strong, 5 chances to copy the strong, and trigger the mission of the Primordial Lord. Ding! Trigger the supreme level mission, Lord of Primordial. Mission. Details: the host has become the Lord of Chaos, and has the qualification to enter the Lord of Primordial. If the host becomes the master of the primordial realm, the system will reward the host with 10 chances to reawaken the primordial spirit, 10 chances to temper the body with primordial chi, 10 chances to awaken the primordial realm, 10 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial realm, and 10 chances to be recruited by the primordial realm, 10 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 10 chances to awaken loyalists, 10 chances to inherit Taoism, 1 chance to summon a super strong man to the limit. 20 chances for a strong man to peak. 20 times for a strong man opportunity. For a copy. This time, 2 system prompts sounded in succession. Not surprisingly, after completing the mission of the Lord of Chaos, he set out the mission of the Lord of Primordial Origin immediately after. Although it was not surprising, Xuanhuan was still a little helpless. It can be described as painful and happy. Your Majesty, Heavenly Official Lu Bowen is asking to see you. At this moment, Xuanhuan Xiaotian appeared in front of Xuanhuan and told him, "Well, take him to the Shang study, I'll be there soon." After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he let the children play by themselves, then turned and left. Your Majesty, our army has already controlled the entire old sacred land. From today on, our Haotian court will be the only voice in the entire old sacred land. Lu Bowen was shocked. Be excited. The whole person is like in a dream. This was never imagined in his previous life. Well, go and tell the ministers that I want to hold a court meeting. When Lu Bowen heard it, he was taken aback for a moment, but immediately left with a sense of understanding. At the same time, Hongmeng, which borders the old sacred land, shook. The Emperor of Heaven unified the entire ancient sacred land so quickly? Wolf is coming. I don't know if this guy is interested in Hongmeng. Is there any interest? Who can stop him? Nalanzong over there is aggressive, and a heavenly emperor is born here. The sky of Hongmeng is about to change. The news of the heavenly emperor's unification of the ancient sacred land quickly spread among the 4 primordial realms, as well as the central primordial realm. Let all the big and small forces move. In a huge planet, there are countless creatures, and pavilions, towers, and pavilions are all over it. In the very center of the entire planet, there is a huge castle rising from the ground, which looks extremely magnificent. On the huge lintel of the castle hangs a golden plaque with the inscription Tianwu in 3 traditional Chinese characters. At this time, Taibai Jinxing sat at the top of the huge hall of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Standing below are nearly 100 senior officials of the Tianwu. You mean, the Haotian court to which the Heavenly Emperor belongs has completed the unification of the ancient sacred land? At this time, Taibai Jinxing asked softly to a creature standing under the hall. I report to the leader, yes. Now everyone in the 4 major Hongmeng is in danger, and even those old-fashioned powerhouses who have never been born have begun to appear everywhere in Hongmeng. Following your instructions, the subordinates have already removed the things that may affect the safety of the Emperor of Heaven. The list is sorted out. The creature replied unhurriedly. Well, very good, send this material to Haoyin court and hand it over to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. You guys are ready to conquer the entire Hongmeng. It's time for us, the Heaven and Earth League, to show our strength. When the 100-strong men below heard this, they immediately became excited. They knelt down and shouted, "The Lord is wise. Your Majesty, what are we going to do next?" In the city of 6 emperors, on the court hall of Haoyin court, Xuanhuan was wearing the latest Hongmeng Taishan robe, sitting high on the supreme Kowloon chair above. Looking at the ministers below. Calm expression. At this time, Li Yuanba rubbed his hands and asked. After 1 month, march into Hongmeng, and take Shi Hongmeng first. Su Haoyan said lightly. As soon as this remark came out, the gods were very excited. The immortal officials hesitated to speak. They all looked at Lu Bowen, who was standing in the front. Your Majesty, why don't you recruit troops throughout the ancient Holy Land? And then divide the troops into 4 groups to start a war with the entire Hongmeng? Lu Bowen's bold remarks immediately caused shock in the entire court. Su Haoyan nodded approvingly, Berwen's courage is commendable. But Hongmeng is too big, and our manpower is still too small. It's better to eat 1 step at a time. It's the saying that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, right? But in the whole ancient Holy Land, it's a good idea to recruit troops. I'll leave it to you. While Su Haoyan praised him, he pointed out the shortcomings in his words. And Lu Bowen took the opportunity to flatter him. Let Su Haoyan feel happy. Afterwards, Su Haoyan discussed some details with the ministers and dispersed. The court. Half an hour later, Su Haoyan sat in the imperial garden, drinking tea while looking at several people standing opposite. Fuxi, Shenong, Xuanhuan, Li Yuanba, Yang Jian, Monkey King, and Empress Sanchao. System, let Fuxi, Shenong, and Xuanhuan Hongmeng overcome the calamity. He now has a lot of rewards, and he can promote his subordinates at will. It's been a long time since I've tasted such a comfortable feeling. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, the 3 subordinates were sucked in by the system one after another. System, let Sanchao wake up beyond the limit. Su Haoyan ordered again. In the end, only Li Yuanba, Sun Wukong, and Yang Jian were left on the scene. 3 of whom could be said to be Su Haoyan's favorite strongmen. Whether it was in the previous life or now, it is always the same. Here are 3 souls of primordial beings. The 3 of you take them and fuse them together, and then come to me again. When the 3 of them heard this, they were immediately overjoyed, and after hurriedly taking it, they turned and left. Ding! The 3 sovereigns Hongmeng successfully crossed the tribulation. May I ask the host to release it? Soon, the system beep sounded again. Freed. Su Haoyan ordered. And looked at the list of attributes of the trio. Fuxi, Taishan good fortune to the late stage of the supreme realm. Shenong's, Taishan creation supreme realm Dzogchen. Xuanhuan, Taishan creation supreme realm Dzogchen. Su Haoyan was extremely satisfied with the 3 Taishan creation supreme realm powerhouses again. After dismissing the 3 people, the system rang again. Ding! 3 knights has successfully awakened beyond the limit. May I ask if the host chooses to release it? Freed. Commanding in my heart, I checked the attribute lists of the 3 of them. Again. He was surprised to find that the cultivation bases of the three subordinates were surprisingly consistent. The 9th level of the 9 profound void realm. This made him amazed, and at the same time, he had a new understanding of the aptitude of the three of them. Next time he will let the three of them go through the tribulation, and then awaken Hongmeng. Then the 3 Taishu gods will definitely not be able to escape when they arrive. After chatting with Sanxiao for a few words, he waved the 3 of them away. And Xuanhuan began to give instructions to the system. The system has used up all 5 chances to inherit Taoism. After completing a series of tasks, the rewards obtained will definitely make Haoshanting's combat power take off again. Ding. Start extracting the inheritance of Taoism. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the lion ancestor. Avenue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the double mace. Avenue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the avenue of crazy knife. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the art of war. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Tao of power. Look at the 5 extracted avenues. The smile on Xuanhuan's face became wider. Later, he recruited Qin Qiong and Gong Gong. Let Qin Qiong inherit the Tao of double maces. The way to let Gong Gong inherit its power. These two have suffered countless millions of years for him, and he can't treat them lightly. In the following time, he asked Xuanhuan, Xiaotian, and Chaos Shuangjie to recruit them. Looking at the Chaos twins kneeling at his feet, Xuanhuan was very satisfied. There was no hesitation either. Conscript Xuanhuan, Xiaotian, Hongmeng, and awaken beyond the limit. Xuanhuan Xiaotian was surprised, but also very happy. He was still giggling until he was sucked in by the system. Let the 2 heroes of chaos, Hongmeng, overcome the catastrophe. Xuanhuan will not feel sorry for giving the last 2 chances to cross the catastrophe to the chaos Shuangjie. Ding. Qin Qiong succeeded in inheriting the double mace. Do you want to release it? Release, bring up the property list. Qin Qiong, from Romance of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Identity, Erlang reincarnated. Kung Fu, golden body Jew. Magic weapon, 4-edged golden mace, golden scorpion and spear. Mount, Hule refutes. Luck level, the 7th level of the 9 profound void realm. Loyalty, 100/100. Very nice list of properties. Ding. Gong Gong succeeded in inheriting the Taoism. Will the host be released? Release, and bring up the property list. Gong Gong, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, god of water, the ancestor of the 12 ancestral witches. Luck level, 9th level of the 9 profound void realm. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Supernatural powers, tear the sky and the earth. Water filled the world. Loyalty, 100/100. Xuanhuan looked at the attribute lists of the 2, and nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, the Chaos Shuangjie and Xuanhuan, Xiaotian, both completed their promotion and came out one after another. While being grateful to Xuanhuan, he also had a qualitative improvement in the combat power of the entire Haoyan court. On this day, at the exit of the colorful Star Road outside the ancient sacred land, a figure in a beige Taoist robe suddenly appeared. This figure is none other than Daozu Hongjun. He came to the land of the ancient sacred this time to take back the prehistoric world that belonged to him. He retreated on a planet for a long time, and finally broke through the Supreme realm of Taishan good fortune. The whole person also swelled up rapidly. I feel that Xuanhuan will definitely be taken down here. At this moment, he glanced at the land of the ancient sage with a gloomy face, and then flew towards the Six Emperors city. Soon, he saw the prosperous Six Emperors city. He was so angry. Heavenly Emperor, you stole what belongs to me, and you are still here at ease. Although you are the father of the primordial god, but you made a mistake in rebuilding something, which gave me an opportunity. Thinking of this, Daozu Hongjun shouted with a ferocious expression. Emperor of Heaven, I am Hongjun, hurry up and die. The sound rolled out, and instantly resounded throughout the old sacred land. There was a sudden silence inside and outside the Six Emperors city. But it exploded immediately. Hongjun? What the hell? How dare he come to Six Emperors city to act wildly? Is he tired of living? The god of Haotian court will randomly come out and destroy him. Is this old guy some old monster who stays behind closed doors? As the creatures watched and discussed in front of the Six Emperors city, suddenly, several figures flew out of the Six Emperors city. The person at the head is the Master Tong Tian, Yuan Tianzuan, followed by Daoist Tai, Yun Zhongzi, Taoist Luya, etc., who were once prehistoric high-level figures. Master? Master, why did he become an enemy of His Majesty? What should we do? Nonsense, of course His Majesty is the most important thing. Everyone was discussing, and Li Yuanba, who had integrated the soul of Hong Mengxing, took a step forward and shouted, Old miscellaneous hair, are you trying to die? Although Li Yuanba's current cultivation base is only at the 6th level of the Jiuxuan Taishi realm, no one can guarantee that he will surpass everyone in the next second. You gang of traitors, why don't you come here quickly? Don't you still want to fight against the teacher? Hongjun Daozu said in a panic. There was a huge wave in my heart. Whether it is the Master Tong Tian or the primordial heavenly venerable, even his disciples and grandchildren made him tremble with fear. What exactly is going on? Hongjun Daozu couldn't imagine. Immediately, there was a plan to retreat. Master, you should never should have confronted His Majesty. Do you want us to do it, or do you want to catch him without a fight? Yuan Tianzuan said with a complicated face. With his personality, 10,000 people don't want to do this thing of bullying teachers and destroying ancestors. But Xuanhuan's kindness to him is as great as a mountain, and he really doesn't want to disobey his wishes. Humph, since you are so obsessed with obsession, then as a teacher, I will have to come to settle accounts with that thief another day. Daozu Hongjun turned around and left after throwing down a harsh word. But at this moment, bring Hongjun to me. Xuanhuan's voice suddenly resounded in the starry sky, causing everyone present to change their expressions. They could all hear that Xuanhuan's voice was a little displeased. Hongjun, come with me to see His Majesty. Although you were once the number one person in the wild, but here, the sky is big and the earth is big, and His Majesty is the biggest. You should stand aside. At this time Ying Zhang's voice sounded from the crowd, and he immediately reached out to grab Hongjun. Although he is also at the early stage of Taishan good fortune supreme realm. But Hongjun had no room to resist, and before he had time to melt into the void, he was grabbed by Ying Zhang's neck. Put Hongjun in the sky prison. No one is allowed to visit. Xuanhuan's voice was still ice cold, making Tong Tian cult master and Yuan Tianzuan sweat profusely and even tremble. Ding. Complete the main task, the crisis from Hongjun Daozu. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken Hongmeng, a chance to Awaken beyond limit, a chance to awaken loyalists, a chance to summon a strong man, and a chance to die loyal, the chance to be at the top, 5 chances to be the peak of the strong, 5 chances to be a dungeon of the strong. The system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Let the corner of his mouth curl up. What's wrong with the big boss? He is not a clone of my son. Even if he sets up a separate family, there will be no big waves. Thinking about it, Xuanhuan stood up and looked at the face of a big man standing in front of him with a playful expression. This big man is none other than Liu Bei, who once betrayed Xuanhuan. He had been serving in his subordinate barracks before, but was suddenly recalled by Xuanhuan a few days ago. It made Liu Bei, who was already a little disheartened, puzzled. I don't know what kind of medicine is sold in Xuanhuan's gourd. Liu Bei, you have been silent for so long, have you thought it through? Xuanhuan asked with a half-smile. Thump. Liu Bei knelt at Xuanhuan's feet, with tears of regret streaming down his face. Back then, he regretted betraying Xuanhuan. Now he can only watch Guan Yu leap higher and higher. And he was still standing still. Your Majesty, the subject is guilty, Liu Bei said in a deep voice. Well, it's good to be convicted. I'm not a ruthless person. Now I'll give you a chance. Here is a soul of a primordial being. If you want to become stronger, take him and fuse it. Then come to me again. Xuanhuan secretly sighed. Liu Bei was grateful and took the soul of the primordial creature and left. After a while, Jiuling Yuanqing came in front of Xuanhuan, respectfully said, Meet the master. For a long time, Jiuling Yuanqing has always regarded himself as Xuanhuan's servant. Conscientious. Before that, he had been taking care of the Xuanchu great world without any complaints. Xuanhuan was very pleased that the mysterious world was also well organized by him. Now, it's time for Jiuling Yuanqing to soar into the sky. Jiuling, you are the earliest strong man who followed me. You have contributed to my achievements today. I have not forgotten your credit. Here is a drop of the blood of a primordial being. You take it and fuse it. Then come find me again. This drop of Hongmeng life essence blood is the blood essence of Hongmeng Mage, who is as famous as the heavenly demon emperor and Emperor Quan. It was exchanged by Xuanhuan for 10 trillion merit points in the Lucky Mall. Absolutely great value for money. He wants to promote Jiuling Yuanqing in an all-round way, and let Jiuling Yuanqing shine in the whole of Hongmeng. Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Jiuling Yuanqing cheerfully took this drop of primordial creature's blood and turned to leave. Jiuling Yuanqing had just left when Yin Lingzi suddenly appeared beside Xuanhuan out of thin air. Your Majesty, in the depths of the ancient Holy Land, near the border of Zihongmeng, there is news of the appearance of the City of Life. It is said that this City of Life seems to have spiritual wisdom, and it has swallowed up the entire life of the Dao Plain. Yin Lingzi knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said solemnly. Fear flashed across his face. Fate City? A city of life that possesses spiritual intelligence and can devour living beings? Xuanhuan frowned immediately. His Pingtian Palace was a life city, but he had already taken it for his own use. But even so, he didn't know much about Mingqing. Where the city came from and why it appeared is a mystery. In the chaotic period, although Mingqing had no wisdom, it still left a deep impression on him. Now there is another life city, and it also has spiritual wisdom, which is obviously beyond the Pingtian Palace and the Life City in the chaotic period. Xiao Tian, go, and call Tong Tian, Moyanshan, Kaiyuan, Yingjing, and Lubu. Your Majesty. Xuanhuan Xiao Tian agreed, then turned and left. Xiaoqing. 5 strong men came one after another. The minister waits to see His Majesty. Well, the 5 of you go with Yin Lingzi and take that fateful city to me. The 5 of them and Yin Lingzi took orders and left. Afterwards, Su Haoyan recruited Li Yuanba in again. Among the 3, Li Yuanba has taken the lead in merging the blood of primordial beings, and now he is a complete primordial being. Further improvements can be made. Your Majesty, are you going to promote me again? Li Yuanba rubbed his hands and laughed. Yes, but if I am not satisfied when you come out, I will put you in the cold palace so that you will never see the sun tomorrow. Su Haoyan said, pretending to be angry. At the same time, he ordered in his heart, the system will awaken Li Yuanba's primordial spirit. No way, Your Majesty, this minister. Before he finished speaking, he was sucked in by the black hole that appeared above Su Haoyan's head. This is my first chance to use the awakening of primordial origin. I hope the system can give me a pleasant surprise. Su Haoyan sat in the refreshing imperial garden, muttering to himself. On the border of West Hongmeng and the old sacred land. The world here is dim. There is not a ray of light, everywhere is filled with chaotic chaos, majesty, and ordinary aura. They are mixed together, full of tyrannical atmosphere. Not to mention absorbing and refining ordinary creatures. Even if they accidentally inhaled even a trace, they would be in danger of exploding and dying. And in this dim starry sky, in a remote universe, at this time, there are creatures with different costumes and looks everywhere. They have different levels of cultivation, and their auras are different. But they all stared at a huge city floating in the center of the universe. There was an undisguised look of greed on his face. This life city was made of pure silver, shining with silver brilliance. It was exactly the life city that Yin Lingzi said had swallowed a creature from a large plane. This fateful city is also full of pavilions and palaces. However, the center of the whole city is not a palace, but a huge silver statue. This statue carves a young man with eagle brows and bright eyes, handsome in appearance, with one hand behind his waist and the other on his chest, with his head held high and looking into the distance. He has the aura of looking at all the small mountains. Whoop, whoop, whoop. At this time, there are still figures flying from outside the universe, with terrifying auras, and they are all super strong without exception. Yin Lingzi, the leader of Tong Tian, and Lu Bu tore apart the space and appeared in this universe one after another. Is that the city of life? Holding a long spear surrounded by black flames, Lu Bu stood majestically in the void and asked softly. Yes, that's it. But don't you think it's strange? Does the huge statue on the city of life look like a person? Rumble. At this moment, a pitch-black withered claw suddenly protruded from the void, turning into a size of billions of feet, and grabbed it towards Mingqing with lightning speed. Not good, someone started first. Yin Lingzi couldn't help but exclaimed. It doesn't matter. Since this statue looks very similar to His Majesty, then this city must be inextricably linked with His Majesty. It is very difficult for outsiders to seize it. However, in order to prevent mistakes, let's do it. 2. Also, Yin Lingzi, go back and tell Your Majesty that no one but Your Majesty Can collect the feeling that this city gives me. Master Tong Tian said thoughtfully. When Yin Lingzi heard this, he turned around and disappeared. At the same time, the giant claw collided with the city of life like lightning. There was a bang. A silver ray of light appeared on the surface of the Silver Life City, easily stopping the giant claw. Hey, it's interesting. A voice sounded in the void, and then a young man in a golden costume tore through the void and walked out of the void. Go away, the emperor of this city wants it. As soon as the young man appeared, he was greeted with both hands. He held his head high, looking extremely arrogant. Humph, Emperor Zhou Tian, you are the ruler of the East Hongmeng, why come to my West Hongmeng to cause chaos? Why don't you go back? At this time, Emperor Long flew down from the starry sky with his subordinates, looked at the young man in golden fine clothes with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, Ding! Li Yuanba's primordial awakening is complete, may the host release it? Xuanhuan, who was drinking tea in the imperial garden, heard the system prompt sound again in his mind. If you don't release it, call up his attribute list. Xuanhuan was very strange. Why did it take half an hour for Li Yuanba's time to wake up? Did he hang up? Li Yuanba, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, gold-winged rock. Bloodline, primordial creature. Inheriting Taoism, Jinping Avenue. Created, golden hammer good fortune. Luck level, Taxation 7 changes upon arrival. Cultivation method, Jinping transformation. Supernatural powers, Daping transforms. The sky is falling apart. Golden hammer decides the sky. Magic weapon, Jinping magic hammer. Special attributes, Pingyao transformation will double the strength in battle, and the combat power will be infinitely improved. Loyalty 100/100. Taxation arrives in 7 changes. Fuck, this kid is so brave. No wonder it took such a long time. This time, it's done, and finally set a new record for the strongest in the Haotian court. Poor Emperor Ziwei, he was overtaken just after his return. Xuanhuan smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to release Li Yuanba, the figure of Yin Lingzi suddenly appeared beside him. Report to your majesty, that fateful city may need you to go out in person. Yin Lingzi smiled wryly. Why? Could it be that the 5 supreme profound good fortune supreme powerhouses can't win a life city? Xuanhuan asked with a frown. Your majesty, there is a statue on the city of life, which looks exactly like you. You should go and have a look. Although Yin Lingzi faltered a bit, Xuanhuan still understood. Immediately, Xuanhuan became very interested in that fateful city. Humph, Emperor Long, don't think that you are great. If I didn't care about certain existences, I would have killed you long ago. The young man known as Zhou Tian Dao scorned Dao. Since you are obsessed with your obsession, then this emperor will let you go without returning. Emperor Long was furious and wanted to teach Emperor Zhou Tian a lesson. But at this moment, fade out of the city, out of heaven and out of heaven. An extremely indifferent voice suddenly resounded throughout the universe, and suddenly, everything stopped. Everyone, whether they wanted to fight or walked around, stopped at this moment. In an instant, the entire universe was still, only the silver-white city of life was still shining with silver-white light. At this moment, behind Tong Tian, Lu Bu, and others, the space was torn apart. And Xuanhuan stepped out from inside. As soon as Xuanhuan appeared, his expression moved slightly, and the entire universe suddenly stopped still, and the 5 strong men, including everyone, regained their freedom. Rumble. Everyone immediately attacked Mingqing. Including Emperor Long and Emperor Zhou Tian, they were not fighting each other, but attacked Mingqing together. In an instant, countless magical torrents blasted towards the City of Life. From all directions, illuminating the entire universe. The roar was endless. Avenue of Time? No, it's not just the Avenue of Time, there seem to be other avenues, and the Avenue of Time is just an auxiliary. What is this fateful city? Xuanhuan frowned. If he hadn't had the time, he wouldn't have been able to rescue everyone. However, when his gaze was set on the incomparably tall figure above the city of fate, his whole body was suddenly sluggish and there was a roar in his mind, and his body trembled involuntarily. At the same time, Tianwu Mountain, which was originally motionless in the universe of his dantian, suddenly moved, from shaking to suddenly trembling violently. It gave Xuanhuan the feeling that he saw something delicious. It is also like a drunkard who sees good wine and cannot extricate himself. Xuanhuan, who was still in shock the next second, discovered in horror that he stretched out his arm and grabbed the void of that fate city like lightning. Then it started shaking. What Xuanhuan couldn't believe was that the trembling of this fateful city actually resonated with the Tianwu Mountain in his body. Impossible? How could you manipulate it? At this time an old voice suddenly sounded in Mingqing, filled with endless disbelief and panic. Humph, Baji, you can't hold back your voice after hiding in the City of Fate? As early as when he came here, he felt a familiar atmosphere in the City of Life. It wasn't until the voice came out that Xuanhuan was sure that it was the voice of Baji Supreme. From Xuanhuan's attempt to control Mingqing to the sound of that voice, it only happened in an instant. It shocked everyone. Seeing Xuanhuan's arrival, the five Master Tong Tian immediately relaxed. Humph, who taught you to hide in the dark and plot against people? A worthless thing? Knowing that I'm coming back, none of you bastards came out to see me. You're really a bunch of wide-eyed wolves. Xuanhuan is not talking nonsense, since this City of Fate is related to him. Then just accept it. Father, I don't know why you can control this city, but what I want to tell you is that this fateful city is not as simple as you think. It comes from outside the sky, from an unknown world, full of uncertainties, so please let go, Father, or I will. Humph, you can turn the world upside down with a clone. In front of me, what tricks can you play? Xuanhuan made a sound of anger, without saying a word, stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The life city suddenly trembled, and then it turned into a miniature size, and was taken into the universe in the dantian by Xuanhuan. In the next second, you made a big mistake. Since you know that I am a clone, so what if I kill you? A flash of brilliance flashed, and a tall figure appeared out of nowhere. He was wearing a black brocade robe and looked dignified, but his face was pale. His breath was disordered, and he looked a little embarrassed. Obviously, fighting with Xuanhuan for the control of Mingqing just now wasted a lot of effort. As soon as he appeared, an incomparable terrifying aura was released suddenly. In an instant, more than 10,000 nearby creatures were crushed and turned into fly ash. Immediately, all the creatures hurriedly retreated to the rear, fearing that they would suffer an indiscriminate disaster. Who are you? Hurry up and hand over the City of Life, or your soul will be shattered. At this moment, Emperor Zhou Tian suddenly scolded Xuanhuan. When Emperor Long saw this, the corners of his mouth turned up, showing a malicious expression. Humph, Heavenly Emperor, although you are the father of primordial gods and the others, but your restoration has harmed you. Today I will kill the gods. And from now on, I will be the only one in the world who kills the gods. Hiss. What, he is Baji killing god? It is said that Baji Xuanhuan is one of the best in the primordial world, and we cannot compare with it at all. It is really unbelievable that he is hiding in the city of fate. It turns out that this person is the Heavenly Emperor who just unified the ancient sacred land. I heard that he also defeated Emperor Quan. I don't know if it's true or not. The creatures were talking a lot, and the words they said made the face of Emperor Zhou Tian on the other side instantly darken. System, release Li Yuanba. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and ordered. In the next second, Li Yuanba flew out of the black hole that appeared above Xuanhuan's head. Yuanba, kill that guy. Okay. Li Yuanba gave a ferocious smile, and went to kill the Baji Godslayer on the opposite side. What, takes a Shendai, how is it possible? How could you have such a strong man? This is impossible? Baji Xuanhuan was stunned. Although he is the clone of the primordial spirit, his cultivation is not so heaven-defying, and the second transformation of Taishu God is already his current peak. Hey, the mere Taishu God dared to call himself God Killer when he arrived in the second transformation. Old boy, you really want to die? With a roar, Li Yuanba swung the giant hammer in his hand, and killed Baji Xuanhuan. Seeing this, Xuanhuan turned his head around, looked at Emperor Zhou Tian, and said indifferently, go away, wait for the formation to hit the door. I hope you still have today's tone. After speaking, he looked at Emperor Long again. When are you going to hand over Shi Hongmeng to me? I will give you a month. After 1 month, I will attack Shi Hongmeng. When Emperor Long heard this, his face became even more ugly. Although he hated Xuanhuan, but if he really went to meet Xuanhuan, he would be scared again. Only then did he realize that he and Xuanhuan were not on the same level at all. Rumble. Li Yuanba's hammer directly collided with Baji Xuanhuan, and Baji Xuanhuan felt a monstrous force directly acting on him. He didn't even have a chance to react, and was instantly smashed to pieces. The whole person suddenly turned into a cloud of blood mist. With a flash of inspiration, his fairy baby appeared in the void in a panic. Li Yuanba wanted to make up for it. At this time, Xuanhuan's voice sounded. Keep him alive. Old guy, get out of here. Li Yuanba put away the hammer and said earnestly. Thank you, Father, for being merciful. The Baji Xuanhuan complex team looked at Xuanhuan. He never expected that Xuanhuan would let him go. Make him ashamed. Go away, next time we meet, I will not care about the relationship between father and son. After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan was about to turn around and leave. Father, please pay attention to the avatars of the primordial gods, including me, who want to become gods. And now, no matter whether it is primordial or chaotic, the primordial gods are unpredictable and irresistible. Be careful. In addition, the primordial spirits are unable to get away from their bodies. Now, they are self-sealed, and they are all in the primordial space. Together with your avatar, they can resist the sneak attack of the aliens. They hope that Father will become stronger as soon as possible, and take action to destroy the enemy from the outer space. After finishing speaking, the fairy baby Baji Slayer turned around and disappeared. Because the two are communicating with each other in spirit. Outsiders don't know the relationship between the two at all, they only know That Baji Shirshan is very afraid of Xuanhuan. After the war, all the creatures did not stay here for long and left soon. Including the ashen-faced Emperor Zhou Tian and the sweating Emperor Long. They all disappeared. In an instant, there were only 6 powerhouses, including Liu and Ba and Xuanhuan standing in the void. At this time, Xuanhuan closed his eyes tightly, feeling the strangeness in his body. He had a feeling that he was about to break through again. You withdraw from this universe, and I want to break through my cultivation. Here. As soon as this remark came out, the 6 people, including the leader of Tongtian, suddenly showed shock. His Majesty broke through at this time? Although they were puzzled in their hearts, everyone didn't wait too long, and directly tore the void and left this universe. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged. Tianwu Mountain suddenly flew out above Xuanhuan's head, and slowly turned around Xuanhuan's head. Immediately afterwards, the life city that he had just captured appeared in front of Tianwu Mountain. In front of Tianwu Mountain, Life City looked extremely small. Suddenly, when the two appeared one after another, they seemed to resonate with each other. With a bang, the Silver Life City suddenly crashed into the Tianwu Mountain and disappeared without a trace. In the next second, the light from Tianwu Mountain radiated, covering Xuanhuan, who was sitting cross-legged below. Bang! Xuanhuan fell into a trance instantly. Your Majesty wants to be reincarnated as 9981, will it be dangerous? No, because Taishu Shinshan is here. No, someone eavesdropped. Xuanhuan seemed to have escaped into samsara again. All kinds of voices came to his head in chaos, and his head was crowded in an instant. It instantly gave him a splitting headache. Call. At a certain moment, he woke up leisurely. Before the consciousness returned to the body, I felt a roaring sound coming from my body. Rumble. Ding. Friendly reminder from the system: when you discover the Tao of reincarnation, do you want to capture it and pass it on? Ding. The host didn't respond within the specified time, which is recognized by the system as the default. Ding. The system starts to capture reincarnation avenue. The capture is successful. Ding. Does the host want to inherit the Tao of reincarnation? Ding. The system starts to pass on the Tao of reincarnation for the host by default. A series of system prompts sounded in his messy mind. It made his head even more chaotic. However, when the system passed on the Tao of reincarnation to him, all the chaos disappeared, and in an instant, Xuanhuan's entire mind suddenly became extremely clear and clear. In an instant, the consciousness of the whole person returned. Wake up. Reincarnation Avenue. It turns out that Tianwu Mountain and Silver Life City are combined, and there is actually a road of reincarnation hidden in it. He always thought that there was no avenue of reincarnation in this world, but he didn't expect that there really was an avenue of reincarnation. At the same time, he has a new understanding of Tianwu Mountain and Mingqing. There was a loud bang. This universe was broken in an instant, all kinds of seemingly complicated but extremely pure chaotic qi, majestic purple qi, the most refined and pure aura in the world swarmed in, and penetrated into Xuanhuan's body in an instant. The outside world, Master Tongtian, Liu and Ba and others, were dumbfounded. They saw that the entire universe instantly turned into a huge vortex, giving people a sense of fear that the entire universe was about to collapse. All kinds of spiritual energy gathered into a long dragon, pouring in from all parts of Xuanhuan's body. About half a stick of incense passed. Xuanhuan made a breakthrough. Taishan good fortune supreme realm Dzogchen. The whole body burst out, with bright golden light, illuminating the entire universe starry sky. Let Su Haoyan shine instantly. Su Haoyan's cultivation grew faster and faster. Rumble. Finally, after half a day, he broke through again. Taixishan's arrival has changed. At this moment, Su Haoyan has been wrapped in white light, his body is invisible, only his faint shadow can be seen. All of a sudden, 7 colored rays of light descended from the sky, covering Su Haoyan's body in an instant. The colorful rays of light slowly penetrated into Su Haoyan's body, and the magic power in his body was also undergoing transformation. This metamorphosis is not a quantitative metamorphosis, but a qualitative metamorphosis. At the same time, the 7-colored glow condensed under his body into a colorful golden lotus, supporting him, the glow shone everywhere. And the coercion released made all living beings worship. Rumble. This universe could no longer bear this aura of destruction, collapsed and dissipated. Seeing that Su Haoyan was about to be in nothingness. However, at this moment, Su Haoyan's expression changed, and the universe that had just disappeared was reborn again. Li Yuanba, who was standing hundreds of millions of miles away, opened his mouth wide, so shocked that his eyes showed undisguised shock. Your Majesty, isn't this too exaggerated? It's too vain to create a universe in an instant with a single change. My ability is not as good as it. When the master Tong Tian next to him heard this, his eyes widened. Is this the power of Taishu God's arrival realm? Su Haoyan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in the universe in his body and the transformation of mana, and said to himself with emotion. As he inherited the Tao of reincarnation, both himself and the universe of the world tree within his body have undergone tremendous changes. Taiying Mountain disappeared, it became a mini hill, attached to Su Haoyan's palm. After thinking about it, he tried to push forward with a palm. In an instant, a gigantic silvery mountain suddenly appeared, and with a bang. At lightning speed, it crashed into a huge planet 1,000,000 miles away in front of it. Rumble. It directly smashed the planet into an instant collapse, turning into a cloud of dust and dissipating between heaven and earth. Seeing this, Su Haoyan retracted his palm, and the giant mountain disappeared. Suddenly, his eyes froze. In the distance, the planet that had just disappeared reappeared. TSK, this is the highest state of not breaking, not building, breaking, and then building. The void god's arrival is so powerful. Su Haoyan felt emotionally after a while. I'm about to get up and leave. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding. Because the host has successfully integrated the 3 supreme avenues, allowing the system to be upgraded in advance. During the system upgrade, all functions are suspended. When it will wake up, the time is undecided. Ding. The system is starting to upgrade. Immediately, the system prompt tone disappears. Su Haoyan fell into silence. In his mind, system upgrade again? This result was beyond Su Haoyan's expectation, but also within reason. The system should have been upgraded after he unified the old sacred lands. It's just that there was still a lack of opportunity at that time. And it is this chi mechanism that he inherited the Tao of reincarnation. Without staying here, Su Haoyan turned around and returned to the crowd. Then, in the shock and bewilderment of everyone, they returned to Haoyan Court. Donghongmeng, in a small interface, in a dilapidated big world. This is a noisy town with warmth. People rushed to the town early, and each of them had a bright smile on their faces. At this time it was the slack season for farming, and today was the once-a-month market, so the villagers from the small villages around the town came here to prepare for the market. At this time, in this noisy market, a burly man was walking slowly in the crowded market, carrying a black spear. The big man was not in a hurry, his eagle eyes kept searching the crowd, looking casually, but anyone who was careful could tell that he seemed to be looking for someone. Suddenly, when the eyes of the big man passed over a thin beggar who was holding a broken bowl in his hand and squatting in the corner, his eyes were dull, his eagle eyes shot out. A surprised smile finally appeared on that indifferent face. Xuanhuan is a poor girl. When she was born, her mother died of dystocia. When she was 3 years old, her father went to the mountain to cut firewood, but unfortunately fell off the cliff and died. Later, she was taken in by her neighbor. When she was 7 years old, the neighbor was upset and taught her a lesson. The neighbor hanged her at home. The next day, over and over, Xuanhuan was adopted by many people one by one, but due to various reasons, the people who adopted her died unexpectedly. From then on, Xuanhuan was regarded as an unknown person by everyone, and no one took her in again. She also became the only little beggar in this town. Looking at people's happy smiles and beautiful clothes, Xuanhuan felt sad. She resents the injustice of the world, the ruthlessness of the world, and her own misfortune. In short, from a very young age, all kinds of resentment had arisen in her heart. Suddenly, a tall, fierce-looking figure appeared in her resentful eyes. Immediately afterwards she lost consciousness. The moment she lost consciousness, she thought to herself, "Are you going to be free?" The burly man with a long spear swung his wrist, carried the unconscious Xuanhuan on his shoulder, and left the market with a big grin. What is strange is that no one noticed Xuanhuan's disappearance, nor did anyone notice the arrival and departure of the big man. What is even more shocking is that one day a year later, this town was slaughtered. The entire town, including more than 30 surrounding villages, was slaughtered. The town that used to be like an outdoor peach garden has become a purgatory on earth. Half a year later, a powerful jade-faced Rakshasa suddenly appeared in Hongmeng, known for killing people like hemp, slaughtering a universe at every turn, and even the creatures of one side, earned a great reputation in the Eastern Hongmeng. After another half a year, Nan Hongmeng also had a bloody assassin who was good at hiding her body and specialized in assassinating those well-known and evil creatures. The creatures of Nan Hongmeng are called the judges of the region. A year later, Bei Hongmeng was suddenly patronized by a mysterious woman, and within a short period of a month, 2 big planes were slaughtered. It can be described as extremely brutal. All of a sudden, everywhere in Hongmeng, wars were raging everywhere, and a chaotic world was coming. The land of the ancient sages, the city of the 6 emperors. Xuanhuan sat in the Shang study, carefully reviewing the memorial. His focused expression made the Xuanhuan female ancestor who was accompanying him bewildered. Ding! The system upgrade was successful. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Fuck, this guy finally upgraded successfully. Since the system was in the process of being upgraded, he followed Li Yuanba and the others back to the 6 emperors' city in the ancient sacred land, and began to deploy troops to formally march into Zhihongmeng while waiting for the system to be upgraded successfully. However, what he couldn't believe was that he had been waiting for 2 years. In 2 years, Li Yuanba and Emperor Ziwei each led an army to Zihongming. Emperor Long was battered. The names of Li Yuanba and Emperor Ziwei resounded throughout Hongmeng. Of course, their names are powerful, but they are not as loud as the name of Heavenly Emperor. In just 2 years, the Heavenly Emperor occupied more than half of the vast Zihongmeng. This is also the main reason why he can sit firmly on the Dou Yu in the heaven. Of course, it also has something to do with the system's delay in upgrading. Ding. System upgrade, open new function, on the basis of the highest awakening of the system, the awakening of Hongmeng, it will be upgraded to the function of Hongmeng reawakening. This function can awaken the strong man. After Hongmeng awakening in the body of Hongmeng creature again and become a Hongmeng god. This functions can be obtained in missions. Ding. The system upgrades to open a new function, the primordial qi quenching body function. All strong people who have undergone the primordial qi quenching, on the basis of the primordial god, their physique will be further changed and become a higher level existence. The strength is stronger than the primordial reawakening is even more powerful. This function is obtained in the mission. Ding. The system is upgraded, and new functions are released. The ultimate summoning function, this function allows the host to summon the superpowers in the lucky system, and they are all designated summons. This function is obtained from the mission. Ding. The system has been upgraded, and new functions have been released. The strong man's remote transmission function, this function allows the host to teleport the strong man to his side in a different place, not even in a place of time and space, so that the host can control the situation at any time. In addition, in the future, the host's cultivation of strong people can be synthesized in one go in the system without releasing it. It is convenient for the host to create a super strong man in an instant. Hearing the continuous introduction of system prompts, Xuanhuan was stunned. After a while, he sighed in his heart. No wonder the system has been upgraded for 2 years, so the new functions are so outrageous? With these functions, who in Hongmeng would dare to stop me? Xuanhuan swelled instantly. Report, Your Majesty, Lu Xuanhuan is seeking an audience outside. Let him in. The system upgrade was successful, and he is now in a happy mood. Everything is pleasing to the eye. Seeing this, Qingling Nuzu left with a smile. For them, it was rare for Xuanhuan not to leave the 6th Emperor's city for 2 years. Therefore, the women in Xuanhuan's harem took turns to accompany Xuanhuan. It can be regarded as a husband and wife. See Your Majesty. Lu Bowen walked in with a gloomy expression. Lu Qing's family, what happened to make you the #1 immortal official in the heaven, so frowning? Xuanhuan made a rare joke about his subordinates. Lu Bowen looked at him in surprise. However, he immediately said, Your Majesty, the land of our ancient sages is not peaceful recently, and people often disappear, and when they disappear, several countries, several cities, and even a big world will disappear without a trace overnight. In addition, the jade-faced Rakshasa slaughtered in East Hongmeng, and it has already spread to the land of the ancient saints. Lu Bowen talked for half an hour before giving an overview of what happened in Hongmeng recently. Xuanhuan fell into deep thought immediately. By the way, Your Majesty, just now General Li Yuanba sent someone to report that in Zihongmeng Xinglong Emperor's palace, a crystal-clear stone tablet suddenly appeared. There were ancient characters flashing faintly on it. General Li couldn't understand it. I hope your majesty will come forward, go and see. In addition, it is said that similar things happened in the east, south, north and central Hongmeng. Now the whole Hongmeng is in chaos. Killings, mysterious crystal monuments, etc. have disturbed the order of Hongmeng. As soon as Lu Bowen's words came out, Su Haoyan's spirit was shaken, and he immediately said, "Order, let Emperor Ziwei sit in the heavenly court, and I want to personally conquer Hongmeng." As soon as Su Haoyan said this, Lu Bowen's eyes lit up suddenly. After 2 years of silence, His Majesty finally took action. After Lu Bowen left, He Yunlong came to Bai Suzhen's bedroom, and then awakened Bai Suzhen's Hongmeng. 10 seconds later. Ding! Bai Suzhen's Hongmeng awakened successfully. Will the host release it? Release, bring up the property list. Bai Suzhen, from the Legend of the White Snake. Race, primordial creature. The said avenue, Boa Constrictor Avenue. Affiliation, Divine Weapon Avenue. Lucky level, Taishan Creation Supreme Realm Dzogchen. Cultivation method, Python entry into the World Classics. Special attribute, the power of the Queen of Heaven, showing the majesty of the Queen of Heaven in front of the officials of the heavenly court, can increase the luck of the heavenly emperor. Loyalty, 100/100. Looking at Bai Suzhen's attribute list, and Bai Suzhen snuggling in his arms like a kitten, Su Haoyan was very satisfied. In this way, neither his harem nor his court will be taken advantage of during his campaign. 3 days later, Su Haoyan embarked on the journey of fighting with more than 20 strong men. Their first stop was the newly appeared crystal monument in the center of Zhaihongmeng. However, at this moment, whether it was the ancient sacred land or the primal origin, a majestic voice sounded at the same time. This emperor is the Baji Emperor, the god of primordial origin. Now, primordial chaos is in chaos, the devil is reborn, and the universe is turned upside down. As a result, primordial origin and chaos are beyond the control of our gods. Because we resisted the enemy from beyond the sky, our gods couldn't get away. For the safety of primordial and chaos, we decided to start the battle of becoming gods. Our gods have gone through layers of screening and ranked all the creatures of Hongmeng and chaos. A total of 1,000 strong people are listed, and the creature ranked first within 10,000 years will be blessed by Hongmeng and become a new god, surpassing Hongmeng and chaos. Above the chaos, the whole world will respect him. This voice is extremely majestic, and it will last for a long time on the land of primordial and chaotic battle of gods. In an instant, the entire primordial and chaotic creatures boiled up. It happened very suddenly. At the same time as earth-shattering, at the moment the voice fell, a golden scroll appeared in the minds of all living beings. There is a string of bling names listed above. From big to small, the rankings are lowered in order, and the golden light is getting dimmer. The yin and yang calamity. Tai Chi is supreme. Octopus, killing god. Xiaozi. Liangyi longevity. Huat Subing. Jade-faced Rakshasa. Giant spirit god. Li Yuanba. King Malin. Xixiang Shenjun. Taibai Jinxing. Emperor Ziwei. Sitting on the clouds, Su Haoyan closed his eyes and looked at the name in his mind, the corners of his mouth twitching. Just looking at the name, he knew that these were clones of primordial gods. And with the addition of Taibai Jinxing and the other 3, the top 10 in the entire battle of becoming gods were basically people he was familiar with. And his name was ranked 13th, 1 rank lower than Nailan Qing, and 5 ranks higher than Emperor Qian. It is worth mentioning that Li Yuanba and Emperor Ziwei are also on the list, including Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Quan was only 1 place lower than him, ranking 16th. Poor Longdi has already been sent out the top 30. From this, Su Haoyan judged that the top 20 powerhouses should all reach the realm of Taixishan. You 6 guys, what the hell are you doing? Su Haoyan was muttering to himself. At the same time, Grand Mist, Chaos, and the land of the old sages are all in chaos. Wherever there are living beings, they are not paying attention to other things, they are all studying and discussing the list of gods in their minds. The battle to become a god. It's so exciting. These names are not unfamiliar, but they are all among the best in the primordial world. Oh my god, those of us who are strong in the 9 profound void realm can't even be ranked. On a long-abandoned planet, Tai Chi supremacy is sitting opposite the half-yin and half-yang yin and yang. Both of them closed their eyes tightly, checking the success list in their minds. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly tore through the void and appeared beside them. The earth-shattering voice woke them up instantly. When they saw their faces clearly, they were dumbfounded. I am Yin and Yang and live forever. I am the sword master of Tai Chi. 2 extremely domineering voices resounded non-stop throughout the starry sky. With the appearance of 2 people, the list of becoming gods changed instantly. Yin and Yang longevity, first. Tai Chi juggernaut, second place. Starting from the Yin and Yang calamity, all retreated 2 places. In Yuanshu space, Yuanshu 6 gods all sat cross-legged in front of the space, to avoid obstacles without exception, closing their eyes to check all the reactions of the lower realm. Can we calm down Hongmeng by doing this? After a while, Emperor Yin Yang Yuan asked. All living beings have a competitive heart. Under the temptation of becoming a god, they will definitely let go of killing and scrambling, and will focus on competing for the battle of becoming a god. Emperor Taiji said contemptuously. That's not necessarily the case. Other creatures are definitely fine, but our father who has been reincarnated and rebuilt is not so easy to fool. After Zaiyayozi took a sip of the old wine, he said solemnly. I think my father will definitely compete for territory and hit the list of gods at the same time. Xisheng Chaos said jokingly. God, what do you think about this matter? At this time everyone turned their heads in unison, looked to the rear, and asked the figure sitting on a huge black peak. This figure sits cross-legged, eyes slightly closed, and looks like a tree facing the wind. It is exactly the avatar left by Su Haoyan at the beginning of Hongmeng. The deity's personality is hard to figure out, and he can do anything. However, your avatars have escaped from the deity's control, and your ambitions are extremely high. Don't violate the deity's taboo, otherwise you will also suffer. As soon as Su Haoyan's avatar finished speaking, he stopped talking. Gods, you looked at me, I looked at you, and finally shook their heads with wry smiles. Zai-Hongmeng, the once huge imperial palace, has been reduced to rubble. Instead, there was a huge crystal monument shining with colorful rays of light, standing majestically there. This crystal monument is 10,000 zhang tall and 100 zhang wide. Surrounded by colorful light, there are constantly unknown characters looming. At this time, countless figures of creatures appeared around the crystal monument. They pointed at the crystal tablet and talked about it. What kind of baby is this? Poor Emperor Long has been entrenched here for countless millions of years. But he didn't find this treasure. I don't know who will get this treasure in the end. Now that primordial origin is in chaos, and the battle to become a god is about to start, it will be even more chaotic. What kind of baby is this? Poor Emperor Long has been entrenched here for countless millions of years. But he didn't find this treasure. I don't know who will get this treasure in the end. Now that primordial origin is in chaos, and the battle to become a god is about to start, it will be even more chaotic. Of course the Emperor of Heaven has to go. Didn't you see that General Li Yuanba of Haotian court personally sits on this monument? When everyone was discussing, they all looked at a black figure sitting cross-legged under the crystal tablet. Hey, that's really good. I didn't expect that I could be ranked in the top 10. Hee, it's so fun. Sitting in front of the crystal stele, Li Yuanba was checking the list of gods. At this moment, Li Yuanba's smiling black face suddenly froze. I saw that as soon as the list of gods appeared, the name on it changed. What the hell, it's 2 positions in one drop, and it almost fell out of the top 10. Yinyang Chongqing, Tai Chi Sword Master, what are these things? Li Yuanba muttered irritably. At the same time, Su Haotian was sitting on the cloud, also paying attention to the recently changed list of becoming gods. Just play, when the time comes, be careful not to shoot yourself in the foot with a stone. Ding. Trigger the main task, the list of gods to cover the sky. Task. Details, because the war of becoming a god is launched, if the host becomes the first in the list of gods within 10,000 years, and at the same time let his own power occupy the entire list of gods, the grand main gods will be destroyed. The avatars and other forces successfully squeezed out hundreds of people. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, 1 chance to temper the body with primordial qi, 10 chances to revive the strong, 10 chances to awaken the primordial realm, 10 chances to transcend the tribulation of the primordial realm, and 10 superlimited awakenings, 10 chances to awaken the loyalists, 20 chances for a strong dungeon, and 20 chances for a strong man to peak. Ding. Trigger the supreme level task, Mythical Emperor. Task details, if the host challenges 1 by 1 on the list of gods, and can't fail once, until he becomes the first. At the same time, the footsteps of Hao Tianting will not stop, unifying the entire Hongmeng. Become the first emperor of the ages. The system specially rewards the host with 5 chances to reawaken the primordial spirit, 5 chances to temper the body with primordial qi, 5 chances to inherit the Taoism, 5 chances to awaken the primordial spirit, 5 chances to transcend the tribulation of the primordial spirit, and 5 chances to transcend the tribulation. A chance for limited awakening. A chance for extreme summoning. 20 chances for the peak of the strong, and 20 chances for the copy of the strong. 2 system prompts sounded in succession, causing Su Haotian to show a bright smile in an instant. He had a premonition that there would be a mission to be released, but he didn't expect the rewards to be so generous. Since that's the case, then I will be the title of the mythical heavenly Emperor. Ding. Ho Qing Hongmeng successfully crossed the tribulation. May I ask if the host will be released? At this time a system prompt sounded, pulling Su Haotian back. If you don't release it, let him awaken the primordial essence. Since you want to play, then I will play with you, and see if the strong man you create is more powerful, or my strong man is more powerful. Su Haotian muttered to himself. It made Jiuling Yuanqing next to him puzzled. This time, Xuanhuan not only brought out Jiuling Yuansheng, but also Liu Bei. Some people already know to repent, so let him give it a chance. Ding. Ho Qing Hongmeng awakened successfully. Will the host release it? Release, and call up his attribute list. Ho Qing, from Identity, Zombie Ancestor. Luck level, Taixishan's 8 changes upon arrival. Kung Fu, Cursed Spirit Sutra. Avatar, Power of the Curse. Loyalty, 100/100. Ho Qing, Taishu God has changed 8 times. In an instant, he became the 9th place on the list of gods, squeezingly. Yuanba to the 10th place. Both fell backwards 1 bit. At this time in the 6th emperor city of the ancient sacred land. With Ho Qing, Li Yuanba, and Emperor Ziwei on the list, the entire Haotian court was boiling. TSK, in the battle of becoming gods, our Haotian court actually has 3 strong people on the list. Even His Majesty has occupied a spot. The vast heavenly court is invincible and invincible. I don't know who else in our Haotian court can make the list. I feel that our Haotian court will dominate the entire list of gods. In the dozens of interfaces controlled by Haotian court, all living beings feel honored and proud because Xuanhuan and the 4 powerhouses occupy the top 18 on the list of gods. Liu Bowen's mansion. Liu Bowen, who was drinking with Jiang Zia and others, had a strange expression on his face, and muttered to himself, "Tai by jinxing? Could it be a name collision?" Taisheng Laojuan's mansion. Taisheng Laojun stood in front of the window, looked up at the sky, and muttered to himself, "Giant spirit god? Could it be that stupid big guy from the previous life?" At the same time, Ho Junji, Bai Qi, and other generals also gathered together to discuss. Huatsubing, can't it be that one? As a famous general in his previous life, they all knew Huatsubing's name. Seeing the name Huatsubing here, they couldn't help but think about it this way. The time of 3 days is fleeting. On this day, Xuanhuan and his party finally came to Zihongming. Appeared mightily in front of the huge crystal monument. From a long distance, you can feel that there is a fierce battle going on. There. I saw Li Yuanba wielding his sledgehammer, fighting with a white-haired young woman. "Bitch, are you crazy?" Li Yuanba cursed angrily while fighting. He should have taken this woman down long ago. But once he kills, a purple light will emerge from the woman's body and bounce off his hammer. But not the killer. Let him both depressed and surprised. This crystal monument is for Emperor Long. Get out of Zihongming, and I will let you go. Otherwise, you will be beheaded. The woman's voice was as cold as ice. And what's weird is that her strength has steadily improved with the battle. This is also the reason why Li Yuanba couldn't kill the killer. "Humph, bitch, you are courting death." Li Yuanba roared angrily and stepped up his attack. Is this the female devil who became famous in Hongming recently? It's interesting. Xuanhuan showed surprise in his eyes. Because he could clearly feel that between the heaven and the earth there was a wave of majestic purple energy escaping into the woman's body. While changing her, it was also restraining her tyrannical will. Who is going to arrest Emperor Long for me? At this time, he suddenly saw Emperor Long standing nearby, watching the battle in the field with concentration. He suddenly remembered that there was another sub-quest that fell on Emperor Long. Today I met it, of course I will finish it. When Ho Qing heard this, he turned around and disappeared without a word. Emperor Long nervously watched the battle between Yemian Luocha and Li Yuanba. This time, Li Yuanba couldn't let Li Yuanba go on a rampage in Zihongming. He wanted to take Shi Hongming back before the Emperor of Heaven dispatched. Even if it costs half of the life of the creatures, it is not hesitating. That's right, the deal he made with Yemian Rakshasa was that he would pay half of Shi Hongming's life as the price, and Jadimian Rakshasa would help him expel Haotian court. Emperor Long, who was thinking about entering Feifei, suddenly saw a figure. And then a figure like a dead body appeared in front of his eyes. Fuck, what are you doing? Ho Qing's appearance is absolutely not to be flattered. In addition, he is the ancestor of zombies, which makes his appearance extremely attractive. Emperor Long was really taken aback, and was about to jump away, but he was caught by Ho Qing. Turn around and disappear. Boom. After returning to Su Haotian's side again, Emperor Long was thrown at Su Haotian's feet. Sitting on the supreme nine-dragon chair that had been tempered by colorful rays of light, Su Haotian looked down at Emperor Long from a high position. You dare to come back after failing, I have to admire your courage. Could it be that you are able to turn the tide just by relying on that crazy woman? What an idiot talking in sleep. Heavenly Emperor, why do you want to force each other so hard? Emperor Long had to bow his head. But I hated it in my heart. Kill him. As soon as Su Haotian finished speaking, Ho Qing slapped Emperor Long directly on the face without saying a word. There was a loud bang. Emperor Long's physical body instantly collapsed, turned into fly ash, and dissipated between heaven and earth. Ding. Complete the side mission, the wrath from Emperor Long. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken the loyalists, and a resurrection of the strong, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to pass on the Taoism. The system prompt sounded, heralding the fall of a generation of emperors. Yemian Luocha and Li Yuanba, who were fighting fiercely over there, were also shocked by the noise here and temporarily stopped fighting. Together with the rest of the watching creatures, they all looked over. Your Majesty, when did you come? Li Yuanba's eyes lit up, and he asked with a grin. Hiss. There was a sound of gasping for air. Heavenly Emperor? The 17th existence on the list of gods. He actually appeared. Do you also want to get the crystal tablet? TSK, this is the controller of the Haotian court who invaded Zihongming. He is really a talent. The creatures talked and pointed at Su Haotian. They all looked at Su Haotian curiously. Yuanba, what's the situation? Why haven't you captured her for so long? Su Haotian said softly. Looking at the woman, an imperceptible look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, this girl is a bit evil. Li Yuanba scratched his head and said depressedly. You are Emperor Haotian? The jade-faced Rakshasa is an impeccable beauty no matter in appearance or figure. However, Su Haotian saw a trace of familiarity on her face. Son of Hongmeng? It can't be such a coincidence, can it? It's unbelievable that the fierce female devil is actually a descendant of Hongmeng. However, this woman looks too much like Chang'e. It is almost carved out of a mold. So, the other two famous devils are also related to the son of Hongmeng? It's a mess, and it's getting more and more messy. Su Haotian shook his head and said, Jade-face Rakshasa, what are you doing in West Hongmeng? Although the other party might be the son of Hongmeng, Su Haotian didn't intend to do anything to her. Now he wants to see what the son of Hongmeng is going to do. Now he holds the son of Chang'e in his hands, and by Suzhen, the ancestor of Qingling, will take care of him at home, and nothing will happen. I hope you will take good care of Hongmeng. After leaving a sentence without beginning or end, the jade-faced Raksha turned around and disappeared. Let all living beings widen their eyes. Looked at each other. They thought that there would be a big battle between Yemi and Luocha and Su Haotian. But I didn't expect it to end like this. Emperor, accept my challenge. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in this universe. In an instant, all living beings were shocked. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure in silver armor suddenly appeared above the crystal monument. Attracted everyone's attention. What are you? Li Yuanba roared angrily, holding the hammer. Li Yuanba is very annoying. That dead woman has been pestering him for half a month, and now there is another one. It is really annoying. Su Haotian and others were also looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, eyes full of scrutiny. This is a man who is more than 5 feet tall and looks like an iron tower. He held a huge axe, 10 feet long in his hand, his silver hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked ferocious. He looked down at Su Haotian with a grin on his face. My name is Tianwu Shao, and I am 35th on the list of gods. Emperor, please accept my challenge. His voice was deliberately amplified so that the entire Zhaihongming could hear it. Although a little crazy, but ranking 35th has his crazy capital. Su Haotian, who was sitting on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair, was extremely speechless. You, a fellow ranked 20 or so, dare to challenge me? Is it okay to eat and do nothing? But he didn't know that Shao Tianzuan had been practicing in seclusion for a long time. If the battle of becoming a god did not start suddenly, interrupting his cultivation, he would not have left the seclusion. So, naturally, I don't know who the Emperor of Heaven is. Because in his eyes, Emperor Quan, Emperor Long, and even Emperor Tianma are not in his eyes. As soon as he was born, there were creatures discussing the Emperor of Heaven. No matter where he was, so he chose Su Haotian as the first challenger. In his opinion, if the Emperor of Heaven is swept away, his reputation will rise in a straight line. Heavenly Emperor, are you scared stupid? Or are you a silver-like pewter gun head? Shao Tianzuan laughed wildly, not paying attention to Su Haotian at all. At this time, the surrounding creatures all looked at Shao Tian on the crystal tablet with strange expressions on their faces. They really hope that Shao Tianzuan can kill the Heavenly Emperor, then they, Shi Hongmeng, will not be enslaved. You bastard, dare to challenge me? You really don't know how to live or die. Su Haotian laughed suddenly. Since this guy wants to die, let him fulfill him. With a slight movement of Su Haotian's body, the Supreme Nine Dragon chair rose into the air and came to the top of the crystal monument. Tell me, how do you know I'm here? The reason why Su Haotian wanted to do it himself was to get this information. This guy found him so easily. Instead of bumping into him, there must be a reason he didn't know. Someone announced your whereabouts. Not only me, but other gods will also find you. Shao Tianzuan said excitedly. Come on, Emperor of Heaven, today I want to let all the people in the world see that the Emperor of Heaven will be defeated by me. From then on, the 17th position on the list of gods will belong to me. He was very confident, and within a single move, the Emperor of Heaven was out of his wits. He has this self-confidence, and also has this qualification. Because he is the earliest primordial being. Thinking of this, the moment he raised the iron axe high, an aura that surpassed the supreme realm of Taishan good fortune was released suddenly, and the terrifying aura made the whole of Xuanhuan tremble. Xiao Tianzuan is crazy, because he is now a strong void god, and when his aura comes out, hundreds of millions of living beings below fall into a dead silence. Haha, Heavenly Emperor, come on, with this axe I will destroy you physically and spiritually. Xiao Tianzuan laughed wildly and struck out with the big axe, and the sky of Xuanhuan trembled accordingly. If it were placed in an ordinary universe, the universe would definitely collapse because of it. Boom! Xuanhuan instantly entered the state of Taishu divine body. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and pushed with one hand. Suddenly, a dazzling silver-white light flashed, and a silver mountain peak appeared from his palm, and disappeared the moment it appeared. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Tianzuan, grew up extremely quickly, and in a blink of an eye it became huge, and directly collided with Xiao Tianzuan's giant axe. Taiying Mountain blasted out, and a monstrous aura slammed into Xiao Tianzuan. Amidst the shining silver light, with the power to destroy the world, Xiao Tianzuan was taken aback and roared, "What is this?" However, what answered him was the brutal impact of Taiying Mountain. The giant axe was smashed directly. Xiao Tianzuan was about to fly back in horror, but it was already too late. Rumble. Under Taiying Mountain, the insignificant Xiao Tianzuan instantly disappeared into ashes and vanished into the sky and the earth. The purple air of Hongmeng rolled, mixed with silver light, shaking the whole of Hongmeng West layer by layer. The mighty power of the Emperor of Heaven is beyond the vision of all living beings. Countless creatures opened their mouths wide and stared wide-eyed, and then someone strangled their necks, making them short of breath. In their sight, the entire Xuanhuan seemed extremely small under this giant peak. Before the battle, they all thought that the Emperor of Heaven would defeat their opponents. But he didn't expect the victory to come so quickly. A half move, that is, a half move. Is there such a big gap between the 17th and 35th on the list of gods? At this time, the list of becoming gods in the minds of all sentient beings also undergone tremendous changes. The name of the 35th Xiao Tianzuan disappeared, not changing places, but completely disappearing. The next 965 powerhouses rose one by one, and a brand new name appeared on the 1000th place. Erlang God Yangjian. Grand Mist, Chaos, Land of the Ancient Sacred, all creatures are talking crazily. Xiao Tianzuan has fallen? Isn't Xiao Tianzuan an old-fashioned powerhouse, countless billions of years ago? I heard that he has been practicing in seclusion. He fell as soon as he came out? Isn't it too unlucky? Looking at this posture, it should be ranked in the top 20, what a bad luck. TSK, who is Erlang God Yangjian? What a lucky guy. Oh my god, isn't this competition too fierce? Those who rank in the 30s will be killed? All the heavens and the universe, wherever there are living beings, are discussing this matter. Because there was such an exciting event just after the establishment of the list of gods, it has aroused the interest of all living beings. At the same time, Haotian Court. There was a burst of cheers. Immortal officials and generals are all cheering and celebrating Erlang God. Although Erlang Yangjian was not at home, he couldn't hide the shock of the entire court. Up to now, there have been 10 people on the list in Haotian Court. Among them, Ho Qing, Li Yuanba, Ziwei, and Tiandi are all ranked in the top 20. The rest of the powerhouses are also within 1,000. This made the prestige of Haotian court reach a new height. Shi Hongmeng, in front of the huge crystal monument, Yang Jian accepted congratulations from his fellow gods with a dazed expression. This is so. Unknowingly, it was on the list? Who should I ask for reason? Su Haotian ignored the crowd's playfulness, but glanced at the huge crystal monument under him. At the same time, a familiar breath came from the crystal tablet, which caused a huge shock in his heart. Could it be that this thing originally belonged to me? Otherwise, how could there be such a sense of familiarity? I can't figure it out, but it doesn't prevent him from collecting the crystal tablet. Seeing this, the creatures scattered around the crystal monument all chose to leave immediately. What was taken away at the same time was the news that the Heavenly Emperor killed Tianwu and Xiao in seconds. In less than a day, the news that the Heavenly Emperor frightened away the jade-faced Rakshasa, killed Emperor Long, and instantly killed Tianwu and Xiao was like a thunderbolt, instantly disrupting the 4 primordial beings and the central primordial being. And like a plague, it radiated to the surrounding old sacred lands. Those who heard the news all exclaimed, "The Heavenly Emperor is so powerful." All creatures are screaming, "The wolf is coming." The change in the list of gods instantly made Su Haotian once again the focus of discussion in the entire primordial, chaotic, and ancient holy lands. At the same time, his fame soared at a rocket speed. After he returns to Haotian court, the gods and generals will take off again. In the center of Hongmeng, a huge black planet with millions of feet, stands a mountain with a height of hundreds of thousands of feet. In front of the huge mountain peak, Mingfo quietly suspended there with a creature surrounded by demonic energy. It seems to be waiting for something. Fellow Taoist Ming, it's been more than a year, how long do we have to wait? Why hasn't your master left the customs yet? At this time, the figure surrounded by black air suddenly spoke. Shut up, demon, you are not allowed to blaspheme my master. Mingfo's face was full of anger. This guy has been asleep for countless years. And his brain doesn't seem to be working well. Obviously he is asking the master to do something, why can't he be more pious? The Black Shadow is the heavenly demon emperor who was revived by Ming Buddha. The heavenly demon emperor who competed with Quan Emperor at the beginning of Hongmeng. It's just that at this time, his aura is sluggish, and his cultivation is only in the late stage of the Taishan Supreme realm. And he is no longer at the same level as Emperor Quan. I'm not. Just when the heavenly demon emperor was about to say something, the huge mountain suddenly moved. The rumbling sound spread across the entire continent in an instant. Seeing this, Ming and Buddha retreated quickly. There was a look of joy on their faces. Half an hour. When the vibration disappeared, the original place, the 10,000 zhang peak had disappeared, replaced by a huge figure in black armor. This figure is none other than the giant spirit god summoned by Su Haotian at the beginning of Hongmeng. Su Haotian landed under the crystal tablet. At this time, under the close range induction, the familiar feeling is even stronger. It was a kind of familiarity derived from blood, as if this crystal tablet was originally a part of his body. Ding. Friendly reminder from the system. After scanning by the system, this crystal monument does not belong to Hongmeng. It is the same as the Tian mountain in the host's body. It comes from outside the sky. If the host refines it, great fortune will come. Ding. Trigger the main mission. Refine all the crystal monuments. Task. Details. As the host slowly unlocks the dusty memory, crystal monuments will appear throughout Hongmeng. If the host refines all the crystal monuments, the system specially rewards the host with a second chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a second chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a second chance to quench the body with primordial qi, a second chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial spirit, a second chance to inherit Taoism, and a second chance to exceed the limit. A chance to awaken. 10 chances for the system's favor, 10 chances for a dungeon of the strong, 10 chances for the peak of the strong. At this moment, the system prompts sounded continuously, making Xuanhuan short of breath in an instant. Sure enough, this crystal tablet is inextricably linked with him. Without further ado, Xuanhuan ordered, Jiuling, come here. He is going to awaken Jiuling, Hongmeng first, and then sit here. There is only one Li Yuanba and Ho Qing, and he is still worried. Besides, Li Yuanba was going to fight Zai Hongmeng. Owner. Even though Jiuling Yuanqing was calm, he showed surprise at this time. Let Jiuling Yuanqing Hongmeng overcome the calamity. Going through the catastrophe first and then awakening the primordial Meng. The improvement of cultivation is definitely a big step. It's time for Jiuling Yuanqing to take off. For many years, Jiuling Yuanqing has been sitting behind him, silently paying for him. He kept it all in his heart. Afterwards, Jiuling Yuanqing was sucked in by the system. 10 seconds passed quickly. Ding. Jiuling Yuanqing Hongmeng's tribulation has been completed, may the host release it? If you don't release it, you will directly awaken the primordial spirit. 10 seconds later. Ding. Jiuling Yuanqing Hongmeng's awakening is complete, may the host choose to release? Release, call up his attribute list. 9 lions, from alias, Jiuling Yuanqing. Race, primordial creature. Inheritance avenue, lion ancestor avenue. Luck level, 9 changes of Taixishan's arrival. Cultivation method, the magical power of taking the law. Supernatural powers, devouring the sky and shaking the earth, 9 heads. Devouring the soul. Magic weapon, shining gold and silver hammer. Special attribute, 9 spirits devouring heaven, once entering the combat state, especially in leapfrog battles, you will immediately enter the realm of the ancestors, and your combat power will double immediately. Loyalty, 100/100. Taixishan arrives in 9 transformations. That's right, he jumped directly to the #1 powerhouse in Haotian court. Soon, Jiuling Yuanqing was released by Xuanhuan. Jiuling, close your eyes and take a look. With the appearance of Jiuling Yuanqing, the list of gods has undergone tremendous changes. Jiuling Yuanqing jumped directly to the 6th place on the list of gods. The following rankings drop one at a time. The Erlang god Yangjian, who just came up directly fell off the list. This scene made countless creatures exclaim. Who is Jiuling Yuanqing? Yangjian looked depressed, but he was not worried, because soon he would overtake him and be on the list again. At this time, Jiuling Yuanqing also saw his position. His face did not change, let alone surprised, because he knew that Xuanhuan gave him all these. Xuanhuan turned him from obscurity to a highly anticipated existence. Such means made him even more in awe of Xuanhuan. Okay, Yuanba, you continue to fight against Zai Hongmeng, Jiuling, surround yourself with everyone, don't disturb me refining this crystal tablet. After Xuanhuan gave the order, he flew to the top of the crystal tablet, sat cross-legged, released his magic power, and wrapped the crystal tablet in an instant. Boom! The moment his magic power wrapped the crystal tablet, Xuanhuan's consciousness suddenly went into a trance, and in an instant, he entered a mysterious state. At this moment, his consciousness flew out by himself, and directly escaped into the crystal tablet. In the next second, he felt that he had entered a colorful ocean, where the sky was colorful, the ground was also colorful, and everything was colorful. Even the runes floating in the void are colorful. He curiously reached out to touch the colored runes floating in front of his eyes. But he didn't expect that the rune would automatically melt into his body the moment it touched him. However, what happened next made his face change drastically in an instant. As the first character melts in, it's like lighting a fire in this magical space. Instant prairie fire. All the characters here were ignited, and they rushed into his body in an instant. In an instant, Xuanhuan felt that the surface of his body was wrapped by countless characters. With a bang, he was completely in chaos. I don't know how long it took, and suddenly a colorful light flashed in his mind, and then several colorful characters suddenly formed. Watching creation Ju. At this moment, Xuanhuan's consciousness returned to his body. It wasn't until then that he realized what kind of magic weapon this crystal tablet was, and it was a skill that didn't belong to this world. Watching creation Ju. It is the name of this set of magical skills. According to his understanding, the 10,000 lives creation art is a supreme exercise which can create everything out of nothing. Even creating a heaven and world is not a problem. Creation. Its implication is to create the world. Afterwards, he immersed his mind in the divine art of creation of 10,000 lives, and began to comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, the time of 3 days is fleeting. On this day, Xuanhuan, who was sitting quietly on the crystal tablet, suddenly shook his body. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan's body suddenly burst into bright-colored light, and his whole body soared into the air. At the same time, the breath of the whole person exploded. Taxation arrives in 2 changes. In a short period of 3 days, Xuanhuan saw through the magical art of creating the world of all lives, and while obtaining great fortune, his cultivation level directly soared to a small level. Seeing this, Jiuling Yuansheng, who was standing guard below, suddenly turned pale with fright, and looked up quickly. In the process of refining the crystal tablet, you can still break through the cultivation base. Your Majesty's aptitude is really extraordinary. I can't wait for it. Your Majesty's majesty is something we can compare with. The subordinates were talking a lot, and Xuanhuan had fully awakened from his comprehension at this time. He looked inside his body and found that his mana had undergone tremendous changes, from the original purple to 7 colors. It is flowing in the meridians, glowing with colorful glory. At this time, his mana and supernatural powers have left the primordial chaotic realm and are evolving towards extraterrestrial species. Moreover, while refining the crystal tablet and obtaining the creation art of 10,000 lives, he quickly took the whole of Zihongming into his mind. Zihongming is boundless, although it is only 1/5 of the whole Hongming. It is still magnificent. Xuanhuan clearly saw that Shi Hongming was completely occupied by Li Yuanba at this time. And Li Yuanba was being supported by everyone and returned victorious. He saw that the whole of Zihongming was devoid of people, and there were no corpses strewn across the fields. It was obvious that Li Yuanba did not kill innocent people indiscriminately, but only picked the strong to attack. This approach was suitable for his strategy of a righteous emperor. Ding! Complete the branch line to rule the West Hongmeng. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the Hongmeng, a chance to overcome the tribulation of the Hongmeng, a chance to inherit the Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to awaken the loyalists. 10. Strong, a chance to reach the pinnacle. A chance for extreme summoning. At this time, the system prompt sounded, pulling Xuanhuan back to reality. He finally got the chance to summon a superpower to the limit. Although this kind of summoning is not a designated summoning, all the strong men it summons are super strong. After a short while, he browsed the West Hongmeng, and then returned to the ground. Go, get out of here, the next target is Nan Hongmeng. As soon as Xuanhuan's words fell, all the strong people cheered instantly. On an abandoned planet, Yinyang Chongqing put his palm on the top of Yinyang Lijia's head and said, "The battle to become a god has officially started, and the gods asked me to help you recover to the peak." On the other side, the Tai Chi sword master did the same thing. Taiji supremacy and Yinyang calendar calamity immediately became excited when they heard this. At the same time, the giant spirit god stretched out his fan-like palm and touched the illusory demon body of the heavenly demon emperor. "Emperor Tianma, I hope you don't disappoint me after your resurrection." The giant voice of the giant spirit god resounded loudly on this continent. Immediately after the excitement of the heavenly demon emperor, his aura suddenly soared. On this day, there was another earth-shaking change in the list of gods. Nailan Qing's ranking soared from 15th to 13th. The strong player, who was ranked 16th, directly fell to the 16th place. Seeing such a ranking, Xuanhuan touched his chin while sitting on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair, and said, "Let me find out the origin of this name. Saturday Jia, and where it is now." If he wants to dominate the list of gods and complete the task of the mythical emperor, he has to take it step by step. Therefore, he will first challenge Saturday A, which is ranked 16th. Ding. Trigger a side mission, control Nanhongmeng. Task details, the host has already controlled Zhaihongmeng. If the host controls Nanhongmeng next, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken Hongmeng, a chance to inherit Taoism and Hongmeng once, a chance to cross the catastrophe, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken a diehard loyalist, and 10 chances to reach the pinnacle of the strong. Xuanhuan, who was rushing towards Nan Hongmeng, suddenly heard a system notification sound in his mind. Let him smile slightly, even if there is no system task release. I will go to Nan Hongmeng. The task of the system is just icing on the cake. Reporting to Your Majesty, Saturday Jia is a strong man of Nan Hongmeng. His strength is not bad, and he is also the ruler of Nan Hongmeng. If he is taken down, Nan Hongmeng may be at his fingertips. At this time, Ho Qing spoke. Very good, but I can't do the courtesy first and then the soldiers. In this way, you go back to the heaven and lead an army of 1 million to attack Nan Hongmeng, and I will directly challenge Saturday Jia. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and ordered. Ho Qing cheerfully took the order and left. The system extracts the inheritance of Taoism for me. Use up all 3 opportunities. After completing the tasks one after another, he got 3 chances to pass on Taoism. Decided to use it up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the avenue of stars. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing to Uran Avenue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Xiongxiong Avenue. The system prompt sounded continuously, making Su Haoyan's eyes suddenly brighten. Liu Bei, come here. It would be appropriate to pass the Xiong Dao to Liu Bei. Your Majesty, the minister is here. Well, I want to promote you and remember the mistakes you made. Don't let me down. Afterwards, Su Haoyan ordered in his heart, inherit the Dao of Xiong too. Liu Bei. Seeing Liu Bei being sucked in by the system, Su Haoyan then ordered from the bottom of his heart, the system summons a super strong man to my limit. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host limit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Lao Tzu, who comes from ancient myths and legends. Unexpectedly, the system listed Lao Tzu as the ultimate strong man. Could it be that he is more powerful than Yuan Tianzuan and the others? System, may I ask, there is no choice for the ultimate summoning, only one chance? Su Haoyan asked in his heart. Yes. There is only one chance for an extreme summon, and it is a random summon by the system. Su Haoyan suddenly understood the systematic explanation. Then, I brought up the list of Lao Tzu's attributes. Laozi, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Hongjuan's first apprentice. So supreme. Lucky level, Xuanhuan to mid-sacred realm. Cultivation method, Supreme passing the world sutra. Supernatural powers, Tai Shang burns the sky. Loyalty, 95/100. Xuanhuan to the middle stage of the holy realm. No wonder he surpassed Yuan Tianzuan, it turned out that his cultivation was so powerful. Ding. The inheritance of Liu Bei's Taoism is complete. May I ask if the host chooses to release? If you don't release it, you will go directly to Hongming's tribulation. Then Hongming will awaken. Su Haoyan ordered in his heart. 20 seconds later. Ding. Congratulations to the host Liu Bei for successfully surviving the tribulation of the Hongming and successfully awakening the Hongming. Will the host choose to release it? Release, call up his attribute list. Liu Bei, from race, human race. Bloodline, primordial creature. The said avenue, the heroic avenue. Belonging creation, governance creation. Kung Fu, Wuxiang Shengong. Magic weapon, double sword. Luck level, Taxation is worth 5 changes. Loyalty, 100/100. That's right, it's still full of loyalty, this kid finally got the hang of it. At this moment, Liu Bei flew out from between Su Haoyan's eyebrows. As soon as he flew out, he knelt respectfully in front of Su Haoyan, his face full of excitement. Your Majesty, my subject Liu Bei must swear allegiance to His Majesty, to the death and never rebel. Liu Bei said solemnly. Very well, get up, I hope you remember what you said. I can make you stronger, but I can also make you lose everything. Liu Bei took a deep breath and didn't say anything, because no matter how much he said, it was not as practical as doing it. At this time, Lao Tzu's figure appeared on the clouds out of thin air. Beside Su Haoyan's supreme Kowloon chair. Surprised, Liu Bei slapped it away. The lingering wind almost scared me to pee. Stop. Su Haoyan stopped Liu Bei's palm at the right time. Your Majesty, please be respected by this old man. Liu Bei's palm just now made him feel like he had walked through the gate of hell. That dared to hold on to his identity, and knelt down in front of Su Haoyan with a plop. Shivering. Brother? Why are you? Haha, I didn't expect the elder brother to come too. The three of us brothers and sisters meet again. Over there, Xuanhuan Tianzuan and Master Tong Tian saw this figure, their eyes lit up immediately, and they immediately became happy. Lao Tzu, you are too weak, I want to make you stronger, lest you drag everyone down. The system awakened Lao Tzu beyond the limit. While Xuanhuan was speaking, he sucked the bewildered Lao Tzu into the system. 10 seconds later. Ding. I succeeded in awakening beyond the limit. Did the host choose to release it? If you don't release it, you will continue to inherit the way of educating people, go through the tribulation in Hongmeng, and finally awaken in Hongmeng. Xuanhuan ordered continuously. He wants to arm Lao Tzu in all directions. And Lao Tzu is also the first extreme powerhouse he summons. Naturally, he couldn't let Lao Tzu suffer. Besides, his loyalty is basically full. Worthy of his trust. 20 minutes later, the system beep sounded again. Ding. Lao Tzu's Hongmeng awakening is complete. May I ask if the host chooses to release? Release, call up his attribute list. Laozi, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Hongjuan's first apprentice. So supreme. Bloodline, primordial creature. Inheritance of Taoism, the way of educating people. Creation of belonging, morality, and good fortune. Luck level, Taixishan is worth 9 transformations. Cultivation method, Supreme passing the world sutra. Supernatural powers, Tai Shang burns the sky. Loyalty, 100/100. Taixishan resists the 9 changes, directly standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiuling Yuansheng, worthy of being Lao Tzu. Immediately, Laozi was released by Xuanhuan, and the powerful coercion made Xuanhuan Tianzuan and Tong Tian leader envious. But I didn't feel jealous, but rushed to congratulate Lao Tzu's cultivation as soon as possible. Lao Tzu is still in a daze at this moment. He was still practicing alone in the wilderness just a moment ago. He came here in the next second, and in just a few tens of minutes, his cultivation base was promoted one after another, making him feel like he was in a dream. After a while, he woke up. With a plop, Xuanhuan knelt down. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the grace of reinvention. This old man will follow to the death. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. Then close your eyes. Start to check the situation on the Becoming a God list. At this time, the list of gods has undergone earth-shaking changes again. First place, Yin Yang Longevity. Second place, Tai Chi Juggernaut. Third place, Zaya Yozi. Fourth place, Yin and Yang Calamity. Fifth place, Tai Chi is Supreme. Sixth place, Liang Chongsheng. Seventh place, Jiuling Yuansheng. Eighth place, Lao Tzu. Ninth place, Hu Xubing. 10th place, Octopus Killing God. After Jiuling Yuansheng and Laozi joined the top 10 list of gods, a huge change took place in an instant. From the 11th place down in order. But the creatures found that between the 11th and 20, a strange name appeared. Liu Bei, number 16, second only to Li Yuanba. This result made everyone crazy. In front of Tiandi Palace, Haotian Court, the ancient sage's land, a banquet has already been set up, and everyone's face is filled with bright smiles. By the way, when did the master come here? And as soon as he appeared, he immediately became the top 10 existence? You're so stupid, of course it's His Majesty's masterpiece. I believe that it won't be long before the top 10 on the list of gods will definitely be dominated by our Haotian court. That is necessary. I feel that His Majesty must be number one. That is to say, our Haotian court will become the only voice in Hongmeng in the near future? The powerhouses toasted and celebrated, and they were all celebrating. On the other side, Nan Hongmeng was in a bright starry sky. On the clouds, Su Haotian was sitting on the supreme Kowloon chair, and was looking for treasures in the system mall with his eyes closed. As his cultivation base was upgraded to the realm of Taishu God, the treasures in the Lucky Mall were basically being updated every day. All kinds of weird treasures emerged one after another, which made Su Haotian feel overwhelmed. Hey, there has been another change in the list of gods. At this moment, Liu and Ba, who had returned to the team, suddenly shouted. Su Haotian also checked after hearing the words. It was found that Nailan Qing, who was ranked 16th, had moved up another position, and all rankings had directly moved up one position. The strong man, who was originally ranked 13th, was erased. Nailan Qing is not willing to be lonely. This is the fun, Su Haotian muttered to himself. Then I searched again in the Lucky Mall. After a while, a gleaming fruit suddenly appeared in his hand. He smiled and said to Patriarch Bodhi, Bodhi, this fruit is the first fruit grown on an ancient vine when the world first opened. It is called the fruit of heaven and earth. You take it and fuse it. I will promote you later. Patriarch Bodhi was overjoyed when he heard that, took the blue fruit and walked aside to start merging. When the others saw this, they all looked envious and excited. Today's people, although they were enemies in the previous life, are now as close as a family. Naturally, there will be no jealousy. They walked along the way, although they didn't see corpses strewn all over the field, but some cosmic planes had soldiers and generals from Haoshanting active. It was obvious that Ho Qing had already started to attack Nan Hongmeng. Soon, everyone arrived at Nan Hongmeng, the universe where Jia Jia practiced on Saturday. Yuan Ba asked Saturday Jia to come out. Su Haotian said with a smile. He wanted to defeat Saturday Jia in front of all the powerful people in Nan Hongmeng. At that time, his prestige will be even higher, and Ho Qing will lead the troops straight in, and it will be just around the corner to subdue Nan Hongmeng. Then he went to refine the crystal tablet that Nan Hongmeng appeared. Because just after he refined Shi Hongmeng's crystal tablet, he already felt that the other Hongmeng had also appeared the crystal tablet. Saturday, you bastard, the Emperor of Heaven is here, why don't you get out and die? Liu and Ba had enough mana and shouted loudly. The huge sound of Taixishan's 7 transformation powerhouse shook the entire plane, making the ears of countless creatures buzz, and the entire plane vibrated violently. The voice still didn't stop, and continued to spread to every primordial realm. In less than 5 breaths, the entire Nan Hongmeng heard this voice. What's the situation? The Emperor of Heaven wants to challenge Saturday Jia? Saturday Jia is a veritable powerhouse. Is the Emperor of Heaven really that powerful? You don't know yet, do you? The Heavenly Emperor instantly killed Xiao Tianzuan, scared away the jade-faced Rakshasa, and killed Emperor Long. These are all veritable achievements. All the living beings were talking about it, and Ho Qing was sitting in a large tent, and he also heard Li Yuan's domineering voice. I didn't expect His Majesty to come so fast, Ho Qing said with a smile. Immediately began to mobilize troops. Su Haotian challenged Saturday Jia, he also wanted to join in the fun, right? At this time, the big plane where Lu Jia was located was violently tumbling and shaking. At this time, a roar sounded from the depths of the plane. Humph, Heavenly Emperor, you are really not afraid of death." The sound rolled out, and a flash of inspiration flashed in the starry sky. And a tall black figure flew out of a planet. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Xuanhuan and others. This person wears a black armor that resembles a six-sided shield. That is, the head is covered by the helmet. Only 2 eyes are exposed. Saturday A. The 17th place in the list of gods. Before Xuanhuan. At the same time, he is also a primordial being, although not as good as Emperor Quan and the heavenly demon emperor, but he is also a veritable primordial being. At this time, he appeared in the starry sky and shouted angrily, "You are the Emperor of Heaven?" "Yes, it's me." "Are you prepared?" "Accept the consequences of failure," Xuanhuan said with a smile. "It's like chatting at home. Didn't put Saturday at all?" This strong man who is too imaginary and changes all the time is in his eyes. At this time, the starry sky of the entire big interface was filled with creatures who came after hearing the news, and they all stood far away, looking at Lu Jia and Xuanhuan and his party in horror. Neither Xuanhuan nor Saturday Jia could afford to offend them. The celestial emperor's vast heavenly court had already begun to eat away at Nan Hongmeng, causing the entire Nan Hongmeng's creatures to be terrified. At the same time, they also hope that the Emperor of Heaven will replace Saturday Jia, because Saturday Jia is too cruel. Let them dare not speak out. At the same time, each of them was also worried about whether Nan Hongmeng was chasing wolves at the front door and tigers at the back door. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Saturday Jia laughed back in anger, and immediately shouted, "You yellow-mouthed boy, you are trying to take the name of Emperor of Heaven in vain, and angered the gods of Hongmeng. You will die miserably. You don't need to worry about this, primordial gods and the others are my sons." As soon as Xuanhuan said this, Saturday A became even more angry. The primordial gods are the gods in his mind and cannot be profaned. "Humph, Heavenly Emperor, you must die." As soon as Jia's voice fell on Saturday, the whole person's momentum exploded. And he rushed towards Xuanhuan like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Xuanhuan stood up slowly and walked towards Lu Jia. He didn't take out any magic weapon, just relying on a pair of fleshy palms. Made Lu Jia angry, and his eyes suddenly lit up. No matter what, with Xuanhuan's support, he felt more at ease. "Saturday Jia, I can defeat you with only one hand," Xuanhuan said lightly. As soon as this remark came out, all the creatures in the starry sky immediately became commotion. Isn't the Heavenly Emperor too crazy? One hand? How is it possible? Isn't the Heavenly Emperor looking for sins for himself? Maybe he really has that ability? Ignoring the comments of the creatures in the starry sky, Saturday Jia was extremely angry, and now he thought that Xuanhuan had come to humiliate him. Specially. Ding. Trigger a side mission, Saturday A's anger. Mission details, the host treats Saturday Jia in this manner, and being identified as the host by the other party is deliberately humiliating him. If the host can convince Saturday A to lose, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, 5 chances to be the peak of the strong, and 5 chances to copy the strong. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan to narrow his eyes slightly. If Saturday Jia is convinced to lose, then he must show a kind of absolute strength. Let him surrender himself from the depths of his soul. Su Haoyan instantly activated the Taishu divine body. The colorful rays of light lingered, making him feel like a god at this moment. Seeing that, Saturday was dumbfounded. Under the divine body of Taishu, he had the urge to kneel down and worship. Suddenly paled in shock, he exclaimed, "What kind of supernatural power is this? Who are you?" Saturday, if you are among the top 20 on the list of gods, you have to accept the challenge, otherwise you will be eliminated. Accept my challenge now. After Su Haoyan finished speaking, he walked towards Saturday Jia. Heavenly Emperor, I am not scared too much on Saturday. Today I will let you know what is a primordial being. Saturday Jia was aroused with infinite fighting spirit in an instant. Under Su Haoyan's Taishu divine body, he had a kind of pressure, which made his fighting spirit high. Saturday Jia shouted angrily, raised his hands, the armor on his body creaked. And a dark shield suddenly appeared, with a huge grimace on the surface of the shield. At this time, the grimace opened its mouth wide and bit Su Haoyan directly. Like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, billowing black air, mixed with infinite pressure pressed down from the starry sky. Su Haoyan stood there extremely small. That sense of oppression makes all living beings tremble. However, facing such a powerful attack, Su Haoyan smiled slightly and punched out with one punch. He didn't sacrifice Taiyin Mountain, didn't use mana, and he used his physical strength to counter Lu Jia's offensive. The incomparable punching style blasted out with the power to destroy everything. All the creatures suddenly widened their eyes. In their eyes, Su Haoyan, who was originally as small as an ant, suddenly became taller. The incomparable fist directly smashed the huge shield of Saturday Jia, and it was directly printed on Saturday Jia's armor before the momentum disappeared. On Saturday, Jia felt a monstrous force sweeping toward him like a tiger, and he was blown away in an instant before he could react. Boom, boom, boom. Sat-a blasted away like a rocket. I don't know how many stars and continents were smashed along the way, and they disappeared into the depths of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. The starry sky fell silent for an instant. There was a dead silence. All creatures, including the strong ones in Haoyan court, were dumbfounded. Punch. Blowing away a veteran primordial creature with just one punch, the power of the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was unexpectedly so powerful. Li Yuanba even forgot to call 666. At this moment, he opened his mouth wide, as if he had seen a ghost. Lao Tzu rubbed his eyes, too frightened to speak. The creatures all over the starry sky are full of horror. The Emperor of Heaven punched. So scary. Whoop, whoop, whoop. At this time, the strong wind in the depths of the starry sky flew back, together with an angry face on Saturday. With a roar, the 6 shields on his body were instantly activated, and they turned into 6 black flames and blasted towards Su Haoyan. Seeing this, Su Haoyan smiled slightly, turned his fist into a palm, and pushed it out suddenly, forming a huge wall as high as billions of feet in an instant, blocking the 6 flames. On Saturday, Jia's figure fell, and he pressed down with 6 flames. Heavenly Emperor, although you are very strong, you are still too young to defeat me. Even though he said so, he had already placed Su Haoyan in an equal position in his heart, and began to look at Su Haoyan squarely. No matter when, the world respects the strong. Saturday Jia, who was pressing down with all his strength, felt a huge force, twice as big as before, acting on the 6 flames, and directly blasted them away. Before Saturday Jia could react, this punch hit the ground again firmly. On Saturday, armor's chest. Puff time. On Saturday, Jiao vomited blood and rewinded at a very fast speed. He only felt that his internal organs had been displaced and the pain was unforgettable. But soon he was caught by someone who was flying back. He was slightly taken aback, but immediately there was another sharp pain in his chest, and he flew out again. So, in this starry sky, all the creatures stared wide-eyed at the heavenly emperor who kept punching out his fists, raging on Saturday. After a few breaths, Saturday's full body armor had already disappeared, his body was stiff, and most parts of his body were pierced, exposing thick bones. This is impossible. You. He pointed at Xuanhuan, his eyes widened, his eyes were full of disbelief. Except for horror. Did Xuanhuan really defeat him with just one fist? He was too imaginary to reach his physical body and quickly recovered. Unwilling to be reconciled, he bullied him again. Boom. Xuanhuan punched again, this time, Saturday Jia was headshot. Saturday A flashed aside and recovered instantly. However, as soon as he recovered, Xuanhuan bullied him and destroyed his physical body again. Repeatedly like this, Saturday Jia's breath gradually weakened. With such a weird battle, the creatures around watching the battle had already decided in their hearts that Xuanhuan was just torturing Saturday Jia, and Saturday Jia had no power to resist at all. Haha, Your Majesty cheated, 666. Li Yuanba instantly turned into a melon-eating crowd, and shouted with laughter. Boom. Xuanhuan always bombarded with his right hand. At this time, his fist changed into his palm and exploded Saturday Jia again. Stop, stop, Heavenly Emperor, I lost, I am convinced. On Saturday, Jia recovered as before in the distance, and hurriedly waved his hand to stop. He was really scared. If this continues, it is entirely possible that he will perish. Then it won't be fun. Why, are you afraid? Xuanhuan joked. I'm scared, I'm completely scared. You beat me to the point where I couldn't fight back with your physical strength alone. I admire Saturday Jia so much. Heavenly Emperor, you have won this battle. Saturday Jia finally lowered his noble head. Ding. Complete the subquest, Saturday Jia's Wrath. The system specially rewards the host with one chance to awaken the primordial, one chance to transcend the tribulation, one chance to awaken beyond the limit, 5 chances to be the peak of the strong, and 5 copies of the strong opportunity. There is a void somewhere in Nanhongmeng. Suddenly there was a sound like cloth being torn. A huge opening appeared in the void instantly, and several tall figures wearing golden helmets and armor walked out of it. With their appearance, a monstrous aura was released suddenly, crowding the nearby stars in an instant. This world is really weak, there is not even a decent creature. I don't know why the Lord Heavenly King wants us to conquer this place. This is not challenging at all? At this time, a tall man in golden armor said contemptuously. Master Commander, didn't the information make it very clear? This is a new source plane. Lord Heavenly King is in the stage of being promoted to God. King. Of course, the more territories the better. A man in golden armor next to him looked at the world in front of him with interest and said lightly. Okay, let's go, quickly enslave this world, so we can go back and do business. The man in golden armor who spoke earlier said impatiently. At this moment, the man in golden armor suddenly spoke. The sound rolled out, piercing the starry sky in an instant, and resounding throughout Nanhongmeng. Su Haoyan, who had just subdued Saturday Jia and hadn't left, suddenly raised his head. Saturday it was also shocked. Not only were they shocked, but the entire Nan Hongming's creatures were extremely shocked. Who is so rampant that he wants to slaughter the world? What is the ninth source plane? What is the Cunlong source master? Nan Hongming is too unlucky. Why would anyone dare to behave wildly here? Heavenly Emperor, someone provoked Nan Hongming. If you want to rule Nan Hongming, expel this guy, otherwise no one will support you. If you expel them, I am willing to surrender to you. Otherwise, you still bring your army. Leave. Saturday spoke at this time. Ding. Trigger the side mission, the invasion of unknown forces. Mission. Details: the source master of the ninth source plane, Cunlong, belongs to the host's unknown force. In order to consolidate Hongming's position in the starry sky, the host must rush back to kill the intruder by. If the host kills the intruder, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial spirit, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to awaken the loyalists. 1. Chance to inherit Taoism, 10 chances to copy the strong, 10 chances to be the peak of the strong. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly, causing Su Haoyan's eyes to shoot out a sharp light. No matter what kind of power you are, I will expel you. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of Emperor Hongming? While thinking about it, Su Haoyan raised his head and said to Lu Jia, "Remember what you said, when the time comes, I will become the master of Nan Hongming. I hope you will cooperate." As soon as the voice fell, Su Haoyan ordered Lao Tzu to rush to the place where the sound was made. Seeing Su Haoyan and others disappearing from sight, Saturday hesitated for a moment, and followed with a final stomp. At the same time, another earth-shaking change took place on the list of gods. After Su Haoyan defeated Saturday Jia, Su Haoyan's ranking rose by 1. Causing all living beings to boil immediately. This is especially true for Haoyan court. However, for Su Haoyan at this time, the voice that invaded Nan Hongming made him more concerned. "Your Majesty, I have already fused the fruits of heaven and earth." At this time, Patriarch Bodhi came to Su Haoyan and said calmly, "System, let Bodhi Patriarch Hongming cross the catastrophe." Su Haoyan ordered decisively in his heart. Following Su Haoyan's instructions, a black hole appeared above Su Haoyan's head, and Patriarch Bodhi was sucked in instantly. Saturday A, who followed Su Haoyan, subconsciously looked up and was stunned. What kind of supernatural power is this? What is God doing? Are you playing tricks? 10 seconds later. Ding. Bodhi Patriarch Hongming successfully crossed the tribulation. May the host choose to release? If you don't release it, pass on the Bodhi Dao to the Bodhi Patriarch. Then awaken in Hongming. As early as in the land of the ancient sages, he got the Bodhi Avenue. This is tailor-made for Patriarch Bodhi. Only then did Su Haoyan arm the Patriarch. Bodhi now. Prisoner Emperor, come here and take this primordial purple blood essence to refine it. Then come to find me. The purple blood essence of Hongming was formed from the blood essence of a mysterious species in the beginning of Hongming. It contained violent power, which was suitable for the fusion of prisoner Emperor Zun. At that time, he will promote him in all aspects. Prisoner Emperor Zun took the purple blood essence excitedly, and happily went to the side to refine it. When Jia saw this on Saturday, the shock on his face became even stronger. He had no idea what Xuanhuan was doing? Could it be that he is promoting his subordinates, but can it be so easy to promote his subordinates? Ding! Bodhi Patriarch Hongmeng has successfully awakened. May I ask if the host chooses to release? Don't release it yet, call out the list of Bodhi's attributes. Patriarch Bodhi, from ancient myths and legends. Status, Vice-Rector of Western Buddhism. Bloodline, primordial creature. The Preached Avenue, Bodhi Avenue. Good fortune, Bodhi world. Lucky level, the primordial ancestor triple creation. Supernatural powers, proficient in the 3 religions. 72. Transformations of Earth Fiend. The power is boundless. Dojo, Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain, Slanting Moon Samsung Cave. Magic weapon, the Lotus Throne. Floating dust. Loyalty, 100/100. The triple creation of the primordial ancestor? Fuck, Bodhi can do it? It directly refreshed Hao Tianting's cultivation level. No matter what power you have, if you come to my territory to play wild, you will never return. Xuanhuan thought excitedly. Soon, Xuanhuan and his party appeared in a starry sky. At this time, the sound of fierce battle came from the front. Where are you bastards, dare to come to Hongmeng to make trouble? Ho Qing's voice resounded throughout the starry sky, filled with endless anger. Lao Tzu, go and replace Ho Qing. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and ordered. Lao Tzu agreed, turned around and disappeared. The starry sky on the other side. A man in blue helmet and blue armor punched out, and with a billowing blue storm, Ho Qing was blown away with overwhelming momentum. Ho Qing, who was too imaginary after arriving in the world, had no power to fight back in front of this man in golden armor. Blood spurts and rewinds. Instantly, the man in the blue helmet gained power and was relentless, followed closely behind, and punched out, intending to kill Ho Qing. At this moment, an old arm suddenly stretched out from Ho Qing's side, and pressed it directly on the shoulder of the blue-helmeted man. When there was no time, he picked it up and threw it out. The blue helmet man had already captured it, but he didn't expect to be cut off halfway, and was thrown out without warning. Who is it who hides his head and shows his tail? Although the blue helmet man was thrown out, he frowned slightly, showing no fear on his face. However, but Lao Tzu followed him like a shadow, and appeared in front of him in an instant, with a skinny palm under his hood, directly hitting the blue-helmeted man's head. Rumble. The blue helmet only felt a monstrous force coming, and before he could react, he was blasted into pieces. With a flash of inspiration, the fairy baby of the blue helmets appeared in the starry sky. It gave Lao Tzu a vicious look, and was about to use its means to restore the physical body. Unexpectedly, Lao Tzu smiled slightly and pointed at him far away, and the blue helmet immediately felt his fairy baby swell up. There was an explosion in his eyes. Instantly vanished. In this flash of lightning, Lao Tzu not only saved Ho Qing, but also killed the invading enemy incidentally. In an instant, the starry sky fell into silence. Ho Qing clutched her chest, looked at Lao Tzu in horror, her eyes widened. Who is this person? Why help yourself? Could it be? Fellow Ho Qing, His Majesty will be here soon, you can rest assured to heal your wounds. Lao Tzu said lightly. Sure enough, it was His Majesty's man. Ho Qing's expression immediately relaxed. Immediately, he sat cross-legged. and began to heal his injuries. Bold, you wild man on the frontier, how dare you kill a member of my god clan, you are courting death. It wasn't until this time that the Jinjia talent over there reacted, and immediately roared in shock and anger. Tremor starry sky. Humph, speak out wild words. Xuanhuan snorted. It directly overwhelmed the voice of the man in golden armor, and instantly resounded through the starry sky. Let the eyes of all Nan Hongming's creatures shine. As the sound sounded, the cloud that Xuanhuan was riding roared towards, and stopped thousands of miles in front of the Jinjiren and his group. What are you, dare to invade my grand mist? Xuanhuan's majestic voice sounded again, instantly igniting the hearts of all living beings in Nan Hongming. Humph, border savage, if it wasn't for me, Songlong Yuanzhu, who needed this place to expand his territory, do you think this king would come to this place where no shit is possible? The man in golden armor said contemptuously. With the strength of his creation in the first stage of the original ancestral realm, there is really no need to be afraid of anyone here. The source of the Songlong? Are you from the outer world? Xuanhuan's heart moved, and he asked. Hey, I didn't expect that the savages on your side would know the existence of our Tianwu. But so what? Kill my general from the 9th source plane. And let your entire plane be buried with you. This person obviously didn't want to talk nonsense anymore, so he wanted to make a move. Jiuling, go up and kill them with me. Then he ordered again, release Bodhi. Following his instructions, Bodhi stepped out of the black hole above his head. Bodhi, let me capture that guy with the golden helmet and armor. Xuanhuan shouted. Your order. Patriarch Bodhi said calmly. Turn around and disappear. This made Saturday Jia's expression freeze. How is this possible? Just now, he was just a low-level xiaoxiao, how could he become unfathomable in a blink of an eye? His brain was in a mess in an instant. With the dispatch of the 3 masters, the situation was turned upside down. In an instant. Seeing an old white-haired Taoist priest approaching him, the man in golden armor immediately showed contempt. With a wave of one hand, a golden light was instantly generated, whizzing and sweeping towards Patriarch Bodhi. The golden light is full of sharp, destructive aura. Everywhere it passed was devastated, and even the starry sky appeared densely packed with cracks. The momentum is not generally huge. However, Patriarch Bodhi smiled slightly. With a flick of the floating dust in his hand, the golden light was scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the golden armor man's eyes froze. Primordial ancestral realm powerhouse? How is this possible? Isn't this world just established? How could there be a strong person born in the primordial ancestral realm? This is illogical, ah? You know a chicken feather, Bodhi captured him. Xuanhuan burst into foul language immediately. Now he really wants to know what kind of existence Tianwu is. What is his relationship with Tianwu? This man in golden armor seems to be the breakthrough point for all this. Boy, did you hear that? My Majesty wants me to capture you, let's go. Patriarch Bodhi said calmly. Immediately, with a slight flick of the floating dust in his hand, the billions of black threads suddenly stretched and entangled directly towards the golden armored man. Seeing this, the man in golden armor put away his contempt and prepared to do his best. On the other side, Laozi, Jiuling Yuanqing, Li Yuanba, Ho Qing, who had recovered from his injuries, and Saturday Jia, fought with the remaining 7 or 8 aliens in an instant. The 8 people on the other side were all powerful 9 transformations of Taixishan arrival realm, Ho Qing, and the others were immediately at a disadvantage when they first came into contact with them. Seeing this, Xuanhuan turned his head to Xuanhuan Tianzuan and said, "Come here." The system awakens the original Tianzuan Hongmeng. Yuan Tianzuan was taken aback for a moment, and before he could be happy, he was immediately sucked in by the system. 10 seconds later, the original Tianzuan Hongmeng successfully awakened. Did the host choose to release it? Release, and bring up the property list. Primordial God, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the 3 purities, the Lord of Teachings. Master, Taoist Hongjun. Dojo, Yushu Palace in Kunlun Mountains. Cultivation method, Kunlun Promise. Magic weapon, apricot yellow flag. Yu Rui. Pangu banner. Thousands of lamps. Luck level, 9 changes of Taixishan's arrival. Loyalty, 100/100. Yuan Tianzuan was released by Xuanhuan. Without saying a word, he went directly to the battlefield. With the joining of Yuan Tianzuan, Haotian court's side gradually moved back. The disadvantages. But victory is still some distance away. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's eyes froze. Taishu divine body is activated. The avenue of time and the avenue of space were inspired by him one by one. Immediately after the avatar avenue opened, one after another avatars could be seen flying out of his body. Each of them has the same cultivation base as the main body. Soon, Xuanhuan's clones exceeded 1,000 in the blink of an eye. 2,000. 3,000. 4,000. In the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan's avatars reached 10,000. And it is still increasing. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's eyes froze, and the speed of the number of clones increased again, reaching 20,000 in an instant. 30,000. 40,000. 50,000. The expression of the man in golden armor who was fighting in the distance froze instantly. Although Xuanhuan's cultivation level changed after Taishu God's arrival, it is nothing in his eyes. Even one finger can kill him. But what shocked him was that the cultivation bases of these avatars turned out to be the second transformation of Taixishan arriving realm. The 100,000. Taixishan arrived at the scene and changed, even he felt his scalp tingling. He had the thought of leaving in an instant. However, he was being entangled by Patriarch Bodhi, and he couldn't get away at all. Even he is like this, not to mention his subordinates. Just as they were terrified, hundreds of thousands of heavenly emperor clones all surrounded the 8 of them. Wait back. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and ordered. Lao Tzu and the others did not hesitate, and returned to Yun Duo with a look of horror on their faces. Looking around, it was densely packed, all over the entire starry sky, and the outsiders were surrounded and attacked with various means. At the same time, the avatars of the Heavenly Emperor are still increasing. 700,000. 800,000. 900,000. In a few breaths, it broke through 1,000,000. The Jingjia man's breath was messy at this time under the attack of Patriarch Bodhi. He could only parry, but had no power to fight back. On the other side, the 8 Taixishan's 9 transformations powerhouses were completely brutalized by the Heavenly Emperor's avatar. Just like that, a brutal beating started in Nanhoming's starry sky. A few minutes later, a man in black armor was defeated by hundreds of thousands of clones of the Heavenly Emperor, and even the fairy infant could not escape. After another 3 minutes, another alien fell. Half an hour later, the last alien fell after uttering a desperate wail. At this time only half of the body of the man in golden armor was left, and he was still bombarded by Bodhi at will. Seeing this, Xuanhuan accepted the avatar of the Emperor of Heaven. Patriarch Bodhi probably got tired of playing too, smashed the golden-armored man to pieces, and returned to the cloud with his fairy baby wrapped around him. Condescending, Xuanhuan looked down at the man in golden armor and said expressionlessly, "Tell me, where are you from?" "Humph, you, a border savage, deserve to know the origin of this king, so give up on that." Seeing this, Xuanhuan waved his hand directly. The fire of cleansing karma blasted out, enveloping the golden-armored man's fairy baby in an instant. The golden-armored man was burned to ashes, without even making a scream. Ding! Complete the side mission, the invasion of unknown forces. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial spirit, a chance to quench the body with primordial energy, a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial spirit, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to die. A chance to awaken loyalty, a chance to inherit Taoism. 10 chances to copy a strong man, and 10 chances to be a strong man to peak. Hearing the system prompt sound, Xuanhuan was not happy, but fell into deep thought. "Your Majesty, I will give you a magic storage artifact left by a man in golden armor. Maybe there will be something found inside." At this time, Patriarch Bodhi held a golden bracelet and handed it to Xuanhuan. The alien storage artifacts are no different from their storage artifacts. As long as the original owner's breath is erased, it will be fine. Obviously, Patriarch Bodhi has already done this for Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan's spiritual consciousness easily entered into the storage magic weapon. The inside of this magic storage device is quite large, the size of 10 football fields. There are all kinds of shining magic weapons and materials piled up inside. There are also small stones surrounded by colorful lights like hills. It is very similar to the spirit stones they used, except that what is contained in it is not spiritual energy, nor is it the primordial purple energy, nor is it the energy of chaos, but a kind of colorful energy. When Xuanhuan saw these colorful spirit stones, he couldn't calm down anymore. He is very familiar with this color, and now the mana in his body is this color. Could it be that I really have a great relationship with that other world? Hey, what is this? Just when his spiritual consciousness was about to exit the storage space, he found a small golden box in a corner, and there was an extremely familiar feeling coming from it. At the same time, there is also a piece of jade slips placed beside it. In the next second, he took out the box and something that looked like a jade slip. After a few glances, he released his consciousness and probed into the jade slip. What caught his eyes was a picture of mountains, rivers, and pavilions. Is this a topographic map? Xuanhuan was a little surprised. He was sure that this topographic map was not Hongmeng, but a brand new place. Could it be the topographic map of Tianwu? He didn't waste long on the jade slip, but set his sights on the box. The next second he opened the box. A jade pendant surrounded by colorful rays of light appeared in front of his eyes. This jade pendant is only the size of a thumb belly. There are pavilions, terraces and pavilions depicted on it, and the atmosphere of the fairy family is full of clouds and mist. After flipping through it for a while, Xuanhuan's eyes became more and more surprised. Ding! Friendly reminder from the system, do the hosts need to open the sumaru? cave after discovering it? At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Su Haoyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't turn it on yet. Su Haoyan thought for a while and ordered. Although this is surrounded by his cronies. But some things are better to know. That's how it feels mysterious. After that, Su Haoyan sank his mind into the alien storage magic weapon. Half an hour. Suddenly a colorful bead appeared in his hand. There was a lot of joy on his face. Hastily infiltrated the divine sense into the bead. In an instant, an extremely majestic voice rang in his ears. Commander Qinglong, this lord limits you to occupying the newly emerging source plane in the frontier within 10,000 years. No delay. In a simple sentence, Baohuan contains a lot of information. First of all, there are indeed other civilizations outside of Hongmeng. And there is more than one civilization, and after careful analysis, by Su Haoyan, he concluded that the territory of the ninth source plane is dozens of times larger than that of Hongmeng. This made him gasp. It is true that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. In addition, this voice should be the source master of the ninth source plane. That the leader of Qinglong said. The time he gave Qinglong to rule was 10,000 years, that is, within 10,000 years, this ninth source plane would not send anyone over again. This gave him a chance to buffer. He is confident that within 10,000 years, Hongmeng and all his subordinates will be able to compete against alien civilizations. One day he will step out of the primordial world and explore the unknown civilization. Ding. Trigger the main quest, go out of Hongmeng to explore unknown civilizations. Mission details, because the host knows the existence of unknown civilizations. If the host walks out of Hongmeng, he will embark on an exploration of unknown existences. The system specially rewards the host with 5 chances to reawaken the primordial spirit, 5 chances to temper the body with primordial qi, 5 chances to teleport from the strong, 5 chances to awaken the primordial awakening, 5 chances to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, 5 chances to transcend the tribulation. A chance for limited awakening, 10 chances for the peak of the strong, 10 chances for a dungeon of the strong, 10 chances for the inheritance of Taoism, and 1 chance for the ultimate summoning. The system prompt sounded at this moment, causing Su Haoyan's eyes to narrow. Immediately. Step out of Hongmeng and explore unknown civilizations. It seems that this is the direction of their own development. But before that, we have to subdue these restless guys on Hongmeng. After all, if you want to fight against the outside world, you must first settle down inside. Afterwards, the smile on Su Haoyan's face reappeared. He looked at prisoner Xuanhuan, who was standing next to him, and stomped his feet anxiously, and said, Prisoner Emperor, are you ready? Prisoner Emperor has followed him for countless years, but he has never been able to realize his ambition. Today he wants to recruit Prisoner Emperor Hongmeng to fulfill his wish. Your Majesty, the minister is ready. Prisoner Emperor Zun was so excited that he knelt down on his knees with a plop. It made the ancient emperor behind him extremely embarrassed. Kneeling is not, and not kneeling is not. System, recruit Emperor Prisoner Primordial Prisoner, first awaken beyond the limit, and then pass on the method of mad warfare to him. Su Haoyan ordered quickly in his heart. Immediately, Prisoner Emperor Zun was sucked in by the system. It made Goody even more embarrassed. Goody, you don't have to be like this. When you have made up your mind, you will come to me. When Su Haoyan waved his hand, the ancient emperor breathed a sigh of relief and retreated. Next, Yuan Tianzuan, you two lead an army to go straight to Beihongmeng. I want you to take Beihongmeng in a short time. As soon as the two heard this, they took the order and left. Let's go to the Nanhong Mengjing Monument. This crystal monument is of great benefit to him. It seems to be the key to unseal the dusty memory. Therefore, there is no room for loss. Ding. Prisoner Emperor Zun's inheritance of Taoism is over. Does the host choose to release? At this time, the system prompt sounded, and Su Haoyan quickly ordered in his heart, don't release it, let him go through the tribulation, let him awaken. The primordial. 10 seconds later. Ding. Prisoner Emperor Zun Hongmeng awakened successfully. May I ask the host to release it? Release, call up his attribute list. Prisoner Emperor Zun, from the era of chaos. Identity, primordial creature. Inheritance of Taoist law, furious battle of Taoist law. Affiliation creation, combat creation. Luck level, 9 changes of Taixishan's arrival. Cultivation method, Heavenly Emperor innate Kung Fu. Magic weapon, nebula gloves. Shaking sword. Sky-shattering gun. Loyalty, 100/100. Taixishan arrives in 9 transformations. Yes, this guy's aptitude is quite good. Su Haoyan looked at prisoner Emperor Zun, who was kneeling in front of him, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Okay, let's see for yourself how you rank on the list of gods. After Su Haoyan finished speaking, he closed his eyes and checked the list of gods. After his series of actions just now, another huge change took place on the list of gods. Among them, prisoner Emperor Zun and Yuan Tianzuan ranked 9th and 10th. The rankings below fell backward again. Su Haoyan himself fell to the 20th place. On the contrary, Nailan Qing was advancing triumphantly all the way. Seeing that it is about to surpass the 13th 8 extremes killing god. Seeing this, Su Haoyan suddenly looked at Ho Qing and Li Yuanba with some malicious intentions, making the two strong men mistakenly think that Su Haoyan wanted to promote them again. However, Su Haoyan's words made them open their mouths and froze on the spot. Yuanba, Ho Qing, I want to challenge you respectively. Yuanba will challenge you first, and Ho Qing will challenge you later. How about it, are you ready? Su Haoyan had no choice but to do this. His current ranking is too low, and he has already dropped out of the 20th place. In order to unify Hongmeng, it is time to rise up. But in front of him are Li Yuanba and Ho Qing, so these two guys must be defeated. Your Majesty, can you stop fighting? Li Yuanba said depressedly. No, hurry up and do it. Su Haoyan said with a blank face. A day later, the list of becoming gods changed again. Emperor of Heaven, 18th on the list of gods. Patriarch Bodhi, 3rd on the list of gods. Li Yuanba and Ho Qing were behind. Before Su Haoyan, there was an existence named Nailan God King. It is said that he is the ruler of Beihongmeng. After refining the crystal tablet, Su Haoyan planned to challenge Nailan God King directly. The Emperor of Heaven jumped to the 18th place, and Patriarch Bodhi ranked the 3rd. Let Shi Hongmeng, Nan Hongmeng, and the creatures of the old sacred land immediately rejoice. Who is Patriarch Bodhi? It is said that the top 10 on the list of gods are clones of gods, and Patriarch Bodhi can be ranked in the top 3, which shows that it is unusual. This Bodhi Patriarch seems to be a powerful man under the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor again? What is Heavenly Emperor going to do? TSK, the primordial realm is about to change. The heavenly emperor is going around conquering the four primordial realms, and the celestial emperor has risen again on the list of gods. Does the heavenly emperor want to unify the entire primordial realm? Wherever there are living things, there is a lot of discussion. He became wary of the emperor of heaven. The heavenly court was even louder with cheers. As their spiritual pillar, every step forward will inspire the creatures. In particular, the rise of Patriarch Bodhi gave them the hope of a strong man from the heavenly court, becoming number one on the list of gods. On a golden planet, Nalan Qing sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain. Opposite him was the smiling Emperor Qian. I didn't expect the Emperor of Heaven to advance so fast. I believe he will catch up with you in a short time. Chandi said heartily. I'm going to challenge him. What about you? What are you going to do? Just climb up step by step like this? Nalan Qing asked with a slight smile. Well, you're right, it's a bit slow to climb like this. How about this? How about a fight between you and me? Emperor Qian suddenly said. Okay, I am willing to accompany you. Ding. Complete the subquest, control Nanhongming. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken Hongmeng, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to cross the tribulation of Hongmeng, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to awaken loyalists, 10 chances for the strong to peak. At this moment, a system notification sound suddenly sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. It indicates that Nan Hongmeng has fallen into Xuanhuan's hands. The reason why Nan Hongmeng was unified so quickly is that Saturday Jia did a lot of work in it. Even Saturday Jia was under Xuanhuan's command, not to mention the other forces of Nan Hongmeng. Nature went with the flow. Soon, everyone arrived at the crystal monument. Without saying a word, Xuanhuan began to refine the crystal tablet. At the same time, on an abandoned continent in northern Hongmeng, a white-haired woman was being pressed on the head by a mysterious person with a hideous look on her beautiful face. If Xuanhuan came here again, he would definitely recognize that this woman was none other than the jade-faced Rakshasa. Recently, with the crazy rise of Xuanhuan's subordinates, the ranking of jade-faced Rakshasa has been squeezed out of the 25th place. Son of Hongmeng, I will make you number one on the list of gods, and finally become a god, and then gather the other 4 sons, then I will become a real god. Father, I'm sorry, in order to become a real god, I have to don't do it anymore. The one who spoke was the owner of this hand. He was half yin and half yang. And the same was true for his body, which looked extremely strange. The endless starry sky is beautiful and brilliant. The tall tower-like body of the giant spirit god flew away at a high speed. And behind him, Mingfo and a tall man in black armor followed. Master, where are we going? Mingfo asked suspiciously. Go to the Emperor of Heaven. A simple sentence instantly stunned the man next to Mingfo. My lord, who is the heavenly emperor? A man whom neither you nor I can afford to offend. The giant spirit god said. The giant spirit god said expressionlessly. However, he was a little excited inside. Why go to the Emperor of Heaven? How about you follow me? At this moment, a gloomy voice sounded, instantly attracting the eyes of the 3 of them. 3 days later, another earth-shaking change took place on the list of gods. Jade-faced Rakshasa defeated Liang Changxing and jumped to the 6th place on the list of gods. At the same time, 2 new names appeared on the list of gods. Mingfo, the 27th place. Heavenly Demon Emperor, number 30. Emperor Qian, 23rd place. The huge change in the list of gods this time caused a shock in the whole of Hongmeng. The heavenly demon emperor, a veteran primordial being, an existence that could once compete with Emperor Quan, finally appeared after disappearing for countless thousands of years. Hongmeng shook. This matter is being discussed wherever there are living beings. On this day, Xuanhuan finally finished refining the second crystal tablet. There was another strange piece of text in his mind, but he could understand it at a glance. This is the formula of the first life method of Wanchen creation art. Xuanhuan studied it for a while, and this first life exercise gave him a very familiar feeling. However, when he wanted to study it carefully, he only felt a bang and fell into chaos. In a blur, he felt that he had turned into a little beggar begging along the street. Live by begging every day, living a life with today and no tomorrow. Every night in the dead of night, confusion would appear in his eyes. Finally, when winter came, he finally passed out in the ruined temple. I never woke up again. When he woke up again, he found that he was carrying a hoe and walking in the field under the scorching sun. His thin body made him dizzy. Then, his eyes went dark and he fell unconscious. Suddenly, he woke up. I found myself still sitting cross-legged on the crystal tablet. Everything just now was like a dream. Just when he was about to look back, strange memories flooded out from the depths of his mind. Boom! In an instant, with Xuanhuan as the center, the purple energy of the entire southern Hongmeng swarmed from all directions. In an instant, Xuanhuan was submerged in it. His breath also rose wildly at this time. Boom! Taxation arrives in 3 changes. Cultivation is promoted. It didn't stop, and it was still growing crazily. The powerhouses standing around on guard were stunned. They couldn't understand at all why Xuanhuan's cultivation had broken through so quickly. The second change of Taxation's arrival, just a month has passed, and now he has broken through again? And looking at this posture, it seems that it has not stopped. Ah, Your Majesty has made a breakthrough again. Before the strong man finished speaking, he was interrupted by an exclamation. The expression suddenly became shocked. Boom! Xuanhuan's breath soared again. The mana of the whole person has more than increased by 100 times. In an instant, the entire Nan Hongmeng rioted. Taxation arrives in 4 changes. After breaking through the 4 changes, Xuanhuan's aura instantly stabilized. Not growing. On the crystal monument, Xuanhuan's face was serene. Looking inside, he saw that his mana had completely changed into 7 colors. Although the color was a bit dim, it had indeed transformed. At the same time, after fusing this crystal tablet, he activated part of his memory again. In his memory, he has experienced a total of 2 reincarnations. In the first life, he was a beggar. After seeing all the warmth and coldness of the world, he finally froze to death in a ruined temple. In that life, he saw through the world. In the second life, he was an old farmer, and in a severe drought, he was hungry and hot, and died in the field when he was only 15 years old. In that life, what he saw through was still the human world. Then, the first life of the Wanchen creation art is the human world. Because he saw through the world, he broke through his cultivation. From this, he analyzed that the creation of 10,000 lives was to allow him to experience different reincarnations and understand the true meaning of life from them, thus preparing as a breakthrough. Immediately, he became very interested in this Wanchen creation art. After breaking through the 4 transformations of Taixishan, his strength has not only increased 100 times, even hundreds of times. Especially the metamorphosis of mana, he felt that once his mana came out, he could destroy everything. I have been silent for a long time, so I should be invincible. The corners of Xuanhuan's mouth turned up, full of invincible arrogance. He doesn't care who he was in his previous life, he only cares about this life, and in this life he will make all living beings bow down. Alien civilizations are no exception. Xuanhuan jumped lightly, landed on the ground, and with a counterattack, the crystal tablet turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body, disappearing without a trace. Your Majesty, I just received the news that the Yinyang calendar released. The news. 1 month later, the arena will be set up in Beihongmeng, intending to fight all the heroes in the world. Now all the strong people on the list of gods must participate. In addition, there have been drastic changes in the East Hongmeng. The Heaven and Earth Alliance suddenly attacked the East Hongmeng. In 3 days, half of the East Hongmeng has been broken. Judging from this situation, it is only a matter of time before the East Hongmeng is occupied. At this time, Xuanhuan came to Xuanhuan's side and spoke. It seems that when I was refining the crystal tablet, a lot of big things happened. Regardless of him, let's go back to Heoshanting first, and go to Beihongmeng in a month to meet the heroes of the world. Xuanhuan said softly. He fled back to the heavenly court now, and it was time for the 12 ancestral witches to be promoted. It was time for the long-awaited formation of the 12 capitals of heavenly gods and demons to be displayed. Meanwhile, on an abandoned planet, Emperor Qian sat on a boulder with injuries all over his body. At this moment, he sighed faintly. He was not only surpassed by the heavenly emperor, but also defeated by Nalan Qing. It made him feel very irritable. The former 3 emperors, he has now become the bottom of the existence. At this time, he fell into an unprecedented downturn. Obviously he has been working hard, but why is he still surpassed? What is it that he can't keep up with Nalan Qing and Xuanhuan? Where is my way? Emperor Qian looked up at the starry sky, lost in confusion. Coward. The reason why you are restricted everywhere is because you have not found your own path. Just when he was extremely contradictory, a domineering voice sounded, pulling him back instantly. Emperor Qian squinted his eyes, and saw that a beam of light suddenly fell from the sky in front of him, and then a middle-aged man in blue armor walked out of it. The man's face seemed to be 40 or 50 years old, and the armor on his body flowed like water waves, which was extremely miraculous. What is amazing is that his eyes have 3 pupils arranged in a triangle. It looked very strange. Who are you? Emperor Qian asked. As he spoke, he did not get up, nor did he make preparations for battle. Because he could see that this person had no malice towards him. Who am I? You don't know if you tell me, because your memory hasn't recovered yet. So it's better not to say it for now. As long as you know, I can make you stronger. Become extremely powerful. You can even surpass the primordial gods. The 3-eyed man said with a smile. Speech is casual though. But because of this randomness, it gives people a feeling of absolute confidence. Emperor Qian remained expressionless and said unmoved, why should I trust you? Aren't you curious about your origin? You used to be stronger than other creatures in the chaotic period, and you used to be in existence above creatures. From the chaotic period to now, you have been able to save yourself from danger and live until now. Do you think it's all a coincidence? Or is it the result of your own efforts? The man with 3 pupils came to Emperor Qian, and suddenly he smiled at Emperor Qian, and then 3 rays of light of different colors suddenly shot out from his 3 pupils, which happened to be seen by Emperor Qian. He fell into a trance for an instant. The man with 3 pupils didn't take the opportunity to attack, obviously he was very confident in himself. After about 5 minutes, Emperor Qian returned to normal. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, his body was shaking violently, and his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. How? Now believe what I say. The man with 3 pupils spoke again. Half an hour. Emperor Qian took a deep breath and asked, "Are those real? Mine are creatures higher than the primordial world? And aren't they ordinary creatures?" His voice was full of disbelief, even a little trembling. Emperor Qian was famous for being ferocious and fearless, and he rarely lost his composure like this. The man with 3 pupils glanced at him and said, "Yes, the phrase, 'there is a sky beyond the sky,' was never casually said. There is no doubt that you are a creature from beyond the sky, so now you have to shoulder your own responsibilities. As for those who have not opened the memory, just wait for you to unlock it yourself. Now, I want to make you stronger. Are you acceptable? On a beautiful planet. Pavilions, towers and pavilions, fairy beasts and birds. Create a beautiful world." At this time, in front of a small building, Nailan Qing was looking at a beautiful woman with a veil standing in front of her with a complicated face. After a long time, he finally opened his mouth and said, "I'm really the left guard in front of his palace?" Until now, Nailan Qing still can't believe the extra information in his mind. Just now. It was an unbelievable piece of information for him. He even suspected that the message was an illusion created by this woman? Yes. Both you and him are the guards of the Emperor of Heaven. You were forced to be reincarnated for some reason. If it wasn't for some disobedient ministers who distorted the memory of the right God guard with ulterior motives, I would not have interfered with the Emperor of Heaven. Laid out. So in the next period of time, I will help you improve your cultivation base. And then you will decide whether you will stay or not. After all, you are now an independent individual. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed by in a hurry. On this day, Xuanhuan brought his subordinates back to Haoyan court. Instantly aroused the cheers of the creatures of the entire ancient Holy Land. In the afternoon of that day, Xuanhuan held a court meeting and rewarded some strong men who had made great contributions in the conquest of Hongmeng. On the second day, Xuanhuan was sitting in the imperial garden, playing with the jade pendant obtained from the magic weapon stored by the leader of Qinglong system. "What is Sumeru Cave?" Xuanhuan asked in his heart. The Sumeru Cave is very similar to the small world and the small universe. But after scanning the system for such a long time, it is found that the Sumeru Cave is very special. Let the system have an urge to refine it. Xuanhuan was shocked by the systematic explanation. Since he got the system has never been so eager. Could it be that there is some unknown secret in this Sumeru Cave? Thinking that this thing was found from an inconspicuous corner of the magic weapon stored by Qinglong commander. Does this mean that even the commander of Qinglong doesn't know the use of this thing? In the following time, Xuanhuan tried to detect his consciousness again. Unexpectedly, his spiritual consciousness seemed to have encountered some kind of barrier, and he couldn't get in at all. Host, give this thing to the system. The system is sure. After integrating it, the system will be upgraded again. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Xuanhuan opened his mouth wide again. System, if you don't fuse this thing, won't you be able to upgrade? It's hard, basically there will be no further upgrades and improvements. Because the system has reached its peak at this time, if you want to go further, it is difficult to upgrade without special circumstances. Xuanhuan fell into silence. After half an hour. System, do you know where you come from now? Xuanhuan asked suddenly. He was always skeptical about the provenance of the system. After the beginning of Hongmeng, he thought that he created the system, but after thinking about it later, it was not like that. At that time, he could only be considered as a retraining system. In a sense, he made mistakes and strengthened the system only after the last system upgrade. The system has not been implanted with this memory, but the system vaguely remembers that it comes from an unknown civilization. And it is still a civilization that focuses on technology. But it is not the Earth. If Shumi Dong Tian is fused with you, then you will grow again on the original basis. Will there be a day when you will turn against me? Talking about 1,000 words and 10,000, Xuanhuan still has the system to become a master, devouring the master. When the time comes, he will shoot himself in the foot. No, because when the system merges with Sumeru Cave, it needs the host's essence and blood as a guide. It is equivalent to the relationship between the host and the system becoming the master. The host is the master, and the system is the servant. How can we talk about the theory of devouring the master? What should I do? As soon as Xuanhuan's words fell, suddenly his eyebrows twitched, and a ball of colorful light flew out of it. In the next second, before Xuanhuan could react, the light ball suddenly burst into light, and immediately rolled up the jade pendant in Xuanhuan's hand. The host asks you to release 3 drops of blood essence to help the system integrate this thing. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Let Xuanhuan narrow his eyes slightly. In the next second, his expression moved, and 3 drops of golden blood essence dripped on the light ball. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, the light group escaped into Xuanhuan's eyebrow again and disappeared. System, during the fusion period, are all functions still available? Xuanhuan asked. Yes. Same as usual. How long will it take to integrate Sumeru Cave? Xuanhuan asked again. I don't know for now. However, once the system refines this thing, it will bring a huge surprise to the host. Once the system prompt tone falls, it stops making sound. Xuanhuan sat in the stone pavilion, lost in thought. After a while, he finally said, Xiao Tian, go and call Zhao Yun to me. He had a chance to quench his body with primordial qi, and he planned to use it for Zhao Yun. Before that, he had already asked the system that the primordial qi quenching body is to take the strong into a virtual space, and then cleanse the primordial qi, so that they can become the body of a primordial god. That is to say, the strong man who has been quenched by the primordial qi is already a quasi-primordial god. Xuanhuan was looking forward to this. Sir, Zhao Yun pays his respects to His Majesty. Zhao Yun came to the imperial garden and paid respectful respect to Tao. Zhao Yun, after being silent for a long time, it's time to rise up. I have decided to promote you. Are you ready? When Zhao Yun heard this, he immediately became excited. Immediately knelt down on the ground and said sonorously, I am ready. System, let Zhao Yunyuan's original qi quench his body. Su Haoyan ordered from the bottom of his heart. Following Su Haoyan's order, a purple beam of light shot out between his brows, pulling Zhao Yun in. With the disappearance of Zhao Yun, the imperial garden became clean. Zhao Yun, don't let me down. After a while, Su Haoyan stood up muttering to himself, and walked outside. The time of primordial qi quenching body is not static. It depends on the qualifications of the strong. The longer the time, the higher the future achievements. So, he doesn't need to wait. He believed that Zhao Yun would not let him down. Ding. Trigger the side mission, the anger of the Yin-Yang calamity. Mission details, because the Bodhi patriarch squeezed the Yin-Yang calamity to the 5th place, he developed resentment towards the host, and wanted to eradicate the host and replace him. If the host kills the Yin and Yang calamity, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to recruit the primordial, a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial, and 10 chances to pass on Taoism. On this day, when Su Haoyan was playing with Bai Suzhen and several concubines with the children, the system prompt sounded suddenly in his mind. Su Haoyan was taken aback for a moment. But I don't care right away. Although this time in order to become a god list, all the gods have come up with their own means to make their avatars become gods. But Su Haoyan didn't take it to heart. He has the confidence to defeat the Yin-Yang calamity, even though he may have reached the realm of the ancestor of the original source, he still has the confidence to kill him. His creation of 10,000 lives is by no means a vegetarian. Leapfrogging is not a big problem. If it doesn't work, let's use the crowd tactics. Consumed also consumed him. Ding. Zhao Yunyuan's initial qi quenching succeeded, may I ask the host to release it? At this moment, the system prompt sounded, and Su Haoyan finally showed a bright smile. He was really looking forward to it. It took Zhao Yun a full day to temper it. And he did not know what kind of state he could reach when he awakened in Hongmeng. If you don't release it, just let him awaken the primordial essence. Su Haoyan ordered from the bottom of his heart. He had a premonition that Zhao Yun would definitely break the record kept by Bodhi. 10 seconds later. Ding. Zhao Yun Hongmeng awakened successfully, may I ask the host to release it? Don't release it yet, call up Zhao Yun's attribute list. Zhao Yun, from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Race, Primordial God. Inheritance, Fighting Avenue. Belonging fortune, the fortune of the gun. Lucky level, the origin ancestor sevenfold creation. Cultivation technique, Battle Dragon Profound Kung Fu. Magic weapon, Primordial Flame Gun. Special attribute, God of Spears, when fighting with people with guns, you can easily crush the battlefield. Play a dominant role. The combat power will be doubled. Loyalty, 100/100. 7 levels of fortune in the ancestral realm of origin. And it's still a primordial god, I really didn't expect Zhao Zilong to be so heaven-defying. In front of a strong man of the same realm or even higher than him, he still easily kills the opponent in seconds. Because he has now become a primordial god, rather than primordial creatures. The difference of one word is 1,000 miles away. After explaining, Su Haoyan turned and left, returning to the imperial garden. Release Zhao Yun. He wanted to show those primordial gods that their father could still easily create primordial gods. Let them know that the status of the primordial gods is not irreplaceable. And this is just the beginning. I will create more and more primordial gods. If they don't look back, sooner or later, they will be replaced. Suddenly, a purple light shot out from between Xuanhuan's eyebrows, and Zhao Yun stepped out of it with a long spear surrounded by purple flames. Thump. Zhao Yun knelt down on his knees, and said excitedly, "Thank you for your Majesty's kindness of rebuilding. I will definitely kill all the enemies in the world for your Majesty." Zhao Yun's words were sonorous and powerful. It spread throughout the entire Six Emperor city in an instant. Hiss. Is this the voice of General Zhao? My God, General Zhao broke through again? It seems that His Majesty has promoted General Zhao again. What? Look, there has been a huge change in the list of gods. How is it possible? Just when everyone in Haotian court was discussing, the list of gods changed again. And it's a huge change. Zhao Yun, become the second in the list of gods. Wow. The Haotian court was filled with joy once again. The old sacred land was shocked. Hongmeng shook. The strong ones on the list of gods were moved. At this moment, Zhao Yun is being talked about wherever there are living beings. In the original space, the gods who were meditating quietly opened their eyes. Suddenly, and all of them showed shock. The breath of the primordial spirit? How is this possible? Could it be that one of us has gone to hell? The primordial gods looked at each other in blank dismay. Just now, they clearly felt an aura that was not inferior to them in the lower realm. Although still very weak. But that is definitely the primordial spirit. Rather than primordial creatures. Why are primordial gods born in the lower realm? Emperor Xuanhuan said with an ugly face. Could it be that the primordial creature who cannot be hidden happened to advance to the primordial god? Emperor Taiji also had a gloomy expression. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If my father hadn't created us back then, I am afraid that there would really be no primordial gods in this world. Xiaozi is also half knowledgeable. However, he had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that this new primordial spirit was his father's masterpiece? If one were to say that among the primordial gods, Su Haotian was the one who understood Su Haotian best. How about we go down one and check? Emperor Xuanhuan glanced at the crowd and asked. Haotian court. At this time, Patriarch Bodhi was sitting in his mansion. He drank a sip of tea, looked outside the mansion at the majestic Tianwu palace, and muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Blood coercion, Zilong is not an ordinary primordial creature, could it be a primordial god? TSK, His Majesty's methods are really powerful and elusive. Emperor Ziwei, Li Yuanba, Ho Qing, at this time, all the strong men in the primordial world who have reached the realm of Taishu God can feel the pressure of the bloodline released from Zhao Yun. At the entrance of the seven-colored star road in the ancient sacred land, the Inyan calendar tribulation flew out of it. His face is ugly, gloomy like water. The coercion of the primordial gods is actually the primordial spirits? Could it be that the deities have betrayed their promises? Inyan Ligia stood in the starry sky, hesitated for a moment, and finally flew to the depths of the ancient holy place. No matter what, I can't let the Emperor of Heaven grow up like this. Moreover, if I absorb the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven, I'm afraid I will become a god in a short time. Inyan Ligia murmured to himself while flying away. There was a look of greed in his eyes. What are you going to do in the yin and yang calamity? Are you going to trouble your father? At this moment, a joking voice suddenly came from the front left. Let the Yang calendar calamity stop its progress immediately. Xiaozi, what do you want to do? Looking at Xiaozi, who was carrying a wine gourd in front of him, Yang Ligia had a gloomy expression on his face. Although he and Xiaozi have the same cultivation level, and both of them have been promoted by the deity. However, if you want to decide the outcome, it will not be resolved in a short while. This is in line with his original intention of coming to the old sacred land. He didn't want to fight Xiaozi unless he had to. What do you want to do? I should ask you this. The deity once warned us. We don't care how we kill them, but we just can't disturb father, let alone have unreasonable thoughts about father. Otherwise, we will die badly. At this time, Xiaozi's face had turned into a stern look. Let Yang Li Jia's face darkened instantly. That's the father of the deity, not our father, and I don't believe you. Don't want to absorb the divine power of the emperor? Being number one on the list of gods can certainly make us gods, but if we absorb the divine power of the emperor, we will become gods faster. How about it? Or, how about you and I? Join hands? The Yin and Yang calamity throws an olive branch. Yin and Yang calamity, it seems that you are really looking for death. In this case, I will teach you a lesson for my father. I don't know what is good or bad, want to stop me? It's wishful thinking. Rumble. In an instant, the two primordial spiritual avatars fought together at the slightest disagreement. The huge roar caused the entire old sacred land to tremble violently. The ancient sacred land of 6 emperors city, in the palace of heavenly emperors. Xuanhuan, who was playing with Su Lingtian and other 4 children, suddenly frowned. He could feel violent fluctuations coming from somewhere in the old sacred land, and it was obvious that there was a great power fighting. At this time, Lingzi appeared like a ghost, bowed, and said, Your Majesty. The Supreme God General, Xiaozi, is fighting with the mysterious strong man. What? Xiaozi? Who will he fight again? He Yunlong muttered to himself. Immediately he ordered Lingzi, go call Bodhi and Zhao Yun to accompany me for a walk. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he asked Lei Yao next to him to take care of the 4 children, while he turned around and disappeared. In front of the 7-colored star road, Xuanhuan, Zhao Yun, and Patriarch Bodhi stood on the clouds, frowning, looking at the looming figures of Xiaozi and Yang Ligia among the roaring explosions hundreds of millions of miles away. It turned out to be the guy from the Yang calendar tribulation? Could it be that he was going to plan something in the ancient sacred land, but was discovered by Xiaozi, and a big battle broke out? Zhao Yun, you go and capture the Yang calendar calamity for me. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and ordered. The tone was relaxed, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Zhao Yun agreed, turned around and disappeared. Although Xiaozi's ranking is 1 place higher than Yang Lijia's, his cultivation level is the same. If there is no accident, the battle between the 2 will not end for a while. However, at this moment, an accident happened. Facing Xiaozi's palm, Yang Ligia sneered, neither dodged nor dodged, and punched out. If Xiaozi didn't want to get hurt, he had to retreat and save himself. Seeing this, Xiaozi cursed secretly, and was about to retreat. However, at this moment, a palm suddenly stretched out from the spiritual storm. Go straight to the Yin and Yang calamity. Who? Yang Li Jia was shocked, and quickly flew back, trying to avoid the catch. However, what made him extremely horrified was that no matter how he avoided it, that hand followed him like a shadow. Instead of shaking it off, it slapped him firmly on the body. Boom! Yang Lijia felt that he was knocked away by a supernatural force. The whole person is like a cannonball, rewinding quickly. However, before he could react, he was pulled by the palm of his neck. At the same time, a cold voice rang in his ears. "Humph, you thief dared to come to the old sacred land to make trouble, you really don't know how to live or die." The light dissipated, Xiaozi raised his palm and stared blankly at Zhao Yun, who was rushing back in the distance, opened his mouth wide, and looked dull. Just now, Zhao Yun flew the Yin-Yang calendar tribulation into the air and caught it in just an instant. The set of movements was relaxed and freehand, flowing like clouds and flowing water. It couldn't be easier. "Your Majesty, the thief is here." Zhao Yun threw the yin and yang calamity on the clouds with a smile, and said softly. Seeing this, Xiaozi gave a wry smile and came to Su Haoyan. "Meet my father." Although Patriarch Bodhi and Zhao Yun thought it strange that the primordial beings called Su Haoyan, they were relieved when they thought that Su Haoyan could easily create Zhao Yun, a primordial god. "You have become stronger again," Su Haoyan said jokingly. In order to compete for the god position, the deity had to share a little bit of his divine power and enter it into the clone, making us infinitely stronger. Then after fighting for it, we finally became gods. How could you have created a god so easily, father? It has exceeded the expectations of the gods. Xiaozi shook his head with a smile. However, in his heart, he did have incomparable respect for Su Haoyan. If I can create them, I will naturally be able to create other gods. One day, all the powerful people in my heavenly court will be primordial gods. And you may be replaced. As soon as the words fell, Su Haoyan ignored Xiaozi, but looked down at Yang Lijia from a high position. "You want my divine power to achieve yourself?" Su Haoyan's icy voice made Yang Lijia's body tremble, but he immediately gritted his teeth and said, "You are the father of this deity, what does it have to do with me? The fault is that you have to go through some kind of reincarnation to make yourself so weak. Your era is over now, and now is the era of gods. I advise you to surrender your divine power and take a back seat. Otherwise we don't mind killing your father." Yang Lijia shouted sharply. "It's stubborn. Don't talk about you, even your true self can kill him with a single sentence. Don't you want my divine power? Then I will let you taste it." "Father, you can't. You will turn the primordial gods against you." Seeing this, Xiaozi turned pale with fright, and just about to stop him, a long spear surrounded by purple flames suddenly stretched out from the side, blocking him. "Master Supreme God General, it's better for you to watch from the side," Zhao Yun said coldly. Su Haoyan ignored Xiaozi. As soon as he finished speaking, he landed on Yang Lijia's head with his palm. The colorful divine power in the body spit out, boom. The colorful lights flashed, and the Yin-Yang calendar calamity turned into nothingness without even screaming. Instantly vanished. Ding. Complete the side mission. The anger of the Yin and Yang calamity. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to recruit the primordial, a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and 10 times to inherit the Taoism chance. The system prompt sounds. It made Su Haoyan's face full of killing intent. "Xiaozi, please tell the avatars of the Hongmeng gods. If similar things happen again, I don't mind eradicating them all. Those who kill their fathers will be killed without mercy. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, he took Bodhi and Zhao Yun and left. In front of the colorful star road, Xiaozi stood alone in the starry sky, watching the direction where Su Haoyan disappeared for a long time without saying a word. After a long time, he let out a long sigh, turned around and disappeared. At the same time, great changes have also taken place on the list of gods. Emperor of Heaven, ranked 5th on the list of gods. The Yin and Yang calamity, which originally occupied the 5th place, was erased instead of falling in position. It shows that the Yin and Yang calamity was killed, and it is obvious that it was the Emperor of Heaven who killed him. In an instant, the entire old sacred land, the entire primordial realm boiled up. Oh my God, His Majesty actually killed the Yin-Yang calendar robbery, it's really amazing. Your Majesty is mighty. Your Majesty cheated. The powerhouses of Haoyan Court shouted long live. All the creatures of the Old Hallows rejoice. After a long time, he murmured to himself, Heavenly Emperor, are you still letting people live? On the top of a mountain in Beihongmeng, God King Nalan stood facing the wind. When the name of the Emperor of Heaven jumped to the 5th place in his mind, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. Heavenly Emperor, where the hell are you? At this moment, a jade slip with crystal light suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, King Nalan's eyes lit up suddenly, and his whole body became excited. Sect Master, you are finally back. Guardian Nalan, hurry back to Nalanzong. A voice familiar to Su Haoyan rang out from the jade slips. Nalan God King turned around and disappeared without any hesitation. 7 days later, a piece of news that shocked the whole Hongmeng came out. From Beihongmeng, King Nalan God, the ruler of Beihongmeng, suddenly announced that he would give Beihongmeng to His Majesty, the Emperor Chendi of Haoshanting. 3 days later, some creatures discovered that the entire Nalan sect, which had dominated northern Hongmeng for countless thousands of years, had disappeared. It once again caused Hongmeng shock. Your Majesty, this is the notice sent back by the Empress Dowager prisoner. They found a golden crystal tablet at the former site of Nalanzong. Where are the 2 generals guarding? They asked Your Majesty, when will they go to Beihongmeng? Lu Bowen stood in front of the Shang study, and reported with disbelief. So far, Haoyan Court has occupied the 3 Hongmengs of the west, south and north, and the momentum is strong. It will be just around the corner to occupy the East Hongmeng and the Central Hongmeng. Well, King Nalan disappeared? The battle to become a god is really getting more and more interesting. Here is a list, you go and gather them all. After 3 days, I will set off for Beihongmeng. Su Haoyan handed a list to Lu Bowen, and ordered lightly. Lu Bowen took the order and left. Su Haoyan sat on the supreme Kowloon chair and fell into deep thought. System, can I use the reward opportunity to exchange for the opportunity to quench the body with primordial energy? Now that Su Haoyan has tasted the benefits of primordial energy quenching his body, he is now ambitious and wants to create more primordial gods, not to fight against the primordial gods, but to guard against the attacks of the outer heavens. No, the opportunity to quench the body with the primordial gas can only be obtained in missions. Although Su Haoyan was somewhat disappointed by the system's answer, he was relieved after thinking about it. Are gods so easy to create? System, give me the limit to summon a super strong man. 3 days later, in the beautiful starry sky, a colorful cloud floated. Quickly, Xuanhuan sat on the supreme nine-dragon chair, and a dozen strong men stood behind him. Mighty. With nothing else to do, Xuanhuan plans to summon the strong. Your Majesty, you must promote me this time? Lei Zhenzi rubbed his hands with excitement, seeing Zhao Yun become stronger. He was a little greedy. Don't worry, I brought you out just to promote you. So don't worry, Xuanhuan said with a smile. He glanced at Chang'e, who was standing beside him, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It's time for the son of Hongmeng to appear in Hongmeng. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Emperor Haoyan, who comes from ancient myths and legends. Emperor Haoyan? It turned out to be this guy. Legend has it that Haoyan was the first emperor to appear after Pangu opened the sky. It is also said that he is the biological father of Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai. He is in charge of the 33 heavens at the top, the 9 layers of the netherworld at the bottom, and everything in the world in the middle. It can be said that this person is as successful as Daozu Hongjun. Call up his attribute list. Haoyan, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Supreme God, God of Heaven. Lucky level, Xuanhuan to Holy Land Dzogchen. Cultivation method, mysterious method of immortality and immortality. Magic weapon, Haoyan Tower. Open the whip. Loyalty, 45/100. Xuanhuan Supreme Saint Realm Dzogchen. Not bad, Xuanhuan said lightly. Li Yuanba, next to him, scratched his head for a while. Xuanhuan Supreme Saint Dzogchen, what the hell? While he was scratching his head, beside him, a person appeared out of thin air. He was shocked immediately. Zhao Yun had quick eyes and quick hands, and he handed it out with one shot. Zhao Yun, stop, he is here to worship me. Xuanhuan stopped Zhao Yun at the right time, and at the same time he was a little depressed. Why is it always like this every time someone comes to worship me? Be more careful next time. After all, I can't stop it in time. Every time. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time they all set their sights on this person. I saw that this person was wearing a blue brocade robe with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a square face and a tall body. Although the breath is not particularly strong, it is quite majestic. I am the great Emperor Haoyan. I feel that I have a destiny with the Emperor of Heaven. Come and have a look. Please allow me. Emperor Haoyan secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and there was already a huge wave in his heart. Earlier, he had a feeling in his heart, so he came here. But I didn't expect that the people here were all people I was very familiar with in my previous life. And the aura is extremely terrifying. As soon as he appears, he feels like facing a wild beast. Emperor Haoyan, are you here to pay homage to His Majesty? Among them, only Taoist Liu Ye and Jin Yuanzi knew Haoyan. The status of Yang Jian, Li Yuanba and others is too low, and they have never seen this legendary fairy. When they saw it at this moment, they all stared at Emperor Haoyan curiously. Let the latter sweat more and more on his forehead. You too. Emperor Haoyan's face immediately became extremely exciting. Liu Ye, Jin Yuanzi, and that woman, who seems to be Chang'e from the moon palace. God, where am I now? Emperor Haoyan was in a mess in an instant. Well, follow me and watch carefully. With a trembling promise, Emperor Haoyan stood behind Xuanhuan. So 3 days later, Everyone entered Beihongmeng. Suddenly, Chang'e, who was standing behind Xuanhuan, moved and frowned. Instantly. Chang'e, what's wrong? Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. Your Majesty, I feel the breath of another self. However, the breath seems a little weak. It seems to be injured? Chang'e frowned more and more tightly. At the same time, I was a little restless, distressed. It seems that something has been pulled out of the body. Where? Xuanhuan asked with a heartbeat. It seems to be on the front left. Besides, Your Majesty, I actually have the urge to swallow it. When Chang'e said this sentence, she was frightened. Ding. Trigger the main task, resurrection of the Hongmeng Emperor. Task. Details, because the Hongmeng Emperor used his body to create the world, and now he has successfully completed the task. As a father, the host should be resurrected. If the host revives the Hongmeng Emperor, the system will reward the host with a chance to reawaken the Hongmeng, a chance to quench the body with primordial qi, a chance to awaken the Hongmeng, a chance to be teleported by a strong man, 5 chances to cross the tribulation of the Hongmeng, 5-1. Chance to be recruited by Hongmeng, 5 chances to awaken beyond the limit. 5 chances to awaken loyalists, 10 chances to be a copy of the strong, and 10 chances to be the peak of the strong. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Xuanhuan was taken aback. For a moment. Resurrect Hongmeng Emperor? How to resurrect? Do you use system tasks? Xuanhuan asked consciously in his heart. Fuse the 5 sons of Hongmeng, and then integrate the colorful Xia into it, and use the resurrection function of the strong. The Emperor of Hongmeng will be resurrected. The systematic explanation made Xuanhuan gasp. Doesn't that mean that Chang'e and her 5 sons will disappear? No, after Emperor Hongmeng is resurrected, they will become the 5 clones of Emperor Hongmeng. They will be immortal in the end. The systematic explanation made Xuanhuan's eyes light up, and his breathing became short of breath. Chang'e, show me the way. Let's go over and have a look. If there is no accident, this person will be another child of the primordial spirit. After Xuanhuan gave an order, Chang'e searched for some kind of induction and flew away with everyone. In a plain of Beihongmeng, in a large and quiet world. At this time, in a city, there were tens of thousands of strong men floating in the void, and they all stared excitedly at a woman in green clothes in the city, with greed in their eyes. This is a woman with a beautiful appearance. She is tall and tall. She stands on the city wall like a lotus springing out of water, which makes people dare not desecrate her. Is she the woman in the news from the gods? TSK, TSK, what a beautiful woman. If the gods hadn't spoken in person, I would have put down my dignity and married her. So many people have grabbed a female doll, why haven't they succeeded yet? This woman is only in the Tao of primordial harmony, why is she so difficult to deal with? Didn't you see the necklace on her neck? It must be nothing. The powerhouses talked a lot, but no one took the first step, obviously. Holding their elbows. Baby, you are a grand mist fusion Tao state, so don't resist, hurry up and go with the old man, otherwise the old man will make your life worse than death. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Why do you want to go with you? How old are you? That's right, it's just a primordial Tao realm, and we Lingnan duo are naturally not afraid. Xuanxiong from Lingnan? Can you get there? Our Fengwu villa hasn't spoken yet? Humph, a bunch of big men are besieging a little girl like me, won't it make people laugh if it spreads? The woman in green gave a coquettish smile at this moment, and said disdainfully, "But my heart was extremely anxious." "What the hell, fortune teller, where is the nobleman you mentioned? Come out." "Grandma, I'm going to die?" Ding. Trigger the side mission, say the son of Hong Meng. Task details. Because the son of Hong Meng is in extreme danger at this time, if the host rescues him and takes him as a subordinate, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the Hong Meng. A chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial origin, a chance to pass on Taoism, and a chance to awaken the loyalists. Ding. Trigger the side mission, gather the 5 sons of Hong Meng. Mission. Details: the Hong Meng god avatar decided to gather the 5 sons of Hong Meng to revive the Hong Meng emperor for his own selfishness, and wanted to turn the Hong Meng emperor into a puppet to compete for the position of Hong Meng god. If the host gathers the 5 sons of Hong Meng and protects them before the avatar of the gods of Hong Meng, and protects them from harm, the system will reward the host with a chance to reawaken Hong Meng, a chance to temper the body with primordial energy, and a chance to awaken Hong Meng, 1 chance to pass on Taoism, 1 chance to transcend tribulation, 10 chances to awaken beyond limit. Xuanhuan, who had just flown into this universe, suddenly heard a system notification sound in his mind, making his eyes flash, and he quickly ordered, "Zhao Yun, speed up. Primary God clone, you guys are going too far." Xuanhuan's eyes flickered coldly. "I have already made a decision in my heart." At the same time, in the big world, the anxious look on the face of the woman in green became more and more intense. At the same time, she became more and more confused about her identity. She was originally the daughter of a wealthy family in Xiaochu City. Abnormally beautiful. If it wasn't for an old Taoist priest who claimed to be a fortune teller who suddenly found her father, told her that she was a wealthy and lucky person, and decided to accept her as a disciple, and made her family the #1 family in Xiaochu City. And under the guidance of the old Taoist priest, she made great strides in cultivation and became a genius in the entire Xiaochu City, and even the entire world. If there is no accident, she will be the first person in this big world to go to the starry sky. However, as a piece of news spread, she instantly became a street mouse that everyone shouted and beaten from a superior person. It is said that whoever captures her and dedicates her to the gods will be empowered by the gods and become a primordial being in one fell swoop. You can become a master in no time. Because of this news, her life was completely messed up. First, her family was implicated, and she had to draw a clear line with it. But she and the old Taoist lived a life of escape. Just a few days ago, the old Taoist priest suddenly said to her, her nobleman, who was also her previous father, will come to save her today. Immediately, the old Taoist priest disappeared while she was stunned. Based on her trust in the old Taoist priest, she gritted her teeth and came to the city wall. Unexpectedly, as soon as it appeared, it was surrounded here. Unlucky. Damn old Taoist. The woman in green said angrily in her heart. Fellow Taoists, in order to prevent accidents, why don't you capture this girl, and then everyone decides her ownership according to her strength? At this moment, a woman in a red robe suddenly spoke. Well, Mrs. Jean's suggestion is good. What do you think? Then do this. Madame Qin will capture this girl. Everyone unanimously agreed to the proposal of the woman in red. Seeing this, the woman in red came up to the woman in green with a slight smile and said, Girl, I advise you not to struggle. As he spoke, he stretched out his slender hands to grab her. Seeing this, the woman in green looked miserable. Forget it, I don't know what evil I suffered in my previous life, and it's really unlucky to be used as goods. As she was thinking about it, a decisive look appeared on her face. She is proud. I would rather commit suicide than be a bargaining chip for others. However, just when she was about to cut off her meridian, a voice suddenly resounded throughout the whole world. Who dares to catch her? Boom. The voice rolled out, and Mrs. Chin, who was grabbing the woman in green, suddenly changed her expression. Before she could react, there was a bang, and her whole body exploded instantly. A huge explosion sounded suddenly. The woman in green was stunned on the spot. Who, get out. Pretending to be a ghost, everyone, kill him. He Feng, you bastard, get out quickly. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were full of horror. Some of them even grabbed the woman in green directly. Court death. As the sound sounded, Xuanhuan's figure appeared from the void. The strong man who wanted to snatch the woman in green exploded with a bang. Everyone was stunned in an instant. I told you, who dares to catch her? Xuanhuan's voice was extremely cold, and the people who were suspended in the void screamed and fell to the ground. Girl, come here. Xuanhuan said gently. Chang'e even flew directly to the side of the woman in green. Her concern was beyond words. Heavenly Emperor, are you going to meddle in the matter of our god avatar? Again? At this time a voice sounded in the sky. Let Xuanhuan look up and squint. God clone? Oh my god, isn't it one of the top 10 existences on the list of gods? Why is this voice so familiar? By the way, isn't this the voice that tells us to catch that woman? Who is the Heavenly Emperor? Isn't it the current Emperor of Heaven who is very popular in Hongmeng? For a time, tens of thousands of people began to discuss it. At the same time, a big hole was torn open in the void, and then a figure stepped out of it. It is none other than Tai Chi Supremacy. As soon as Tai Chi Supreme appeared, he looked at Xuanhuan with a gloomy face, hating Xuanhuan to the extreme in his heart. Originally, things went smoothly, and the son of Hongmeng would soon be owned by him. After getting together the other 4 sons, he will be able to revive Emperor Hongmeng and use his powerful cultivation base. It is easy for him to become a god. Unexpectedly, the Emperor of Heaven actually got in the way, and today he will kill the god. Tai Chi Supremacy, you really have no face to ignore my warning. If this is the case, I really can't keep you. Let's go, Star Wars. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he flew towards the starry sky with the bewildered woman in green. This big world can't resist their blows, and when the time comes, people will definitely die. This seat is different from the past, possessing infinite power, so what if your little heavenly emperor kills the Yin-Yang calamity? Tai Chi Supreme has full confidence in killing gods. Watching the 2 parties leave, the strong men around the city wall look at me, I look at you, and I can see the look of happiness in each other's eyes. Whether it's the heavenly emperor or the clone of the primordial god, they can't afford to offend them. The other side. Xuanhuan sat on the supreme 9-dragon chair and turned to the woman in green standing next to Chang'e and asked, what's your name? What? The woman in green didn't expect Xuanhuan to ask her. His face turned red immediately, but he immediately said, my name is Lying, what about you? The fortune teller said that my father from the previous life came to rescue me. Could it be you? When she asked this sentence, her beautiful little face, there was a look of surprise on his face. Puff. Xuanhuan almost stopped spraying Although I am indeed Hongming's father, it's really awkward for this girl named lying to tell me. Well, it counts. Who is the stinky fortune teller you are talking about? Xuanhuan asked, strangely. I don't know. Not long after I was born, I was accepted as an apprentice by him. He has been protecting me all the time. But a few days ago he suddenly told me that my protector came, and then he banged one sound disappeared. Green Warbler looked confused. It can be seen that this woman did not lie. Stinky fortune teller? Who the hell is he? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Ding. Trigger a side mission, find the mysterious guardian. Mission details. The son of Hongming is protected by the mysterious person, and the host is grateful for his sincerity. If the host finds the mysterious guardian, the system will reward the host once for the awakening of Hongming. Opportunity. 1 chance to temper the body with primordial qi, 1 chance to awaken primordial spirit, 1 chance to transcend tribulation, 1 chance to limit summoning, 1 chance to inherit Taoism, 10 chances to be a strong man at the peak. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. It made Xuanhuan more interested in this mysterious guardian. At the same time, on the other hand, this mysterious guardian did not die, but returned to the dark place from the light. Well, father from the previous life, can I ask you one thing? At this time, the green warbler suddenly spoke weakly. What is it? Xuanhuan spoke very softly, and he didn't put on airs of a heavenly emperor when he treated a little girl. You must be very powerful, right? I want you to teach me Taoism, and I want to become stronger? Luing said with a grin. Seeing this, Xuanhuan was amazed. According to his understanding, ordinary girls are either discouraged when encountering such a huge change, or are trembling with fright and crying bitterly. However, this girl named Lying is quite optimistic. That is what people call heartless. Is this her natural character, or is she mentally ill? Prompted by curiosity, he released his divine sense and glanced at her. With his cultivation base of the 4 transformations of Taixishan, it is naturally extremely easy to secretly watch a small cultivation of the Hongmeng Dao realm. There is an original energy? Although it has not yet awakened, it is quite obvious. This is exactly the same as Chang'e's body. And he also came to a conclusion that this woman is really born with an optimistic and cheerful personality. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up and said, yes, but you have to do one thing, communicate with her well, and if you can achieve a heart-to-heart connection, then I will give you a great fortune. In addition, don't call me the father of my previous life, just call me the Emperor of Heaven. Xuanhuan suddenly had a bold idea, just like creating the Yuanchu 7 gods back then, but the premise is that they must be in the same mind. In the previous life, no, your majesty, even if you didn't tell me, I would still be with this sister, because I feel that I am in a very good mood when I am with her. I don't have any troubles anymore. Your majesty, can we really be together? Chang'e also had the same idea. Naturally, there is no objection to Green Warbler's request. Well, whenever the two of you have the same mind, and you can know each other's thoughts with just a look, come to me, and I will promote you. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Soon, the beautiful starry sky appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Tai Chi Supreme was already waiting for them in the starry sky. Emperor, I advise you not to care about the affairs of the gods. Your era has passed. Can you be your emperor? The voice of Taiji supremacy reached Xuanhuan's ears, making him snort. He didn't say anything nonsense. Zhao Yun, you sit here. Wait until I destroy this lifeless thing. Your Majesty, Tai Chi supremacy's current cultivation level has been created. In the ancestral realm of Xuanhuan, you. Zhao Yun said with some worry. Don't worry, I'm just a rebellious son with wolfish ambitions, I don't take it to heart. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he turned around with Tai Chi Supreme and came into the turbulent flow of time and space. Where did they go? I went to fight in time-space turbulence. It's just a pity that we can't see it at all. Which of them will win? One is the overlord of the ancient sacred land, and the other is the god clone. It's hard to estimate. But the god clone will have a greater chance of winning, right? Doesn't that mean that the Heavenly Emperor is about to end? In the turbulent flow of time and space, this place is extremely chaotic, and there are space cracks that can kill people everywhere. There are no stars, no light, nothingness here. Xuanhuan appeared here out of thin air, followed by Tai Chi Supreme a few 100 meters away. There was endless contempt on his face. Ding. Trigger the side mission, Tai Chi Supremacy's hatred. Task details. Tai Chi Supremacy has already developed hatred for the host, and wants to kill it quickly. If the host kills it, the system will reward the host once for the awakening of Hongmeng. Opportunity, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken primordial origin, a chance to transcend tribulation, and a chance to awaken beyond limit. At the same time, it will anger primordial gods. The system prompt sounded when Xuanhuan just appeared. Xuanhuan's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. The task was actually triggered. It seems that the primordial spirit had already had a different intention. Otherwise, the avatar would not, and would not dare to kill God so blatantly. Heavenly Emperor, I don't know what made you dare to fight my ancestral realm of primordial origin with a mere cultivation base of Taixishan, but let me tell you, you are finished today. Tai Chi Supreme stared at Xuanhuan, his eyes filled with unforgettable killing intent. Whether it is the hatred that defeated him or the hatred that destroyed his plan, today can be avenged. Don't be ashamed, let the horse come here, I want to see how you kill the gods. Seeing this, Tai Chi Supreme didn't talk nonsense, he raised his hands. Countless mana overflowed from his body, and spread to the surroundings at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire space-time turbulence completely changed its shape. All kinds of turbulence disappeared, replaced by a bright, starry sky. The power of good fortune. This is a space specially created by Tai Chi Supreme using his power of creation. It can also be said to be the tomb he prepared for Xuanhuan. Heavenly Emperor, although you created the 7 primordial gods, you are not worthy to be a god, because you are too kind. Gods want to control all life and death, not to be merciful to others. Today, I, Tai Chi Supreme, want to kill gods here. I'm not a god, I'm really a god and his father. Xuanhuan said jokingly. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan stretched out his pure white right hand and pushed forward lightly. Simultaneously, the time avenue and the space avenue were used at the same time. The Tianwu mountain that had just appeared suddenly disappeared. When it appeared, it had already come close to Taiji Supreme. Seeing this, Taiji Supreme shouted loudly, the aura of the ancestral realm of Xuanhuan was released suddenly, and collided with Tianwu mountain with one punch. Rumble. In the bright starry sky, all the floating continents and meteorites trembled violently. The roaring and explosive sounds gathered together, shaking the entire starry sky. The powerful force made Xuanhuan's face even more stern, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Tai Chi Supreme frowned. Heavenly Emperor, what kind of treasure are you? At this time, Tianwu Mountain stood still, did not take a step back, and Tai Chi Supreme's fist even trembled a little. Today, I will let you experience the mighty power of Zhen, and let you understand that there is a price to be paid for killing gods. Xuanhuan snorted coldly, and then with a flick of his wrist, the Tianwu Mountain turned around. Large pieces of the power of the Tianwu overflowed from the extreme mountain, spreading like ripples. In the blink of an eye, Tai Chi supremacy was covered in it. Seeing this, Tai Chi Supreme snorted coldly, the power of Tianwu? That's all. But just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly paused. Immediately afterwards, Tianwu Mountain teleported in a space, and it came to the top of Tai Chi Supreme in an instant. It quickly became larger, and in a blink of an eye it became billions of feet in size, and it was crushed suddenly. At the same time, Xuanhuan's doppelganger suddenly unfolded. One after another clones flew out of his body and spread to the entire starry sky. Tai Chi Supreme was taken aback by Xuanhuan's series of methods. Facing the gravity of hundreds of millions, Tai Chi Supreme showed no fear on his face and punched upwards. However, the Heavenly Emperor has 1,000 avatars. 2,000. 3,000. 5,000. In the blink of an eye, the avatars of the Heavenly Emperor broke through 10,000, and the number is still increasing. This is not over yet. Xuanhuan unfolded the first layer of the newly enlightened Xuanhuan creation art to the human world. A wave of breath of time spread, and under the urging of the Tao of time, time and space were reversed. And a force of time reversal directly acted on Tai Chi Supreme. Only now did the disdain and contempt on Tai Chi Supreme's face gradually disappear. While resisting the pressure from the Tianwu Mountain above his head, he resisted the power of Tianwu and Xuanhuan's unique move, the power of time and space reversal. At the same time, he had to resist the attack of the Heavenly Emperor's avatars. He could tell that the cultivation of these Heavenly Emperors' avatars was the same as that of his main body, and they were all 4 changes of Taishu God's arrival, which made him unable to calm down anymore. He didn't dare to be arrogant, and wanted to break free from the shackles of Tianwu Mountain, the power of Tianwu, and the power of time and space reversal, and kill Xuanhuan himself. He knew very well the principle of capturing the thief before capturing the king. As long as Xuanhuan is eliminated, everything will be solved easily. Seeing this, Xuanhuan sneered and said, I just found out, it's a pity it's too late. With a slight smile on Xuanhuan's face and a change of expression, Tianwu Mountain became bigger and heavier again, pressing down at a speed visible to the right eye. At the same time, the power of Tianwu spread extremely rapidly. Under Xuanhuan's control, it did not spread, but all concentrated towards Tai Chi Supreme, cooperating with the power of time and space reversal. It limits the play of Tai Chi supremacy to a large extent. There are 800,000 avatars of the Heavenly Emperor outside, densely packed, all over every corner of the starry sky. Although their identities are the same, the methods they use are quite different. Xuanhuan put all his magical powers on the avatar. Let Tai Chi Supreme's face finally change color. Although he is a level higher than Xuanhuan, Su Haoyan's real strength is actually comparable to the first level of good luck in the ancestral realm of Xuanhuan. Coupled with his Avatar Avenue, Time Avenue, Space Avenue, and the mysterious Taiying Mountain, Tai Chi supremacy and its confrontation must be more or less ominous. At this time, Tai Chi Supreme's face began to darken. Because he is already feeling a little strenuous now. While I was shocked, there was also a depressed sense of humiliation. Before he unfolded his supernatural powers, his avenue of good fortune was restricted by Su Hao in a narrow space by nature. No matter how he mobilized his mana to attack, apart from slowing down the fall of Taiying Mountain, he could not resist the erosion of the power of time and space reversal and the power of Taiying. His mana was like a flood that broke a dike, and it was unstoppable. What's more, there is a clone of the Emperor of Heaven bombarding him all the time. Want to kill God? I'm afraid I can't even guarantee my own life. Reptile, today I will let you die in humiliation. No matter how many means you have, I won't let you use them. What can you do to me? Su Haoyan sat on the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair and said condescendingly. At the same time, his avatars are still growing, breaking through 1 million. This time, Su Haoyan intends to unleash all his strength, to let Tai Chi Supreme's humiliating death disappear, and at the same time, to verify his own strength. Damn. Heavenly Emperor, why do you have so many unimaginable means? Tai Chi Supreme looked resentful. The means of the Emperor of Heaven made him at a loss. I don't know what method to fight against. Especially the Taiying Mountain on his head and the weird power of Taiying, which corroded his physical body and magic power all the time. What's even more terrible is that the power of time reversal at that time can make him go back to his youth. I believe that he will become a teenager, a child, or even the soul of a god in a short time. As for those Heavenly Emperor clones, they are even more annoying. Hit yourself once and leave, then change to another one and then another. Like a sandbag, he was bombarded at will. The key is that he has no time to fight back. At this moment, Su Haoyan roared, and instantly activated the Taishu Divine body, and then activated the Linzi Divine ability. At the same time, all the avatars of the Heavenly Emperor were activated, and their combat power soared instantly. The combat power of nearly 2 million Heavenly Emperor clones increased dramatically, and the mana bombarded on Tai Chi Supreme also became colorful. In an instant, Tai Chi Supreme's face changed wildly. Facing the 2 million Heavenly Emperor clones, he suddenly felt dizzy, as if the end of the world had come. Heavenly Emperor, I am a clone of a god, you can't treat me like this. Finally, Tai Chi is supremely afraid. He was really scared. If he knew that the Emperor of Heaven was so powerful, he wouldn't dare to provoke the Emperor of Heaven even if he was killed. Aren't you going to kill God? Su Haoyan said jokingly. At the same time, as soon as the mana was urged, the Taiying Mountain burst into colorful light, and it smashed down with a bang. Seeing this, Taiji Supreme stared at the eyes and roared in disbelief. This is impossible. How can your mana be so thick? With a bang, the mana shield created by Taiji Supreme was torn apart by the huge pressure of Taiying Mountain. The attacks of countless Heavenly Emperor clones all acted on him, and Taiji Mountain was crushed even more. Rumble. Taiji supremacy was slammed down, and countless Heavenly Emperor clones swarmed up, submerging Tai Chi supremacy in the blink of an eye. From Su Haoyan's point of view, there is no Tai Chi supremacy anymore, only the avatar of the Heavenly Emperor in the starry sky. The huge power directly caused those incomparably huge stars around to explode. One after another, and the whole picture was extremely shocking. At this time, he was like a bystander watching the excitement, jokingly. Watching Tai Chi Supreme being beaten by the group. How did this happen? How did this happen? Tai Chi Supreme roared in his heart. He couldn't understand Xuanhuan's avatar. Why is there such a weird clone technique in this world? It was hard for him to kill a bloody path and show his head. Rumble. With a loud noise, Tianwu mountain lightning fell, and Tai Chi Supreme was smashed down again, and he, who was aggrieved, was surrounded again. Bang, bang, bang. Tai Chi Supreme now has no room to fight back. At this moment, he ran away. With his head in his arms, feeling cold in his heart. Not only did he have no room to fight back, but what shocked him even more was that his cultivation had regressed for some reason. From the first level of fortune in the ancestral realm of the original source, it directly fell to the 9 transformations of the Taishu god's arrival realm. He was completely terrified. Then, there was a loud bang. Tai Chi Supreme could no longer bear the indiscriminate bombardment of the Heavenly Emperor's avatars. His body collapsed and shattered. He interrupted to take advantage of the chaos, and the fairy infant fled, but he didn't expect that just as he was about to merge into the void, he was fixed by a beam of light. The fairy baby, who is supreme in Tai Chi, before he had time to react, quickly became smaller and lighter, and in the blink of an eye, he became nothingness. Ding. Complete the side mission, the hatred of Tai Chi. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial essence, a chance to inherit the Taoism, a chance to awaken the primordial essence, a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial essence, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit opportunity. At the same time, it will anger the primordial gods. Ding. Trigger the side mission, the Wrath of Emperor Taiji. Mission. Details: Emperor Taiji thinks that the host killed his clone regardless of family affection, and wants the lower realm to avenge Taiji Supreme. If the host kills him, or makes him repent, no longer targeting the host. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to quench the body with primordial chi, a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to inherit Taoism. 10 chances for the peak of the strong, 10 chances to copy the strong man. At the same time, the host will completely break with the primordial God. Ding. Complete the side mission, save the son of the primordial mists. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial mists, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to inherit Taoism, and a chance to awaken the loyalists. The system prompts sounded one after another, and Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Emperor Taiji, have you finally shown your hideous face? Then come on, let my father see what height you have reached now. After muttering to himself, Xuanhuan put away all methods such as the avatar of the Heavenly Emperor and Tianwu Mountain. At the same time, all the phantoms disappeared immediately after Tai Chi Supreme fell. Xuanhuan returned to the chaotic flow of time and space again. He didn't return in a hurry, but sat on the Supreme 9 Dragon chair and closed his eyes to think deeply. Just now, he inadvertently combined the power of Tai Yin and the power of space reversal to pull down the cultivation base of Tai Chi from the first stage of the ancestral realm of Xuanhuan. Could it be possible that the power of time-space reversal, plus the power of the Yin will cause the cultivation base to go backwards? Suddenly, Xuanhuan's mind suddenly appeared, and a gleam of enlightenment came to his heart. After a slight smile, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. At the same time, in the outer starry sky, the list of gods in everyone's minds has changed. Emperor of Heaven, the sixth place, but the sixth place of Tai Chi Supreme has indeed disappeared and was ruthlessly erased. The powerhouses after the seventh place have all moved up one place. So far, there are already 5 powerful players from Heotianshan in the top 10. This kind of result made everyone boil and move. The powerhouses who stood in the void waiting for Xuanhuan's return were even more excited. Haha, I said His Majesty can win, right? Well, Tai Chi supremacy was removed from the list of gods. It seems that His Majesty killed him. My God, Your Majesty is too powerful. The green warbler covered her small mouth, her eyes widened, and she looked in disbelief. Chang'e's eyes were also full of splendor. What, my clone was wiped out? Who did it? In the primordial space, Emperor Taiji roared again and again, is it easy for him to cultivate a clone? Erased just like that? According to the investigation, it should be the father. Emperor Yinyang Yuan's face was gloomy, because Xuanhuan killed the Yinyang calendar calamity. What is father going to do? Why do you want to kill the clones? A gloomy look flickered in Emperor Taiji's eyes. There was already a strong hatred for Xuanhuan in his heart. Who knows? Maybe trying to erase us all? Yinyang said strangely. Humph, what are you two doing? Do you know why father wanted to kill your clone? At this moment, Xiaozi and Emperor Liangyi came to them. Xiaozi's face was gloomy. While he was speaking, he waved his big hand, and suddenly a crystal mirror appeared in front of the 4 of them. A conversation between Xuanhuan and Tai Chi Supreme reached the ears of the 4 of them. Xiaoqing. Xiaozi looked at Emperor Yinyang Yuan and Emperor Taiji, and said coldly, did you hear that? Your avatar is really promising, and you actually killed a god? Do you want your father to be killed by his son's avatar? Xiaozi roared angrily. Emperor Liangyi also looked at Yinyang and Yuendi with a gloomy expression. Remember, I don't want to control what you do, and I can't control it, but if anyone has misbehavior against father, I will take action. Xiaozi said coldly. Turn around and leave. Me too. Emperor Liangyi thought about it and said the same thing. Then leave. There were only 2 people with gloomy faces left in place. Deep in the primordial space, the immovable avatar of the Heavenly Emperor slowly opened his eyes at this moment. He took a deep look behind him, as if he could see the faces of Yinyang Yuendi and Taiji Emperor through the primordial energy. You still underestimate the power of this deity. After mumbling to himself, he closed his eyes again. In the turbulent flow of time and space, Xuanhuan fused the power of time and space into the power of the sun, and covered the 1,000-meter-long space crack in front of him, with a flick of his mind. Time and space reverse. Xuanhuan yelled loudly, and the 7-color mana burst out of his body. The 2 forces were directly activated, and they started to run at high speed. In an instant, that hideous space crack healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 seconds, this kilometer-long space crack was healed as before. As if it didn't appear. Seeing this, Xuanhuan had a clear realization in his heart. The power of the sun and the power of time and space reversal can turn back time and bring creatures or other things back to the initial time point. Then the power of the sun is full of the avenue of reincarnation, and the power of time-space reversal is full of the avenue of time and space. When the two cooperate, what kind of avenue is produced? The answer is the avenue of cause and effect. The reason why Taiji Supreme violated Xuanhuan's will was that Xuanhuan used the power of the sun to reverse time and space and disappeared, which was retribution. This is the avenue of cause and effect. Xuanhuan suddenly shouted loudly, resounding through the turbulent flow of time and space. Boom! Xuanhuan realized in an instant, floating in the turbulent flow of time and space, the majestic purple air, like a handful of rootless duckweed, suddenly swarmed towards Xuanhuan from all directions, submerging Xuanhuan in an instant. At the same time, Xuanhuan's breath began to surge. The world tree in his body shook violently. The flame totem between the eyebrows also began to squirm strangely, and he even directly activated the Taishu divine body. Bang, bang, bang. There was a thunderous explosion inside him, shaking the turbulence of the entire time and space. The outside world, Zhao Yun, seemed to sense something, his eyes widened. Suddenly. This is. Boom. In the turbulent flow of time and space, Xuanhuan once again made a strong breakthrough. Taxation arrives in 5 changes. After the breakthrough, Xuanhuan's aura not only did not weaken, but became even stronger. Endless auras poured in from all directions. They scrambled to get into Xuanhuan's body. Let his breath soar again. After half an hour. With a bang, Xuanhuan broke through again. Taxation arrives in 6 changes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully merging with the Tao of Karma. The system rewards the host with a chance to quench the body with primordial qi. 10 chances for a dungeon of the strong, and 10 chances for the peak of the strong. As the system notification sounded, the tyrannical mana calmed down, and his aura stopped surging. After a while, calm was restored in the turbulent flow of time and space. Suddenly, Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, 2 black and white rays of light burst out from his eyes, directly hitting a huge meteorite in front of him. Rumble. The huge meteorite trembled slightly, then began to shrink and fade, and turned into an ordinary stone in the blink of an eye, drifting with the currents in the turbulent flow of time and space. Seeing this, a bright smile appeared on Xuanhuan Junling's face. Killing Tai Chi Supreme obtained all his cultivation bases, and accidentally comprehended the Tao of Karma, allowing him to upgrade his cultivation base 2 levels in a row, thereby obtaining a supernatural power. He is in a very good mood. In the starry sky outside, everyone was studying the ranking of the god list. At this moment, a figure flew towards us from the depths of the starry sky. In an instant, he came to the crowd. What are you doing? Li Yuanba asked domineeringly. The person who came was a middle-aged man, wearing a purple-black robe. His face was calm, and he was not angry, because of Li Yuanba's questioning. Excuse me, is His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor here? The middle-aged man asked politely. What do you want from me? Suddenly, Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme 9-Dragon chair and returned to Yun. Duo. Below is Hongming in the center, the left protector of Emperor Taibai, the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance, King Rulin, and Tu Xing. I hereby bring a copy of Emperor Taibai's handwritten letter. Please have a look at it. As Tu Xing said, he took out a green jade slip, raised his hands above his head, and offered it respectfully. Seeing this, Xiaoyun stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade slip in his hand. Stay flat. After Xiaoyun checked the jade slip, he handed it to Su Haoyan. Only then did Su Haoyan speak. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tu Xing said respectfully. He didn't leave immediately, just waited quietly. Like this. At this time, Su Haoyan also checked the contents of the jade slip. After a while, he raised his brows, frowned slightly, then stretched them out. And said lightly, You reply to Tai Bai, just say that I know, let him develop. In the center with peace of mind, and I will personally go to participate in the matchless battle. Your order. Tu Xing was overjoyed and was about to turn around and leave. And many more. Su Haoyan called Tu Xing to stop, and then took out a small purple ring from the lucky space and threw it to Tu Xing. At the same time, he said, This is a primordial treasure, called Qiankuan ring, as a reward for your report. Tu Xing subconsciously took Xuanhuan. He was taken aback for a moment, but immediately became ecstatic. Grand Mist Supreme Treasure. Although he has now reached the cultivation level of Taixishan's 9 transformations, he has not been able to own one. Unexpectedly, I got a primordial treasure in an ordinary letter delivery. Let him suddenly excited. Thank you, Your Majesty. In his respectful send-off, Su Haoyan led his subordinates towards east. Hongmeng. Looking at Su Haoyan, who was gradually disappearing, Tu Xing was full of emotion in his heart. Heavenly Emperor, he really deserves his reputation. He must have the 6 transformations of the Taishu god, but when facing him, I actually have a feeling of being invincible. Emperor, I am invincible. After muttering a few words to himself, he turned and left. But if he knew that Su Haoyan had just killed a strong man from the ancestral realm of origin, how would he feel? Ding. Trigger the main task Wuxuang domination. Task details, the 5 major forces of Hongmeng will start the Wuxuang battle in the center of Hongmeng. Title. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance to reawaken the primordial spirit, 1 chance to temper the body with primordial qi, 5 chances to awaken the primordial spirit, 5 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial spirit, 5 chances to pass on Taoism, and 5 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 5 chances to awaken loyalists, 10 chances to reach the pinnacle of the strong, and 10 chances to copy the strong. Su Haoyan, who was walking in the starry sky, suddenly heard a system prompt. In his mind, the rewards are so generous, it seems that this matchless battle is more important than the list of gods. I need to plan well. It's just that, according to Tai Bai Jingxing's introduction, the powerhouses participating in the Wuxuang battle must be at least in the ancestral realm of Xuanhuan to participate. But it doesn't matter, when all the crystal monuments of Beihongmeng and Donghongmeng are fused, I don't believe that I can't break through Xuanhuan, the ancestral realm. Along the way, he has completed many tasks, and received many rewards. It is no problem to create a few strong men who surpass the Taishu god. Immediately, he began to check the rewards he had received. At the same time, great changes have taken place in the list of becoming gods. Again, a woman named Chen Liner was born out of nowhere, and successively defeated Emperor Quan, Emperor Tianma, Ming Yefo, and other veteran powerhouses, and entered the top 20 like a dark horse. Together with the jade-faced Rakshasa, they have become 2 beautiful landscapes on the list of gods. At this time, Emperor Haoyan cupped his hands to Yunlong, and said with a smile on his face, My subordinates congratulate your majesty on his return with a great victory. Su Haoyan looked up at him with a bright smile on his face. Emperor Haoyan came over at this time, and his words were obviously complimenting him, so he meant to serve him. Well, Haoyan, perform well, and I will make you the focus of the list of gods in the future. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, the smile on his face became wider. I hurriedly thanked Su Haoyan. Although he had just paid homage to Su Haoyan not long ago, he had a general understanding of both the world and Su Haoyan himself. If he wanted to become stronger, it would be impossible without his aptitude. Without billions of years. But Su Haoyan was able to create a super strong man in the blink of an eye. If he doesn't take such a road to become stronger, then he is a fool. Coming here following some kind of induction, how can he feel at ease if he doesn't become a blockbuster? On the clouds, Su Haoyan looked at the pile of rewards and felt a little emotional. Before I knew it, there were so many rewards. He looked up at Liang and Chang'e, chatting like sisters. Chang'e, come here. Chang'e, who was chatting, was taken aback when she heard it, but she still came over. Your Majesty, are you looking for me? Well, it's time for you to become stronger. When Chang'e heard it, her eyes lit up. Hastily knelt down. The system allows Chang'e to inherit the Mingyue Avenue. This is the Dao inheritance that he drew when he was free a few days ago. Very suitable for Chang'e. Immediately, Chang'e was sucked in by the system. Seeing this situation, Lu Ying tightly covered her small mouth, with a look of disbelief. Green Warbler, come here. Immediately, Su Haoyan spoke again. Your Majesty, can I do the same? Green Warbler said in disbelief. The system Hongmeng recruited the Green Warbler, and the diehards awakened. Su Haoyan ordered in his heart. Ding! The inheritance of Chang'e's Taoism is completed, may the host choose to release it? As soon as the Green Warbler was sucked in, the system notification sounded. If you don't release it, let her awaken beyond the limit, and then Hongmeng will overcome the tribulation, and finally Hongmeng will awaken. Su Haoyan then ordered. Ding Liang Hongmeng has been recruited, and the awakening of the loyalists has been completed. May I ask if the host chooses to release? The system prompt sounded. If you don't release it, pass on the Tao of happiness, then Hongmeng will cross the catastrophe, and finally Hongmeng will awaken. She wants to get the two of them together in one step. Let them become famous. Together with Yemian Luocha and Chun Liner. That's right, Su Haoyan guessed that Chun Liner was also the son of Hongmeng, otherwise this woman wouldn't be so powerful. If so, there are already 4 sons of Hongmeng, so who will be the last one? Ding! The awakening of Chang'e Hongmeng is over, does the host choose to release? Don't release it yet, call out the attribute list. Chang'e, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, son of Hongmeng. Luck level, 9 changes of Taixishan's arrival. Cultivation method, Minjiweiju. Supernatural powers, Hongmeng Dafa. Special attribute, Hongmeng Invincible. In Hongmeng, its strength will be doubled and strengthened with Hongmeng's luck. Loyalty, 100/100. He is worthy of being the son of Hongmeng, and his aptitude is to think differently. Su Haoyan sighed in his heart. Su Haoyan hesitated for a while, but finally did not release Chang'e. He wanted to surprise the world. Ding! Liang Hongmeng has successfully awakened, may the host choose to release it? If you don't release it, call up her attribute list. However, Su Haoyan was dumbfounded as soon as the attribute list was called out. Green Warbler, from this world. Identity, son of Hongmeng. Luck level, 9 changes of Taixishan's arrival. Cultivation technique, Xingyanju. Supernatural powers, Hongmeng Dafa. Special attribute, Hongmeng invincible. In Hongmeng, its strength will be doubled and strengthened with Hongmeng's luck. Loyalty, 100/100. This attribute list is basically the same as that of Chang'e, as if it came out of the oven. This surprised Xuanhuan a little. The two women come from different universes, why are the attribute lists so similar? Could it be that the connection between the sons of Hongmeng is so close? Chang'e is the fairy of the moon palace, representing the light and the darkness. So is the green warbler the joy and sorrow? Based on such an analysis, wouldn't the 5 sons of Hongmeng be transformed by the emotions of Hongmeng's 5 middle schools? Joy, anger, sorrow, light, compassion, evil. Could it be these 5 emotions? For a while, Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. At this moment, Ho Qing's figure suddenly appeared on the clouds. Your Majesty, the crystal steel appeared in Beihongmeng. Fellow Daoist asked me to come back and report to His Majesty. Please make a decision. Ho Qing bowed and reported. Well, then let's go to Beihongmeng first. I will take the crystal tablet and then go to Donghongmeng. Immediately, the group went straight to Beihongmeng. Roar. At the same time, at the edge of East Hongmeng, countless creatures filled with devilish energy roared in horror. They scrambled to run away, turning their heads from time to time, with frightened eyes showing. In the rear, a creature entangled in demonic energy let out a shrill scream and was blown away one after another. While their souls were scattered, they also shook the starry sky. I saw a white-clothed snow-covered woman walking in the void. It was the jade-faced Rakshasa. She walked lightly, her slender jade hands were waving as fast as lightning, and every time she waved, creatures turned into flying ash. The woman in white went deep into the army of creatures surrounded by hundreds of millions of demonic energy alone. Although she was alone, she was unscrupulous and invincible. Far away in a corner where no one was paying attention, followed a vaguely breathing figure. He looked at the jade-faced Rakshasa who killed people like tofu in front of him and muttered to himself. Hongmeng's killing intent is really overbearing. If the other 4 sons are integrated into it, even if Emperor Hongmeng is not resurrected, no one in this world can defeat her. Although many demons have been lost, it is worthwhile to be able to cultivate a strong man beyond the ancestral realm of Xuanhuan. It is worthwhile for the deity to plan for so long. However, at this critical moment, the Emperor of Heaven came out to disrupt the situation. He holds the 2 Grand Mist sons by himself, and he has already taken the lead. It makes the originally simple things difficult. If it doesn't work, so what if I kill the gods? The fuzzy figure walked out of the thick fog while talking. He was wearing a black brocade robe, with a kind face, exactly the face of the Baji Supreme. This is the avatar of Baji Supreme, Baji Shinshin. After experiencing the gift from the deity, his cultivation has changed from what it used to be. It's just that he hasn't unblocked himself yet. Once unblocked, the list of gods will be rewritten. Beihongmeng, Xuanhuan, sat cross-legged on the huge crystal tablet. His whole body was shrouded in colorful rays of light, and a vast aura emanated from him, making him feel like a god at this moment. At this time, Xuanhuan's aura was even bigger, and the colorful aura that overflowed was even deeper, because after merging this crystal tablet, he seemed to have awakened part of his memory. It is also the second life of the Wancheng creation art, and the success of the troubled times art. Make it repaired into 2 layers. It has reached the 8 changes of Taixishan's arrival. Xuanhuan had an illusion that if he merged the remaining 2 crystal monuments, he might break through the realm of Taixishan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the chaos. Jew of the creation art of 10,000 lives, and the system rewards the host with a chance to temper the body with primordial energy. At this time, the system prompt sounded, pulling Xuanhuan back from his cultivation state. He got another chance to quench his body with primordial qi, and another chance to awaken the primordial origin. It seems that my Erlang god can take off again. Let's go to East Hongmeng. Xuanhuan stood up and said boldly. Immediately, everyone went on the road again. 3 knights, come here. On Yun Duo, Xuanhuan sat on the supreme 9-dragon chair, looked at San Shao next to him and said. At the same time, I took a rough look at the changes on the list of gods. After discovering Chang'e, Luing unexpectedly entered the top 30. This made him very happy. Your Majesty, the minister is here. Empress Sanxiao's pretty face was extremely excited. She was silent for a long time and finally got His Majesty's appreciation. Let Yunxiao inherit the golden Jiao Dao. Let Qiongxiao inherit the Hunyuan Dao. Let Bai Xiao inherit the Dao of binding prisoners. Following Xuanhuan's instructions from the bottom of his heart, the 3 girls were sucked in by the system one after another. After 10 seconds, the system beeps again. Ding! The inheritance of the 3 knights Taoism is over. Does the host choose to release? If you don't release them, let them go to the primordial realm, and then the primordial consciousness will awaken. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and ordered. He wants Sanxiao to set up a 9-curved yellow river formation. Let their names resound throughout Hongmeng. Ding! Empress Sanxiao successfully awakened Hongmeng. May I ask the host to release her? Ding! If you don't release it, call up their attribute list. Afterwards, Xuanhuan checked the attribute lists of the 3 in turn, and found that their cultivation bases were surprisingly consistent. Taixishan arrives in 9 transformations. And there is a common special property. Great formation is invincible. Once Empress Sanxiao forms the Juku yellow river formation, she can leapfrog to challenge the strong ones in the ancestral realm of Xuan. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled even brighter. I did not use much means to create a strong ancestral realm of origin, a clone of the gods, and your good days seem to be over. 3 days later, everyone entered East Hongmeng. Compared with other Hongmengs, Donghongmeng at this time is quite chaotic. Because Emperor Xuanhuan, who ruled Donghongmeng, was killed by the number 1 Yinyang Chongsheng. Then Yinyang Chongsheng occupied the emperor's palace and challenged the strongest in the world. This matter has already spread in Donghongmeng. I am a Yin and Yang immortal, and I want to stay in Donghongmeng. Within 100 years, I will let the heroes of the world come to challenge me. This kind of sound lasted for a long time in Donghongmeng, and then, countless strong men came one after another, just to see how the Yinyang Chongsheng reached the top throne. Of course, some people refused to accept it and came to challenge the Yin and Yang longevity. Just after Xuanhuan and others entered East Hongmeng, a voice suddenly sounded throughout Hongmeng. I am the Hunyuan of the 4 phases. I came to Hongmeng. I want to win the first place in the list of gods. I will fight against Donghongmeng in Yinyang Chongsheng soon. With the sound of the voice, the list of gods changed again. 4 element Hunyuan. It directly jumped to the first place in the list of gods. Squeeze the yin and yang longevity. As a result, everyone's ranking dropped by 1. Seeing this, Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes suddenly, and said, Yang Jian, come here. Can't you gods create clones? Then I will pile up the strong for you. Let's see who is good. Your Majesty, are you going to promote me? Yang Jian asked excitedly. The system quenches Yang Jian's original qi. With Yang Jian's disappearance, Yunduo Mountain was filled with a murderous aura. A yin and yang immortality has not been resolved, and another 4 element Xuanhuan appeared, which made everyone feel pressured. At this time in Donghongmeng, in front of the mansion of the former emperor Xuanhuan, a figure stood on the crystal tablet, shrouded in colorful light. He was wearing a white brocade robe, hunting in the strong wind, with white hair fluttering in the wind, looking indifferently at the starry sky, and muttering to himself. He is now the second in the list of gods, Yin Yang Chongsheng. At the same time, it is also the clone of Emperor Yin Yang. For elephants Xuanhuan. Very well, let me weigh your means. They are avatars of gods, and they are also individuals with independent thoughts. There is also a competitive heart. When they were separated, the deity promised that once they won, they would become primordial gods, able to participate in the peerless war, and finally become the first person under the gods, and even equal to the gods. As the voice of Yin Yang Chongsheng fell, the place fell into silence. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Not long after, figures came from all over the starry sky and landed within 100 miles around the crystal monument. When they saw Yin Yang Chongsheng above the crystal monument, apart from surprise, there was also a look of eagerness bursting out in their eyes. Is that the yin and yang longevity that has been released? It's just an old man, not necessarily much better than me? TSK, Donghongmeng is really lively this time. There are more and more creatures, making this place noisy and lively. But none of the creatures made a move. No one is stupid, and the first one to strike will definitely not end well. So they are all waiting for the real strong to arrive. I don't know how long it took, but a bright light suddenly lit up in the depths of the starry sky. Yin and yang live forever, right? I heard that you are a clone of a god? This king wants to see how strong you are and dare to occupy the second place in the list of gods. An extremely arrogant voice sounded in the light, the words were full of disdain and contempt. Yin Yang Chongsheng watched the ray of light stop, and the tall figure appeared, and asked expressionlessly, report your name, I will not kill the unknown. I am Daoist Yaming, the third elder of the Hongmeng Mingyue God sect at the center. Remember this name, because it will be a nightmare for your whole life. The person who came was a middle-aged man in a red coat, and he said arrogantly as soon as he landed. As soon as this remark came out, the vacillating creatures around suddenly exclaimed. Daoist Yaming became the 25th strongman on the list of gods. Although the ranking is not high, none of them dare to underestimate this person. They couldn't afford to offend the forces behind this person. Bright Moon God Religion. One of the 5 major forces of Hongmeng in the center. It is said that this sect was established in ancient times and has been passed down for a long time. Its leader, Patriarch Mingyue, is even more powerful than the primordial gods. Who dares to provoke such a force? The Bright Moon God sect has always dominated the central primordial realm, and rarely set foot in other primordial realms. And this real Yaming is also a well-known strong man. The existence of a hegemony. At this time, he sacrificed the red, black, and white 3-color long sword, with the power of destruction, spanning hundreds of billions of miles, intending to destroy the yin and yang longevity standing above the crystal monument. Is this what the elders of the moon god sect do? Yin-yang Chongqing snorted coldly, and immediately after he flicked his wrist, a black cane suddenly appeared. As soon as the cane appeared, it suddenly became extremely huge, and it exploded, colliding with the three-color flying sword with great pressure. Rumble. The shock wave generated by the terrifying impact instantly swept away in all directions. Even the colorful crystal monument shook violently. Facing the violent wind and huge waves, Master Yumming's disdainful face also became dignified. Yin-yang longevity is good, but I, Yumming, am not made of mud. Reverend Yumming snorted coldly, and made a gesture of lifting with both hands. Suddenly, a bright moon gradually formed between his hands. It quickly reached tens of billions, exuding infinite power of the sun. Haha, yin and yang live forever, the avatar of the primordial god, I want to step on your name and become a god. Reverend Yumming looked a little crazy, he was always dissatisfied with his ranking, and at the same time, he didn't quite understand Patriarch Mingyue's actions. With the strength of Patriarch Mingyue, if he competes for the list of gods, he will definitely be able to catch it. However, the ancestor of his own family retreated at this pass. Not only the ancestor Mingyue, but also the ancestors of the other four transcendent forces couldn't retreat. Could it be that there is some unknown secret in it? However, although the ancestors of various factions retreated, they did not restrain their subordinates, and even secretly encouraged them to compete for the list of gods. The real Yumming participated in the competition for becoming a god with the secret support of Mingyue Patriarch. A bright moon of tens of billions of feet was thrown out by the real person Yumming and hit Yin-yang Chongqing. Yin-yang Chongqing suddenly became tens of billions of feet in size, and punched the bright moon. The silvery white light burst out, and endless power raged in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding creatures changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. At this time, Master Yumming also became extremely huge, and the two of them changed from attacking each other with magic spells to hand-to-hand combat. For a while, the two peerless powerhouses fought more and more fiercely. Time flies. Gradually, more and more creatures came here to watch the battle. Those who come are all strong men, and they all have the qualifications to compete for the ranking of the god list. My god, isn't that Taoist Yumming from Hongmeng in the center? Even he is here. The speed of the two is so fast? Could it be that their cultivation has surpassed the Taishu god's realm? Yin-yang Chongqing is a primordial god after all, so it's understandable to have a high cultivation level. But the real Yumming is also the third elder of the Mingyue god sect. Why is his cultivation level so high? I really didn't expect that the moon god sect was hidden deep enough. The creatures talked a lot, they all have a strong heart, and they all want to occupy the top 10 positions on the list of gods, so they can let the real Yumming consume yin and yang to live forever, and they are very happy to see the success. At this time, the two had left the crystal monument and came to the starry sky to fight. Taoist Yumming turned into thousands of phantoms to fight against the yin-yang compass made by the yin-yang longevity sacrifice. Yin and yang live forever, this elder wants to let you know what is strong. Today, Taoist Yumming has a tendency to become more courageous as he fights. Rumble. At this time, the huge bright moon of Master Yumming exploded, turning into hundreds of millions of light spots and splashing in all directions, setting Off the starry sky dazzlingly. Yin-yang Chongqing flew out from the center of the explosion with a cold expression, and looked proudly at the real Yuming, who turned into a light source. Master Yuming transformed himself into a silvery white moon, and killed him directly without avoiding Yin-yang Chongqing's provocative gaze. At the same time, a young man wearing a Tai Chi pattern walked through the void. The young man was covered with hands, his aura was illusory, and he looked at the battle in the distance with an indifferent expression. That kid Yuming is still useless. 3 moves are enough to defeat him. The young man's name is Quan Lingfeng, the young sect master of the Hongmeng Taiji sect in the center, and because of his closed-door practice some time ago, he missed the ranking on the list of gods. However, he was not discouraged, and this time he went out to prove himself. On the other side, 3 strong men in black flew over from the starry sky. Hee, it's quite lively. Fortunately, I, Huojianda, have finally caught up with the excitement. My lord, you are sure to be a blockbuster this time. The man in black on the left said respectfully. That's not necessarily true. I heard that the Emperor of Heaven is very powerful. I'm going to meet this imposter today. The young man in the middle said softly. Hey! Isn't this Mr. Hua? Why are you here to join in the fun? At this time, following the arrival of the 3 of them, the surrounding creatures suddenly started talking again. One of them, holding a sword in his arms and wearing a golden brocade robe, looked towards Huojianda and said in a strange way. Humph, who am I supposed to be? It turns out to be Nalan Yunhai of Nalanzong. Didn't you come too? Why do you want to compete for the first place? Huojianda also sneered. Don't dare, I don't have that ability, at best I'm 1 rank higher than you. Nalan Yunhai said jokingly. Although he was talking to Huojianda, his eyes flicked among the millions of creatures, as if he was looking for someone. After a while, he frowned, and muttered to himself, the ancestor said that I would help the Emperor of Heaven, but what about others? Will he not come? Just when he was thinking in his heart, his eyes suddenly lit up. In one direction, a group of people were riding clouds, slowly coming from the starry sky. It was none other than Xuanhuan and his party. On the cloud group, Sun Wukong, Chang'e, Lu Ying, Haotian Emperor and other strong men stood upright, and Xuanhuan sat on the supreme 9-dragon chair. In the middle. Ding! Yang Jian Yuanchu's qi tempered his body successfully. May the host choose to release it? Call up his attribute list first. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, a list of Yang Jian's attributes appeared in front of him. However, upon seeing this, Xuanhuan immediately lost his composure. Xiaoqing. He swallowed reluctantly and asked, System, if Yang Jian Hongmeng is awakened now, what will be the consequences? The system will break down and be stuck in self-healing. The system's answer made Xuanhuan fall into deep thought. Forget it, now is an extraordinary time, so don't take any risks. Release Yang Jian and call up the attribute list. Yang Jian, from ancient myths and legends. Race, primordial god. The said avenue, fighting avenue. Affiliation creation, true monarch creation. Lucky level, triple creation of the ancestral realm of origin. Cultivation method, 89 mysterious kung fu. Supernatural powers, 72 transformations of earth fiend. Destroy the magic eye. King Kong is not bad. Turn things upside down. Magic weapon, 3-pointed double-edged knife. Special attribute, on the battlefield, it can maximize the oppression of the enemy. Loyalty, 100/100. After quenching his body with the qi of Xuanhuan, Yang Jian's cultivation leaped thousands of miles, and he was directly comparable to the Bodhi Patriarch. If it is awakened again, it will definitely surpass the ancestral realm of Xuan. That's why he was shocked. Unexpectedly, Yang Jian's aptitude is so terrifying. Then, do I already have a strong man beyond the ancestral realm of Xuan? With Su Haoyan's appearance, Yang Jian also flew out from Su Haoyan's eyebrows. The terrifying coercion of the triple good fortune of the ancestral realm of the original source made Yin Yang Chongqing and Yuming Daoist, who were fighting, couldn't help frowning. Who is this person? Why do I have the feeling of facing the primordial spirit? Yin Yang Chongqing's heart has set off a huge wave. He didn't understand why Yang Jian was so powerful. The real Yuming who fought against him was even more so, he was even more unbearable than Yin Yang Chongqing. Yang Jian felt like a mountain to him. There is a strong sense of coercion. Hu Jianda, Nailan Yunhai, and Quan Lingfeng's expressions all changed drastically. At this moment, Yang Jian has been listed as a strong enemy by them. However, what happened next made them restless. After Yang Jian appeared, he knelt on the cloud without hesitation. Your Majesty, Erlang, can fight for you again. Well, Erlang, get up. There will be something for you later. Su Haoyan was very satisfied. Although Yang Jian now only has the triple good fortune of the original ancestral realm, don't forget that he is a primordial god, an existence higher than primordial creatures. Just the coercion of his own blood can instantly kill all primordial creatures. Who is he? Such a strong man kneels down to him? It looks very awesome, I don't know which side it is from. TSK, the person that the ancestor wants to protect is really extraordinary. Even such a strong person has to bow down. Nailan Yunhai was a little excited, but he didn't go there either. Just watch. From a distance. At the same time, in the original space, Yuanchu 6 gods gathered together, their faces gloomy. As soon as Yang Jian appeared just now, he felt the breath released. Immediately, the 6 gods were shocked. Why is this happening? Is there a strong person in Hongmeng that we don't know about? Even if the 5 major powers of Hongmeng in the center are powerful, no gods have been born. Why have 2 gods been born in succession recently? Could it be an alien force that appeared some time ago? Yuanchu Lucian could no longer be calm. How about it, whoever goes down to the realm and investigates, otherwise our plan will be in vain. We allow each other's clones to fight, but we don't want other forces to intervene. Emperor Yin Yang said. What if it was created by my father? Xiaoyozi said suddenly. When everyone heard it, they fell into silence again. That doesn't work either. Father is old and not suitable to rule Hongmeng. Our Yuanchu 6 gods are the only gods in Hongmeng. Even father can't change all this. Emperor Taiji said gloomily. Are you going to kill your father? Xiaoyozi said coldly. Father killing? If my father prevents us from becoming gods, then I don't mind killing my father. Don't forget that he abandoned us first. Emperor Taiji's tone became more and more sinister. Seeing this, Xiaoyozi shook his head, turned and left. A lonely voice floated out of his mouth. I just remember that there would be no us without my father, and I can't do it. From now on, I, Xiaoyozi, will withdraw from your ranks. Seeing this, Liang Tianjun shook his head helplessly and said, Father is Someone I respect forever. I can't do it, and I will withdraw from the alliance. In an instant, only the 4 gods remained among the 6 gods, which made them even more erratic, who were already shaky in their military spirit. Tai Chi Emperor, Yin Yang Yuan Emperor, Xixiang Chaos, and Baji Supremes. Complexion suddenly darkened. Humph, those who don't know good and bad will destroy you sooner or later. Emperor Taiji stared viciously at the distant figures of the 2 gods. He turned around brazenly and left quickly. I want to go down to the realm, so I'll check it out. You'll wait here. East Hongmeng. Su Haoyan sat on the Supreme 9-dragon chair, watching the battle between Yin Yang Chongqing and Yu Ming. His eyes were full of disdain. Who is that guy? His strength is not bad, he can compete with Yin Yang Chongqing. This person's name is Master Yuming, who was born in the 2nd stage of the original ancestor, and ranked in the 20th place. I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. However, the power behind him should not be underestimated. Mingyue sect, one of the 5 major powers of Hongmeng in the center. Its ancestors are even comparable to the existence of Hongmeng gods. Zhao Yun, who was standing behind him, said lightly. Well, although this guy is very brave, don't you see that Yin Yang Chongqing is very easy? Sensing Su Haoyan's gaze, Yin Yang Chongqing met his gaze, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Although Yin Yang Chongqing has never met Su Haoyan, but as clones, they also have the memory of the deity. So he knew Su Haoyan's identity in an instant. Sure enough, the legend is true, the Emperor of Heaven has really come. Thinking of this, Yin Yang Chongqing immediately made a decision. Boy, after playing with you for so long, it should be over. As soon as Yin Yang Chongqing finished speaking, his mana blasted out, sending the real Yuming, who was entangled with him, flying away. At the same time, the aura of Yin and Yang longevity grew at an unimaginable speed. Shocked, Master Yuming immediately retreated. Even the creatures around watching the battle felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were moved. At this moment, Yin Yang Chongqing decided not to hide his strength anymore. He didn't want to be inferior to Su Haoyan. Although Su Haoyan created them, they didn't want to admit it. They all want to prove themselves, even if there is no heavenly emperor. No one can replace the primordial god or the primordial god. Seeing this scene, Master Yuming, who had been fighting high before, was dumbfounded. This is too strong. Could it be that he was deliberately teasing me just now? Nailin Yunhai, Hu Jianda, and Quan Lingfeng, standing on the other side also, had incomparably solemn expressions. At the same time, at the edge of East Hongmeng, the giant spirit god, the heavenly demon emperor, and Mingfo ran away, desperately covered in blood. A look of fear flashed across his face. Master, what exactly is that thing? Mingfo asked, tremblingly. Although the giant spirit god was not injured, his breath was also a little messy. At this time, he said solemnly, it is said that at the beginning of the primordial period, in the endless darkness on the edge of the primordial realm, a tyrannical beast of primordial origin was born. They are born with primordial power, but they are not among the gods. It should be us, that thing in the back? Primordial evil beast? Friend Taoist giant spirit, you. Roar. The heavenly demon emperor, who was following behind, was about to say something, but was interrupted by a loud roar. The 3 of them suddenly felt dizzy. No, that beast is coming, let's go. The giant spirit god shouted. As soon as the words fell, the heavenly demon emperor and Ming Buddha flew away. Just as they left the spot, a huge fire-scarred spider-like monster with a length of 1,000,000 feet appeared here. Its 6 eyes were as huge as a house, looking at the 3 fleeing far away. It flashed fiercely, and suddenly a gust of wind rolled up and chased them at a high speed. Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme 9 Dragon chair, closed his eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, the aura of yin and yang longevity was no longer growing, but on Xuanhuan's side, Zhao Yun, who had the highest cultivation level, had already shown a dignified expression. Your Majesty, his aura has already surpassed the subject, and the subject can no longer see through him. But he has not yet surpassed the primordial ancestral realm. System, is it okay to use 20 ordinary task rewards in exchange for one Hongmei reawakening? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. Can. The system's answer brought joy to Xuanhuan's face. He immediately looked at Li Yuanba. Said, Yuanba, come here. When it comes to qualifications here, Li Yuanba does his part. He decided to awaken Li Yuanba Hongmeng again. Because he has already completed the primordial awakening. The system awakened Li Yuanba Hongmeng again. Following Xuanhuan's instructions, Li Yuanba was immediately sucked in by the system. Reverend Yuming, go at ease. Over there, Yinyang Chongqing roared wildly, and slammed his palm directly on Master Yuming's body. Before the latter had time to dodge, he was instantly smashed to pieces by a force powerful enough to destroy everything. Silver-white light filled the entire starry sky. Everyone had to cover their eyes. When the silvery white light dissipated, only Dali's starry sky, the fairy baby of Daoist Yuming, was left in place. Yinyang Chongqing did not eradicate Yuming real person. He only regretted his physical body, but did not destroy his fairy baby. For Master Yuming, this is already great news. Master Yuming, you have lost. Yinyang Chongqing wanted to show off his strength and play with real person Yuming, but he didn't expect Xuanhuan to come so quickly. There was no other way but to cut the mess quickly. After all, Xuanhuan is the father of the gods. He didn't want Xuanhuan to underestimate him as the highest god in the beginning of the primordial world. Although he didn't know what happened between Hongmeng God and Xuanhuan, but he knew that if he wanted to become a god, he couldn't do it without Xuanhuan's approval. Because he was born relatively early, at that time, Emperor Yinyang Yuan hadn't felt dissatisfied with Xuanhuan, that's why Yinyang Chongqing still respected Xuanhuan. Yinyang Chongqing, ranked second in the list of gods, won easily, making the scene instantly quiet. None of them stood up to challenge Yinyang Chongqing at the first time. Who are you? Why do I feel the coercion from the gods on you? Yinyang Chongqing looked at Yang Jian, standing beside Xuanhuan. His eyes were full of doubts. Based on his cultivation base of the 11th stage of the original ancestral realm, it is easy to see Yang Jian's cultivation base. In his eyes, the triple good fortune of the primordial ancestral realm is no different from garbage. But he has a sense of oppression that makes him unable to resist. He had only felt this feeling in his own body. I want to challenge you. Yang Jian took a step forward and said calmly. Although the cultivation base of yin and yang longevity made him unable to see through, he had a feeling somewhere that he could fight against it. In this regard, Xuanhuan did not speak to stop it. The real Hongmeng god faced the Hongmeng avatar. Regardless of the difference in cultivation, it would be difficult for Yinyang Chongqing to win. Although his cultivation was much lower, he believed that Yang Jian would not lose. Report your name. Those who can follow the Emperor of Heaven are definitely not unknown people. Although their cultivation base is not high, Yin-Yang Chongqing has increased his vigilance by 12 points. Yang Jian. Holding the three-pointed knife shrouded in purple energy, Yang Jian walked step by step towards Yin-Yang Chongqing. And his name is known to everyone. The 15th place on the list of gods. Also just born strong. However, there seems to be no suspense about the current 15 versus the second in the current generation. Yang Jian didn't say a word, and walked straight to Yin-Yang Chongqing. The war broke out in an instant. At this time. Ding. Li Yuanba Hongmeng has successfully awakened. May I ask the host to release? Don't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Li Yuanba, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, gold-winged rock. Bloodline, primordial creature. Inheriting Taoism, Jinpeng Avenue. Created, golden hammer good fortune. Lucky level, the 13th stage of fortune in the primordial ancestral realm. Cultivation method, Jinpeng transformation. Supernatural powers, Dapeng transforms. The sky is falling apart. Golden hammer decides the sky. Magic weapon, Jinpeng magic hammer. Special attributes, Pingyao transformation will double the strength in battle, and the combat power will be infinitely improved. Loyalty 100/100. The 13th stage of creation in the primordial ancestral realm. This cultivation position can instantly kill yin-yang and immortality. It is worthy of being my golden-winged rock bird. Although it is not yet a primordial spirit, it is already much stronger than a primordial avatar. Xuanhuan couldn't help admiring. The system releases Li Yuanba. Following Xuanhuan's instructions, Li Yuanba stepped out from between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. Haha, Li Yuanba, are back again. As soon as Li Yuanba appeared, he laughed unscrupulously. Li Yuanba's laughter instantly resounded throughout Donghongmeng, making all the creatures watching the battle look sideways. Who is this guy? Is he crazy? Looking at his crazy appearance, I'm afraid he wants to become a god and wants to go crazy. That is the man of the Emperor of Heaven. Does he really have that strength? What a fool. All living beings despise Li Yuanba, and think that Li Yuanba is an out lunatic. The first place in the list of gods, Li Yuanba. Who is Li Yuanba? The number one on the list of gods, Li Yuanba. Who is this person? No, that lunatic just now. My God, could it be that he is Li Yuanba? The scene fell silent for an instant. Everyone stared blankly at Li Yuanba, who was kneeling at Xuanhuan's feet. With a hippie smile, dumbfounded. Even the two who fought fiercely were overshadowed by Li Yuanba's halo. Yin-Yang Chongqing looked at Li Yuanba solemnly. His eyes were full of shock. He has no idea why the Heavenly Emperor has so many superpowers. Yang Jian said to himself responsibly, fuck, I was surpassed by this stinky bird again. Haotian Court. At this time, as Li Yuanba ascended to the top of the list of gods, the entire Six Emperors city suddenly burst into cheers. Haha, my younger brother became number one on the list of gods, this must be His Majesty's masterpiece. Kong Xian opened his mouth happily, laughing until his mouth became numb. Becoming number one on the list of gods, our Haotian court has taken off. Again. Why do I feel that the list of gods is prepared for us in heaven? Look, one day His Majesty will let us become the God of heaven. Haotian court is cheering. But someone couldn't sit still. On an abandoned planet. Xuanhuan sat on a boulder, looking at the list of gods that had just changed, with a gloomy face. Li Yuanba, how dare you occupy my position, I will definitely pull you down. There is no need to hesitate any longer, it's time to go to East Hongmeng. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he disappeared on the boulder. Dong Hongmeng, Su Haoyan watched Yang Chongqing and Yang Jian fighting fiercely. At this time, they had already moved away from the crystal monument. Seeing this, Su Haoyan's heart moved. You are all around the crystal monument, I want to refine him. After Su Haoyan finished speaking, he floated towards the crystal monument. Seeing this, Empress Sanshao took the initiative to stand up and directly formed the Juku Yellow River Formation. Your Majesty, the defensive power of this formation is astonishing, so you can refine it with confidence. Seeing this, Su Haoyan was even more relieved. Su Haoyan is already familiar with refining crystal monuments. Soon entered a state of ecstasy and chaos. Feeling Su Haoyan's actions, everyone fell into doubt and puzzled. When the crystal monument appeared in the four primordials, some people also tried to find opportunities from it. But no one has figured out what this mysterious crystal tablet is. Even the primordial gods have what to do with this crystal tablet. Is that guy's head broken? Who does he think he is? If this thing can be refined, I will eat it. It seems that the Emperor of Heaven is not as shrewd as in the legend, he is just an idiot. Everyone was mocking Su Haoyan's stupid behavior. Hu Jianda, Quan Lingfeng, and Nailan Yunhai all shook their heads, expressing serious doubts about Su Haoyan. They were also curious about the crystal steel, and they all secretly went to various primordial realms, intending to take this mysterious treasure for themselves. But in the end they all failed. None of them thought that Su Haoyan could refine this crystal tablet. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "My God, how is this possible?" Everyone was puzzled and quickly looked up. Immediately petrified on the spot. I saw that the crystal tablet began to tremble violently at this time. At the same time, the color light shines above. Streams of mysterious, ancient, and boundless aura suddenly overflowed from the crystal tablet. At the same time, the aura on Su Haoyan's body suddenly rose violently. Strange but familiar memories flooded into Su Haoyan's mind from the depths of the crystal tablet in an instant. The long years have existed forever. When the Majesty appears and the world turns around, I will return. A voice full of endless majesty suddenly exploded in his mind. It made him feel dazed for a while. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, a practiced technique flooded into his mind. Wanchen Creation Ju, the third world, Netherworld. The colorful characters suddenly flashed in his mind, followed by a surge of mana. Boom. Taxishan arrives in 9 transformations. How is this possible? Not only did he refine the crystal tablet, but his cultivation also skyrocketed because of it. Is he still a human mother? Heavenly Emperor, what a monster, can even refine this mysterious crystal tablet? Is there anything in this world that the Emperor of Heaven can't do? For a moment, everyone was talking about it, and everyone's face was full of shock, envy, and disbelief. Damn it! Is this my battlefield, or the place where the Heavenly Emperor pretends to be? Yang Chongqing thawed depressedly while fighting Yang Jian. Yang Jian, however, was elated and became more courageous as he fought. Su Haoyan's being in the limelight makes him happier than his own being in the limelight. In the end, Su Haoyan did not break through the 9 changes of Taishu gods' arrival realm, but stopped at the great perfection of Taishu God's arrival realm. At this time, Su Haoyan slowly opened his eyes, and 2 colored lights flashed in his eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the crystal. Monument, the system rewards the host with a chance to quench the body with primordial energy. The system prompt sounded. Let Xuanhuan put a smile on his face. Although he did not break through the Taixishan realm, he is confident that he can defeat Dou Yu, who was created in the 7th stage of the primordial ancestral realm. This is a kind of self-confidence, which comes from the self-confidence deep in the soul. With Li Yuanba, Yang Jian, Zhao Yun, and Bodhi Patriarch, the 4 superpowers ranked among the top 10 on the list of gods, he was directly pushed to the 11th place. He now needs to prove himself in battle. Therefore, after returning to the Supreme Kowloon chair, he began to look for his opponent. However, at this moment, the battle between Yang Jian and Yang Chongqing was coming to an end. After all, Yang Chongqing is a powerhouse of the 11th stage of the ancestral realm of the original origin. Although he is not a god, he has 1/10 of the divine power of a god. Coupled with the gap in realm, even if Yang Jian is a primordial god, he will eventually fall. Lost. However, although Yang Jian was defeated, he was not injured. Although Yang Chongqing is a clone of the gods, he was upright and did not hurt Yang Jian. It made Xuanhuan look at him with admiration. If Emperor Yang Yuan really wants to go his own way, I don't mind replacing him. Who else is not convinced? Yang Chongqing stood in the void and shouted forcefully. But at this moment, roar! A monstrous roar came. Everyone was shocked in an instant. Those with weak cultivation spurt blood directly and fell to the ground. Everyone looked up in horror. I saw, in the depths of the starry sky, 3 slightly embarrassed figures rushed over at a very fast speed. Behind them is a huge black cloud group of millions of feet. Bursts of tyrannical screams came from the clouds, ruthlessly tearing apart the souls of the creatures. This is... Oh my God, isn't this the spirit of darkness? Some creatures immediately recognized the origin of the black cloud. Exclaimed. In an instant, everyone's face changed dramatically. Dark spirit. Born on the edge of Hongmeng, in the darkness. They feed on darkness, and as long as there is a dark place, they can grow infinitely. The strength is unfathomable. At this moment, the voice of the giant spirit god suddenly sounded. Let the creatures suddenly be in an uproar. Xuanhuan frowned and looked at the giant spirit god and the mysterious spider behind him. Thoughtful. Ding. Trigger the main task, subdue the 5 dark spirits. Task details. Because the 5 dark spirits were transformed by the remnants of the primordial spirit, in order to protect the safety of the entire primordial realm. Later, they were used by other primordial gods to bring disaster to the world. If the host subdues the 5 dark spirits and fulfills the wish of the primordial, the world will be a paradise. The system specially rewards the host 5 times for the reawakening of the primordial spirit. 5. Opportunities for quenching the body with primordial energy. 5. Opportunities for the awakening of the primordial. 5. A chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial world, a chance to summon the limit, and 10. Chances to awaken beyond the limit. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to become cold in an instant. It's the primordial gods again. What are they trying to do? Do you really think that no one in this world can cure them? At this moment, Xuanhuan finally made a decision in his heart. It's time for some gods to come to an end. As I said, I can create you, and I can also destroy you. While thinking in his heart, Xuanhuan opened his mouth and said, "Giant Spirit God, come here quickly." There was a loud shout. Let the body of the giant spirit god hiding XC in the starry sky shake. He had waited countless millions of years for this voice, and finally heard it. In the next second, without any hesitation, he flew directly towards Xuanhuan. Seeing this, the Ming Buddha and the heavenly demon emperor in the back all showed doubts on their faces. However, he followed up. Boom! The giant spirit god landed on his knees. The huge body directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. Your Majesty, I finally waited for you, the giant spirit god said excitedly. Master, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling down on him? Mingfo didn't know why. Looking at the giant spirit god in shock. In his heart, his master is extremely proud. For countless millions of years, he has never kneeled down to anyone. Why kneeling a young man today? Mingfo, don't talk nonsense, kneel down quickly, because you were sent by the Emperor of Heaven as a teacher to teach art on your behalf. Afterwards, the giant spirit god roughly told him a secret that no one knew. As soon as these words came out, Mingfo instantly petrified on the spot. He didn't expect that he turned out to be a child picked up by the young man in front of him, and even his cultivation path was bestowed by Xuanhuan. After a long time, Mingfo knelt down in front of Xuanhuan with a plop. Thank you, His Majesty the Emperor, for the grace of education. Although Mingfo has some evil natures, he is not an ungrateful person. On the contrary, he values friendship the most. Well, yes, the little doll from back then has really grown into a talent. Both of you, master and apprentice, stand up. Wait until I subdue this mysterious spider, and then we can think about other things. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he jumped up and flew straight to the mysterious spider that was raging in the starry sky. What is the emperor going to do? He seems to want to tame the mysterious spirit spider. Crap, who can subdue the spirit of darkness from ancient times to the present? Not even the legendary gods. He is a rising star, how could he do it? It's over, the heavenly emperor is waiting to become the food of the mysterious spirit spider. All creatures are talking about it. All of them were voices of doubt to Xuanhuan. Some people even showed a look of pity. It seemed that Xuanhuan was courting death by doing this. Your Majesty. Zhu Lingshan's face changed drastically, and he was about to speak to stop him. But he froze in the next second.